소중한 우리 사이가 멀어질까봐 I don't know 마음처럼 뭐라고 하면 날 떠나버릴까봐 나를 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아 싫음 싫다고 얼른 말해봐 보여 계속 기다리게 하지 마 Goodbye 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 하지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 Overdose gonna flow 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 믿어 땡겼다는 나 그렇게라도 나랑 있는 게 난 좋아 잠든데도 한계가 있어 이제는 더 이상 못 참겠다는 말야 그러니까 날 좀 똑바로 봐봐 진심으로 너만 바라보잖아 싫음 싫다고 얼른 말해봐 보여 계속 기다리게 하지 마 Goodbye 생각보다 내가 너무 여린가 봐 이런 게임은 내가 무조건 잡아 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 하지 마 장난 좀 치지 마 Overdose gonna flow 알면서도 모르는 척했던 거야 울고 웃게 하는 너도 참 바빠 몰라 사랑이란 모르겠으니까 장난 좀 치지 마 Hey baby all I want is to be loved by you But you would never take me as I am it's true
I'm certified apple pie milkshake. Give me time, I can feed your appetite. Like shimmy, shimmy, I'm so fine. Mona Lisa butterfly, something that you can't describe. You know I got the
Are they cleared for belt proximity protocol?
Nope, not on the list. I'm starving. Protocol doesn't allow breaks.
You good, bro?
Yeah,
You want some food, man?
I can't. I'm on belt duty.
Where's the belt?
You have no clearance for that question yet.
Okay then.
The belt. Don't let them breach protocol.
It's for stress. He's been on night shift belt duty for months already.
Should we initiate comfort protocol?
Do it. He's stable.
Welcome back to the 2025 World Finals. We are here with Team Humble. Semantic, break down the strategy for this week for me.
We will secure the perimeter and protect the belt.
Lukey, your thoughts on the competition?
No one gets near the belt, not even this year.
Okay, somebody's got to tell me. What's up with the belt?
That information is classified.
Wait, I don't even believe you guys have the belt. Where is the belt?
We didn't pack it. We needed the luggage for a trophy.
Teams had a taste of what it's like to compete here on the main stage. But now, just 12 remain in the fight for $1 million and the stunning trophy. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host. And today, the pressure doubles, because on day 2, that's where reputations are made. Yesterday gave us highlights, but today gives us consequences. Remember, 4 more teams will be eliminated today. So will it be domination, or will it be disaster? I guess it's about time we find out. Welcome to DreamHack Stockholm, and welcome to the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals!
Do you know that feeling? When you get the perfect random?
You're my only trophy.
Stop! The player who never misses. The one who pulls off the impossible 1v3.
Wow! In close range, 1, 2!
The genius that makes all the right decisions.
Yoshi, able to take Boss down, but how are you going to stop this now? Push it, he's got the goal anyway!
That's what it takes to get here. 12 teams emerged from the monthly finals. 4 more won the golden tickets at LCQ. For 16 teams, a year of battles comes down to this. 1 stage, 1 trophy, 1 chance to make history. From every corner of the world, the best randoms gather in Stockholm. Who will lift the golden trophy? Who will be crowned the Brawl Stars World Champions? Welcome to the World Finals.
Good morning, Sweden, and good morning, Stockholm. We're back here at the DreamHack, back with the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. And soon, those 12 teams that are still in the race for glory are going to step on stage. First up, though, we have a little treat for you. Welcome, my name is Sonny, and I'm here with the ever-brilliant Cooper and Kenny. And guys, what do we have in store for them?
Okay, so before we get to the business end of things here today at the Brawl Stars World Finals, we've got a fantastic show match coming your way straight away. Some Vanquished pros will be taking on some very much beloved content creators in a best-of-5 show match. I'm very excited for that. A light-hearted way to kick off a pretty grueling day of competition.
Might as well start out a little easy because yesterday was ruthless to say the least. I mean, honestly, one of the crazier days we've ever had in this esport, if not the most insane. I'm barely holding on. I'm going to need a breath, so this is a nice little tone setter. This is nice. We're going to start mellow. We're going to have some fun.
Today it's time for a set of decider matches, but yes, we want to ease into today a little bit. Of course, we're going to start with socials. What did you at home and also, of course, the people in the arena post and put out on socials? Uber, can you explain that one?
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing it. In fairness, I don't know if anybody's getting 10,000 gems. I like this idea, right? You know, Supercell bring out this competition. Perfect predictions get you 10,000 gems. Yes, I mean, and look, I think, Humble losing that first game already throws a lot of, people's creds into question. Now, that's reasonable. You could maybe predict Resurrection to win, but not the rest of the results today. But yeah, a lot of people hung up on that pretty nasty, nuts upset for Humble in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, my predictions are in shambles along with a lot of the world. I mean, teams that already voted Humble were down bad, and then teams like Stamina decided to pop off. Sup buried Zeta Division to end the day yesterday. So many wonderful upsets. Every single LCQ team survives, and therefore, our predictions are in shambles.
KitKat also came up to me. She drew a wonderful drawing. I have to thank her once more. She's already sitting in those bleachers. Thank you so much for the STM shirt and keychain tacos. It was an honor to meet you, and congrats on today's win. And yes, I think this is the second match that many of us had wrong in our predictions.
I'm glad to see that people in the crowd aren't actually mixing up Tacos and Zar, because Chicampo did, that's for sure. They're two very similar looking players. Good to see Bobby as well getting some FaceTime with some fans. And of course, the man himself, Semantic here. How about we don't draft Dynamite next time? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I believed. When I saw Pit Stop, I saw Luki lock in the Michael. I believed that it was possible.
This guy's tag actually was Go Humble Luki. Then taking a picture with Semantic. He's a pure Humble fan. Now we only need him to get to meet Boss as well, I guess. So yeah, we are ready now for the content creators and pros that did not make the cut, unfortunately, but they get to stay onto stage one last time. Let's bring them up.
DreamHack Stockholm, we have some special guests to invite to the stage to show us what they've got. Please welcome the pros and the creators! On the side of the pros, we have Chaos, RHC, and Levy. The creators are OJ, Trevor, Pitbull, Farah, and Bono X2. Esports experience? I don't know what is. Who do we think is going to win? Is it going to be the pros? I think I'll come on stage. Why not? Okay. This is how we heat up the esports stage on a Saturday at DreamHack Stockholm. We've got the pros. We've got the creators. Creators, are we feeling good? I've got thumbs up. Do I get thumbs up? Thumbs up from one? Feeling good. OJ feeling good? OJ's got double thumbs up. OJ's always feeling good, guys. We've got some headphones being sorted out here. You know what I'm noticing? These guys don't have a coach. Adrian, are you coaching? He stole my spot. He found out that I've almost unlocked the Dustin Demigorgon skin for Nita. And he was like, no, Barney, you're too good at this game. I need to step in. That could be an OP choice right there, having one of the devs on the coaching staff over there. Who do we think is going to win? Do we think the creators are going to win? Ooh. Do we think the pros are going to win? Okay, it looks like it's in the favor of the pros right now, but we'll see. They might just pull it out of the bag. Uber, Kenny, and Sunny. Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Barney. We are ready up here as well for a match that will write history, hopefully. If the creators win today, at least the crowd is surprised what we heard from the applause, but honestly, we call them creators, but we have a couple of ex-pros amongst them as well.
Yeah, I mean, Trevor obviously has a pretty storied history going back in Brawl Stars on that ill-fated Code Magic Black team and then AC Milan Clash. Definitely one of the most notable Spanish players I think that we have. Obviously, sat across the stage from a countryman there in iChaos. And of course, Pitbull Farah, founder and CEO of Casa Brawl. So a pretty dab hand at the Brawl Stars as well.
Yeah, several pro experience players on that right-hand end. But of course, Adrian, I saw, carried Trav the other day plenty of times on ladder. So if I'm going to have a coach, this is a pretty good fill-in, I would say. Definitely some well-equipped pros, of course, and we're starting off with a little bit of an untraditional competitive mode. We've got Brawl Hockey rolling up.
Okay, so we as talent got to vote on these game modes, so you can definitely tweet at me at KennyCasts if you have a problem.
No, I voted.
With,
I voted basketball.
I woke up and chose violence today, and I selected Brawl hockey. Did you select that too?
Yes.
I voted for my basketball.
Sunny just gave me the death stare, so I guess I'm not the only one. But when I voted, I was the only one who had voted at the time. I think only the three of us actually ended up voting. So yeah, Brawl hockey. Yeah, you can tweet at me at Sunny Enough if you have a problem with that too.
But as you mentioned already, Adrian as the coach, of course, he's going to see which brawlers are strong. Maybe it's going to influence his next balance changes as well. And Kenny, you said he carried Trav. Is that true? That's a hard task.
I was watching them the other day. You know, I just call it how I see it. The Power League was not going well. I felt like Trav was maybe losing Adrian some elo, but that's just my 2 cents. I'm no perfect player, and I'm a caster, not a genius, but
yeah, we all queued up for our GT ticket games, and Trav did not have a spot on the team. Bro thought he was on the team, but then Adrian came to his rescue, so apparently he got
our
GG.
rescue.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but he ended up getting GG. I don't know about you guys, but I haven't got my 14 boxes yet. My tickets are gone, so yeah, that's tough.
Look, I didn't say we were perfect. I never said that.
To be fair, I believe it was my phone that died midway through one of our games. So my bad, guys. Always find a way to throw.
But yes, we don't know the other maps yet. We're going to start with Slippery Slap is the map called. We're going to start on Brawl Hockey. Uber's having fun next
Just what a name. Like, why are we naming our maps this? Brawl Hockey, for those that are unfamiliar, you missed out, honestly. This is the kind of game mode where I find it can get ahead of you pretty quickly if you don't select a brawler with pretty high mobility. The puck does move as if it would on an ice hockey field. It sort of carries its momentum a lot longer than maybe the ball would in Brawl Ball. So you've got to be sort of ready for that. And a lot of bank shots. I go up, I've played this mode a bunch, and you go up against people that understand how the angles on these map works, and they can score straight off the rip before you have a chance to do anything about it.
This is a mode where it super works out to put a lot of hours in. Honestly, whenever I played this map, I would say I'm on average a little better than the randoms.
Okay.
But they just know every single angle on the map. They literally just mortis dash onto the puck in the middle, and it's already a goal.
I think I have a 10% win rate on this mode. I'm going to be straight up with you. This one eludes me a little bit as, unfortunately my unk reflexes don't really give me much of an edge here. But let's talk about the bans. We do have some... I guess I was expecting to see more highly mobile brawlers actually be targeted here in the ban phase, but it's going to be a Bell pick to start us off.
I'm a little surprised. B is one that was very stereotypical when this mode was back in ranked. That was when my rage was at an all-time high. There's nothing worse than the long-range, off-the-wall, random super shot from your enemy to put it in. But like you mentioned, brawlers like mobility in this mode especially. Ones like Stu where you get a bunch of supers. Melody now gets 3-for-1 value at taking those long-range shots. Sometimes it's about the amount of shots you take in this game mode, especially. It's not necessarily trying to prolong the game. Be the ultimate defender. I think Bell's kind of that mentality as well.
Again, anytime I play this mode, I would just pick Mina, Mortis, Stu, anything that can dash from the get-go, get a hockey puck, and try and score within the first few seconds. It's also not like in Brawl Ball where you only have to score twice, you have to score 3 times because it is a little quicker to score overall. But so far, not a single dashing brawler. Melody, of course, once she has her super, gonna take her a while though. And then Charlie, makes sense. Again, once you have your super, you're gonna be good at just taking out that other brawler that tries to go for the puck.
Yeah, like we've been discussing, this is the kind of game mode that really rewards you putting the time in. And I wonder, because for our content creators, they might have had more reason to grind this mode than maybe some of our pro players who, this is not a game mode, folks, that is played competitively normally. So, in that sense, our creators might have a bit of an edge. I'd have to ask them if they put a lot of time individually in, but we have our brawlers all locked in. It's going to be a max pick to round things out here for Levy.
A lot of health points with Buster on that right-hand end as well. Sometimes teams will look to that. Certainly an interesting one. I thought these would be men of content on the right-hand side, but Coach OJ certainly has done his homework. It seems he is looking to play to win.
And I mean, we literally got, someone who basically runs game balance over at Supercell. Not his official title, but Adrian is the one in charge of making those tweaks to bring brawlers in line or make those buffs as required. We're going to jump into the game here, folks. It's time for some Brawl Hockey. Yeah.
Oh, yes. You can score so quickly. You just need to pick up the puck, find the right angle, and it's going to be a goal. And with that, the pros go ahead, taking that first goal 1-0 up already, Kenny.
I mean, that was about 10 seconds. Costed Mr. Pitbull here with an opportunity as well. Kick away. Wow, a response immediately. Look, this is a high-flying, high-scoring kind of game mode. Some of you talked about it. That's why they favor more goals, just because offense is so much favorable in this one compared to something like a Brawl Ball.
Oh, okay, this hypercharge montage here from Pit, really denying any value from these projectile-based brawlers, and Pit is able to bring Chaos down. It's virtually an open goal when Charlie's able to hit that super, and here come the creators, 2-1.
A good start from the pros, already 1-0 up, but then all of a sudden the creators turn up big time, 2-1 now. They only need one more goal, and they're going to take this first game already. Archstat on the left-hand side now has his hypercharge available. Maybe the Melody can make a play here. Pass over to Pit though. Foster has a lot of health points. They need to chip down now. The pros are back in spawn.
Oh, and a little hypercharge to go down the right-handed shut down, though. Looks for the bounce shot off that left-hand end and doesn't quite hit the marker. iChaos, though, does have a hypercharge super. He's going to go ahead and activate it, try and get Melody back up. They want her back in the fray as quickly as possible.
Pit's trying to take as much ground as possible. The Spiderling's also a little bit of an issue. It's going to be a super from Chaos here, just playing defensively back in towards spawn, but Pit has cleaned him up. And, oh, great predictive dash there from RHZ Sage. What would have been a guaranteed goal and win.
Wow, that was really well played from Archstat. He really knew where Pit wanted to shoot there. Otherwise, this first game would have been cut short, already over. Levy now the last man standing from the blue roster here, trying to defend, but Creators now here, they don't have to score another time. They can also just wait for those last 20 seconds to run out.
Oh, little cheeky bounce shot from iChaos. And with the shot clock now on the board, it's 2-2. They're going to need something like a Charlie Cocoon if the creators want to come away with this. RHZ up the middle of the map, marked. iChaos on the back heels. A Buster Shield will allow them to shift this momentum forward. And as these walls come down, plenty of opportunity. Super shot available, intercepted, kick away. Bell skating up the map, but they've dished it out far.
Nice little pass off the wall there for iChaos to buy a little bit of time here for our team of pros. But Bono already gets the puck to hand. Pit though, maybe a bit of a missing communication. RHZ banks it off the wall. And our pros take our first game.
With a nice little trick shot at the end there, RC bouncing it off the wall and scoring for the pros. It really looked like the creators would have that one, Kenny.
Okay, the creators got some juice in them. Like we said, this was a pretty serious draft. You never know what you're going to see out of a show match. My man OJ is a man of content, one of the best in the business, but he has cooked up this draft. I like the Charlie Cocoon idea to try and get some free goals. Buster Shield allowed them to move forward. It was just a couple of better shots towards the end game there from our pros.
Pretty telegraphed gadget usage there, though, from Pit, and RHZ respects it. It's able to back off far away, and now Melody's able to go in for the kill. Trevor's going to get flattened here. Finally, the pros actually started a win out in the neutral. Not something we saw much in that earlier round.
They're now just trying to hold on to control. Chaos did there, a little shot there at the beginning, but did not go in. Bono was there to catch it. Now speed from Chaos, only hits himself though. Levy doesn't really get any of it. Spiderling is coming in, Charlie still defending 3v2 now. That could be a huge opportunity for the pros.
This puck being left on the top right-hand side. Low HP for iChaos, though. He's doing his best, just playing ring around the rosies, trying to survive. Does back away, goes down all of a sudden, though. A great player on the other end. Good enough to get a kill for them. All of a sudden, the creators have a little bit of positioning to work with.
Overcharge here for Levy, though, and this is the nasty Iron Hive. Big throws there on Trevor. He's trying to back away. Bono wants some pressure now as Chaos pops that super. Pit is out of the picture now. No mitigation for these projectiles available, and eventually Bono has to succumb. RHZ's made a fair bit of space, and Levy should be in position, receive the pass, but Bono off spawn saves the day.
Another close catch there. The creators are holding on. Just 1 minute left on the clock, and so far not a single goal has been scored, even though we were talking about it, Kenny, how quick you can score in a mode like this one.
Everybody just doing their best to take a little cheeky bounce shot off these walls. RHZ, I think, has dangerous intentions, flashing that super. Holding on, though, will remain patient. The kind of discipline that pro players has as iChaos pops the purple button. RHZ down the sideline. iChaos, though, off the wall. Beautifully executed and buries one in the back of the net.
Very clean with a great passing here through the midfield for our pros. Just keeping the puck moving and keeping it moving forward as they look to fight and try and trade some of these shots. Bono here, going for one, and that's a Cocoon connection onto the Melody, but Chaos has made a break for it here. Deep in enemy territory, looking for a cheeky shot.
Trying to shoot there, but once again the creators prevail. 1-0 up, 18 seconds left, and that's gonna go in. Pit scores here, even out the score, just 13 seconds before the end. The walls are gonna break down in a couple of seconds, Kenny.
RHZ Puck in hand, 5 on the clock. Throws one up. I like the idea of kind of keeping that in your control if you can, but now low HP. It's going to be Creators with a chance to resurge. Onyx just holding on to this, waiting for an opportunity. Goes off that right hand in. Not a super shot though, so it's just going to slowly traverse the map.
Levy here with possession. We're taking a ton of poke damage. Super shot received though by Trevor. Here comes RAC. They're looking pretty dangerous now. Gadget popped to the Melody. Hypercharge in the mix. Chaos has to use a phase shifter, but there was no risk of conceding a goal in the end based on the banking angle of the puck.
That Melody, I thought it would do them some more good. In the end, RC can't score. Chaos has the ball now. Tries to go for another shot yet again. The Creators catch it. 24 seconds on the clock now. They dare to risk a shot themselves. Just a back and forth here. Would anybody still score? Maybe. Once again, Pitch catches it. The Creators are so good at defense.
All right, 11 seconds left in the round. Now RHC flashing that super shot here is possible. He's going to dive deep. Music notes causing all sorts of chaos. But speaking of the man himself, he'll take possession on the right side of the map. Not enough time to score though as Trevor receives. And we have a draw in our second round.
Tough one there. A tight one, to say the least. This has been pretty competitive. I mean, I think a lot of folks at home would expect our pro players, those who have been training for weeks, months, years to get to this point in their careers, would have a leg up. Coach Adrian keeping them in check, though. And the Creators on the other end certainly putting up a fight.
All right, back into the game we go. RH on that right side of the map still being able to hit Pit from behind the wall. You've got to respect the Melody at this kind of distance. Spiderlings will be accounted for quite easily, but even the shield gadget's not enough to keep the Melody alive. Levy now on the back foot.
Once again, Creators getting a head start here. Immediate to get the double takedown, but still not enough to score. Just, yeah, Levy with the ball now, just passing it up there. They had the team wipe, but it's still not going to be enough to score here. Maybe they need to work their angles a bit better, Kenny.
This is so crucial. Just getting this ball to stay still. It's a really difficult thing to do in this mode, but I think a big name of the game here is keeping it in your control, on your half. You don't want to give them opportunities to lob up shots, to get those super shots off the walls. They're going to try and throw this one away as iChaos crowds around it, phase shift to get away from it. Long range shot from Levy, who's dealing with the difficulties of those Charlie spawners. And for now, it's more of a battle for positioning rather than taking a shot.
Now, Chaos has marked here, so the moment there's a gadget that comes in for the Buster, he is going to get blown to smithereens instantly. Good shots here on Trevor, though. He's actually able to take the bell down at long range, and in comes RHC. Good damage, but has to respect the Buster. And they've got to chase the puck straight back to their side of the map. They've given up a lot of map control just to retain possession.
Hypercharge popped twice from the Creator. This could be a goal here. If they just walk it in, they decide to shoot. RHC catches it once more. Only 1 minute left on the clock, and once again, not a single goal has been scored so far. RC with the ball now. They have a hypercharge themselves. Both the Max and the Melody have one ready. Is this going to be a goal for the pros?
Our players have slowly warmed up. It was high flying in game number 1. Of course, the tie in the previous one. And it's getting more and more difficult to punch one in the back of the net. Now the Creators on the back line. Super available for Levy. Oh, it finds the angle from downtown.
And that's the danger on this kind of game mode. If you leave a gap in your defenses, it can be exploited. Levy, very heads-up shot. Chaos here wants to get this one over with quickly, but Bono's able to double back and retain possession of the puck. 22 seconds left here for the Creators to score.
Is it going to be enough time for them? They strike once. Archie pulls. Levy still alive here. Tries to defend. And on the left-hand side, a Charlie Cocoon, and Bono scores. Once again, we're going to head into overtime.
Those walls are slowly going to start coming down, and that's where it gets real punishing if you don't play perfect defense. A missed shot from Levy, and he's also marked up. Creators trying to take advantage. They have a Buster Shield available. That's what I'm looking out for. That's when it's time to go.
Both teams have pretty good overtime comps here, though. Kenny Pit now thinking about the super, still doesn't go for it, and is blown up before he has a chance to make use of it. It is all over, but the cry in is RHC slots the winning goal. And the pros take away Brawl Hockey.
First set taken. We're in a best of 5. They need 2 more to secure the win over the Creators. And now I'm eager to see, or eager to vote, what's our second map going to be, Ken?
Yeah, we're going to vote for that? I kind of... Okay, it's already been voted for. Here we go. Okay, so Basket Brawl seems to have won here. Okay, so a little bit of a different flavor to Brawl Hockey. Again, maintaining possession of the ball is ever so important. What we got brewing down here on stage? Looks like Barney is going to take OJ aside for a moment.
I think I am going to take the side of the creators momentarily. OJ. Coach OJ. How are you taking this role? Well, what would you say your approach is as coach?
Well, I think I'm going to heavily rely on my draft book. It's the secret weapon, and I think we can win from all the other modes going forward.
I agree. I definitely agree. Pit, let's have a quick chat. Kenny made it sound like he was a bit surprised that it was even competitive between you two guys. What do you have to say to that? No swearing.
Okay. Eric AZ, I kill you in the next set, bro.
Okay, fighting talk. I like it. Now, OJ, what's the strat going into the next one?
Well, just let me check my draft book. I think we might, ban... should I even tell them?
No, definitely not. Just say we're going to win.
They're going to lose.
They're going to lose. I like it. Fighting talk over here from the creators. Back to you guys up at the desk.
To see that they still have some fight in them. Even though they lost that first set, it's not over yet. As we mentioned, the pros have to win another 2 in order for them to win this little tourney.
I mean, OJ's not fooling anyone, bro. He has that notebook open to page 1. You can at least find somewhere deep in the book and open it and make it look like you've actually put some notes in there.
Page 1, the good drafts are up there now. He studied long. He has them written down where he needs them,
Have you guys thought much about the meta on basketball? Does that ever keep you up at night?
Yeah.
Have you spent much time
It's what's
considering?
keeping me up awake at night, honestly.
Okay.
Is there a meta for basketball?
Well,
Definitely.
Okay, that's on me.
I won't tell you, though.
It's in OJ's book. I should have just read that.
It's a smaller field, right? So we've seen tankier brawlers find some level of success. What about BB? Right? She seems good.
Anything that has a knockback to knock the ball out of your opponent's hand when they are finally in place. It's so hard to score in this mode. You have to line up perfectly.
Yeah.
If then you have a BB, an Ems, a Gale Kenny.
They banned him already. I immediately was looking out for it. That's exactly
But
what I was thinking.
Anything with knockback really is going to be super good.
Yeah, just going to be ripping out the Hank early. So I think that, like you said, there's kind of 2 avenues to go about here. You either want to just run them down with health points and just get as many opportunities to rotate your players to take some shots, or you want people with pushback. Call that Gale. B, of course, going to be the ultimate tank defender. So anything like that can just set you up for an opportunity to play that more control-oriented style. On the other end, you're seeing some very different bans. Somebody like a Sue or a Mina with good mobility, really aggressive. Somebody like a Melody sometimes, if you can get a good matchup, can just run to the other end and throw up some shots.
Great disruptive potential, of course, and the ability to strip possession of the ball as El Primo boast. He, of course, has that suplex gadget that is a bit of a problem to deal with if you're trying to run the field. I also love iChaos. I mean, Heretics, their run at Worlds is over, but they're still picking Hank every bloody game.
That's too soon, man.
I bet Lanai is just so proud to see iChaos carry this torch for him.
Yeah, he was very happy on socials about the Hank
This
picks.
is just a warm-up, right?
Let's head over to the creators comp here.
Time to make a
OJ's Clever Book
splash.
says Buzz and Max is what their comp still needed. And Buzz has that knockback, or at least the stun that we were talking about.
I think OJ's Clever Book says the quick brown fox jumps over the I don't
Never mind.
think there's much more than that.
I think those picks came in a little funny. Max was picked up by the creators, Buzz and Kenji then from the pros.
Big shout out, of course, to our French broadcast team, of course, who are joining us here. I'm sure they're providing coverage of this match in that language as well. Shout out to the boys.
Oh. Now this is what we call content, folks. This is just fun. Left-hand side is just running and gunning it. They're just going to go for that just tank approach. Health points, health points, health points, and then a little flare of aggression coming out of Kenji there. On the other end, though, we do see Max empowering 2 other brawlers, Jackie and El Primo, some flashy playmakers on the stage. Should be a good one here. Pros currently up 1-0, but these creators came to play. They've had some solid drafts, some solid moments. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Basketball is going to be a little bit different as we know Brawl Stars. It's going to be played from side to side. Those 3 hoops are on the left-hand side, right-hand side, and scoring is a little tricky because they're also moving up and down.
I mean, the map feel pretty claustrophobic, so you can see why someone like Hank can get a lot of value on this kind of map. Those close-range brawlers with high damage potential. Nice little super there from Levy. Will at least account for Pit, but Trevor is able to find the trade instantly. RHE, of course, trying to play safe here. Actually misses that super. Bono's able to avoid it now as the pass towards Levy in the middle of the map, and it's going to be collected up by Bono, and a quick attempt at scoring. Nicely done. 2 points for Bono.
2 points on the board here early. Hypercharge going down for Kenji, trying to collect that, but Casa has an opportunity. Pitbull Farah goes one up. Oh, it's off the rim and bounces in. Not quite enough for a three-pointer, though. So we still got more game to be played.
But that's exactly what I've been saying, and the pros have nothing to really knock back apart from the bus. So twice now, the creators have been ready to score, and nobody could really do anything about it.
These drafts look a little bit sussy, Adrian. I'm going to be honest with you, mate. Chaos, though, still looking pretty scary. Hypercharge, Fish Torpedoes were available, but not enough healing off them to really make a difference there. Trevor with the super is going to be answered by the invulnerability frames of that Kenji super, but Levy will be shot down after the fact. Chaos comes back in, but again, there's a lot of people to damage, and he's lacking teammates.
Max with the hypercharge, Trevor as well on his signature Jackie. Another chance to score here for Pitt. He makes the shot.
He's done it!
It does! The creators with 6 points, they take the lead here. First game taken.
Dominant game number 1 as well. I think that's one thing of note. Did not expect that. Adrian smiling, that's good. I'm glad the vibes are high because the gameplay was not on their side at all.
I mean, there's just no crowd control really with this pros composition. Creators obviously have that unlocked, plus the speed of Max to surge forward and try and, you know, make an offensive play. Trevor goes for a super there, causes Levy to lose possession of the ball, but doesn't have enough health to push the issue any further. Pick very low, and that's nicely done. It's a three-pointer for Chaos.
A beautiful one in that as well. Very nicely lined up within just milliseconds. Because yes, usually it's all you want to do on basketball. You want to get that ball in your hand. You want to line the shot up. It scores from below. That's not going to count in normal basketball. Also not in our basketball.
Yeah, typically layups are a very easy thing in basketball, but in basketball it's very different when the goal is quite literally moving at all times. Looked for a three-pointer, couldn't quite connect. IKS though rotating a super. Now it's a red roster movement. Left-hand side, pass to Trevor, looking for the goal and will fire. Connects, nothing but net. Still 3-2 pros.
A pretty easy score there for the creators, but the pros having scored a three-pointer means they are on victory's doorstep in this round. See Levy trying to surge ahead. Trevor found a super there to disrupt him further. Bono now hypercharged super in play, but he's outnumbered, needs to clear the ball, but Levy's having to snap it up and a quick shot over the shoulder. Levy claims a round for the pros.
I gotta say here, the creators are scoring more often, but the pros just so nicely. Every single time they have a super shot available, they score without lining up the ball for 10 seconds, and that's about how much I would need.
This is a solved game similar to real-life basketball. 3-pointers are worth more than 2-pointers. 2 3-pointers wins you a basketball game. 3 2-pointers or what you need on the other end. So the more 3-pointers, the more super shots you can take, the better. But you know what? A layup never hurt anybody. Hopefully this goes in, though. It's bouncing off the rim, finally rattles home. 2-0 for the creators.
Supers, though, in hand for the pros. They're going to look to make use of them very quickly. It's a bit of a wayward Slashini, though, there from Levy. Trevor goes low, and RHD able to pick them off. He's the only melee brawler available to pros here. And IKS needs to back up respect. Trevor does have a good understanding of what Jackie's effective range is, so simply stands outside of it.
Purple button from Trevor. Hit has one available as well. Goes down there to Levy. He's a menace. Getting 2 takedowns here. Bonus, the last man standing. No knockback. Nothing to take out that Kenji that's going to run towards you.
I mean, just...
And yeah, score again. 3-2. So the 3-pointer, once again, Kenny, as you mentioned, is good.
Solved game, like I said, 3-pointers worth more than 2. I'm no math genius, but now Bono down the sideline looking for an opportunity, a perfect defense, met at the rim there by IKS as Levy dribbles a pass to RHD now. Trevor there to intercept, back away, and it's the blue side just looking to penetrate this creator offense.
Bit slowed up here, going to be dangerous now. In the middle of things is Levy, and that's exactly where Kenji wants to be. Bono's in a bit of trouble here as RHD's coming off spawn. Should be ample opportunity to line up a shot, but it goes wide. The follow-up, though, is going to be enough to claim the pros another set.
5 points to win, so that 2-pointers still count toward a win for the pros. Very well played by them. Boss, of course, gives you that second chance if you have a super available, and that's exactly what they needed. Looked good. Now, with the second vote in, a new mode coming in, not ball hockey, not basketball, Kenny.
It's Trophy Thieves, right?
Yeah, Trophy Thieves is the name of the game. This one's an interesting one. I'm kind of debating how this is going to go because we've had several of these modes for a while now, or we've at least had Brawl Hockey and Ranked, right? We have a decent idea. I don't know what Coach OJ is going to be playing here at all.
Please explain to me what Trophy Thieves is, guys. I have no idea what this game mode is. I'm just going to be real. Maybe Barney could tell
Maybe
us, huh?
Barney should explain to us. He's also now taking the side of the pros. So you're switching over to the winning team, Barney?
You know what? It could never hurt, guys. It could never hurt. You know what? I'm not switching teams per se, Sonny. However, I will at least come here and get a bit enlightened by you, Adrian, because let's face it, you guys are winning. They're giving you a little bit of a run for your money, though, aren't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they're playing better than I expected, for sure. But I know the guys are just way too good at the game, and I'm just here to enjoy their gameplay and give them the best picks possible. So, yeah.
I asked OJ the same question, but what's your approach to being a coach? If you were to actually legitimately get down and dirty and get this coaching thing underway, what would the approach be?
I mean, I think you need to understand the game first and foremost, but then you need to understand the other players, right? Like, what are they good at? And just make your players pick the best picks against that. So that's what I would approach it like.
So that basically rules me out of being a coach. You have to know about the game. Is that right? Look, dude, I've got a level 6 Colt in the bag. You know what I mean? I've got to stage 3 out of 5 in the Upside Showdown. And arguably, am I in the running for most stylish talent? Everyone's been upping their game this year, though, haven't they?
No, absolutely. Everyone looks glorious on cast. It's amazing. You're just sparkling, all of you.
Everyone is sparkling, apart from me, it would seem. The guy who's wearing corduroy. You know what? It's keeping me warm, though. Adrian, best of luck in the next set. You could close it out 3-0. Feeling comfortable?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This guy's got this. No problem about it.
He says the pros have got this. Do they, or could we have an insane comeback from the creators? Only time will tell. Let's go back up to the desk.
Thank you, Barney. And I see the pros are ready. The creators looked better in basketball. Honestly, I thought they would have that one. I like their comp a lot better. They had the stuns, but in the end, I guess mechanics matter a little bit after all.
I think RHC just hung him out to dry, honestly. I think the buzz pick was very heads up. Great stopping power and a hypercharge that lets you kind of pop up wherever you need to. So, Trophy Thieves, functionally, looks like capture the flag. First to 2 here, so you do want brawlers that can, duel fairly well and also operate in short-handed scenarios in sort of 1v2s. So, curious to see how that informs the ban phase here for both Coach OJ and Coach Adrian. Some discussion, at least here amongst the creators, and we might be at page 2 in the notebook here, so that's a good sign.
Map is going to be Paper Jam, our creative map name once again. And we just have Frank in the crowd. Who do you think he's going to be rooting for? His buddy Adrian or his fellow?
There's no way he wants Adrian to win, right? I don't think he could deal with the bragging. It would be insufferable.
Probably. I mean, Adrian did ask us this morning to hype him up a little, so go Adrian, you're doing so great.
So this is what I meant about, brawlers that are pretty self-sufficient and can potentially take those 1vx scenarios. Edgar, very powerful. I'm sure we're all quite familiar with what he's capable of. It also won a world final back in 2023, lest us forget. Shout out to the now Foot Esports team for taking away that year. And the Stu picked up, so mobility is going to be key. Speed zone also could be quite nice here, just like being able to get across the map and also respond quickly to any interlopers towards your base.
It's always a tough one to predict here with Trophy Thieves. We'll have to see what they do. Stu's a good one for mobility, though.
Definitely so. And let's listen in to what they have to say and what they want to draft next.
Okay.
RT?
Yeah. Yeah, RT can be pretty good, yeah. Maybe just defend and... Let's see.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Or Cordelius, maybe.
Really better.
What you want, bro? RT... Yeah, RT maybe.
Cordelius or...
Okay, it's fine. Let's go. Do you wanna play Stu?
I am defense.
Okay.
Did some interesting propositions. I wouldn't mind Cordelius, honestly, on a map like this one. You just want to get to the other person's spawn and try to get the trophy to your own side of things. So you need something with a lot of mobility once more. So Miko, Edgar, and Gray on the side of the pros. I'm a little bit scared for the creators here, Kenny. That's a good comp.
I am too, and just an observation, that book was certainly shut from OJ, and I don't think he said a word that entire time. Maybe Coach has given up on the drafts after the 2-0 deficit.
This comp from creators is much more defensive, right? They've got the RT sitting in base, and he's already dropped his leg, so Bono is going to try and make sure nobody has any hope of touching that trophy. Chaos pulls up short on the jump here, so Kit is in a position to start to threaten the enemy trophy.
It's always a little harder to hit the Miko and the Edgar when they're jumping around, but Bono timed his shots there perfectly. Now back to the defense, and we have the first approach from the creators. Trevor tries to snatch away that trophy, but he's gonna get defended himself.
I see him by Pit though. Not much Chaos can really do at that kind of range, so he will scoop the trophy up here, but he needs some pretty fancy footwork to dodge these shots. Looks like Pit's able to make a run for it. Chaos instantly goes in for the dive. That is going to knock the trophy loose, and Chaos is going to make sure it is returned to base, but he can't do it himself. He needs to wait for that timer to elapse. Trevor, low but still alive. Trophy sat in the bush here now as Levy is out on the field making short work of our creators.
Really good job grabbing that as well. Every time they touch it, it's going to reset that countdown. If it countdowns all the way to 0, it's going to disappear. I think they're going to be able to scoop this just in time. Now they're on the right hand, and all they have to do is get it into their zone. Levy doing his best, but not quite enough. This really defensive composition, especially the RT, doing wonders for the creators.
Levy here with the out of frame super being used now. Once the trophy gets out into the field, it's actually hard for the team to ensure its return. Decent damage here, Levy through the TP at the same time as Pit now hypercharged from Bono. There's really nowhere safe on the map, especially on that side of it against that RT hyper. Chaos is going to go in though, try and blow Bono up. He'll have a trophy for himself, and Trevor has also snatched up the goods.
RC with a pretty good setup now, ready to take that trophy, or at least to defend his own. Once again, the creators had an opportunity to snatch it. Pit tries his best here to defend. Levy will get the trophy though. Can they defend in the end? Bono's legs a bit far to the left.
Miko is such a problem because that star power monkey business steals ammunition away from opponents if you hit them within a short window. So that's very powerful. Like the TP from RHC, just resetting the trophy duration out in the field. But now, yeah, we're going to need to touch down on that spot. Levy knows he just needs to reset the time, but I don't know if he's going to be the one to touch it. And RHC's not going to get there in time. I think the pros are in deep trouble here.
Definitely, scoring in this is very difficult. They're going to try and space the floor the best they can. A TP away. Levy, though, breaking away on the right-hand side. He only has 1,300 HP, and of course, with the jump, he can't travel with the trophy. The little monkey can only carry so much on his shoulders.
I think Levy may have a misconception about how Miko works here in this game mode. It is tough. You do drop the trophy every single time that you jump, which is fine because it allows Levy to keep fighting properly, but he was ultimately not able to get the trophy far enough downfield, and that puts the creators at an early lead.
You do still have the mobility to at least get up there and get the trophy in the first place. Levy tries to do so now. It's defended here by Trevor, not trying to give that to his first ult. Chaos jumps in, does not get the takedown. Our creators are doing so well in defending.
Yeah, Levy teasing a teleport there, but Bono also steps up, and Levy doesn't really have an option to get out. So Trevor has trophy possession. Chaos also struggling against these ranged brawlers, as you would expect Edgar to. But Trevor just has to respect this and back away. Levy trying to dive on him, but Bono's going to be here as well. Dropping those legs back at base means he, for all intents and purposes, is a short-range brawler, but still has the damage to hold his own.
Incredibly smart play. They're using Otis to walk up the teammate. RT grabs it, stunning the enemy brawler, and they just have an easy waltz down that left-hand side. This defensive composition from the creators is outperforming the hyper-offensive one from the pros.
RC defending once more. Trevor tries to snatch away that second trophy already, I believe. You only need 2 and win this mode immediately. Otherwise, they're still in the lead here. So if they wait out another 1 minute, 20 seconds, they would take it anyway. Defending once more here. Now finally, an opportunity for the pros. Chaos tries to go in, but there's the RT hypercharge.
This RT pick is too good.
Got evaporated.
I don't know how you're supposed to fight into this here. And now, of course, Chaos knows he's not dealing with a sort of long-range brawler anymore. Bono has to only chase him down. Chaos is slowed somewhat, I think, by possession of the trophy, so Bono will be able to catch him out, and eventually Chaos does get popped. But in drops Levy here to try and fight this RT.
All they have to do is hold on, make sure that they don't get this trophy. If both trophies have left, it's harder to score. But Levy's now dumped it on the side of his own. This is going to be kind of a skillsmate scenario here. They're going to be looking for kills, looking for that exploration. Now you can see it at the top. It's starting to dwindle.
It's pretty easy to get locked in this kind of situation, Sonny. With 35 seconds left, both trophies really hard to recover.
RC missed his get, and unfortunately, TP out still does not survive. Trevor's there to snatch him away. 25 seconds left, and Levy does manage to score a trophy. 20 seconds left now. The walls are going to break down in a couple of seconds.
Levy doing his best to try and escape This creator defense, it's going to be difficult though. All three members focusing him down. It's a sea of red on that top right-hand side. Now iChaos trying to flood in. Now it's Pitbull Farah down. Three members walking it down the right-hand end. As the walls collapse, it's even easier to get there. A little teleport for extra measure. Spins coming out from the pros, and now they are on match point.
Okay, pros keeping it interesting here. The defensive composition from the creators falters there as Levy basically got to camp his own trophy in enemy territory, allow it to be returned, and then quickly pick it up a second time and start to head down the map. It seems as if eventually the Miko became a little bit too much for the creators to handle.
Let's see if they can redeem themselves. But a great start once more. Like in basketball, the creators look like they had it all under control. They have the better comp, they know how to play the mode, and they did manage to win the first game. But also now the pros double down on their tries to get the point in the end. Oh no, once more. Defense here. Miko's gonna come down in an instant. Probably get the takedown here. Never mind. TRT, just too much damage.
304 on RT, and then the static of the legs just had 800, so barely held on there. They were able to get the trophy outside of that zone, but unfortunately not enough to scoop it up a second time. Now they're moving to the right-hand side, both sides migrating to opposite ends. RT with a free ability to just go on and walk down this right-hand end, can be trying to juke out RHC, and against the pro player, I don't like his odds.
Yeah, Bono is just a bit vulnerable out here in the open, right? You see, he's dropped his legs. That also now means there's no defensive architecture left for the matter because the pros have actually stolen away that creator's trophy. Chaos is going to wait in enemy territory. Trevor tried to get a trophy steal of his own, and Chaos is simply going to wait here for a chance to turn this trophy in. Bono should fall here to this Miko, if not damage from some of these other players. And the pros are really starting to overwhelm now. Virtually spawn camper the creators.
You can't score the trophy once your trophy is out of your own zone. That's why Chaos was just holding onto the trophy, both now just tickling down which one is gonna be gone first. I believe the blue bar is a little smaller there, so the pros should be able to score unless...
They're gonna lose it. Chaos can't touch.
And Trevor actually manages to defend it, and with that the creators have the lead.
And Trevor instantly scooped that as well, so on the bottom left-hand side, they've got the trophy. Now he has to skate to the right, though, just to preserve his own life. RHD there with a teleport, has to play hyper defensively. Hypercharge available for Trevor as well. Levy, though, there to act. Has to get a takedown, and does. So now this is going to start that countdown for that left-hand side trophy.
And this does leave the trophy, though, out in the open, and Bono is threatening an attempt at picking it up. In the midfield, though, Levy's causing problems. Pick just gets flattened there. Trophy still loose for the pros. Now it's a matter of getting past the creators. Bono might not have had the shots actually to fire off any defensive blast, so Chaos will get clear, but the creators have this lead heading into the last 10 seconds.
The last seconds run down. Bono on his way up. Oh, but it's not going to be enough time for them to double down. The creators will take this game, and that's finally for them a point on the board as well. It's 2-1 now. We're gonna head into a set 4.
Dare I say, the creators outdrafted the pros. Dare I say it? I think they did. The RT pick seemed like the best pick in that entire thing.
Just after we hyped up Adrian. Oh no.
I agree. I think the RT pick is pretty massive. That hypercharge virtually means that you don't have any chance of contesting that trophy when it's available. There are windows in which you can come forward as the pros and maybe scoop up that trophy there, especially when the RT legs are destroyed or if he hasn't had a chance to deploy them. But Chaos definitely struggled a little bit there, I think, dealing with those longer range brawlers. Let's head down to the stage here and see what Barney has managed to wrangle up for us.
Thank you so much, Uber Trevor. What happened there? You managed to get one on the pros. Let's go.
I don't know, man. I don't understand anything. These game modes are so strange, but we handled to get the win. I don't know how, but let's go 2-1. Let's see what happens.
I mean, it was a strong draft, Bono, wasn't it? It was the draft, wasn't it? Do you think you won because of that?
Yes. I want to say,
So close. No, it's okay. Don't worry. It's cool. Are you having fun? You're having fun. That's all that matters. We're up here on stage. We're having fun. OJ, would you say you won in the draft there? Because that's what Kenny just said.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Adrian didn't bring his draft book. That was the biggest mistake.
Adrian, what's going on, man? 2-1. This should have been a wash. No offense, guys. No offense, of course. Pit, Okay, one in the board. Okay, one on the board. It's 2-1 right now. You need to sweep them now to do it. Do you feel like the confidence is now up after you won that match?
Sorry?
Confidence? Is it up now?
Okay. My secret pick is Shelly.
Shelly's the secret pick, guys. That's all you need to know. We're going to go back up to the desk to get our next match underway.
Thank you, Barney. Well, this secret pick is not so secret anymore now, is it?
No, I think he's a psyop, actually. I think he's simply trying to lull the pros into a false sense of security. We are headed to Volley Brawl, though, so Shelly could have some value. There are situations in which you do get it very up close and personal with some of your opponents. This is kind of a weird one where the ball's landing location, Kenny, is really telegraphed in advance, and so you tend to see players fight for that position as much as possible. And I do think diving into the enemy side of the field to make it hard for them to receive is a very viable strategy.
I expect Band Stage to be very similar to something like Basket Brawl, where somebody like Gale with the pushback, B with the stun, any slowdown or just ability to get you off your marker, something like a Gale Tornado gadget, all of those historically have been really good. So either need to travel up the map and be hyper aggressive to get them backing off their spot. You're always going to kind of need at least one player on the back end to volley it back to the other side. But in general, anything that can prevent the enemy from stepping on the little circle where the volleyball is going to land is the biggest asset.
And as you already mentioned him, Gale is going to be bent out. He's so strong here because his tornado actually completely makes it so you can't stand in that circle. So just one single gadget and the opponents can't possibly grab the ball. What I like to play here is usually one brawler in the back that just tries to catch our own ball on our side. So Mortis definitely the pick here to go with. And then on the other side, two brawlers that can go aggressively, get those kills.
Now, the location that the ball will sort of drop to does depend on where inside the circle you're standing. Like, you do have some control in terms of where you send the ball. So that's like a small adjustment that you might try and see these players make. Maybe try and shoot the ball really shallow if they think their opponents are playing heavily to the backfield. Area denial is the name of the game here. Charlie, obviously very good. If you are using that strategy, Sunny, where you have a single individual in the backfield trying to receive and they get hit with the cocoon, well, obviously they're in no position to play the game anymore. So I like that idea. And there are a number of brawlers still available that do much the same thing. I think Cordelia's also could be a big problem if an opponent is trying to set up a receive and then they get dragged to the Shadow Realm.
Showtime.
El Primo going to be a good one too here. I think combining the Charlie Cocoon with something aggressive, this is two ways not only to deal pretty decently with Mortis, but just are good for the game mode in general. So El Primo is going to be in the front lines. I can see Charlie kind of being that too, because if you cocoon the enemy while they're trying to step on the ball, they can't hit it out of a cocoon. They're just stuck on the marker. Max there for extra speed, trying to go with the mobility routes. The pro's going a little more aggressive, I would say, off the get-go.
Now, something to maybe also knock off your opponents from that zone would be good on the side of the pros. They have 20 seconds left to think about that brawler. It's not going to be a knockback brawler. It's going to be Ziggy, a brawler we haven't seen many times this weekend, I believe. He's very strong, now has a hypercharge, still a new brawler in the game, but I believe he can do something here. His super is going to make it so you can't really stand where you want to stand because it does way too much damage.
Exactly. I mean, that's sort of the name of the game here in Volleyball. That area denial is something that Ziggy's very, very good at providing. You can take either gadget, right? You can take the lightning strike gadget that can really force the enemy team to keep moving, right? Prevents them from standing in one spot. And obviously having the mobility via the TP gadget is quite powerful for Ziggy. But here's the buzz, picked up yet again. We saw RHC make great use of it there on Basket Brawl. This is still great. You've got the ability to cross the map pretty effectively, with that super, but also the stun to stop any receiving of the ball. This is a comp for the creators that really wants to push into the pro side of the field and disrupt them.
I really like this draft coming out of the creators. They just took a set and need to get a final one here if they want to extend to 5. But off the rip, it's the pros getting the rest of up in the faces of the enemy. Well, it's a team wipe for iChaos. Pit can't come anywhere near it, and it's an early score for our pro side.
Well played there by the pros. Just get the kills and then you can't really catch the ball anymore when you're not alive. Makes a lot of sense here. The ball is going to get faster and faster, by the way. At the beginning, it's a lot easier to catch it. We're going to see if one of those rounds actually goes all the way. The ball is going to be super, super fast.
Okay, so Chaos there go deep on that Mortis, but caught out by a cocoon. So the Charlie Piccoli looking pretty heads up here. RHC breaks the ankles there of Bono though, and Pit! What a suplex! makes it impossible for Chaos to catch.
I like that this side has so many opportunities to get stuns, but unfortunately our pro players are pros for a reason. The Cocoon is going to trap them in, and all they can do is sit and watch as that ball makes contact with the ground. Once again, an opportunity for a match point. The pros could end it in one more game.
It's first to 2. The pros take this one very quickly. Match point. One more round, and they would be the winners of this show match. That little treat we have for you on this beautiful Saturday morning.
Just an insane amount of damage that the Ziggy could put out, my god. Did here, they've got to respect this suplex potential, so pros to stack that circle. Now, Bono has to step up. Under that spawn invulnerability, he will be able to receive safely, but already taken licks from Ziggy across the map.
I really like the Primo pick. Let's see if Pit can do what he already did in the rounds previously. Throw someone out of the zone, suplex them. They're standing in that zone though, and of course Mortis will have the mobility to catch the ball time and time again. Nobody's back in spawn though. Pit was not ready to go all the back to catch that volleyball.
Such a difficult balance because they have two frontlining brawlers. Max and the Mortis can just go forward, and Levy from the distance can apply pressure. And now he just hits a hyper down. You're guaranteed to take damage here. Bono does have an opportunity to send it back. I think they're going to have El Primo in the front lines to look for a super or a suplex. Still not enough though. Narrow survivals for both pro players.
Great mobility there from Chaos being showcased. The El Primo is quite threatening. Also, Bono could be an issue. There's a touch. Chaos gets there despite being stunned up. And who's behind Trevor in the backfield? Pit has come back off respawn. There's the lifeblood though, comes through. Good damage here for the Mortis. RAC is going to be able to bust him out, but Chaos is suplexed instantly.
And now we're seeing a ball that gets faster and faster. Harder to catch now. Another super from Ziggy. Arista catches that ball on the other side. It's Trevor still standing in his own field to catch the ball time and time again. Ball is super fast now. Nobody was ready from the pro side. And the red team here, Kratos, even out the score.
That was a checkmate scenario. I mean, El Primo, all he had to do was jump, time it just right, and there was nothing the enemy
just like
to do. Oh no! Disaster! The pros get enough kills on the early goal and are able to bury one. The creators, much credit to them. Super well played, some solid drafts from Coach OJ, but ultimately, the guys that earn their spot on the world stage get the job done.
I mean, I don't necessarily know how much, Ziggy's potential was in the back of the mind way back when this game mode was being designed. Of course, Ziggy comes much later than Volleyball, and you can see just how powerful he is. But RHC ends up coming out with a ridiculous amount of damage, 64k. He's 6-2. Just gives us a sick max game to shut the door at our creators.
The crowd is already hype also for the Brawl Stars World Finals that we're going to continue with in just an instant. 12 teams are still standing. The crowd is roaring. And we also want to hear what the pros have to say. They just won this show match. It's a huge win for them.
They have indeed taken the win to kick off day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. Congratulations, guys. A lovely show match, some wild maps that we saw. Adrian, you have a perfect record as a coach now in professional Brawl Stars esports. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great, but what feels even greater is OJ was talking trash and he's going home, so that feels great.
Oh, you see, you've already got that vibe already as a coach. You love it. I love the competitive nature of it. Look, have you enjoyed Stockholm so far? How's DreamHack been treating you?
No, it's been lovely, and a lovely crowd as well. Thank you guys for coming out. You guys are amazing. Enjoy the matches today.
It's going to be phenomenal. Of course, you guys have won, so you've won something. We have a lovely treat for you all, which I'm going to bring out onto the stage right now. Let's get our prize for our winning team, the pros. It is, of course, a stunning plate of Swedish meatballs. Adrian, I'll let you hold on to that. Would you like to try one? I'm going to try one with you. Go on then. Cheers, everyone, try one. Come on, let's go, let's go. Let's meatball it up. Congratulations, guys. The pros did take it. Cheers. Okay, we also have merchandise for you as well. This is skills right now. Hosting while I have a meatball in my mouth. That's the first time I've ever said that live on stage. Right. Okay, having a taste of what it's like. A taste, get it? A taste of what it's like to perform on a world final stage. How's that?
It is daunting, the lights, the pressure. the crowd, it's amazing. So I think the guys will do great today.
The guys will do great. We've got some merchandise for you guys as well, just to say thank you for taking part. Look how insanely cool this is. And those of you who are here at DreamHack Stockholm, you can go and grab this stuff from the gift shop. Here you go, guys. Pass it down, Levy. Thank you so much. The pros took the win against the creators, and now it's time to kick off day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. Let's head over to the desk to round it out.
I hope you also got your meatballs. We had a pin on stream, so if you missed it, maybe go back 30 seconds. There was a little QR code right here. There was a super exciting match to kick off the day. Now it's gonna be a little more serious.
Well, I at least hope so. I think we have some pretty important decider matches here, of course, in our World Finals groups. We're going to be figuring out what are our 8 teams that advance through this grueling phase of competition. So I suspect, yes, that we'll be taking things pretty seriously from here on out.
Yeah, I think the pros from now on won't be necessarily taunting and spinning and pinning and all that jazz. I mean, they will, but not necessarily to the degree, and they're not going to have as many easy opportunities. Both sides of competition across the board are going to be incredible.
Whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, to participate in chat or on event.brawlstars.com, make sure to lock in your predictions. Then up next is going to be our very first match of day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. We're going to head straight into SK Gaming versus Novo Esports, an EMEA Classic now here live from the DreamHack Stockholm. Make sure to tune in again. We're going to give you a little bit of time and us a little bit of a breather. We're going to be right back. DreamHack Stockholm welcomes us back for day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. 16 teams entered, 12 are still alive after a brutal opening day. They are now staring down a set of decider matches that will shape up the entire bracket for tomorrow. I'm Sunny, joined by the 2 brilliant voices next to me, built for those game-winning moments. And gentlemen, with a really chaotic day 1 yesterday, what were those defining moments for you?
I mean, there were plenty here on the main stage, also some backstage. Defining moment for me was honestly having Juan Carlos fall on his face in front of me after running and celebrating and jumping and screeching after they managed to beat Zeta Division in a very, very close game. Seeing the elation on the face of these guys who admitted that they maybe didn't feel like they deserved to be here, but taking down a top team from East Asia, fighting for their lives in this competition. That's what Brawl Stars is all about. It's great to see the energy and that passion from our players.
Despite how they may have felt about being here, they more than earned it at this point. Clearly, it was not a mistake, and several mistakes were not made too by teams from LCQ. Every single one of them survived.
Which is absolutely mind-blowing. And yes, Uber, as you said, it's what it's all about. Those new teams that may have been playing here for the very first time on a big stage like the World Finals have pushed through. And some of the teams that we thought were safe and secure, surely on day 3, are not here anymore.
I mean, this is the World Finals. Nobody is safe. We have 4 GSL-style groups, which means we drop 2 teams out of each of those groups by the time we get to day 3. So today, we're sending another team from each group home and also firming up our seeding for that 8-team single elimination bracket, of course, for all the marbles, Kenny.
All the marbles, including $1 million on the line. And out the gates, too, a lot of good teams. Some surprises along the way as well. Like we mentioned, several LCQ teams surviving. But more importantly, each region has lost a representative. The only one that didn't, of course, is little old SEA. Good for them.
What is beautiful to see, yes, as you said, we have a team lost from every single region. I actually had the chance to talk to Papar Supermassive yesterday, and Raged, they won against Zeta Division. Nobody really believed that could actually happen. He came up after me and was after the match to me and was like, we knew we would win this one because every region has to lose a team. And EMEA had already lost Team Heretic, so they were safe.
I mean, EMEA still now has more teams in the competition than everyone else combined. There are 6, I think, EMEA teams still alive. But this this happens at these World Finals tournaments. Our LCQ teams have all survived. It takes a lot to get through LCQ. It's quite the gauntlet. It forges you into the kind of team that can compete on this world stage. So for Crazy Raccoon, Revan, and X-Spark, and of course our other LCQ teams, they've got to be proud with their progress so far, but their eyes are set at the summit.
Not to mention, too, it's not just that there's different regional teams that have been lost. There are 1 seeds, 2 seeds, 3 seeds. These are high-caliber rosters. Somebody like STMN, of course, who survived. Number 4 seed from North America, SUP. Number 8 seed from EMEA. Did not lose to the number 1 seed from East Asia, a world champion on that Zeta Division roster. It's fully chaotic. I don't know what to expect. The only thing I do know is to expect the unexpected.
The only thing I know, my predictions are in shambles. I hope yours aren't. If you haven't locked in your predictions yet, do so now over at event.brawlstars.com. These are ours for today, and
that can't be good, right? That can't be a good sign.
I think we had a couple of copycats today.
Yeah, look, this usually heralds disaster when all of our talent team are aligned in our predictions. I think there's a couple games that really could go either way. That Group B winners matchup, Tribe Gaming, still yet to really see what they're capable of, I think. In the lead up to the tournament, I think the scrim results were a little bit inconclusive. And of course, Loud versus Reply Totem is a really hard game to call. It doesn't look like it was for us, but I know we were all umming and ahhing a little bit about who we would go with. Part of me still feels like South America's top seed still has a proper run in this tournament.
I mean, I'm questioning everything at this point. I don't feel confident whatsoever. All you can do is go with your gut. I encourage y'all at home, flip a coin maybe. I don't know what's going to happen.
It's a crapshoot.
It's a crapshoot out here.
It would do better, honestly. As you mentioned, Kenny, Seed 8 can win against Seed 1. Now let's see if that's true. SK Gaming is your number 1 seed of EMEA, and many say they're going to take it all. They're going to bring home the trophy. It will be about time, because this squad only ever has reached the top 4 at the World Finals despite competing every single year.
Amidst the chaos of this whole World Finals, SK Gaming have been that constant. They get to play first up yesterday, they get to play first up today, so if they have clean wins, they get to spend the rest of the day preparing. But for Nova Esports, it's a little bit more scrappy for them. But they were able to take a win against SSG. And SSG, who, in fairness, walked into the tournament not feeling like they had done the prep, they had not done the work. But this team are now being thrust into the spotlight as the next up squad in EMEA. Packed with potential, this Italian squad.
Sabine, Marco, and Biso could be future kings of this region. For now, though, they are facing down SK Gaming, the number 1 seed. No LAN experience leading up to this, and of course, yesterday, they were one of those backstage matches against SSG. Of course, credit where credit's due. That's a big victory. That's the 2nd place team from a couple years ago.
I am excited for this match, not only because SK Gaming is on stage, and again, many of them have them down as your winners of it all, but also Novo for their first time ever on a big stage like this one. They only got here because SK and Humble did so well at the Brawl Cup. Those extra slots, was good for them.
I mean, they relied on, I think, SK Gaming and Humble to make a splash, but this is EMEA. It doesn't matter how deep you go in terms of seeding. This is their, 7th to 8th seed. There's still a lot of potential. This region is so competitive that there are a much larger number of teams that can compete on the world stage as opposed to other regions. That's just what it means to be from EMEA. It's tough to win a monthly final, but you might be able to get yourself a spot at Worlds just based on the fact of your strength of region.
It's definitely an interesting one, too. Novo's resume, very different from somebody of SK Gaming, who have won several Grand Finals. Meanwhile, Novo's Grand Final win came in that month, too. And for me, that was one of the most interesting ones, very different meta. So I want to see if they can prove it on the big stage.
I hope Novo's not too nervous. Of course, they know their match against SK Gaming. They've faced up against them every single month. They did take away one of their monthly final wins. I think SK has won the most, but they still won once at least. Let's see if they can win today. Teams, this is your stage.
DreamHack Stockholm, it is time for your first match to kick off day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. With a win under their belts and no signs of slowing down, please welcome to the stage SK Gaming and Novo Esports! SK Gaming have Joker, Yoshi, and Ope. Novo Esports are Marco, Bizo, and Subi.
Novo has many fans here. Honestly, from here, I only hear the Novo chants right now.
I mean, Italian fans go kind of crazy. That's something pretty unique to Brawl Stars. It feels like we have a number of Italian rosters and they really turn up to support their teams. They're going to have to get loud today because the SK Gaming contingent always makes a racket. They're out there rattling sabers, getting loud for their team. A team who feels like are due for a world championship.
The expectations really high on this SK Gaming roster. They're the #1 seed from EMEA, and that #1 seed spot has won the World Finals 2 straight times. Of course, the times they've division now Foot, last year Humble, and some of those have already struggled a little bit today, teams like Humble. So can SK Gaming stand the test of time? Could this finally be the year they conquer their demons and overcome it all?
Some people have been saying that they get a participation award, Novo, but they're here with every right. Yes, we have an additional slot in EMEA thanks to Humble winning the Brawl Cup, but they are here and they are actually, next to SK Gaming, the only team in EMEA who has qualified for every single monthly final. So if that's not consistent, I don't know what is.
I mean, that means a lot considering that Humble themselves failed to make one of those monthly finals, right? That's kind of what makes this statistic important. But that's because there are more than 8 very quality teams in the EMEA region. One thing I want to look out for Novo is that Gem Grab has been one of their weaker map types, so we'll see how they sort of perform in that one. But we're heading over to Bounty first. It's Layer Cake, and of course you at home, a lot of you getting behind SK Gaming in order to scoop up those pro points. I don't blame you, but there's upset potential here. I feel like there's less upset potential, though, than that SK versus Revenant X Spark game. This should be a clean walkthrough for SK Gaming. They've had all of yesterday to prep, to watch the games, to settle in, to get accustomed to these land conditions.
Looking out for Ali off the rip here. We've had a little experience with this map this weekend, and of course, considering the band stage, Mina has escaped, Ali has escaped. I'm looking out for the Alligator here soon.
Definitely would also be good to pick up that blue star right from the get-go, cause usually that pick is going to be banned out. But no, it's going to be an old classic here on any single bounty map. Gene is going to come in clutch. And Kenny, you got your pick as well. Great shout from you there.
Yeah, Gene, of course, going to be a consistent one as well. The poke damage is so good. That's the immediate response I was looking for, though. Bell, one of the top-tier ways to deal with Gene compositions, and just in general at the World Finals. I like that it doubles down as well. Ollie is one of the brawlers that has escaped here. So if a Gene-Ollie combination came out, now they have a damage amplifier from the super of Bell to mark up Ollie. Incredible success rate in practices. And on top of that, Gene typically likes to stay close to those teammates due to the magic puffs, the slow passive healing you get. And now that is immediately shut down when you have a bounce shot from Bell.
SK Gaming in the past have tried to take away this squeak from Novo Esports. It's been one of their common picks here. Novo also tried to pick up the Buster on occasion. I feel like that's going to be a pretty big challenge now up against this SK comp. As soon as you start to see a Lily in the mix, Novo are less concerned about just raw projectile pressure, but they've got to have it in the back of their mind that throwers can still find success here. I'm looking at Gus. Still an option here, of course, for Novo. Someone to empower that alley if they want to go aggressive.
Keep in mind here also, those two teams have never lost just yet. We are in the winners matches, so if one of those two teams goes down now, they still have a second chance later today. So we haven't seen Novo at all yet. They've been playing backstage at SK Gaming only once, and in that we said how they've been giving OP's favorite pick every single round. He either got the Mortis or the Lily every round, and the Lily's open yet again. Is this going to mean a default win for SK now?
No, I do think that this is something that SK Gaming have not been able to really leverage in the past, right? In the past, it was, you know, they did have like some aggressive tendencies, but in general, were a more safe and stable team. OP brings a little bit more of that fire and does often get prioritized through the draft to be able to play a playmaker brawler like the Lily. And here on Bounty, it might seem a little less common, right? There's some risk associated with diving in, especially now into this last pick, Doug from Novo Esports.
Novo Esports, first W at the World Finals just yesterday, but how will they handle the pressure of the bright lights, the big stage, the biggest moments in Brawl Stars? Let's kick off day #1, folks. #1 seed from EMEA versus Dark Horse #5.
And for Novo Esports, this is not just a final boss matchup, it's a big brother from EMEA. OP already trying to tease Sameme out of those bushes. That's going to be quite the matchup here with the alley, who has that additional mobility when inside the thicket. Marco wants to step up, doesn't know Joker's going to be there, and Yoshi's able to clamber over towards him with a bubble pop.
A very strong start in the neutral here for SK.
I'm nervous about this alley pick now. The danger of picking it early is there are ways to deal with it. And in a squishy brawler, somebody like Gene, alley can manhandle them. But the health points of a Lily, of a Hank, especially a Hank that can heal himself with his super, it is really difficult to three-shot that brawler. Now Joker adding to the tally. Invisibility here for Ope. He is lurking, pops out right in front of Sabim's face and takes a 5-star lead.
Perfect time here to deal with the alley. There's always the risk, of course, of Sabema being able to go in and dive on them. But it's only one aggressor for Nova Esports, and they're already behind in terms of these stars. Note that Joker is farming supers really comfortably, really easily in the middle part of the map, as Biso has not had a chance to really get involved in the game. SK Gaming are not going to give him the satisfaction of walking into his effective range.
SK were really aggressive off the get-go, but now they can slow down the pace. Nova were the ones that had to act. A nice little shot there from Hank. He can just sit behind these indestructibles, wait patiently, charge his bubble, get a big hook, bang, and he gets one as well. Joker on the prowl and adds to the count.
I mean, Biso's not been able to generate a super, let alone have an opportunity to use it to keep a teammate alive. This composition is awkward now for Nova, as they are on the back foot. They have to play the aggressor, and they've only got the alley to do that. They've got to watch out. These bubbles are going to hit hard. Sabeme does get healed up, and a pinch now going to dive on a Yoshi with a fish. Torpedoes are just too much. Brought back into the fight, of course, with that Duck Super, but again, dispatched. Sabeme struggling to get any traction here. Biso obviously had that invulnerability, but that is a 2-star lead for SK Gaming when all is said and done.
Closer call towards the end of game number 1, but I still believe in what SK Gaming are bringing to the table. Novo Esports, several good brawlers. My analysis of them kind of leading up into this, it really felt like Novo were a team that the statistics shows it's either a 2-0 in the set or an 0-2. It's all or nothing. Either they nail it or they don't. That big boom bust potential is kind of what you expect out of a Cinderella story, which is exactly what Novo are in this situation.
Watch Joker here, Kenny. Very easy for him to land these shots. Yes, not a lot of damage, but it's all about generating that first super to give yourself that true kill potential. Ope has to respect Sabemi here and ducks down into the Shadow Realm as he retreats to heal up yet again. That Flourish super is available, and he's already flashing a Joker, continuing to poke in and reveal Novo Esports with that vision gear.
Blue Star resting with Sabine makes things interesting as well. The aggressive brawler is simply the one you want on the front lines. Instead, though, has to rest beside Doug and wait patiently. It's going to force SK to get aggressive, and I don't mind that for them. They have a Hank and a Lily. Being aggressive is no problem, but Joker from the back line makes a pull once again. This man simply cannot miss.
Yoshi is trying to ward an Ovo away here, trying to stymie some of that aggression with the threat of these bubbles, and for the most part, it works. But no kill off the magic hand there for Joker. It was just Doug supered off. So they were able to return to the fray in a pinch. Now, though, that's available once more. Hypercharge out there for Super, but here it is. Ope going to dive on in. Can he get out? That's the problem. Just walks away from it. Sabeme trying to chase him down. Ope's healthy enough and dispatches the alley. Fortunately for Sabeme, he had Duck Super. The Doug himself, though, was taken out of the game. 4-1 in stars. Sabeme dives in. That's what you're looking for. Gets a 2-star lead for Novo.
Invisibility is one of the most powerful weapons in Brawl Stars. And on top of that, Ali can see the little footsteps and know where enemies are lying in that grass. Excellent opportunity taken by Novo.
Ope here again has to step forward, still looking for an opportunity to even up the ledger, but now Novo get to play defensive, and their comp really works well in this context. Sabeme has super active. Marker also a guaranteed mark here off his hypercharged super. Joker's magic hand, it's just a flat miss. He tries for the hyper, but no connection. Here's the res for Sabeme back in the fight, and Ope is going to be brought down. Yoshi fish torpedoes, but no opportunity to make use of him. Joker not in a good spot there against the alley, and Novo even up the game.
Pop-off play from Ali pays off. Their early pick, one of the most played on this map leading into this event, gets them a W here. Novo Esports not going anywhere. They seem calm, cool, and collected. They've got a crowd rallying behind them. This really looks like one of the bigger organizations in SK Gaming on the other side that you'd expect.
Yeah, the crowd really getting behind this newer team to Brawl Stars. Once again, it's about this interaction between Gene and Doug. The Joker can get a magic hand before Biso's able to develop a super. It's almost like guaranteed start lead for SK Gaming, but Blue Star was picked up by Novo here.
Sabine playing with his food, Lily forced to use Gadget. I think that's a good trade for Novo. All things considered, they're still holding position, branching out a little bit now, and the nest eggs are slowly but surely building up. The more of those they can get down, the more that they can hold on to this lead for as long as possible, the better of a defensive stance they can have. Joker's
looking for a pick, but mindful, of course, that Duck Super is in play. That revival will be pretty important. Maybe tease it out, try and bait it out of Nova would be the play, but Biso, man, ice cold. Uses it at just the right time. Biso, though, hooked in after the fact. Great response. The duck now dealt with. Sveme still looking for more, though. Gadget used by OP, but Joker doesn't have such a luxury. Sveme's only going to be able to find that one kill, but that's enough to keep Novo in the lead.
Now SK, once again, have to respond. Less than a minute on the clock, still plenty of time, but they have to find the aggressive factor. Right now, they've spaced the floor. A hypercharge for OP, though, that is something that will be deadly if it makes contact with any Novo player.
No super for Biso. There's a window here for SK Gaming to play a little bit more aggressively. Sveme close inside those bushes. Yoshi mindful of this now, charging up another bubble. Magic hand connects to no opportunity to save Marco. Biso, those threatening coming forward, wants to get that super on Sveme, but there's no opportunity for Nova to go aggressive. They have to wait for Marco to return, and he's got a mark to deliver.
The red roster now has to progress forward. Down the map they go. Pull goes through. He's going to come back to life, though. Up in the faces of the enemies. Not enough to grab anything. Yoshi gets the kill. OP on the other end. Blue Star residing with Yoshi. They need to get a tag. Not enough, though. Biso, even if he claims this one, has more work to do. Ali doing her best, but into the tanky Hank. It's not going to be enough. Kings of EMEA will take the opener.
Pretty solid draft from both sides. You could really start to see the game plan emerge for Novo in that second round of Bounty. It's high risk though. It requires the Duck Super to be active and Sveme in a position to go aggressive. And we saw Ope do his best Cordelius cosplay there by actually supering onto the Doug just to take him out of the game. Not trying to assassinate him, just trying to remove Biso's healing and damage in close proximity. Marco hitting a lot of taps here, but Yoshi's bubbles, it wasn't exactly, a spotlight performance for the Hank, but that consistent damage and also just the threat of, being burst down by getting too close to SK's lineup was enough to keep Novo at bay for most of that round.
I thought the tankiness of SK Gaming was going to be enough to repel the alley. I thought just the sheer amount of health points is the biggest thing to kind of deal with her. Instead, though, I really feel like it was the gene pools that made all the difference in the world. The fact that Joker was so on the money every time, and even if it didn't grab a kill, it isolated somebody. It separated them from Doug, or it pulled Doug just in the nick of time before he could send out a super or heal himself. Really well played. Longtime veteran Joker certainly came through.
And you can see how important the raw stats of Hypercharge is to a brawler like Lily. That 20% speed increase is massive. That's been brought down, of course, from what, 25% that it used to be. But it was important there for Ope to be able to walk away after Hypercharge supering in and denying the potential to trade. This is quite a technical matchup as these drafts interacted there on Bounty. So SK did very well to navigate that with a degree of grace.
Plenty of expectations on this SK Gaming roster for them. This is just another hurdle in the road to claim glory and finally get that world's title. On the other end, Novo Esports, nothing to lose. I like seeing them being frisky. I like the aggressiveness. I like that they went with their composition regardless in the face of something like a Hank and a Lily. I think you have to have that just sheer level of confidence no matter what into a team like this, because otherwise, if you don't feel like you belong, you kind of have to fake it till you make it. There is a mentality to that, right? I feel like Novo are going to be able to play a little more free. SK Gaming, this is business as usual.
SK are no strangers to having that pressure. They put it on themselves, the fans, of course. The expectations are always, always high. They never have the luxury of being an underdog team. But what favors them is that Dueling Beetles is their best map right now. A 71.4% win rate through the lead up to this tournament. They are very, very potent here. Often drafting comps that revolve around Pam and Gale, also making great use of Charlie here. Nothing too flashy in terms of their brawler preference, but they are very, very solid here.
In terms of top picks, it's got to be Pam and then everybody else. That's why she's going to get a double ban in that stage. Finks is an excellent mid as well to throw out. Mina, a great brawler overall. So now I'm looking to brawlers like Hank, who are still left in the equation. Kaze, if you're looking for a flare of aggression. Maybe not this early in the draft, but I think those are responses later down the line. If I see Lou, I'm a little scared off of going something like a Tank and Hank.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. Easy to farm, those Lou supers up, especially a Hypercharge that will instantly freeze you in place if it is made use of. Also that Lou gadget, in order to increase the amount of freeze on enemies, you really can't linger too long inside those slowing zones. So very effective zoning tool, even if Lou doesn't have the ridiculously high damage output. Would have loved to see Kaze at the Joker special, but there always carries an element of risk. Draco here, very potent, very popular on this kind of map. I think the Hypercharge has really catapulted him into ubiquity, a very, very powerful brawler, especially with that last stand gadget.
B going to be the other brawler here as well. So I think B in a head-to-head matchup against Lou is a great call. And then also if SK Gaming elect to go for a tank in themselves, they at least have something to deal with that. I wonder if the Draco is just an early pick for Hot Zone, or if this is more preventative into something like a Hank coming out of SK Gaming. Because now that they know that SK Gaming have the Lou, Novo Esports likely aren't going to be picking the Hank. Maybe they're anticipating the Gray Hank combo coming out of SK Gaming. Been one of the most successful ones on this map in general, I would say. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of just heads-up gameplay from Novo, just knowing what was coming their way.
Yeah, Hank, of course, into Draco. It can be difficult for Hank. We don't often see a change of star power for the Draco. The mark and sort of knock-up can pop that Hank bubble prematurely. But usually their health increase, or rather the heal when you switch over to Dragon Form, is preferred for Draco, especially in matchups like this. And so Poco comes in, obviously, a great tool to really set this Draco up for success. That extra sustain means extra percentage on the point. And that really goes a long way in matchups like this, where both teams are really trying to drag out these fights as long as they can.
Poco is going to entirely cancel out Lou as well. The gadget allows you to not take any freeze, so it's just going to neutralize that entirely. So Lou is going to have some work to be done. Novo Esports down 1. The underdogs looking to take down the #1 from the region. It's going to be a tight one. Bisto up the middle of the map there to assist the Draco. B getting pulled, now working the long and left side. B should have a favorable matchup with Lou. I'm looking out for that one.
This has been Joker's best brawler in the lead up to this tournament. The Grey in his hands has been very potent. He's almost won 3/4 of all of his games on that brawler. Yoshi and Ope, those send back spawn, no quick TP forward, and they get into the fight. Sebebe blown up before he has a chance to answer, and Marco will be kissed by the edge of Yoshi's bubble. Now the door is open for SK Gaming and for Ope to step forward now and start to harass with some of this longer range damage.
They're going to have to rely on Draco to have any kind of comeback potential. Once they're on these walls, you have something like a Gray that can teleport, Walking Kane. Of course, Yoshi as Hank is just going to be able to press forward. This is a great comeback, though. They already had a lead, and now they're extending.
Ope able to cycle these supers, be so close to being slowed up. Joker wants to try and chase him down, but it's going to be a Poco hypercharge here. A bit of shield for Sebeme. Goes a long way, but it might not be quite enough here. In that super form, he's got the DPS, though, to burn Yoshi down, and Ope can only dip a toe onto the edge of this point.
Nice taps coming out of Marco. They're going to need more, though. Yoshi now up in their faces, super being popped, but a hypercharge and a flamethrower coming out of Draco. All 3 members of the red roster standing tall on the hot zone.
Ope's next super, though, will be hypercharge empowered, which means instant freeze potential. He opts not to make use of the hypercharge in this situation and might have reconsidered that here as Sebeme surges forward yet again. This is a tough matchup for Yoshi, but he knowingly picked the Hank into it. There's gonna be a longer game plan here for SK as they finally regain possession.
Still an opportunity for SK Gaming. They have control of the middle of the map. Now they're working the indestructible on the left. Marco going for the hypercharge. They need to act now. The freeze going down on the right-hand side. Ope getting a dangerous amount of damage, and they're climbing their way up to 100. #1 from EMEA, unfazed by the spunky upstarts.
That is about as clutch as you get. Ope, instead of choosing to use that hypercharge super defensively, sees an opportunity to freeze 2 Novo players in place. And that's with SK down 10-15%. That's enough to give them the win. Very heads-up play from the playmaker himself.
Great creativity with the Poco to try and deal with the Lou, but Ope, unfortunately, is playing way too well. He's cycling in so many supers to the point, landing so many shots that you can only pop that gadget so often. It's not an end-all, be-all. It's just a short freeze frame moment that you can gain the advantage.
Sebebe had that gadget baited out of him perfectly, but Novo are the team with carte blanche. They get to stand up on this point until SK Gaming can move them. They ask the questions. SK have to come up with the answers. And a Lou super does a pretty good job.
Very proactive approach coming out of SK Gaming. And once again, Novo are going to fall back. Several swings in this first game. A nice Walking Cane there. Marco going to be in trouble. They're going to leave him alone for now. Yoshi tried to get up in the faces of Novo, but they shut him down.
But SK can't do too much inside that Draco super. It's a terrible matchup for the Hank at the best of times. He'll be able to TP forward, of course, benefiting from the shield of that Grey hypercharge. And now SK have been able to get back into the lead. This is a dangerous spot for Novo to be. Downfield, where Ope can get these shots in, and Yoshi is also flashing the potential of a hypercharge fish torpedo. That's a lot of healing, a lot of sustain, and Yoshi off the back of it gets a bit more aggressive.
SK Gaming little more relaxed right now. Well over 40% in their favor. Draco without a super can't move forward. Poco just desperately trying to heal up his ally, but it's not enough. This is Novo's last chance.
That's such an early gadget use for Sapeme. That's not really where he wants to make use of it, but they have to make a move. Ope's going to be forced back and he'll have a chance to heal up, and here comes Yoshi empowered through that TP debt again. Joker hitting so many shots, generating so many hypercharges. SK too tanky to shove over. A dominant showing on dueling beaters.
The Poco Gambit just did not work out. Close game number 1, but when game number 2, SK Gaming made adjustments, landed even more shots somehow than they already were, and they take advantage. 2 sets to 0. Really difficult spot if you're Novo to be in. You are in a regional rivalry. Both teams have played each other before. You've played the same teams all year long, and it's just impossible to say any otherwise. SK Gaming have the better results. They have the better stats here as well. Joker came to play today.
Well, we were looking at the composition for Novo, and honestly, it looked very potent against what SK were bringing. They were able to get their Draco really early, round out the draft with the Poco for heals. With all that extra sustain, that shield from the Poco hypercharge, the gadget, of course, to shrug off any crowd control effects, that is still not enough when Joker and Ope get rolling and Yoshi spends the round doing damage constantly. Over 500 DPS from the Hank.
I feel like that was pretty well thought out from SK. I think once we see the Lu, you know, we called it out immediately. You can't run the Hank if you're Novo into the Lu, or at least it would be really challenging. But I think Novo had the idea of the Poco on the back end. They went a preventative Draco pick as well, so I think they were fully anticipating it. Unfortunately, SK Gaming just believed in it enough. That Gray Hank combination is deadly on a lot of maps, not just dueling Beetles. In general, just having Hank be able to put on the front line so quickly in just a blink of an eye, all it takes is one super. It's just impossible to overcome. I think Novo had the right idea, the right mentality. They're clearly showing that they've hyper thought about this draft, but unfortunately SK Gaming just continue to be one step ahead.
There aren't too many teams in Brawl Stars that have scaled these heights, that have been on so many stages, that have honestly faced so much disappointment and heartbreak in their journeys as SK Gaming. Games like this is another brick in the wall. It's another stepping stone. They've been back against the wall. They've been down. They've also had, you know, moments of great exultation. I think back to Yonshiping there in 2023. These guys have seen it all. And right now they are cool, calm, and collected. This is another day at the office. And yet another foe dragged out in front of them. Come the king, you best not miss.
Novo Esports have been good so far. Obviously a win yesterday, but this is a different beast, a different breed. Higher expectations with SK Gaming's #1. And they'll keep having an opportunity here to prove the world wrong. We're moving on to New Horizons. This map, a very interesting one. We've been able to mess with it a little bit this weekend. I'm once again looking out for Gray as one of those top picks. Ollie, a tank of choice here, and some long-range / support brawlers and something like a Gus and Angelo.
We've also seen at times some throwers brought in. I think Juju can be pretty potent here. There are enough bushes to make use of to start to put a clock on your opponent, or at least deny the strategy of grouping up and playing for the late round. There's really two distinct directions that you can go in. Now, what the draft implies is, honestly, that SK Gaming don't want to have to deal with Kaze. They don't want to be first picking that kind of brawler. They are normally going to opt for the more stable strategy with that element of variance that Ope can bring. At least give themselves an option to go up a gear, go aggressive. Squeak's going to be locked in really early. There's a ton of combos for this. The Ollie Squeak we've seen in the past a lot before, but that's already been banned out. So there's going to be another plan here. But most likely, that residue gadget picked up for Joker, being able to set up a slowing field and really amp up the kill potential in that window.
Squeak doesn't commit you to anything, and on top of that, he's a great control brawler. This map can get real awkward, especially towards those in-game scenarios. So if they're running a thrower, you can press them off their wall, especially brawlers like Ziggy right now. Some of these more interesting throwers are really starting to show face. So I think this Squeak early pick makes a lot of sense. Bell for a long-range opportunity, a damage amplifier if SK Gaming want to get aggressive and go something like a Hank combo. We're no stranger to Gray Hank already today. Byron Hank could have made an appearance, obviously being banned, but just in general, something like Gus, something like Jae Young, those are still potential possibilities in terms of outlines of strategies.
Yeah, and these two teams need to ask themselves if they want to try and draft some wall break in the event that maybe there are throwers involved. Obviously, that wall break would also really, benefit sharpshooters here, so Novo Esports might want to head in that direction. Or you can just pretend the walls don't exist with Meeple. That's a pretty reasonable pick. Very popular on this particular map now. Hypercharge that not only allows you to shoot through walls, but to walk through them as well.
very control-oriented so far. I think we're so used to seeing tanks and assassins run rampant in our meta, but right now this is a legitimate win condition. Meeple is somebody that is so strong, and of course one hypercharge can shift the entire game, especially in something like Knockout. If your enemy team's on the back heel, they're in their spawn, all you have to do is drop a hypercharge and you can just walk forward, chip shots through those walls. There's the gust that I was talking about, so I'm curious what SK Gaming pair this with. It's a long-range option, so into something like Meeple in a head-to-head, I really like that for Gus. But will they take advantage of the shield on top of that and pair it with a beefy brawler?
A team like Humble here would almost consider something like Nani if they want to try and fight the sharpshooter battle. They brought Brock in, so they now have some wall break potential to some degree to nullify the asymmetry that can be caused by Meeple in turning off those walls, at least for Novo entirely. And of course, someone who effectively works at very long range. Also, the danger of walking into a rocket rain, especially as the map starts to close late in the round, gives SK Gaming a ton of levers to pull here.
I wonder if they go something like a Hank Meeple combination here and just get aggressive, because the health points on SK Gaming side are certainly lacking. It's hard to go a thrower at that point as well. Instead, they're just going to go Angelo, which I think makes sense too. Angelo as a sharpshooter is going to do quite well into somebody like a Brock. Brock's really good, but I feel like it's more for the strategy side of things, the utility side of things, and taking down those walls. Not necessarily him as a sharpshooter and a deadly dealer.
Yeah, it also, I think, makes the reality of opening up the map a little less desirable now for SK, allowing, forcing yourself to play into two sharpshooters that sort of virtually outrange you or definitely feel advantage there. Obviously, there's some utility involved in bringing Angelo in, his ability to traverse those bodies of water or lava as they are on this particular rendition of the map. Could be of use, but here we go, folks. Novo Esports fighting here to get out of this group as top seed. That would be a pretty astonishing result, but SK Gaming have their eyes on that particular prize for now, and they are one set away.
SK Gaming have been smooth sailing so far today. Huge lead. And they could end Novo Esports' undefeated run so far in this tournament. Angelo on the left-handed, dueling against Brock. A cutoff on the right-hand side, a battle of Biso and Yoshi. A couple head-to-head matchups I'm certainly looking out for.
Yoshi hit a really nice shot there on towards Marco, so collapsed there in mid to give Joker a bit more map control, but it wasn't something that the captain was able to capitalize on. Yeah, so the wind-up gadget picked up, so every so often, a super long-range shot can be sent by Yoshi to put pressure on Marco and try and keep him out of the map, because now the gas is starting to become a factor.
The cutoff allows Biso.
Oh no!
Ooh, and a little tag team there coming out of Ope and Joker. Nestek there, but it's not going to do him much good. He's trying to play from the long range. Now they've isolated Yoshi in trouble, but it doesn't matter. SK Gaming persevere. Numbers advantage, HP advantage. SK Gaming simply can do no wrong.
And something a lot of players sort of struggle with, especially on this mode, is having awareness of lanes that aren't your own. So many people get tunnel visioned in the 1 versus 1, but you'll see Ope, you'll see Yoshi constantly intervene to put extra pressure on Marco, who does have the range advantage against Joker here, but has struggled late in the round. As soon as SK find advantages in those side lanes, they manifest them somewhere else. They turn their attention into 2v1s like Biso is suffering from right now.
Ooh, crucial dodge there. Biso was a goner if he did not sidestep. Low HP on the left-hand end as well. It just seems like Novo are under heavy fire. All they can do is hurl up a cube castle just to take a breather.
And this is just that fundamental skill that SK have honed over years and years of playing at this level. Tough for Marco there, had to respect the Kooky Popper as well, of course. And that wind-up shot from Yoshi off cooldown continues to come into the mid lane, threatening the Bell further.
Gonna throw up a desperation gadget. Try and occupy some space in the mid. Thankfully, Angelo can traverse over water, but it's rocket rain down from the sky. Novo clustered to the top right-hand side. Down goes one. A second falls. Biso left all alone, and now the green fog will consume him. SK Gaming are on match point.
Don't hate that idea from Novo, trying to use that Mansions and Meeple gadget in the mid to actually step up and take some map control away, but that boxed them together, and the rocket rain came in from Ope instantly to punish that and to further force them out of the map. From that point, it felt deterministic. Novo had lost all positional advantage just as they tried to gain some themselves.
They mixed up lanes as well, so now Angelo going to be taking to the mid. Meeple still dueling against the Squeak. Hasn't gone well for them so far. Ooh, Ope dangerously low on the bottom left-hand side as Marco sits there, waits. For the first time in a while, it feels like Novo Esports have gained a little positional advantage.
This feels like such a better lane assignment now for Novo Esports. Sabime is able to be a real threat, not only to Ope, but also to Joker. Again, 2 shots and you are done against this Angelo. You've got to be so careful. And Joker just has to give up the map when he's in 1-shot range. Zimeme, of course, has the ability to heal up now, which is going to be important in this war of attrition that he's waging against Joker.
Yashi just has to sit there and wait, was imprisoned, but now can break free. Biso backed off. Angelo in the middle. Still going against Joker, one of EMEA's best, and Bell finally encroaching on this left-hand side. Look at the dodges coming out. Oh, he just 1v1'd Ope. Goes for a second as well. Novo Esports have life.
And Yoshi, quite the opposite. He will perish just outside of the gas. And you see Joker, he has to close the gap on this Angelo. He has to dodge so many of these shots, and he's trying to help Ope out as well. There's 2 losing lanes now for SK Gaming, and eventually they just get stuffed.
Pesky Mosquito can no longer rely on that middle wall. They've cut it off. Brock will end that. Now more walls being added to the game. Ope once again being tagged up. Marco doing an excellent job of holding his own.
Ope now being marked is very dangerous. Just one of those Angelo shots could do him in if he falls below a certain threshold. So it's even less margin of error now for the hot shot in that left lane. Yoshi might have to get more aggressive here and collapse into mid. He needs to win out against that Meeple, but the Manchester Meeple will keep him at bay for the time being. It's a wind-up gadget that just doesn't connect on Zimeme, so he's still free to cause problems now. We have a quick lane switch. Joker trying to get a matchup against the Bell, but Ope's marked up against an Angelo. Doesn't feel like a comfortable spot to be.
Biso can drop the Cube Castle on the right hand, and Marco Vito does get the hypercharge off. Ope narrowly holding on. It's the sharpshooter Angelo who has to survive. Biso there for the follow-up. Now a 2v1, 1v1. It's Joker versus Angelo. Shield available for Joker too. He certainly has the advantage. The HP, the mechanics. He's
man!
It here, a guaranteed victory, and SK Gaming are 1 round away.
And that little lane swap towards the edge of the round really tips things in SK Gaming's favor. Once again, Ope now is going to start this round in mid and allow Joker to take this matchup against Marco. Much of the left side of the map is opened up though, so Ope can actually assist to quite a large degree. You could say the same of Marco though, as Yoshi uses that break caused by the Manchester Meeple to duck into mid and try and keep Zimeme honest.
A lot of utility has been exhausted. Only a super available for Squeak on the bottom right-hand side. It's just battles flying, bullets shed, but not a lot of contact right now. Each side being much more passive. Biso once again rotating in this gadget. He's just going to hold firm on that right side though.
Okay, Nestek thrown down here by Marco. He's able to move the line of scrimmage a bit further forward as Joker had to step back and regenerate some of that lost health. Now the mark comes in. Pretty much guaranteed hit at that kind of range, but it looks like Joker was not tagged by that. No mark there. And a nice hit by Joker on Zimeme. You got to start respecting those kooky poppers at this part of the game. Biso's been locked down. He threw that wall down himself. Joker comes forward with the shield. Now Biso's trying to get active at the bottom of the map, but it might be too late. Joker picked off. Hypercharge super here for Yoshi. He destroys Zimeme. That is disgusting. What a way to take the series. SK Gaming stamp their authority on this match and pave their way to day 3.
Novo show one day great promise of being top dogs in the EMEA region. But once again, the kings of EMEA will force the world's best to kneel before them. For now, simply princes, they will have to kneel before SK Gaming, kings of the region.
SK have worked too hard, too long, faced too much adversity, have fallen so early on. And now they have basically gotten into our final day of play on minimal Brawl Stars. They've had the first game of the day, both Friday and Saturday. They get to sit back and get to prepare for the crown that has been promised to them, till they only reach out and grasp it.
So far now the singles that's dropped. SK Gaming moves on to day 3 already. Kind of unfortunate that we only get to see them play twice, yesterday and today, and then tomorrow once more. SK Gaming moves on, and Novo is not just out yet. They're going to face off against Revenant X-Spark and still have a chance later today to advance to day 3.
I'm excited to see, I think, that matchup against Revenant X-Spark. I think both teams have real dark horse status. And what we saw is Novo just played a game against SK where they opt into very technical, very mechanical heavy matchups and make it really close. Glad to see it from these guys. They've definitely got potential. And against a team like Revenant X-Spark, I think they'll definitely find someone far more closely matched to them in that regard.
I think so too. I think this group is far from undecided. In a weekend of unsure things, the only thing that has been is SK Gaming. Not a single set dropped. What an unbelievable start to their weekend.
And such a performance I still remember from last year. We had another team that was looking super, super strong and never really dropped a set. We're going to see a lot of them later. I'm sure Humble is going to play today later as well. First up, though, another classic and a match that I'm really looking forward to. It's East Asia's former best versus the new best of NA. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Tribe Gaming. Stay tuned.
Nice.
トライブゲーミングは眼中にありません。
I think Crazy Raccoon are like a solid team. They got a two-time world champion, and that's like the key of their success. I think having Tensai in a team is a power for them. So it's a solid team to face.
Welcome back to beautiful Stockholm DreamHack. I hope you're ready for day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals. Another team steps onto the stage that we haven't seen yet. Tribe Gaming finally on the big stage versus Crazy Raccoon. Both of those only won their matches so far. We're in the winner's match, so each of those teams still has a second life if it doesn't work out just now. I'm still here with Uber and Kenny. Your voice is still doing fine?
Absolutely. We only got 3 sets in the previous game.
Fair point.
Bring me another, I say. I definitely love a challenge. This is a rematch of a 2024 quarterfinal between then Elevate and then Crazy Raccoon, of course, that did have Shtatampo on the roster. That went to 5 sets. It was an absolute banger of a game.
And Shtatampo is no longer here, one of those players eliminated yesterday. Teammate Milcreo is the new guy here. He was at World Finals last year. This will be his 3rd World Finals debut. Look at the team synergy as well. I hope they can show that in the field as well.
Such an interesting match coming up next. Shtatampo and his team's 8th division got knocked out yesterday. First seed of East Asia. And we were very quick to judge NA once their first seed got knocked out of a LAN event recently. Does that mean East Asia is the new NA now, or how do we interpret that?
Oh, look, I don't know. I think NA is really hard to call because if you think about how SSG struggled this year and compare it to honestly how comparatively smooth it's been for Tribe, it's kind of hard to sort of make that same comparison. This is the very best from NA, and they've demonstrated it time and time again. It was a tough Brawl Cup for them, though, getting knocked out by Toxic Lotus, but I'm glad we're sort of bringing this back. Yeah, it was a pretty sick game at that World Finals. I think me and Reddy covered that one, where that Elevate team really earned our respect against a Crazy Raccoon that everyone expected to be like top 3 at that tournament. Now they're going to take a step further. If they can down them here in groups and lock up that first seed from their group heading into finals, they'll be very pleased.
So last year it was the end of Tribe Gaming in the playoffs. Now they have a chance against them in the group stage to get revenge. And in the end, Crazy Raccoon is a formidable opponent. Yesterday they knocked out Humble, and if they lose now, they have to face up against them again later today. They do not want that. Let's bring them out on stage. I hope you're ready, Barney. I sure am.
Can North America silence the naysayers, or will East Asia slay another enemy? One team smooth sails into the quarterfinals, and the other fights for survival later today. Make some noise for Crazy Raccoon and Tribe Gaming! Crazy Raccoon are Milcreo, Moya, and Tensai. Tribe Gaming are Luffy, RBM, and Zeus!
Super excited for this one. Tribe versus Crazy Raccoon. It could be one of the best matches you see all weekend, honestly. I'm really looking forward to that one. And we already saw that Crazy Raccoon is no stranger to reverse sweeps, to 3-2s. So you two get worked a little harder than in our previous match, I hope.
I hope so. I genuinely do. I think Crazy Raccoon, in my estimation, have rocketed up to the #1 team in East Asia. Just from what they showed yesterday, they took out Humble, and then Zeta Division looked well, pretty lackluster. In fact, we barely got to see any of them. So for me, we're returning now to that glory of old. At least that's this team. They're doing without Shtatampo, but we saw Milkrio really step up for these guys, and they showed resilience, Kenny, to be able to reverse sweep the world champions. Like, that is just layers and layers of adversity they've already overcome at this early stage of the competition.
They refuse to die. There's just something about the tenacity of
a raccoon.
3 men of the raccoon.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just constantly going at it. They're never counted out. The fact that he can be in these crazy situations with the smile like that on his face, I mean, I think that makes a difference when you're sitting there in a call, you're down 2-0, and somebody can just make you smile, make you laugh a little bit. It makes a difference.
I mean, yeah, Milkrio's smile is definitely contagious. You just gotta love this guy, his little dances, and he seems super thrilled to be on this stage again as the winner, of course. Because, yeah, yesterday many people voted Humble to win their match.
Guilty.
And Crazy Raccoon took it in the end. They showed a lot of resilience, and now they're here again to show it once more against the first seed of NA. Now, it's hard to compare regions with one another. Like, I would say if they can beat EMEA Seed 2, they should also be able to beat NA Seed 1.
Well,
but we voted Crazy Raccoon to win this one.
Yes, I think that NA as a region are just a little bit weaker on parity than what we see in EMEA and East Asia. That's kind of been a narrative that's been peddled for quite some time, and it's held, honestly, for the last sort of year or so. This, though, is the new guard in NA. It's the young blood stepping up, and Tribe fans at home really getting behind them. Of course, they've got pretty insane social presence, and I'd love to see them really take it to this Crazy Raccoon squad. And they bring Milkrio to this team, and Tensai says, like, we just love the atmosphere, what he can sort of bring. He doesn't have to be the mechanical genius that Shtatampo was. We have those mechanical players on our side. What we need is someone who can get us back up on our feet when we get knocked down, and we've already seen that from Crazy Raccoon. Tribe Gaming, you know they're going to be winding up a haymaker of their own, so that resilience will be tested in this series as well.
Opportunity to right the wrongs of Brawl Cup in the second half of this season. Tribe Gaming missed 0 grand finals in North America, claimed 4 of them. An unprecedented resume walking into this. And I was originally going to pick them before this event to win this match. However, Crazy Raccoon beating Humble is something that can't be ignored. So I don't blame the folks at home, but I'm like you all. I had to make a little halftime adjustment. But you know what? I've been wrong so many times this weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be right today either.
I don't trust my predictions after what happened yesterday, honestly. Angelo's going to be picked up first here by Tribe Gaming. Very good brawler on a map like this one. Has some water, and he can use it to dodge and use some more space to do so. Now on the left-hand side, I kind of feel like a thrower would be in order. We still have Take Open, Juju. Even Grom has had some shows in the past.
We've seen Grom.
I would like to see a thrower here from the left-hand side, or just range, speed, something to go up against this Angelo.
So we've seen the Grom worked in here. It's tough when the map starts to get opened up. Yeah. So in the past, Crazy Raccoon obviously really preferred to play Max whenever possible. That's what Tensai is kind of known for. They've really started to lean a lot more in the Jae-Yong direction. That's normally a Milkrio pick. That's what we see him on. Obviously, it feels like power creep in that utility slot, having a support that can offer both healing and also that crucial speed boost. Plus burst damage that comes out of nowhere with Weekend Warrior. Really potent kit right now on Jae-Yong. And being joined here by the Guspins, Crazy Raccoon are off to the races with a very solid draft.
Kind of surprised Ollie has escaped this long as well. Jae-Yong plus Ollie, a very lethal combination. Honestly, Gus plus Ollie would be pretty good. But obviously,
Bro's
it's the band stage. Yeah. It's a hand up. I just kind of missed that one. I looked at Gene, I looked at Mina. Just a little skip there. Hanks can still be applied, though. I think the little shrimp can do some damage here. I'm curious to see what they pair this with, because I feel like it would be a little overcommittal to go 2 support brawlers. Gus is just good in his own right as a long-distance range to kind of keep up with Angelo. But that's more where my brain went. Tribe Gaming going to go in an exact opposite direction.
I mean, are they though? We mentioned the Hank already, and Meeple Hank would definitely be a good comp here.
Base.
Okay,
Base.
never mind. Base
alert.
OJ
I did
handed him
not
his
see
draft
that one
book.
coming, to be fair. Shelly, definitely a good brawler in case Crazy Raccoon picks up a Hank now. I think, I would recommend them not to do so.
Do you want to play a thrower into this now, or are you still scared of the Meeple super?
Ooh.
Like, can you punish like this Shelly play?
I think so.
Yeah.
If they go Hank now, they basically sold the game to that Shelly. On the right-hand side, I'm actually surprised to not see the Meeple Hank comp themselves, but picking up Shelly there definitely makes it so Crazy Raccoon can't go tank themselves. Thrower last pick. I think Crazy Raccoon has really good comp in their hands here.
I don't know. Tribe Gaming with the base award for me, bro. That Shelly pickup is kind of where I'm at. Obviously, Juju now with that hypercharge, Grigri becomes much more powerful, much faster, tankier, and also hits a lot harder. So that damage starts to become relevant. Here we go, folks. A rematch of our quarterfinal in 2024. It's a retooled Crazy Raccoon up against a now grizzled roster of Tribe Gaming, leading the way for NA. Can they put their region back on the map?
Not just any match either, a double match point went all the way to the wire. I'm hoping we get some of that jam-packed action here today. RBM, right-hand side, long range versus Milkreo. You like that matchup for them. Can't fault them for going this Juju pick. I think having Grigri on the map to slow down somebody like Shelly is also a huge asset.
Okay, Tensai, though, caught inside the mantis of Meeple, but Tribe Gaming don't really have a way to punish this without a Meeple super. So it's simply just going to be a timeout for Tensai, and he'll return to the fight. Slowly but surely, Tribe Gaming are being squeezed out of the map. This is getting a little dangerous now. You see Luffy popping a gadget to give himself that extra range in a pinch, but all of those shots are avoided, and that Shelly's not done a whole lot yet.
Sniper Shelly gets activated every time they pop that gadget. Now a Mansion of Meeple, left-hand side, cuts off Moya. The Fog gonna start corralling both sides. Tensai low, pops the shield just to try and stay up a little bit. Luffy trying to flank, has the super.
Watch out!
Milkreo down for the count. Just a lone Moya here, and off to the Fog he goes. Tribe Gaming take round number 1.
It's clear to see that Tribe Gaming are happy to play the long game, Kenny. Try and stay out of range of this sort of more sharpshooter focused damage, this sort of mid to long range that Moya can offer, as well as Milkreo. And then when the gas closes, use the wall break potential to take Crazy Raccoon by surprise.
Something that can't be unaccounted for. That wall break makes a huge difference. It's going to make Tensai's life much more difficult, especially with less grass. That's less range he has to work with. Moya, though, doing a good job of putting pressure on this top right-hand side. A piercing shot coming out of Angelo. Not enough for any contact. Now Milkreo will sit there in the middle, distribute a little extra speed, and try and assist his teammates.
Moya here has to respect what Luffy can do with that gadget in play. RBM loading up another shot here, but again, it's Tribe Gaming that are being forced to the edges of the map. Meeple super available though for Zeus. They're going to play around this wall and maybe try and exploit the fact that Zeus tries to step in, take some more map control, and gives Tribe a little bit of room to breathe here.
Zeus with the super available. These walls are going to be crucial. They're going to have to play around them. Left-hand side, Shelly gets the advantage. Tensai's teammate has gone down. 2v2 scenario though. Tribe being forced away. CR stand tall and grab themselves around.
Nicely done this time. Crazy Raccoon able to subvert the almost deterministic endgame scenario the Tribe were trying to set up. Luffy though is sitting on a hypercharge and is trying to close the distance. Moya has to have some degree of awareness that he's hiding in the bushes, but what can he do now as Luffy turns up? Moya has to use a super for the extra durability now. Milkreo with the hypercharge, they're chasing after Zeus. He's low, a strong wind to blow him over, and Moya finds him with the balloon. Now the 3v2 Tribe, certainly on the back foot, need to find a way out of this box.
CR with a massive advantage now at a professional level. Numbers are everything, but math is not always that simple in Brawl Stars. Luffy falling weak. Sharp range Shelly coming out now, trying to make any connections, but can't find any.
Hypercharge here for RBM. Can get on the move, of course. It looks like Tribe just trying to wait for an opportunity to surge ahead. You can't just let this round go. This is the decider, of course, in our first game of the set. Moya takes a hit there. This is going to require Milkreo to switch stances now. Throws that healing down. Here comes RBM. Hypercharge active. He's going to go for it, but Moya's way too tanky. RBM hoping to do some damage at the contact of that poison field, but not remotely enough. Crazy Raccoon convert that early pick into a dominant round win.
Nicely done by CR to pick up the early one. Curious to see how this one goes. I think a lot of folks at home putting their belief in North America's #1. This feels like a get-right moment for them. A revenge tour match from last year. A disappointing end to their season. The last time they showed up on the stage, it wasn't their best work. Brawl Cup is certainly one that they would want back. Maybe walking in a little too confident. Now I think a little more humble. An opportunity to prove themselves against one of the greats.
Disappointed probably not to have the chance to get revenge against Toxic Lotus, the team that ended up knocking them down, but they'll settle for Crazy Raccoon, I'm sure. Tensai here, of course, the mastermind, able to make use of Juju's ability to traverse waterways to avoid some of those shots. And again, Crazy Raccoon apply pressure without overextending here in these early stages of the round. They can find a chance to isolate Zeus, chase him down like they did prior. They'll be very pleased. The Tribe this time playing a little bit more cagey, trying not to expose the Meeple to too much poke damage.
East-West affair right now. It's going to be CR occupying the space in the middle. Zeus, a gunner. RBM forced away and has to join Luffy once again. 880 HP is all he can claim to his name. Of course, Juju can lob shots over these walls. A piercing shot, not enough for any contact, though. Shelly falls too, and Tribe Gaming swept away.
I mean, this is just Crazy Raccoon putting on a masterclass in terms of the fundamentals. Nothing particularly special in that game, except you notice, of course, the cookie popper to secure the elimination from Moya. But this is just very, very good dodging and also making sure that they win this war of attrition in the poke battle. As soon as one of these Tribe Brawlers gets low, Kenny, they go for the throat.
It's interesting because Milcreo has this like medium range, and of course Shelly is shotgun brawler, but the second Shelly pops that gadget, it's equal, if not greater to, I think, so it's enough to match. Milcreo, though, just going to constantly cycle in this speed. Now a little more offensive. Tensai, plenty healthy, will try and deal with Zeus, and Moya just trying to flank himself to this right-hand side, gain an upper hand as they want to trap Tribe in this top left-hand corner.
Jaeyoung's so good here, just offering so much utility, able just to switch to healing and passively get Moya back to full strength a little bit quicker. Also, like, the damage is non-negligible. He also penetrates with these shots, Jaeyoung, so if Tribe ever line up for him, there's a lot of free damage to be had. Another Mantis of Meeple to try and break the map up, but Luffy's looking a little bit low, and Tensai wants to go for it now. Grigory's going to be deployed with the shield. That is 4 players. Tribe's Gaming's hands are very, very full now, but they're able to juggle these threats from Crazy Raccoon. Moya, one shot, and Zeus converts. Clutch win there for Tribe to stay in it.
Honestly, I thought Crazy Raccoon might even have the upper hand. They had positioning, and honestly, Grigory had more health points than anybody on the field at that moment. So the fact that they weren't able to dodge that one out, impressive to say the least. This head-to-head matchup has been incredible. Tribe Gaming certainly grabbing rounds of their own. Now they're putting the pressure on CR, who are being backed away.
Hypercharge at the ready now for Moya. Tensai as well. I mean, that hypercharged Grigory is massive, especially if Crazy Raccoon are applying pressure at the same time. It's in much the same vein as Nita's, Hyper Bruce. Just creates far too much to deal with for Tribe, especially with like a low DPS brawler like Angelo. Couple shots here connecting into RBM, forcing him out of the field. A very open map, but Crazy Raccoon don't seem to mind the passive speed boost for Milcreo. So instrumental in dodging these shots.
Moya is pressing the issue on this top side, but will be cut off by the Zeus gadget. He's using the hypercharge just to try and get some extra speed. A little bit of shots through the wall possible, but CR up in the faces of somebody like a Shelly. Bold decision. The super not making a lot of contact. Now a 3v2. Milcreo on the back lines knows he needs to hold on, and CR will take set number 1.
That's just dominant from Moya. An incredible step from him on the Gus. Every cookie popper is resulting in an elimination. Mechanically, very, very gifted. The kind of player who doesn't get the spotlight shone on him. Not when you're on the team with Tensai. It's not like Milcreo, who always beckons the camera in his direction. But right there from Moya, he let his gameplay do the talking. That was nuts.
Really interesting draft as well. I mean, we called it out instantly, but when we saw that Shelly, they clearly thought that a tank was coming, right? But I really like this heads-up play from CR to make the decision to sway away from it. I was a little nervous. They went Jaeyoung and Gus. They have committed to a full-on support. And again, as a long-range sharpshooter, I think as a matchup into something like Angelo and Meeple, Gus can certainly work out in his own right. But the fact that they just pivoted, just something completely different, really worked out. I think that's something that they've received a ton of criticism for over the past couple of years. Do they have what it takes in the drafting stage? Right there, they clearly did.
Moya getting 8 out of 12 eliminations for this Crazy Raccoon squad. Really, like a strong composition that really, I feel like, enabled Moya to be that centerpiece here. Tensai as well, when he's able to generate super, he's able to have a big impact. But a lot of the time, he's been kept off super by a lot of those, Juju shots coming in, being dodged. It gets harder and harder for Tensai because the map gets broken up more and more, so his effective range becomes limited with the lack of bushes there. But he's still able to put a clock on Tribe and make it hard for them to play into the map. I think the thrower last pick was very heads up against the Shelly. They say, okay, we can't play tanks. That's fine. You've played yourself into a corner here, I think, by having this relatively low-range brawler to round your compound.
I think that's a draft that Tribe Gaming would want back. Shelly is a 5th pick. There's just so much time to respond to that. Shelly, a very niche brawler. It can work, but you have to be running something tanky because Shelly as a shotgun brawler is going to be a great shutdown option for those higher health point options. But when you pick it 5th, you give plenty of time to respond. It's not like Shelly's some S-tier brawler in the game right now. Oh, baby, a double legendary moment. Oh, they're going for 3, I think. Now, wait just a moment. Oh, they're counting down.
Here we go, folks.
Credits.
Oh, credits, hypercharge.
That's
I'm
not
about
bad.
That. Okay.
Not a bad go.
500 credits, bro. Well, you can put it towards GG, all right? Don't worry about it. Here we go. Jumping into Kaboom Canyon for our next set. It is heist time, folks. This one here, I really feel like the strategy you develop in draft shows up frequently in your gameplay. And again, you talked about it. We've got to get rid of this narrative that East Asia can't draft. They have certainly shored that up. And honestly, it was also something that even though Zeta Division struggled with yesterday, I thought they were okay with. Reject as well have become a very good drafting squad. So Crazy Raccoon now can stand on even footing with the rest of the world and allow the mechanics to do the talking once they navigate this first phase of the game.
Curious what this first overall pick is. Yesterday we had Finks even be a double ban on this map. And it's not necessarily for high safe damage, it's just slowing down those projectiles and also allowing your team to just progress forward. It's a real back off kind of moment. I think Finks as a brawler individually is very solid. Of course, we have Chuck out of the way, so that's one of our more aggressive options that people would go with. Amber, safe, stable, can do high safe damage, can play defense, a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, honestly, it kind of doesn't imply too much about what your plans are with this composition. It's a very middle-of-the-road brawler, but someone who's really good at making it costly to get out of the middle of the map. If you want to really establish control, set up shot, allow your longer-range brawlers to go to work, you want a brawler that lets you get into the middle of the map and maintain control of that space. Try Gaming obviously had to be mindful of this now. There are some chokes on this map. So it's really dangerous to play into Amber and sort of walk in a straight line against her. She can nuke you in a matter of seconds. So you've got to, pick ways to sort of work around this. And the Finks gets through, snapped up instantly by RBM.
Finks more of a control-oriented option, but Kaze the exact opposite. That has to be your damage dealer. You need to be up in the faces of enemies, either giving your team the numbers advantage, or more importantly to the objective at hand, must be on that heist safe. Can dish out plenty of damage onto it, especially with the Fan Storm Super. If you line it up just right, the outside of that circle makes contact with the heist safe, and it'll slowly over time do those 1,200/3,000 dish shots.
I mean, there's just so much modality when it comes to Kaze. That Fist of the Brawl Star Super as well allows you to close the gap and potentially, secure those eliminations. So many different ways you can take that brawler. She's very technically complex, but with a high skill ceiling, she's right at home in a pair of hands like Luffy's. Tensai, I mean, we have not seen Colette on a heist for quite some time, but still that hypercharged super, very, very good for free, unanswerable safe damage.
Real old-timey Brawl Stars coming out of our blue end, right? I mean, Colette's not even directly answering, I don't think, anything. Kaze, technically an assassin, has some health points, but nothing to the 10,000, the 5-digit kind of range. It's just more meant for that hypercharge, I believe. Lola, somebody that doesn't show up too much outside of a mode like Heist, and even then, I wouldn't say it's a common occurrence at this point. It's a fun one coming out of CR.
Yeah, Lola, really scrappy brawler, right? I think if you want someone who has some staying power in the middle of the map, then being able to use your ego in front of you, maybe even use freeze frame to eat up some of those shots. She also does a pretty filthy amount of damage. This is a very high damage composition with, some pretty safe methods to get damage on that enemy, safe from afar. But they've got to contend with this Kaze up close, which is always going to be scary. Milcreo does not want the gap to be closed on him. It's not where he shines, and Luffy is able to pick him off at range.
Moya left hand in, going to be battling against RBM. So high-flying shots there while Tensai operates from the back end. Milcreo, longer range against the Juju. I think burning this grass into Juju actually is super helpful. I think that's going to be a necessity, so keep your eyes out on Milcreo here. If he gets those supers, it's going to make Juju's life a lot trickier.
Milcreo has to deny this Juju's ability to attack the safe from the middle of the map, and that means clearing those bushes out pretty darn quickly. Just scouting right now is Milcreo, trying to see what he can find, and there it is. That central patch of grass will be removed. There's still a little spot there for Zeus to throw damage on the safe from a relatively long range. So Milcreo will need to continue the deforestation efforts. There it is, the first time to collect of the game comes out and shaves 10% off the safe, but Tribe Gaming have already done their due diligence here. 14% onto Crater Raccoon's safe now as Luffy wants to challenge Milcreo on the right side. Gotta wake up pretty early in the morning if you want to get the better of that man.
Moya and her spawners sent Grigri to the graveyard rather quickly. They weren't able to gain much out of that. Luffy now has a lot of work cut out for him. It's still close in terms of percentage points, but it really feels like CR have just been slowly marching up this map, unwavering. Now Milcreo getting in on the action just a little bit more. There's a little cutoff of that grass too, again, just making Zeus's life trickier.
And this is what Crazy Raccoon's comp was designed to do, is set up shop in mid and be very hard to shift. Tensai's able to deal with Grigri on the backside, but Luffy's going to be closing very quickly. That shield not enough to keep the Colette in the game. Here's that Megalomania for Moya. It's a very high damage output as Luffy's about to find out the hard way. Zeus just ceases to exist there, vaporized by the Lola damage, and Moya's got more where that came from. Now it's time to talk with the safe. Tribes, Safe got knocked down to that 75% here, and Crazy Raccoon is still chilling in mid.
RBM doing his best on defense, but the offensive side of Tribe just has not gotten off. Now Tensai can put up plenty of damage here. Look at that hypercharge put in work. All they need is a couple taps from Amber, one more, and now they have gotten through that next layer of the safe.
Yeah, even that gotcha gadget, though, not enough for Tensai to stay alive in the face of Green. Here come Tribe now. Down to 50% is their safe, so they need to knock 2 stages here. Tensai going to use that super offensively to try and take down some of those enemy brawlers, and eventually Milkrio is going to be able to clear out the interlopers, but all the while, Moya was across the map, continuing to stake his claim to an MVP performance on this Lola.
Tribe Gaming are going to need adjustments and fast. It was close for a while there, but it just never really felt like Tribe Gaming had a go at the high safe. They didn't send their Kaze to the other end. Kaze is not necessarily going to be the best on defense. She's a medium-range brawler with those daggers, and otherwise just has to run at the enemy side. So unless she's getting a huge numbers advantage, like I said in the draft phase, or she's getting there with a super, it's not equating to much.
So early in the round, Zeus gets to be pretty repressive from these bushes as Juju, but he's on a clock. Needs to really make an impact before this game gets away from Tribe as it did previously. Luffy now is going to tuck himself into the corner. Crazy Raccoon don't have a great way to actually address the threat of this Kaze. The Tensai's going to be drawn back, at least with the sustained power of the gotcha gadget. He might be able to defend, but not against the Grigori as well. This is a problem for Tensai. Milkrio back off respawn, but Luffy's already knocked the safe down a notch, and Moya's not been able to break through yet.
Luffy surviving too. A significant change up from game number 1. The fact that Luffy was able to break through the defense, get to this bottom right-hand side, and he's still juking his way through. They have 30+ percentage points, a whole layer of that high safe. They're about a halfway there through yet another one. Now RBM working this left-hand side. He doesn't do the most damage, but with Luffy alongside him, sure, they're going to pierce through that 50%.
That fist of the Brawl Star super there for a bit of mobility. Now Tribe Gaming look like they're playing to their strengths. They're the ones that are trying to ask the question. Tensai there, able to come in with a super, clear Luffy out, and finally, Crazy Raccoon could go on the offensive. Zeus now has had a lot of that grass clear, but Luffy quickly going to get back into position and try and pressure Milkrio's spot here on the right. But now Tensai's here to help. Hypercharge super comes in, and now that safe is starting to feel the pressure.
Quickly only down 1 high safe. Now it's RBM left-hand side. Battling against Moya, low HP, and Luffy is going to march forward. This is bold. He's only got limited space to work with. Because of the low health points of Moya, he knows he has this RBM there for backup as well. The cavalry has arrived, teleports away. No contact, though. Moya with some great jukes.
Yeah, this is nicely done. Moya as well now with an ego in play. That Fanstorm going to clean him up, though. Luffy hits him with just the corner. Like you mentioned earlier, you see that tick damage going on at the safe that is quite extreme. And Tensai and Moya might not have the juice here to clear Luffy in time.
Nicely done. There's that hypercharge, and it's going to get a ton of work. Now down below 25%. Just 1 layer of that high safe left, and CR have so much work to be done.
Grigori comes up to test the safe yet again, but this time Tribe Gaming look to play to their strengths. That Kaze is such a problem. When Luffy's able to get dug in that bottom left or bottom right corner, it feels like Crazy Raccoon don't really have the tools to dig him out.
Complete change of pace there from Tribe Gaming. This Kaze is clearly the key. If they can move down to this bottom right-hand side or grab some kind of angle, they're able to put so much pressure on CR. Sure, they can dish out damage, but they're all DPS kinds of brawlers. They don't have great mobility. They can't get across the way quickly unless it's Colette super, but then she travels back to where she started. So this is what's going to dictate how this game 3 goes. Will we see more of game number 1, or are Tribe Gaming going to be able to grant the numbers? And I think we just got the answer to that equation.
Yeah, Milkrio was trying to clear mid, trying to clear that grass away, but exposed himself there to Luffy's damage. This Kaze has started to run away with the game. Moya with a chance here to get into the middle of the map. Ego not placed in the most favorable position, but he can obviously adjust that by moving up against the wall. Luffy down, and here's a window. Milkrio wants to continue to clear this grass and put Zeus on the back foot, but this takes time to build those supers in order to clear the shrubbery off the map.
Tensai almost gets a freebie here too, so if he can just break through and step up far enough with knowing he can survive, especially a kill on RBM or something like that here where you can move a brawler, now they can march forward. So Milkrio going to be on this right-hand side. A dive in from Tensai. They are burning down this high safe. Already 16% removed. Early game considered, this is great for CR.
Think Super's going to allow RBM to get some of that map control back, though, when Tensai simply got pinched from left and right simultaneously. Milkrio inside of the Fanstorm now as Luffy's able to close the gap. Tensai back on the field. 89% on Crazy Raccoon's safe, so it's suffered its fair share of poke damage now, as there is some grass for Zeus to play in to get that range increase. And Luffy, man, he's just too good. Kaze just too busted in this situation. Crazy Raccoon's safe knocked yet again down to 74.
Tribe Gaming definitely fighting here. Being down 2-0 would be tough. It's impossible to make reverse sweeps against teams like this. It takes miracles, and now they're doing their best. Move up this map, and Gree will certainly help the cause. A hypercharge going down. They use one of their own, a super, just to break through that.
Tensai still quite low. Clearly doesn't have availability of the gotcha gadget, so needs to be careful. Trying to throw out those shots and be defensive. Now at least can make use of that. But the clips are coming in from RBM, keeping Tensai quite low, and Moya still has them now to get Luffy out of the corner. Finally, RBM is down, but look how low they are! And this is tough. 18 seconds left in the round, Kenny. There's a lot of work to do for Crazy Raccoon.
You're not just fighting 3 members of Tribe Gaming, you are fighting the clock. They have to get through multiple layers of this high stake, but Luffy wants more. He's hungry for revenge. Now down to the bottom line, 3K shots raining in North America's #1, showing a little grit here. 1-1 in our series.
And just as we're determined to put the narrative to bed, Crazy Raccoon throw a look we haven't seen for quite some time. It's a bit of a janky draft that obviously has a lot of application on this kind of map, but it feels power crept in that game by Juju, by Kaze, but these brawlers here that we've seen added more recently that are so oppressive and hard to deal with. And frankly, Crazy Raccoon don't have the answers to the Kaze at any stage of the game. Not only is Luffy able to get the most kills, but he gets the most safe damage. He spends the most time in Crazy Raccoon's side of the map.
All things considered, too, I was a little bit hesitant to see how this Juju would turn out, just because if Amber burns down so much grass, it's really difficult to get the range that you're looking for out of Juju. But honestly, look at that distribution. I mean, 5 kills is great. You don't expect the most out of somebody like a Juju to be your top killer, but the DPS was there, had a little splash of heist damage. I mean, just all around, this was good. There were several chess pieces I was kind of looking out for here. Would Colette be able to hold her own as an individual lane? Could they get Lola to be more than just a defender? And the answer to that, unfortunately, was no. Lola really couldn't get on the other side.
The problem is Lola's range is such that she has to step a little too close to the enemy safe in order to damage it in many of these situations. So Moya only gets like 2k damage on the safe across the entirety of the set. Most of the time trying to clear out enemy brawlers through the middle part of the map and hope that the Colette can do the work, but that strategy does not work unless you get to spend 80% of the game set up in the middle of the map. And if you can't regain control, or if you have to double back to defend against the Kaze, you actually can't execute that game plan at all.
Gonna need a complete change up, and definitely a change in energy on the Tribe Gaming side of that stage. Zeus is fired up. You could see it in the post-game cams. You could see it now leading into the next draft. A much better feeling than if they had been down 2-0.
The name of North America has been dragged in the mud for the last 2 years. Tribe Gaming have put their foot down and said enough is enough. We are going to re-establish ourselves here in the Brawl hierarchy. NA, take notes. That has been the message for much of the weekend. They have been, make no mistake, a very solid draft. Gets Tribe Gaming out of that second set with a dub, and now we're headed off to Undermine.
North America alive and well right now. They certainly want revenge against the team that ended their tournament run just 1 year ago. Tensai, though, has dangerous intentions of his own, looking to become a 3-time champion. That is an unbelievable feat, would put him in the rarest of air in this game. But right now, he has to deal with North America's #1. We head over to Undermine. Sandy, one of the obvious choices, I think, to ban. It's just showing up so much in Gym Grab in general, especially on this map, Hard Rock Mine, and because of the Sandy ban, I think that was a little telling. They're going for Amber and Sandy in particular. Buster's Shield is really preventative into something like Tara. They've granted themselves a win condition and removed 3 of the brawlers that would have been best to match against it.
Yeah, you've got a side laner that really loves to bully, that really loves to push up, and basically always generates a high degree of threat. Whenever that super is available, the enemy gem carrier has to play that much more safely, especially if they lack information about where the Tara is on the map. The Tribe might want to try and clear some of these bushes, but it's very difficult to do without that Amber. They'll have now their own threat mechanism against the enemy gem carriers. Of course, the Lily, very, very dangerous and has very good self-sufficiency in the gadget, being able to drop down to the Shadow Realm, and frankly, a hypercharge that if it hits, you're guaranteed that elimination. And if it's on a gem carrier, it's as good as done.
It's always a tough decision. So Crazy Raccoon elect to go with Tara over Lily. I think it makes a lot of sense because in a vacuum, Tara should be able to counter. Lily, of course, has the pull as well. And then it's left to Tribe Gaming to make the hard choices. Do we still commit to Lily, knowing that Tara's going to have a good matchup, and just know that her mechanic, her super, her ability to get to the Shadow Realm can still save us a game? Or do we let it go back to CR? It's an impossible choice, and one that Tribe Gaming just commits support brawler plus Lily anyways.
I think that Jaeyoung is fantastic here, though. Just like having a really solid mid option. Crazy Raccoon are going to follow the same blueprint in terms of their draft. We've actually seen on this map in the past things being used as a side laner. It's definitely an option. Being able to throw that super field down, like gives you a huge edge in any of those projectile-based matchups, but also can be moved into mid. You have a lot of survivability with your gadget that lets you to TP away. I got nothing to say about that, I won't lie. Crow here getting picked up to round out the draft.
Crow is a great pick. That's what we're going to focus on. Crow, an excellent decision here. Look, Jaeyoung is somebody that wants to heal up teammates, and obviously the speed comes to play as well. A choice of gadget could matter in that situation, but nonetheless, the trickling poison damage will impact the ceiling of Jaeyoung. If they elect to go for the shield, great. That's used a lot of times. But if they go for the other one where you're slowing down enemies, now you've rendered the speed useless. This is a really good way to scout bushes into somebody like Lily, who's going to be lurking. This is a good way to deal with Jaeyoung. Overall, I don't mind that pick. Pearl is somebody that I haven't seen a ton, truthfully, but just off quick glance, I kind of see the vision for it.
Is this anti-Crow tech, for example, with that super? Obviously, at full heat, if you take the correct star power, you get that extra shield. It makes me feel like Tribe just want to try and keep their gem carrier relatively safe for most of the time, but when Pearl needs to fight, she can hit really hard, especially with the gadget, obviously, that adds that burning tick damage over time.
Pros, please sound off in the comments. We need to know what's up with this Pearl. I think it is going to be a way to answer the Crow. Could be a wall break opportunity as well, and maybe just an opportunity to play the mid and pepper down the middle. Tensai already removed from the map. Luffy putting in work early. Zeus, though, in a duel, does survive. And the Lord of the Skies holds on for dear life.
Bro, Jaeyoung is so good. That brawler, so powerful. What you saw there, of course, was the Weekend Warrior gadget getting popped. There's initial AoE damage around Jaeyoung, and then his main attacks are empowered. Very, very strong pick here. Luffy dives in, but actually doubles back away from Moya. Now it's going to be out of range. Fortunately, Zeus to the rescue with the healing song. And RBM quietly is at full heat. Going to hit like an absolute Mack truck with this first shot. And Milcreo, yeah, far too squishy to hang around. Tries the super away, but even with the shield, gets ground to dust.
Too squishy, can't do enough damage to bring down the Pearl. And even if Crow jumps onto the Pearl, if she has super, pop, down goes Crow. RBM with all 5 gems in his hand, and then Luffy with 1 in the pocket as well. This is a little more dangerous. You want Luffy to reign free, have him off the leash so he can get in the faces of enemies, but it's better to be in his pocket than the enemy side.
Tensai here, under threat, and he knows it. Luffy here just flashing that super constantly. Needs line of sight to Tensai, having to catch onto him though, and Tensai having to win it out. Luffy taken down in the Shadow Realm, and the little genius comes away with 6 gems, make it 7 to his name, and I'm sure a broad smile.
Pivotal moment there in the match. Both of those kills were debatable. Atara super grants them 1. Oh, going for hypercharge here rather early to ensure the survivability. Zeus going to fall as well. Now a 9th gem for Tensai and his teammates. This has gone from bad to worse for Tribe Gaming.
Incredibly mechanically proficient play here for Crazy Raccoon. Milcreo here is just going to take the brute force approach. Hypercharge popped and he will land right on top of RBM, and nothing the Pearl can do to avert her fate. Luffy wants to step up very low, but still just takes a super pot shot into the bush. But Tensai is already home and hosed, folks. Definitive performance here for Crazy Raccoon in our first round of gem grab.
No doubt that drafts are a major part of the skill in this game, but it's hard to argue against some of East Asia's strongest warriors. They can move. I think in a draft like this too, we were really curious to see, because this is a little more untraditional. I think all the brawlers on the side of CR don't surprise me, but Tribe's response is what shocked me a little bit. The Pearl worked out in the early game, but CR, man, Tensai with a big pickup there middle of the game. Moya with a super can claim a kill at any moment. A lot of work to be done for the red roster.
Luffy just tangled up, and that help from beyond. Gadget pop there from Moya. Tensai wants to threaten RBM, who's very, very low, but will be allowed to survive. Zeus just playing very long range, very respectful distance maintained away from Tensai as the map is split east to west.
Patience in the middle now. They've rotated Tensai to the left-hand side. He will return now, has a super available, but just forces the other side away. It's hard to aim through that just because your shots become molasses. Milcreo, an the head-to-head versus Zeus here, who will fall back for now. Much less aggression. Everybody trying to establish themselves, gain those supers, the Tara super and the Lily super in particular, too. We have to keep our eyes locked on.
Yeah, Moya's just not hitting these shots right now, so it isn't able to generate that super, but it's really only one good super that you need to take the game away as Tara. One could say the same of Lily, though, and Luffy is looking for an opportunity. Tensai doesn't want to linger too long in mid. It is a gadget operation now from the Lily. Tensai doubles back, though, to help Moya, and that's the Tara super used to defend. Now the healing shade will allow Tensai to get back into the fray quicker.
RBM can double up pretty well into Tara from that distance, too. The reload speed, not the fastest, but of course, with the charge up, Pearl can certainly dish some damage. Luffy, though, caught a rock in a hard place. Can't really move forward, doesn't have a super, just has to rely on the little area around him to try and charge from the distance.
Moya! Okay, he makes use of the super there on Zeus, and the Shades are going to soak up some of these shots from Luffy. He's in trouble. He has the super Moya. That's an ability that he would have wanted to save for Tensai, who all this while has been slowly, quietly picking up these gems.
Oh, and Luffy has some bad intentions. He's going to pop up in the face of CR. Milcreo grabs a gem, jumps away, but RBM on the prowl. Now releasing the heat. Complete miss there. A hyper charge for Finks. He's going to be playing bodyguard for Milcreo, despite being the larger gem carrier. He's trying to burn down this clock. Did he pop it too early, though? Luffy going to go. Moya with the triple hyper, though, and CR take the lead.
Crazy Raccoon knew how that round was going to end. They could see the Lily flashing the hypercharge. They knew they had to close ranks and get ready for one last gasp from the North American squad. And ready they were. They plant their feet, the timer expires, and Tensai emerges with the bag. Beautifully conducted draft. Yet again, I think the Finks there allowed Tensai to very comfortably step onto Tribe's side of the gem well and get well ahead in that count.
Even if you hadn't seen this set, I think the stat line kind of shows how this one went. Anytime you see a Jae Young, your support brawler, be your leading kill candidate and also DPS, it's a sign of struggle. Luffy has 3 kills. Of course, he's trying to be up in the face. It's a hard task to play into something like a Tara, but again, Tribe Gaming made that difficult choice. I think if you let it go to CR, you're basically punishing yourself as well. It's an almost impossible battle going into a Tara and Lily. That combination is nasty just because now there's no longer any really good way to deal with Lily. I think this was an excellent drafting out of CR in the sense that they knew what they wanted. They knew they wanted that Tara first overall pick. The fact that Lily wasn't banned was great, and they removed all 3 of those Tara counters that we mentioned, so it was just a free game. I think that starting line was just perfect.
It's kind of crazy how Crazy Raccoon are setting Moya up for success, set after set. He could just be a blunt object, run across the map, also cause some real headaches, I think, with the Help From Beyond gadget. Tough for Lily to get through that. Quite a pain in the neck to encounter. And our Crazy Raccoon are 1 set away from advancing into day 3, into our single elimination top 8 bracket to renew their claim to this very trophy, to once again rise to world champions.
Tribe Gaming had been in this spot before. Just 1 year ago in the 2024 World Finals, Elevate at the time, this Tribe Gaming roster fought CR in a double match point that went all the way to set 5. If I'm Crazy Raccoon, be confident, not cocky. You have barely gotten away to this point. You have been on so many reverse sweep feats. This is the first time in a while we've seen them just have a, I'll call it a regular match. Obviously the intensity there, but just at least not down 0-2.
Tribe Gaming win 4 out of 6 monthly finals in North America. Undisputed champions of that region. But now, as they've felt often at LAN this year, backs are against the wall. Dueling Beetles is where it's all going to go down here in our 4th set. And America's best hope need to hold on for dear life. Let's see what this draft is supposed to look like. Of course, Dueling Beetle's the kind of map where, you know, Pam is going to be hotly contested. She's really shot up into popularity. Hank is very commonly used. We see SK always, you know, go in that direction. The Grey always give you a nice option, especially paired up with that Hank, using the TP to get the Hank back into the fight quickly.
Pam escapes, so that name is more than guaranteed to be called, especially if there's... Yeah, Hank Gray was another combo I'm looking out for. So we've seen this map a good bit this week, and that combination absolutely lethal. Pam's pick rate through the roof compared to every other brawler on this map. And there is the Little Shrimp Big Tank. I think it just makes sense. It's a really good brawler. Now the interesting thing to do is Tribe Gaming just going to immediately respond with something like a Pam here? They have to find a way to address this Hank. Otherwise, they're going to have to go in a completely different direction. One thing I am a little worried about, if you give away the Gray as well, I think CR might scoop it.
Should think about Lou potentially. Amber also as an option. and throwers. Juju, Barley actually has a really good win rate on this particular map. It's north of 60%. I've seen a number of Barley sets in the lead up to this tournament as these teams have scrimped and practiced amongst one another. Otis here, powerful side laner. Pretty impressive at shutting down tanks, especially that hypercharge now not only allows you to silence your opponent, but to stun them in place.
Otis is going to be a great answer into Hank for what you just said, that stun. If Hank can't move, or at least can't shoot, he can't super. If he can't super, he can't heal. And that's where the DPS of somebody like Otis or the team focus of Tribe Gaming could really come to play. You mentioned throwers as well. I think we could see that later down the line, because Barley as a 6 pick is really good into some of these other throwers in particular. When you see somebody like a Juju or a Barry show up, Barley is typically that 6th pick. They get a nasty combination though. This is a pretty great 2-3 turn, I would say, for Tribe Gaming.
It's going to be a Grey here, surely, from Crazy Raccoon, and then you can consider a thrower at towards the end, or you go for like a late sort of blue pick potentially. The Pam is going to be really hard to shift off the point, especially if she can set up that healing turret in a safe spot. Just stand on the edge and have that level of sustain. Very okay. This one is a little bit of a curveball for me. It used to be really popular on this map, especially to really supercharge a tank that you want to use. It gives him that staying power, but his win rate has been pretty average in the lead up to this tournament. It's like in the 40s on this particular map. A little bit short ranged. Obviously has a very powerful hypercharge, can blanket the map with that healing ice cream, but has not been really in favor lately.
Charlie to round out this composition for CR. I think this might be a green light opportunity to go Barley. Sure, it makes you a little squishy, but I think you just have to rely on the fact that you have a Pam and an Otis to hopefully deal with CR. You just need to make sure that you have enough damage to pierce through what is the healing of Barry, and there's that Barley that I was talking about. So this is why his win rate is so high. If teams feel like they have a really good head-to-head matchup into the enemy side, especially for Barley, if he's going to go unpunished, in a one-on-one, it's just typically going to be a better thrower. Barley is going to do quite well into Barry. That's why I was just so confident in that response.
Yeah, Barley outranges Barry, right, which is always good. He can play from further back in the map. He has a super that doesn't actually require him to physically be present to create those fields of damage. Obviously, Last Call is a ranged attack, whereas Barry super requires him to actually be thrown into the chaos. Plus another layer of healing, right, with that healing tonic. Zeus can make use of that for extra sustain on top of what Pam already offers, but Crazy Raccoon have bullied their way into the map and already have Milcreo setting up some of these healing fields.
Some great picks coming out of Tribe Gaming, and already a last call on the ground. Moya muted, Moya stunned, Moya dead. Milcreo the only one left alive, and it's going to be the red roster swarming the middle of the map.
Yeah, we've seen that Barley difference emerge already. Kenny, if he's able to build super so easily, Zeus is going to be able to become very oppressive very quickly. These Spiderlings, pretty trivial issue to clear when you've got Pam in play. She can cut them down awfully fast, and yet another last call will create a defensive zone now for Tribe. But in comes Crazy Raccoon, Milcreo flashing a hypercharge, but uses it backwards to try and set up a red carpet for Moya, who is still flattened by Zeus's damage.
Met at the rack for sure. Didn't do much. It was great patience out of Milcreo, but still not enough. Look at this call from Zeus.
Such a good
dropping a hypercharge, and now there's just nothing that CR can do to climb up. They don't have the Barry heals. Moya just has to sit there, and Pam is at the wait, ready with a scratch sucker if you do pop out. The Charlie, I'm not sure I quite see the vision yet. I think it's good into the anti-tank kinds of brawlers, but I think Tribe Gaming were smart enough. This was a great setup from them in the draft.
Milcreo's unhinged, bro. This is crazy. He's going to super straight up the side of the map to get himself within range to start to pressure down, but he's not supposed to be the tip of the spear here for Crazy Raccoon. This means they've moved on from plan B to plan C at this point. Tensai muted up out in the open, eventually going down to that tick damage and that healing tonic to make sure Tribe Gaming end the round in comfort and in style.
CR are going to have to rely on mechanics here, I think. I just feel like they're going to have to find a way to get the numbers advantage, somehow claim positioning early, and just never let it go. They're going to need every cocoon, every Barry super to count. The damage has been good from Tribe Gaming, and honestly, that Barley 6th pick, they made it count. Barry was rendered pretty useless. We didn't see Hank have any pop-off moments. For how good CR have been, this feels like Tribe Gaming could push us to a set 5.
I know, I love what Killer's put together, I think, in this game for Tribe Gaming, and they are making great use of a favorable draft. Again, Crazy Raccoon get to be on the front foot early, but as soon as that first super comes out from Zeus, they'll be able to step forward and start to assert themselves across the map. Moya here, being denied much purchase of those bubbles. RVM does take a hit though and needs to use that healing turret to get ready. Tensai wants to wrap around. This is the adjustment here for Crazy Raccoon, trying to put Tensai in a more aggressive position. Again, Milcreo comes forward, but that hypercharge super does very, very little until now. Moya steps up, Fish Torpedoes, respected by Tribe as RPM, gives him a wide berth and eventually brings him down.
Tremendous start for CR, but Tribe Gaming are alive and well right now. The Cocoon will be patient, and finally Luffy will pop out. So 3 members of the red roster posturing in the middle of the map. Moyo operating on this left-hand lane. Locreo, I think, trying to expand his territory, maybe clips that wall a little bit. Could have been a mistake. Either way, though, it's a tie ball game.
I mean, Otis into Hank is just far too good a matchup for Tribe Gaming to deny. Luffy's looking for the little shrimp every time he turns up on the map. Here, Tribe Gaming can just take that damage from those fields. They had the healing tonic still in play, and they got themselves a 17% lead with yet another super available to Luffy. He sends it.
Herbal tonics being cycled, healing stations being cycled, and now yet another hypercharge from Zeus. Dangerous stuff as Tribe Gaming expand their lead.
Kensai very low, in no position to fight for himself, and Tribe Gaming have done it. Fantastic draft here on Dueling Beetles. It's far too much for Crazy Raccoon to handle. As talented as they are, they got utterly cocked.
Beautiful bounce back from Tribe Gaming. Can't say enough good things about that draft. They ended up getting the Pam, which is by far the most played brawler on that map. And on top of that, they looked CR's composition straight in the eyes and read them like a book. Knowing their every move makes a big deal. I feel like it was too predictable. I see the vision. Hank is a great brawler. I love Barry comps in general, but 0 kills across the board. Yikes.
It's not what you want to see. They do not have a lot of kill pressure, but that is, you know, something that any team going into this double kill setup is going to face. Also, Moya feels like he's handcuffed for most of the game. Every time he wants to come forward and get these bubbles down, there's the threat of the Otis just locking him out of the game entirely. Really heads up picks, and like I've got to say, this is how you pave the way for success coming into a game. You see, yeah, like Luffy's like, man, I mean, this is just a free win. Absolute free win. Against one of the best teams in the world, it's still free.
CR did a great job in game number 2 of trying to change things up, finding a couple early frags, but I just feel like the combination of herbal tonics and healing stations, even if you get cocooned and you lose a member, you've got a healing station there for coverage and just plenty of opportunity to press forward. It's a defensive-looking composition, but it's control-oriented. If they can move themselves into that front line, push CR back, it's really hard for them to come up, and it's such a good composition with a healing station that you can press against the wall. Barley, as a thrower, does really well against Barry. You almost have to rely on just perfect mechanics from CR if you want to come away with that one. Can't say enough good things about Tribe Gaming there, but the job is not done yet. They've been in this position before. This isn't the first time these two teams have danced on the world stage, and it matters more now than ever.
Our last game type is going to be Bounty. That's where this goes down. Crazy Raccoon have had to play maximum Brawl Stars so far here at Worlds, but whichever team drops out of this game will have a second chance. They will drop to what we'll deem the lower bracket, but it means they'll have to play again today to fight for the right to stay alive here in the World Finals. Layer Cake is going to be our final battlefield here between Crazy Raccoon and Tribe, fighting for some respect on the name of North America. And so far, they've looked very, very good. True to that #1 seeding, they've given Crazy Raccoon no shortage of troubles. Now they just need one more immaculate draft to land the plane.
Both teams looking to change the narrative they've had this year. Tribe Gaming, not enough at the previous land. The halfway mark of Brawl Cup, they went 0-2. Not just as the #1 seed from North America, as the hometown heroes. It was literally their organization's home turf. On the other end, Crazy Raccoon, defending past grand finalists, couldn't even muster a top 2 seed. They had to go through the gauntlet that was LCQ, and now it will all come down to Layer Cake.
I want to see a Luffy Kaze. Honestly, she's got a really good win rate on this map and is very potent. This also screams to me as a potential Squeak draft opportunity. Yep, straight away, that gets picked up for Tribe Gaming. I think that wind-up gadget is very, very good to threaten your opponents playing deep. You become a sharpshooter for that one shot every so often. And I think it's really dangerous if you allow Squeak to build that super, because even behind those walls, you will not be safe.
Kaze and Ali are certainly considerations here from the aggressive end of things. So Squeak is a very safe early pick, but a lot of the times to deal with him, you're going to want to be up in his face, and those are two kinds of brawlers that can do that. I still like Squeak, can't fault them whatsoever. There's no telling what CR are going to do here. There's a ton of different combinations, but Kaze, of course, is going to be one of those leading ones.
Yeah, Kaze and Squeak. So this now puts the onus on Crazy Raccoon to get aggressive and be proactive. Tribe Gaming might now decide, well, okay, do we have a way to challenge Kaze for the blue star here? Is there a way that we can actually start off the map as defenders and punish these chokes? That's definitely got to be playing on their mind to some degree. Kaze has a 64% win rate here on Layer Cake in recent times, so definitely a go-to pick. Start to think about the throwers a little bit later on here. You're concerned, obviously, about Kaze threatening their positions, but Juju's still powerful on this map just because it's so carpeted with those walls and that grass cover.
Gus a good pairing for this too. I just like Gus in general right now, especially on modes like Bounty and Knockout. It's one of those things where he has a shield that can grant you extra health points. He has the long distance, so they need to respond with either a thrower to hide behind those walls or just something in equal to try and get some shots on him.
Ali?
Yeah, I think Ali might be in the equation. Ali versus Kaze is such an interesting interaction, but I just think the ability to go over water is really helpful. Charlie for the cocoons. So in terms of range, it's a little tricky into something like a Gus, but it will shut down Kaze instantly.
And Milcrow now needs to be very careful about when to step forward. Spineling's less of an issue. Those can be cleared relatively comfortably by Crazy Raccoon. They can always draft something that has some penetrative power on those shots. Do we end up going for the Alligator Assassin? Saw it in that earlier game from Novo. It was pretty dangerous for SK to deal with. Kenji instead going to be the pickup. Obviously, Kenji's hypercharge being adjusted somewhat now, not being quite as potent as it once was. It used to be able to appear in the middle of it, but still devastating in its potential. And this is such a Tribe Gaming coded pick here for Zeus.
2 throwers being banned as well, so I think it's a little harder to justify that. Now Willow and Juju both gone. This would be an interesting Ziggy route if they wanted to, but Kenji is beefy, especially for an assassin. Of course, he has that self-healing capability. It looks like they're going to go a completely different direction. It's going to be Colonel Ruffs. So this is Kaze who's aggressive, but the other 2 brawlers are significantly closer to that support category.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Crazy Raccoon sort of play within the confines of the comp they've set up. There's a lot there to empower the Kaze, though. Between the Gus shielding and, of course, that Ruff's hypercharge that'll give Kaze hers pretty much straight away. You've got a fairly straightforward strategy about trying to beat Tribe over the ears. That being said, you've got the mobility to likely take that blue star away off the rip, so it's going to be up to Tribe Gaming to forge a path forward. At least they get some free damage on Tensai as a cost of that blue star.
Easy blue star pickup for CR, but Tribe Gaming complete positioning. Moya instantly opens that map, and the good news is Milcrow is even more powerful. Every time one of those dog traits go down, you get a little extra health boost that's permanent until you die, and more damage.
Squeak damage definitely being felt, though. RBM is able to punish any of this aggressive positioning from Tensai. Even Milcrow is going to have to step back for a time. How does the Charlie come into the equation? Zeus is currently playing across the map from Tensai, so won't be in position to disrupt them with the Cocoon if they want to try and get aggressive. Tensai might have bitten off more than he could chew there, but Luffy runs headlong into a wall and just gets blown up.
Milcrow there for a nice assist, a crucial kill to keep this CR lead. And once again, Tribe Gaming head first. Oh, and the taps on the Tensai. Blue star swung the other way.
That is huge now. Tribe Gaming, though, still behind by that 1 star. Need to find another kill elsewhere. Milcrow hit by a lot of this damage from RBM. He's starting to look pretty dangerous now in this right side position. Cocoon catches onto the Kaze, so Luffy can get away scot-free for that kill. And Tribe Gaming have done what they've needed to now. They become defenders with that 1-star lead, and Crazy Raccoon need to step up.
This is a difficult roster to have an offensive push. They exhausted so many resources, so many Colonel Ruffs super boosts to open up their side to make it much more difficult for Kenji, who has to slowly swipe up the map. Squeak, who doesn't do well in the open space. And of course, Charlie is by no means a long-range sharpshooter. They're committing now, though. Tensai drops a super. It's not enough to gain a little coverage. It's only going to push Tribe Gaming back, though. No guaranteed kills.
Luffy's trapped. He might have to use a super here just for the invulnerability frames. Needs to find a way out. Zeus needs to rotate to maybe break him out of that position. Body blocking there for RBM, who's had just enough time to heal up. 13 seconds left in the round, but that fan storm could be a problem. Spiderlings spawn up, and RBM has to step outside of that dangerous area of effect. 6 seconds, still 1 star in it, but Luffy falls, and Tribe don't have a game plan to come back from behind. Crazy Raccoon snatch away the stars and take our first round.
Perfect precision out of Crazy Raccoon, and a perfect pinch at that as well. Towards those end games, Colonel Ruffs really showcasing what he can do. As a 6 pick, I felt like he had a ton of value there. The rocket rain coming down, the supers to open up the map. There was nowhere for Tribe Gaming to operate. Perfectly timed, and CR now just 1 game away from punishing Tribe Gaming for a 2nd year.
Tribe now, if they get that lead, they know they can't give up too much of the map lest they get boxed into a corner and thrown into the trash compactor. That's a great pick on Tensai, though. He lingered out in the open a little bit too long, and Luffy's aggression, constantly asking the question, eventually pays off.
Tribe Gaming not backing off yet, despite the lead. They want to hold their own. Zeus now slowly being walked back as RBM still flanks on this right-hand side wall. Moya looking for any bounce shot, any connection. He needs a super to get this team up and running.
Tribe have a tenuous lead. They know now for real how quickly that can swing the other way if Crazy Raccoon are given an opening. Good pressure on Moya though. He's forced to get out of the map, play safely now, get a supply drop though to empower himself for later use.
Luffy, now low HP. Ooh, a couple taps. The Charlie spawners will be there to help out.
It's happening
Inside
again.
Invisible. Oh, and we are seeing a repeat. Yeah, CR with positioning. Moya low HP, though, does have to back off for now. Milkreo with the long range, and now Tribe Gaming trying to expand their territory. They don't want to repeat the mistakes of the past.
It's so hard. You mentioned it earlier. It takes a while for Luffy to cover the map, and he has to use his ammunition in order to do so. Moya here steps up, looking for bouncing shots now. Oh, I like that from Zeus. Okay, Cocoon connects onto the Kaze. Luffy there, ready for the follow-up now. Going to try and remove Tensai from the game, but he got a shield instantly. Nice cover from Milkreo. Saves Tensai's life, but Tribe still have an aggressive footing. They're still going for the throat.
Milkreo, a man on a mission. His mechanics have been so good today, but they're going to need him for at least one more. The hardest game to win in Brawl Stars. It's the last one.
Tensai backs up, Bandstorm thrown down. Tribe seem unperturbed, but RBM is a little bit low inside of it. 13 seconds left. Squeak super thrown out to the middle of the map, and Tensai seems to be a little bit isolated. Luffy wants to capitalize. They've brought the Kaze down, but Milkreo shielded up. Straight into the Cocoon with you. Tensai off spawn, though, puts Crazy Raccoon ahead, and Luffy can't get it done. North America's best get over the line and stay alive in this final game. It's a game of inches, and Tribe have outlasted.
Can't get any closer. 2024, these teams faced off in what was one of the best matches of the year. Guess what, folks? We're doing it all over again. New year, same story. Who will be our winner?
Comes down to this last round of the match. Luffy already knows what the game plan is. He needs to be playing forward early and often, as long as he has the health pool to support that strategy. Great pressure again on the Moya from RBM, but Tensai is deep behind enemy lines. Slashimi doesn't connect. Great mechanics from Tensai to dodge. That exchange leaves Crazy Raccoon ahead now by 4.
Perfect precision out of Milkreo. A trade that Crazy Raccoon were willing to make. And then they added one more. The Gus gameplay out of this man has been unbelievable today.
Still over a minute of play. Luffy knows now playing from behind can be challenging. It's just 1 star in it, but he is overwhelmed. The Cookie Popper, it's a burst damage he's just not ready to deal with. RBM and Zeus looking a little bit sheepish out now in the open. Need to wait for that Kenji to rejoin them.
CR fending off Tribe. Luffy has other thoughts though. Tensai now rotating to the left hand in this weak super. A lot of contact being made. Moya low HP, doing his best to stay alive. And RBM doesn't quite go for the kill, knowing Tensai is there for reinforcements.
He has the presence of mind to dodge away from that Luffy super, despite being so low. Is incredible. Here's another gadget coming down for the rough, so it's dangerous. Luffy gonna dive in. Tensai outlast! Unreal Milkreo! Another huge pickoff. Tensai stays alive for long enough to keep Crazy Raccoon ahead by 3 stars. That's all that's in it. That means Milkreo needs to be the target here for Tribe, but they'll take what they can get at this point.
Tensai with 2 stars. No, they can afford his life. Milkreo with 5 on his noggin. That's who they need to focus down. Supers being released. Tensai up in the face of RBM. Teammate there to assist. One star being the difference maker. Tribe Gaming have waited for revenge for an entire year, but CR standing tall. Tensai drops the super. RBM low HP. Milkreo a man on the mission, and once again he delivers. Let this be a warning to the world. LAN is where demons come to play. Let it run from it. Crazy Raccoon are inevitable.
Once again, North America's top squad have been weighed, measured, and found wanting. The solace they will take is that they have another shot at getting out of this group. They were hoping to do it in style. They were hoping to do it against the best in the world. But that catharsis will have to wait.
8 on the board. I mean, wow. Multiple times today, this man has come through. Unreal performance, especially when they needed it most.
The Raccoons came to fight with sharp claws, sharp teeth. You better lock your bins, folks. and they take this once more in a 3-2 fashion. Uber, they really want to give us the most of Brawl Stars they can this weekend.
I mean, and they have done it in style against some of the very best the world has to offer. First, it was humble. It was a reverse sweep. Emotions were high. The tension was there. It is incredible TV. And then this matchup against Tribe Gaming absolutely delivered. We got to see finally at least what has been cooking in North America for so much of this year. Some really solid drafts, I think, from Killer and the crew. They put together some great strategies. There's some risk involved in bringing the Kenji into the mix, especially up against Kaze on that bounty game, but they made it work on a couple of those crucial rounds. I'm impressed with what we've seen from them. This actually sets us up for a pretty insane decider game in this group. Humble and Tribe going at it. Only one can survive.
That's a little teaser for the afternoon. It's going to be a banger, but the beauty of a World Final is that we have competitors from all across the globe. Up next is Brazil versus Italy.
I think Loud is a solid team in LAN. They have a lot of experience, but we already beat them last year in groups, the same exact roster, so we are confident we can beat them. We are really good friends with them, and I hope they can make it out of groups.
A Totem é um time muito bom, porque eles têm bastante experiência e tem o Angel Boy também, que é um player muito diferenciado. Então, se a gente for jogar contra eles, vai ser um jogo muito difícil.
We are in beautiful Stockholm here in Sweden, live from the DreamHack, and we're ready for our third winners match of the day for the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. Up next, I already teased it, beautiful Brazil versus Italy, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next one. Also have some new faces at my side now. Welcome Trev and welcome Ark. Did you enjoy the matches so far today?
Oh, I'm not sure if we can top that last one, to be honest with you. I really hope we can, but that double match point was so tense that it really could have gone either way.
Absolutely ridiculous, honestly, on the edge of my seat, and we were in the crowd. It's absolutely packed here today, a fully sold out stadium. You love to see that for Championship Sunday.
We're now heading over to Group C again. Reply versus Loud are the two teams we're going to look at next. And Trev, who do you have your eyes on in this one?
I mean, I think I had to kind of go with these guys. Totem, just based off their performance yesterday, was really strong. It kind of felt Loud had a bit more pushback against them. And Totem, we know them, we love them. They're incredible at LAN. All three of these players are known as some of the best to do it in person.
Yeah, and no doubt, Maru and Maori will be having a very comfortable sleep last night for the first time, knowing that they are not going to be running into the Tampa, who has stood in their way every single year since 2021.
We know both of those teams since a long time already. Also, Loud have been playing since 2020, every single World Finals. Always in a bit of different team constellations, not always in the same exact teams like they are standing here today, but they are some of the old guards of South America. Super interesting to see that those two teams are following a unique strategy. On the side of Totem, it's all about speed. They pick up a lot of mechs. On the right-hand side, Loud likes to play those support brawlers, and honestly, Pam, Ruff's super good into mechs, so they should have the upper hand in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like their meta at the moment, and you could see that as we saw them play out yesterday. Unfortunately, regardless of meta, we're all kind of going with the Reply Totem side of things, and I think the majority of people will as well. It really is just this roster so strong at the moment. Loud, I'm not counting them out by any means because they had a very good performance, but they're going to need to do well against Totem.
I think we are ready. Let's get this match on the way. Let's get the teams onto our stage.
These next two teams were on a heater yesterday, but have they reached boiling point? This next match will set the tone for their weekend, so without any further delay, let's bring them out. It's Reply, Totem, and Loud. Reply Totem are Maru, Maori, and Angel Boy. And Loud are Kaio Dog, Edinio, and Firecrow.
We already had the Angel versus Demon season in Brawl Stars. Now it's Angel versus Crow. Why not? I'm turning into a dad here. I'm just looking at the results from
one of us
yesterday.
You gotta leave,
Looking at the results from yesterday, Totem with a 3-1 against Team Heretics. Loud versus Reject also turns out to be the winner in a 3-1 series. So let's see if it's going to be another 3-1, maybe a closer one here. 3-2 was one that we already have seen today, with everything so far today actually. A sweep in the first one, a very close one in the second. Now what have those two teams in store for us, Trev?
Yeah, I feel like we maybe do have that kind of in-between game here. It's not going to be a 3-0, maybe not a 3-2. I think you're looking at maybe a Totem 3-1 in my opinion. I do think it can go all the way, and I really hope it does, just because of the kind of level of the gameplay and incredible match that we've just been provided. So hoping that these guys can replicate that and give us some fiery Brawl Stars.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said it, Trav, that Loud cannot be underestimated in this competition. I feel like they are something that could be definitely an upset in this regard, in this particular matchup. For Reply Totem, though, very consistent yesterday. It's got to be said. Legendary drop.
Away.
Must be a max the count. Let's go with that. But for Reply Totem, certainly, those aggressive brawlers, the alley pick, I loved seeing Angel Boy on that. And this is the map where I feel it can definitely show its face. So I'm hoping that Loud have come prepared in that regard for their draft.
Layer Cake is going to be a map where you want to see some of those aggressive brawlers. Ali, Kaze, something to pick up the blue star. On the side of Loud, as we already mentioned, they go more for the support brawlers. And Trev, all those supporters have been coming back big time to the meta. We've seen a lot of roughs all year long, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing this roughs, and being able to just provide a hypercharge to one of your teammates is huge. The hypercharge itself isn't that impactful from roughs, but the fact that you're able to give it to these aggressive brawlers like the Kaze you saw in the previous one, the likes of Kenji, those kind of brawlers, more aggressive, it just amplifies your teammates and puts them in a position to be able to flip games that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. So, as you mentioned, the Pams, the roughs, these control brawlers that seem to be working so well for Loud are so far in the meta at the moment that they've got a very good chance.
And you got to remember that both of these two teams have had their best performances to date. I mean, Angel Boy celebrated his first ever win at a World Finals yesterday. You got to remember back in 2022 when he joined Navi, they lost the Tribe in the first round. 2023, lost the Tribe, lost the Reply Totem, didn't make the World Finals in 2024. So that was his very first win on the world stage in that regard. And for Loud, they've just been able to make the best of South America happen this year since 2021. So everyone on the stage currently right now is on Cloud 9.
We saw in the beautiful Sao Paulo how good it is to have the fan support behind you, how much it boosts your performance live on stage. Loud, unfortunately, didn't get the chance to play live in front of the Brazilian crowd, but they have brought some fans here with them. However, Totem has some of the loudest fans in all of this hall here at the DreamHack Stockholm. So I'm a bit scared for Loud here, not gonna lie.
It is a bit of a shame that they didn't manage to get playing in that home support, because I know that would have taken these guys a long way, and bouncing off the crowd is something that they would have been able to do so well. Prediction-wise, the public's going to go 74% towards Loud. Obviously, they've got a huge following in the South American region. Surprised to see more people not going Totem just based off the fact of how well they played yesterday and how incredible they are on stage. That's not to say that Loud aren't good on stage, because I think they're a team who thrives in this position as well, but extremely surprising to see that prediction go that way. Ban-wise, we're looking at the Mina, the Ali, and the Meeple for the side of Loud, and Reply Totem going to select the Juju as their first. Great thrower to have, very versatile, and the Hank, the Kaze, and the Buster banned out from Totem.
I think when you consider Loud having 2 Grand Final wins, 5 Grand Final appearances versus that of Totem, which really just had kind of like 3 quarterfinals exits, it does say quite a large story. But hey, the EMEA region is widely regarded as being that of the most competitive in the world. Juju, it's great to see her back. It's definitely a South American pick. The Reply Totem have been able to snap here. The Meeple ban, I think the Ali ban is a really good showing of signs for me of Loud really being able to read through this draft. Otis, though, definitely going to be a potential here, but Ollie as well, dangerous in that regard. Squeak going to be coming through. There's that Ollie. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's in a very good spot when the Hank is banned.
I agree with you on that one. And we kind of wanted to see the Kaze anti-Ali, both of them banned out immediately. Juju picked up first. Squeak was the natural pick against it, I feel. They don't really need a thrower now on that right-hand side. I do want to see some more aggression on that left-hand side now. We just talked about how Reply Totem appreciates speed. I don't think Max necessarily is going to come out here, but maybe something like the Kenji that we have just seen in the Tribe versus Crazy Raccoon matchup.
Yeah, absolute speed demons, these guys. So you expect the aggression to come down, maybe even to balance out what they've got on the other side as well. But Gene is going to be coming through. The ability to turn the game on its head with one of those Gene pulls, and specifically with the hypercharge as well, throwing out 3 of those magic hands can be a big game changer. Lily is another one of those brawlers, can turn the game around with a super, with a hypercharge, just really, really quickly. On a game mode like Bounty, where every kill matters, and specifically in those later stages of the game, these are the brawlers that make the big plays.
Yeah, I was looking out for that Lily, and Reply Totem have got a really good comp, in my opinion, going on here. There's going to be a Bell available here, potentially here. They could go for, so I was going to say a thrower, but something aggressive does excite me. Kenji going to be coming in to double down with that Ollie. And the question for me is it going to be a bit overkill? Is it going to have a little bit lacking of control? That Squeak is going to be having to work a bit overtime in that regard. But I'm kind of slightly edging towards the Reply Totem comp for me, but I think they're pretty balanced on both sides, honestly.
I mean, I really like how this Loud comp is so aggressive. We've just kind of set the stage of, oh, I'll tell you what, Loud really, they go with the support, they sit back, they play it slow, and Reply Totem are the ones who run it down. And now we're seeing a Kenji and an Ollie on the same team, so it's kind of flipped around a little bit here. Adinho going to throw a gadget straight down the mid, and there's the residue. Being able to slow through this mid and see where people are. Maru's super aggressive, will surely be traded out, and that's going to flip it even further Loud's way.
Yeah, not the positive Alexa trade he was looking for there, but straight into the realm. And just wants to try to get that super as quickly as possible, I imagine. Maru now immediately goes down yet again. Dino showed good signs they were reserving that ammo to ensure that when the Lily came up, he was ready for it. And look at this, 11 stars now to 6 already. It's been going back and forth in the first opening seconds.
I mean, it's night and day, really, from what we saw the last time we saw this map being played out just now by Tribe and Crazy Raccoon. So much more aggression, so many more stars being flipped either way. It does remain 11-6 at the moment in favor of Loud, so they're in a decent position to sit back. Maru,
no.
That was not good from him. Hypercharge going to be thrown out and missed, and it takes him so long to get that as well. Kyodog going in will be able to get this get the Gene under control, and that should be a kill as well. They seem to be falling apart here for Reply Totem, and a super from Kenji almost brings him down as well. But it now 13-8. And a lot of scrappy Brawl stars on show.
Yeah, that early investment from Maru to go super in the aggressive to earn that hypercharge, wasted so quickly, but a nice magic hand there from Angel Boy to bring everyone back to ground. 10 stars for Reply Totem and the blue. They just need 3 to be able to get themselves into a better spot for Kyodog and Firecrow, or just then Adinho. Kyodog's going very on the aggressive, gets the hypnosis attachment to Mari, and they secure that kill as well. Loud continue to steamroll forwards in the final 30 seconds of play coming up.
Well, Maru has a hypercharge now, needs to make much better use of it this time, but Firecrow, one of his own over the side of Loud as well, so has that defensive capability. Hypercharges galore coming in now, as we see the Kenji going towards Angel Boy, who gets the knockback back into the hands of Maru. Might want to save that hypercharge to just gadgets, but might not even get a chance to be able to get this game flipped around. It's 18, now 13 on the opposing side, but Kyodog will wrap that one up and get these stars to 20 as Loud take the opening game.
Very strong opening showing there from Loud. A lot of cheers in the crowd as everyone is hyped as we are on the desk to see how this first set is going to go. The Reply Totem changed their playstyle. They were too aggressive in the opening of that last game. I think being a bit more reserved would go a long way, allow Angel Boy to just earn that magic hand. If Maru can push up, then sure, use that proximity to be able to earn that super, but I felt like they went a bit overly aggressive too soon.
I mean, there was a few times in that last one where Maru kind of got his super or even hypercharge in certain moments baited out by Firecrow and him over there on the Kenji, so he needs to be really cautious. That Angel Boy pull available now, and Firecrow still going super aggressive, gets pulled and killed by Angel Boy as Maru just drops down into that Shadow Realm, lurking, waiting here. Adinho not going to fall just yet, and that's traded out. Super comes in from Maru, might be able to get 2 and does, not sure if we're able to get out, but goes for another surprisingly, and Kyodog just left at one shot. Angel Boy unable to get the last killing blow.
Well, Firecrow taking a lot of these Juju shots. Maori can get close to the hypercharge. It will be massive for him also. He'll be dropping the Grigori here, surely for defensive measure. Firecrow's coming out. He's susceptible to damage now. Bounces towards Maru, and Maru will pick it up. Kyodog coming in whilst Maru is weak. Oh, what a pull from Angel Boy. Fantastic stuff. And Maru will pick up the kill.
Yeah, really nice there from Angel Boy. Maru dropped down into the Shadow Realm, so was safe anyway. Why not add another kill to your repertoire if possible? Vicro in the backside of Spawn, trying to pinch around on Maru on the left-hand side, but he's changed targets. He's going after Angel Boy, and he's stuck in the residue, so can't escape. The Grigri hypercharges down, and he's just chilling on the water, so only half of Vicro's shots will be able to find him, and he's still going to be able to get the kill, but it's traded out. Similar situation to last time, but Reply Totem sits on the 18 this one.
What a kickflip from Kaidog to evade the magic hand. Maori goes in, very on the aggressive, straight into the realm, but it's going to leave Maori on the ground, susceptible here to fire growth. He's been able to escape just in the nick of time there, and Kaido can't reach him either. In the final 10 seconds, it's Loud that needs the push.
Still capabilities here as the super comes in, but the Angel Boy goes in with a hypercharge, one of his own. Shots coming through, the hypercharge there for Maru, and that will tie the game up. 7 stars in it, and they tick over to 20 before the clock hits 0. 1-1 in the opening set.
Two very different games played out just now. I like the adaptations from Reply Totem, but Loud have got a very dangerous comp. This Kenji and Ollie is really causing a problem. Angel Boy was getting a lot more value. We need to see that again from Reply Totem. But if Loud can really just get that early start, they can slip back.
Well, Residue is lingering in this mid here. Eventually it will go. Maru just pops a gadget there, evades some shots, and stays in around about the same place, not really managing to progress up the map too much. Now trying to go down the left-hand side, getting a bit of this supercharge thanks to the circle around him that's going to provide it. Over the right-hand side, Vicro trying to get aggressive on Maori, but he's doing a good job of just staying out the way.
Nino keeping that control. Slow into the middle of the map will deter Angel Boy for a little while. It's Vicro on this right-hand side. Maru's out of position now. Kaidog knows it, getting the flank off, and he couldn't get into the realm in time. That's going to bring Loud into the lead with 3 stars and that blue.
Yeah, he does just grab his super along the way, though, and that's kind of what he needs to do. I'm sure he'll take a death to be able to get that charge, and I think that's what he was probably doing. Super now from Kaidog. Should be able to be refragged here as they only get the one, but actually, Maru's stuck in the residue on the left-hand side, can't get into a position to get the damage back. Super available now, and he's just being battered down by Adinho, stopped in his tracks and can't advance at all.
Loud can just take this slow. But it's Totem that needs to go. Angel Boy needs to get this pull attachment to the right player. Kaidog would not be that. And now low HP, he's out of position. He goes down. Maori's on his own here, but he's going to try to make something of it now with the hypercharged Grigri, who's getting immediately attacked. Kaidog with a lovely gadget yet again to evade those shots. That would have been enough. If Reply Totem landed that, they would have been able to escape with the blue. Now 5, creeping forwards, there is time.
Maru there, going to be surely traded out, and it is. 15 seconds on the clock, and Angel Boy has a hypercharge. Super comes out from Vicro there. Angel Boy going way too aggressive, and the pushback not going to get that done. Pulled back into the mid to try and give his teammates a chance, but it's not looking likely. And dropping into the Shadow Realm is Maru in the back, but he's not going to be able to do it alone. And Loud going to claim the first set in convincing fashion in Game 3.
That's how you do it. Great stuff from Loud again. This was the match. The backstage, I was saying, I'm surprised that we're all united here for it. Because Loud are fully capable, and you can hear the crowd behind them also. Just some out of position plays there from Reply Totem for me, and just a couple of moments where they were just too aggressive. And Loud capitalized. Stats will say a similar story. It was actually Maru who had the most kills. Most DPS goes to Maru with 295, but that was all about control for me.
I mean, this is a question of what stats we don't see. I think Maru may have got 8 kills, but I question how many deaths he got. He was going in so many times, trying to get those supers, providing a lot of stars over to the opposition, and you've got to question whether the balance of the 8 kills was worth it. But in the end, Loud do get the job done here in set 1. As we say, coming into this one, you know, we're expecting Reply Totem to be the favourites, but there's 100% a chance that Loud get the job done. And a few supers missed by Maru as well, not waiting for those kind of get opportune moments to get the kills. Hypercharges used as well, and he just wasn't getting the value desired, I don't think, and maybe the draft was just a little bit wrong for Reply Totem in this early opening set.
It was a great draft, but I mean, it was the way that for me, Loud were able to just, you know, get things back on ground, and Totem just went back to their old ways, it seemed. Like the first game didn't really work out, and they weren't really there for themselves enough. You see that moment there as well. Angel Boy, what's going to do there in that regard? I mean, the Kenji is just going to be able to hound him down. With no one there for support, it was only going to be going one way. There was that little moment as well where Kaido was able just to evade that final shot that would have seen his demise. They were 4 stars above his head. It would have given them 7 and the blue to equal that of Loud, but the blue star would have allowed them to come back, and it could have changed the course of the game, honestly.
I mean, you mentioned it a few times, the kickflip to avoid some of these damaging shots that are going to come in. Kept him alive in some scenarios where it may have flipped the game, so really nice plays overall from Loud there in the first set. And a lot left to be desired for Reply Totem. I think the draft, I think it was okay. I think some of the gameplay was where I questioned it a little bit. Going on to Dueling Beetles next, Hot Zone is the mode. And we'll see if they're going to be able to drag this one back. We had that graphic at the start where they seem to be the speed demons, wanting to go aggressive, go for this damage up close. But on a map like this, we kind of lead the draft towards the support, the PAMs, the roughs, stuff like that, that's going to be able to sit in the zone for a long period of time. And that's where Loud's strengths lie.
In my opinion, probably the toughest Hot Zone map. Very difficult to retake. Wouldn't mind seeing a Ruff's first pick from anyone just to be able to open up the side. Pam will have a great time here, and that will just be able to deflate it slightly. Ruff's is banned. Pam banned by Reply Token. Great stuff. The Finks also there. And Lou, yeah, coming back in. I don't trust this drop-off for Lou. A lot of pros are now sort of deviating away from Lou. I still think it's a worthy pick. Maybe not necessarily first pick, but I'm here for it. Gale banned as well as the Charlie also in the Mina, not going to be seeing any action at all. We're looking then for Crow. It's a very South American pick. It can wait at this stage in the draft. For Reply Totem, throwers are definitely going to be up there, I feel, as things go on. Barley, Juju, that kind of thing would definitely be their kind of style.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the kind of control that will have been wanted has been banned out in this in the ban phase, so kind of might have a little bit of a different draft here and there. Juju's going to come on in. We saw this being played out yesterday, and it was completely countered by just a little bit of wall break. Get rid of the grass, get rid of the walls, and Juju doesn't have that extended range. She's got no capability of getting the buffs from her other abilities, so it makes it a real tough time. So maybe that's something that Loud can go towards, but Reply Totem's still got a pick coming in here with 15 seconds left. It's going to be tough to go aggression because you don't want to be feeding that Lou constantly. Maybe something with a bit more range to fight that at length.
Yeah, it was Revenant that just brought in an Amber, and it just deflated everything what the Juju could do. It's not banned out here, it's the potential here for Loud. I like that Reply Totem taking the Crow away from Loud. Hankel, again, this brawler is really troublesome for many. B going to be the answer for Reply Totem. I really quite like it. It's definitely not a full meta brawler, but I can't not love it.
Absolutely. I mean, no matter where B is in the meta, if you hit shots, you're going to be doing well. And, that's what we're going to be desiring here. Playing down the lane against that Lou, trying not to feed, hit the Hank up, get the slows in, and allow your teammates to get the kills. You've got to be, hitting those shots, as I've said, though, to make this brawler work. It's not firmly in the meta at the moment, but up against the Hank, the Lou, at those ranges, you're going to be having a pretty good time.
Like I say, Crow is so often utilized in South America, so you'd hope that Loud know best how to play against it. Immediately getting straight onto the zone, a nice walking cane connection there from Kyodog. Follow-up shots not quite as much. That should just about be enough there for Maori to secure it. The poison triple there of Maru. And now on the zone, Adino's going to go down here as well, and Angel Boy's now in a really aggressive stance.
Yeah, really nice from him, and this isn't the position we expect him to be honest with you. Firecrow trying to get some shots in, ice block used, so won't be using the other gadget either, so we'll find it a bit more difficult to get the stuns on the zone. Throws a super down to allow his teammates to come back in and try and get some control, but Angel Boy hitting some really nice shots here. Jump comes in from Maru, he's just going to be trying to go for this Grigri that's going to be causing some issues behind him. And Totem still hold on and have control.
Yeah, very important tap from Angel Boy, that amplified shot. Couldn't reach the Hank, so the best person was Kyodog, and he landed it, and it's giving his team so much control now. Dino lurking forwards. He's a big tap from Angel Boy and a massive hypercharge from Maru. It should seal his demise. It will. And Angel Boy will be able to steal this now as Maru takes the flank. Kyodog can't do anything in a 1 versus 2.
I mean, like we were saying, you need to hit shots if you're playing the B, and that's exactly what Angel Boy's doing for Totem here. Adino going to come in with the hypercharge, not finding any shots just yet, so no super available. A jump over the top of another one of those bubbles from Maru. He eventually gets it, but he's going to fall down as well, get sent back to spawn. And how long till this is out of reach from Loud? Even now, Maru's still sitting on the zone, gets the jump and gets the kill. TP's coming in, and it gives Loud a chance, but this might be beyond them.
It might be. Hypercharge over Firecrow will stun out Maori, and he should be taken care of because that's just staying alive a lot longer than I gave him credit for. Can Reply Totem now get back on the zone? It should be possible now that it's on 3 versus 1. Firecrow for the last ditch attempt, but it's not going to be enough. The first game of this set goes the way of the boys in green.
I mean, I guess technically both of them are kind of green board, right? So.
True, it's the battle of the greens.
But really nice stuff from Reply Totem there, and a lot of it you got to credit to Angel Boy as well. We saw him in a really aggressive position so early on in that game, and you kind of expect him to, be to eventually be able to get some stuff done, but you know, he was super aggressive, and I love that from him. Maru with some great jumps and some wonderful control, and Maori getting kills and securing them has been a big thing for Reply Totem.
Kaido already getting a lot of shots soaked up by Maori and Angel Boy. Being used low, but that crow trickle down will be enough for Maru to get back into position and heal up along the way. And again, Angel Boy exposed there, able to get these connecting shots. Fire falls equally as quickly, and it's already Reply Totem back on the zone.
Well, Grigri plays down and he's not even hitting that. Never mind anybody else. Maru's going to come in with a jump over the top and force out those missiles from Adinho to get the heal. Maori still remaining in this aggressive position, up against the wall, and that's where he wants to be. Hypercharged Grigri comes rolling on in, and even if it doesn't get kills, which it does, he's burning so much time by placing it there.
Yeah, this is much better. The draft absolutely on point here for Reply Totem. Loud are not really able to make their comp work as of yet, but can they turn that around? They've got 70% on the zone, but it's not going to be enough, not by a long shot. If Totem keeps staying put.
Well, Firecrow trying to make the aggressive move, kind of absolutely obliterated by the super of Maru, along with the hypercharge, and the ice block keeps him alive for a bit longer, but not long enough to stay in the mix. TP now established by Kaidog, eventually an Angel Boy will quickly get rid of him as he comes in. Now the super over the top as well, but Maru should be able to stay on long enough to tie this one up, but I mean, it's 99, not just yet, but a hypercharged Grigri providing some slows, and they're only on 30%. The jump comes in from Maru coming forward, and that's going to be the final tick of zone in hot zone. Lovely stuff from Reply Totem, and what a way to answer that early loss of set.
It was exactly what Reply Totem needed, especially as that first set. Just, they did not look themselves at all. That was the boys back in business, as far as I'm concerned. A great draft, everyone had each other's backs, and they were just juggling their opposition in terms of targets really, really nicely for me. Angel Boy going to town on that B pick. Again, a brawler which coming into things, it's not the most meta of brawlers, but this is kind of how I'm seeing this World Finals, and I saw this on Twitter also. It's not just about playing the meta, it's about playing your comfort picks. That's what's making teams start to shine. 10 kills for Angel Boy, 413 DPS for Maori, and Kaidog didn't even get a kill on the other side of things. It was a very, very dominant showing for Reply Totem in that set.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at these stats and you see Angel Boy with 10, Maru with 8, Maru with 8 as well. Real solid stuff. Adinho, Kaidog and Firecrow not able to have that same firepower. We're going to go down to the stage, have a little chat with Barney and check in.
This match is honestly popping off right now. As you can tell, we've got the Loud fans here, Reply Totem fans over there as well. I don't even know what is going on right now, but I'm excited. I hope you guys are at home as well. Let's see if I can get a quick question. Hey, let's see if we can get a quick question. Did you fly all the way from Brazil to come here?
Yes, Brazil. Everybody here from Brazil to see Loud win the championship.
I love that. You're up against Reply Totem right now. Do you feel like you guys have what it takes to beat Reply Totem?
I'm sorry?
Do you feel like you guys will beat Reply Totem?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure we'll do. For sure we'll beat.
Yeah. I love it. I love the passion. I love the energy. Guys, best of luck. Who's going to win this match?
Love it!
You heard him.
Reminds me very much of the LCQ and the energy of which the Brazilian fans bring. They are there, loud and proud as ever, to back their boys.
Absolutely, I was going to say the same thing. You know, it brings you back to LCQ where the crowd was just so electric and so behind those South American teams in that competition. So lovely to see a few of them get out here and support their boys on the biggest stage of them all. We're heading on to New Horizons in Knockout next to see who's going to take the lead in this really tense matchup between Reply Totem and Loud. Should be getting into the draft shortly, but as it's saying on screen right now, you can pretty much bring anything on in this map, and in certain situations it'll work.
Yeah, certainly both sides love to gravitate towards the Jaeyoung and the Grey, so this needs to be banned. It's the first pick, though, not banned out by either side, so interesting. Jaeyoung is available in that regard also, so Squeak, the Gene, and the Mina band, the Brock, the Charlie, and the Ruffs. Interesting stuff. Over to Loud, then, for their picks to come through. Ollie could be that of which they have in mind. The Max would definitely be a nice option to provide that speed also Juju's going to be their first pick. I mean, at the moment, it's going to be Max and Juju.
warm-up,
Interesting.
right?
I mean, that final pick obviously is going to be very important to combine with the Max, but great to see Max having a good showing now in this map and mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I was saying, you can play most things. See Gray, mid-range brawler, going to be kind of setting up those teleports and going aggressive. You got the same with the Max going aggressive, but Juju a thrower. You can play tanks on this map. You can play long range, short range, whatever you want. Give it a go, and it might work. Reply Totem back over to them for the next 2 picks now. Only 8 seconds left on this one. And with Gray, sometimes you want to take something aggressive, but you know, against the thrower, you might need to take one of your own. Kit's going to come rolling on in then, and I do like that a lot. It puts Juju at risk, especially when you slide into these cardboard boxes, your invis, you don't know where the jump's going to come from. You've got to stay with your teammates who can support you.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very dangerous brawler as far as I'm concerned. And it's whether they want to utilize the visibility and, you know, just run it down with a tank also. I mean, Hank is available in that regard too. I prefer the Ollie, I feel, and that's one that Loud would probably like to get their hands on also. Maybe Gusto, which I don't mind. I mean, providing the shield to the kits is definitely not a bad idea either. Some great memes in the crowd. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I wasn't expecting them to go with the Gus, to be honest with you, but you can't fault them for it. Going to be able to provide some shields to the kit if she wants to go in. Going to be able to just play that long-range game, keep Max at an arm's length, stop them from getting supers on the other side. So I don't mind it. You kind of got a bit of everything, a couple of abilities that can provide shields to the kit, whether that's the hypercharge TP from the Gus. Going to be hard to get on a game mode like Knockout. You're getting it kind of towards the end of the third round. Ollie going to come in, as you mentioned then, as a brawler. Wasn't really expecting it with that side. Maybe paired with the kit might have been a bit of a better shout, but with the Max, they're going to be able to do so much with any aggressive brawler pretty much.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very dangerous, especially as we know how, you know, tide changing Ollie's hypercharge is. The Max involved as well. I mean, it's going to be impossible to defend, I feel, in the majority of instances. The Gush shielding is going to be helpful in that regard, but it's definitely dangerous. But overall, I think I like both sides. I feel like it's quite an even matchup here, as we're seeing so far. One set apiece, and a chance for one of these two teams to gain a lead.
Angel Boy kind of just sat in the bottom right, baiting the cardboard box early on. Adinho, even if he, you know, he's got to carry on scouting because he doesn't know when he could appear. So throwing out some shots and eventually changing his stance and moving towards Maru. Now the cardboard box comes in. Unfortunately, Angel Boy can't get to that bush, but he's going jumping on in, and the shield actually knocks him straight towards the line of sight of Maru and Mori. Lovely play from them, and it makes it a 2v2. I think they'd kind of wanted the kit to stay alive because it gives them a chance in this matchup. Late game, it's going to struggle against Ollie now.
Yeah, lovely interaction. All Fire Crows will be careful. Lovely dimensional doors by Maru. And Maru can just make sure that wall is the coverage. Pyredog could potentially do this as a max, but it's going to be tough. And he's already taking some shots. Maru will probably reserve that super bullet. It's going to be in the back pocket if needed, but it's going to be very straightforward. And he'll actually earn a hypercharge for it as well for the next round.
I mean, they got that kill just in the nick of time, as I was saying. Ollie's going to be really difficult for them to deal with in the late game and pick it up just before we get to those later phases. Speed available now, and the Walking Cane going to be missed early on. Angel Boy taking the same stance of just baiting on the right-hand side. Has a super ready to roll as well. Now all three of them do for Totem, and this is going to put some fear in the eyes of Loud. Max speed just used, so going to be waiting a bit of a while to get another one.
Lots of utility for Reply Totem here. Maori be looking to make sure that shielding connects at just the right time. And it might be now for go as Angel Boy is scouted out though. Maybe he thinks better of it. Let's see as he gravitates towards his left-hand side now. It's going to be a connection onto Maru. The balls of Yarn litter the map. Kaido has the speed. It shouldn't be hard to evade in that respect.
Absolutely. Juju wastes the Gree in there as well, and the Cooper Popper onto Fire keeps him low. Now the shot's still coming out. Hypercharge available from Mauru as well. Maybe setting that up for the late game could be a big thing for them. Shield's there. Actually going to get provided as he goes in, but he's not going to be able to get big damage. Adinho's down to one shot. Firecrow getting the Angel Boy under control and bringing him back. Maori, the last one remaining. And they've used so much of their kit there, and Loud still have everything, and they managed to win.
It's going to make this round very tough for Reply Totem. And look at that, hypercharged Max storming down the middle. Hypercharged Juju as well with the Gree turret. It's going to be very tough. It's going to require extra heals as Angel Boy knows it, connecting again to Maru. I'm really impressed though. Maru has been tapping very consistently. And if he can just get that kill to make it a 2 versus 3, he'll go a long way here.
Yeah, back to basics. I mean, they managed to cycle the Gree and the max speed whilst being in there. Gree's going to go down, provide some shots in the back line, but I don't think that was really worth it too much. Angel Boy gets a couple of shots in and goes back into the arms of his teammate. Need to make use of this kind of power-ups when they have them, though, because now they've used them in the late game. That's going to be difficult. Ficro going in. Maru can't get his shield off in time. He's going to fall. And now it's down to the other two members of Totem. Maru goes in really aggressive with the TP. And Angel Boy, the only one remaining, he's not going to be able to get this one done. He TP's in and will be defeated by the 3 members of Loud still alive. And they're in a much better position. Totem needed to get it done in the first 2. They had an incredible first round. Second one, they used so much of their utility and got nothing back.
Yeah, a little bit of an overcommitment. They kind of had to, though. They felt confident in doing so. They came back to bite. Let's see as Loud are 1 game up in this set. They can turn it into a set where the Reply Token can start to bring things back. Again, a strategy of Angel Boy seems to be paying off for the most part so far. Maru a little bit low, got to heal up accordingly. Loud's looking comfortable though, looking very much in control. Nice swipes from Angel Boy, massive. A shield for Adino, but he still goes down regardless. And there are the heals. What a start for Reply Totem.
Yeah, lovely. Ficro going in, wants to try and get that super. Angel Boy falls off the back, but a shield is used by Mori onto himself, and now a TP available for Maru as well. And Ficro in these kind of situations, 2v3 is just going to be feeding. They might actually just go back into the zone if it comes out, but they're choosing to fight and try and get some work done. Jump goes in, and Angel Boy looking to try and cycle that, but the kickflip out of the way puts Totem at risk. There's the Walker Cane through the wall, and he will go down, and Kyodog, the last one remaining. I don't think he'll want to feed this super to Angel Boy, but he's going to get it over time.
Exactly that. He's going to go in though regardless and just ensure that everything goes correctly. I think a hypercharge may have been earned there by Kyodog, but a great bait to start off that round. It worked out better. Here it comes. It is going to be a hypercharge for Loud, who are wasting no time at all. They want to respond with violence, but Angel Boy is lurking that left. He gets some good taps, but it's going to be very much out of position. He needs help. He's got it now. Angel Boy low. Maori coming there for the body blocks. And look at this. Kyodog down and low HP, but it's still a 3 versus 2. It should be straightforward here for Reply Totem, and it is!
I mean, that was incredible from him. How didn't Angel Boy die? He jumped into the middle of 3 of them, was sat on top of one of them, and couldn't do anything about it. I have no clue how he survived there. I think it must have just been that combination of timing it perfectly when all of them had no ammo. Obviously, he took one out of the way with the stun as well, but that was much better from Reply Totem. And what they should have done in that first game, they get the utility, they use it, and they win the round before Loud can really get into it.
Angel Boy now changing lanes this time, but immediately has to rethink it. Good taps early on from Maori, who's been instrumental for me so far in this set. Maori trying to connect to the Walking Cane, just a little bit too short for the range. Skydog evades it. Vipro's dangerous here, pushing this left-hand side forwards. Here's the good taps. Maori forced the shield out. I think that's probably wise under the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of got to use it there just in case they find some taps from somewhere a bit more rogue. Angel Boy sitting on the right-hand side now, just as always, baiting the cardboard box usage, and it's like you're fighting the lane without even putting yourself at risk. Kyodog has a super now and will be able to provide the speed and put Ollie in a bit more aggressive position, but they're just waiting, they're holding on to it. Angel Boy's got a super of his own to try and stun someone out, and they're constantly having to scan this top.
Yeah, the paranoia is setting in. Loud are really starting to wonder, where is Angel Boy? And he's ready, connects to Maori. The missed walking came from Maru, means Adino can survive on just a little bit longer here. Maori is low here, he might fall down. The Juju falls, 2 versus 2, Kyodog is low. It's left to be Maori versus Ficro, but the Grigri is there. He shoots the shot for the Grigri, and Ficro lands it. He stays in the middle. One more round, all Loud away from this set.
So difficult for Maru to be able to win this one, has a TP now available, but might want to wait it a little bit longer. Angel Boy over the left-hand side doing the exact same thing as always, and as you said perfectly, it's the paranoia that sets in for Loud. They have to keep on scanning, wasting ammo, and it gives them a chance to take advantage of it when the ammo's low.
Next to Maru. The balls of yarn coming down, but the max speed is going to make things a lot more challenging to land these shots. With the hypercharged dimensional doors of Maru opens up something 19 HP above Kyodog's head there. He just about survives on, but that was almost a takedown.
Yeah, I think Maru might be a little bit annoyed about that miscalculation there. Leaves him really low on HP, but can't quite get that last nail. And now, Angel Boy over the right-hand side. Same position as last time, wants a different result though. Will he jump on the back of one of his teammates? Maori going in, wants that Kooky Popper available, can't quite get it just yet. Soup comes in from Ficro, will be able to get this hypnotized, but he can still shoot over the top. Angel Boy going in aggressive, not going to be able to get it. Adino surely going to be the prime target while still being low, but has the hypercharge popped. TP comes in and Maru can't get the job done. Loud, gonna go 2-1 up.
little between these two teams. These sets are so close. For Loud now, for a little bit of breathing space, and most importantly, the crowd behind them for sure might be able to get this done. Look at that. I mean, literally across the board. 1 kill difference from Medino, but so similar. 200 DPS for Maru, but I mean, everyone else is pretty much in that same spot other than Firecrow, or it was Kydog on the Ollie, but I mean, it's a very tough brawler to make work. You know, there's very little chance that you're going to be closing the gap more often than not, so I just can't believe how close this is. For Reply Totem, they're going to have to utilize this downtime to really bring themselves back together. They do not want to be dropping it here today.
Absolutely. They bounce back in that second set, so looking to try and do the same here in the fourth, but coming next. They just couldn't get the job done. I mean, I felt a lot of the time Angel Boy was jumping onto his teammates' backs when he could have maybe gone into a more aggressive position and used it, you know, going forwards instead of staying on the defensive. Crazy Loud fans here supporting the boys on stage, and clearly it's working as they're getting these sets on the board against a really mighty Totem roster. And this situation's so tough for Maru. He gets the Grigori down, but just, you see, actually I didn't even see it at the time, Firecrow gets a tick of healing as he teleports past him, so a bit of an unexpected there for them. So it's going to be really tough, and they really need to get a bit of a better stance here in this upcoming set. We're going to take a little bit of a listen in now with the teams.
Nice. Eu tô quase hiper, hein? Eu seguro essa Juju. Eu vou na Juju. Tá, mano. Cuidado, Caio. Volta. Volta, Faria. Tá voltar, peraí. Vai. Vamos, caralho! Vamos, bola! Nice!
A lot of distortion there on the gain. I'm sure the sound man definitely having a struggling time with Louder. They are very, very vocal, and it really speaks volumes for the region. So passionate, great characters all round on that team side, as there is in the entirety of the South American region. It really is a really nice sort of segment of the Brawl Esports ecosystem that just continues to impress.
Absolutely, I can't imagine what it's like in those voice chats when they're up on stage, really getting hyped. I don't think my ears would be able to take it at that point, but definitely gets them in the right mood, getting going in this series against a real tough opponent in Reply Totem, but they are 2-1 up, so they're in a very good position to get this one done here. Momentum on their side, wind in the sails. We're getting into the draft now, and you can still see, is it going to get ripped up? No, it's going to get swapped. There you go, still supporting the Loud boys. Deathcap Trap is where we are now.
Well, for me, this is where Reply Totem can thrive. Under pressure is what we saw at LCQ versus Team Electros in a much tougher scoreline than this, and they were able to reverse sweep that. Bans are in, the Mo, the Ruffs and the Hank, the Mina, the Kit and the Ruffs on the side of Loud also. It's going to leave Pam wide open. I would suggest they highly consider it. Crow also could certainly make an appearance here. Lily, really aggressive ideas already coming out of the woodwork of Reply Totem. A chance that might leave things a bit open. There's going to be maybe even Cordelis to hard counter this, but Kaze, Ollie, these are ideas that Loud have shown already, which they could definitely bring in now.
Yeah, they're the kinds of things that will work. I do like the Lily though, and especially when you put it on someone aggressive like Angel Boy, he's going to be able to get a lot of work done on a brawler just like that. Loud on the flip side though, we've said multiple times they like to go for these kind of more support brawler things. Pam, not a bad shout. You're looking towards the Ruffs as well, who's going to be banned. So, you know, do they stick with the support, or do they kind of match that aggression that Pam is going to come rolling on in? Good shout from them. I do like it. And I think they really champion that brawler to a very good standard too. We've seen it a few times from them across the last couple of days, and it's really worked.
In a much, much better place with a very strong hypercharge also. Stu for Loud. I think there's a great time for it. When you've got the Pam on your side, it opens up that doorway. It's very hard to play into a Pam as a Stu, so combining the two is smart, and Kydog is so fierce on this brawler. It's very scary stuff. Back over then to Reply Totem. Wouldn't mind seeing a standee from them. It's shown its face a couple of times this weekend. I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all. Shade could be an option as well if they really wanted to go for that, but certainly a thrower wouldn't be the worst of ideas for the Pam healing station to eradicate that. It might be on their minds here. Tara coming forwards. And I really love that pick, and Trav, I know you love it even more.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got two brawlers with massive turnaround potential here, and in a game mode like Gem Grab, that's exactly what you need. And they're going to be able to hold their own for the majority of the game as well. So really nice stuff. Support from Beyond should be able to stop Stu in his tracks quite a few times, prevent him from cycling that super and keeping that mobility high. And Pam, you know, you're going to be able to cycle your super so well off that brawler when you're throwing Tara supers towards it. So I like that. Janet going to come in then for Reply Totem as the mid. A solid gem carrier just because of the fact, got decent range, good escape possibilities, and you know, if you get towards those last 10 seconds of a game and you're holding 10 gems, it's done.
I still have some reservations on it just because it can really work out well, or it can be the thing that makes you lose sometimes. You know, you leave your teammates on the ground whilst you take to the skies. We've seen it before. It can come back to bite. Ollie is the final pick for Loud, and it's given them some good grace so far, some good wins. Will this be one more to add to it? Reply Totem are behind. They need this. It's a must-win scenario for them. They want to go to bed tonight feeling very much easier about going into the final day.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If they don't win this, they might not be going into the final day. So they've got another game to fight. And obviously you want to get these wins done nice and early on in day 2. Just put your mind at rest. And then you can start thinking about what's going to be happening tomorrow as well. So as we get into this 4th set, it can be done here if Loud do a good job, or Reply Totem trying to drag it to the 5th and final.
Already very aggressive start here from Loud. All still standing. Speed zone as well is going to help with that maneuverability. It dissipates now. Good pinch between Maori and Maru. They do find Firecrow. Angeboy's dancing on his left-hand side with Kyodog now. Maori comes in to try to support it. Bit of a tough spot, but he can take to the skies. Nice support from him.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And I mean, Angel Boy doing, you know, what Lily does, kind of going in, dying, getting supers, you know, waiting for those big moments. Loud, though, absolutely laughing. They've got so many gems on their side, 6-0 now. Angel Boy has a super in hand, so Kyodog at risk here, and he's coming out straight on top of him. But Adinho there to get the refrag. Angel Boy will go down now, but has the hypercharge ready to roll, and they're going to need it desperately.
Hypercharge for Maori. Getting some connections, but maybe not as much as he would have liked. Really, a lot of bombs missed, in my opinion. Now, coming out of it, Angel Boy will help in hand the situation. But there's a lot of time to make up for here. It's going to be a couple of gems on the ground that Kyodog's actually going to go and dash for. Loud only need one now.
I mean, this is going to have to be a hypercharge super from Angel Boy, or the Tara will come back. He just missed his super completely. And with these kind of seconds dwindling down as the countdown starts, he's going to have a tough time getting it back. Going up towards Adinho now, trying to find a super somewhere. Hypercharge there, but we will get the reset. Doesn't need Adinho, as he just goes for the stew instead.
Good choose to leave the gems there, though. And that's going to be another countdown already for Loud. They're going to be targeting Angel Boy big time, who's a prime candidate to be able to reset this push. Mari, on his own, is going to be going in, but what's he going to be able to do? Try to get a super, but it's just not going to happen. No one's there for this push. And Loud, they're going to be moving on, surely, to match point scenario. It's up against the wall, and Reply Totem need to answer the call.
Well, 100 HP decides that one. Will that be a position that Reply Totem can come back from, bounce back and get these games on the board to drag it to a 5th and final? It is match point now to Loud, and they're looking the much better team in this set as well. Totem just look absolutely all over the place.
Back to that first set, stuck inside their own heads. Nice there from Angel Boy lurking, and nice with takedown. This is better. Firecrow is going to be pestered by that pet of Maru. And now a nice pinch from Maru from the side, but those are shots you can't really miss. And it's quite easy to land, and I say that, you know, because it's what it is. At the moment, Reply Totem are really not looking themselves.
I mean, Maru actually dropped some really nice bombs there. Shouldn't be too far off cycling that one out. Angel Boy has a hypercharge ready to roll now. And Kyodog trying to go aggressive, knows he can kind of bait and switch on Angel Boy. No, go forwards, go backwards, tries to stay out of the way, but Maori should be able to score that one. And he does waste the speed zone as well. There's the hypercharge coming in from Angel Boy, gets the kill, but I don't know if he'll be able to get out. But the gems now are on the Ollie, which is a place where Loud won't want them.
Mari had to take those guys just in time there. He was really trying to trickle it down to allow Adino to shake off that invulnerability from the spawn. Look at Maru. The gravity could be really quite crucial here. Pets coming forwards as well will push him even closer to this mid. And this is the best chance Reply Totem have had in this set. They cannot blow this.
No, Maru, just as you're saying, he doesn't want to blow it as well. He misses his super, completely baited by Firecrow. But in the flip side, everybody else on Totem's doing a good job. But Firecrow's still able to just come in, swoop up these gems and make it 8. There's a 3 difference now, and Reply Totem just wasted a Tara super.
You've really got to have one man with you in moments like that to get the gems back in your side. In 1 versus 1, it's a tough situation. Maori going to be targeting the healing station now. It's Maori who needs to really bring this home for his team. Kyodog going on the aggressive, trying to land some shots. To no avail, it's this left-hand side. Firecrow, he just cannot go aggressive. It's a bit of a hindrance having 9 gems with that Ollie.
I mean, Maru just holding on to this super now, doesn't want to waste it again, needs to use it in an influential moment, and it is only 9-8 now, they can still win from there. There's the hypercharge, Maru gonna go in, get a lot of damage in, but he's not getting much back from it. Now Mauri has to take to the sky, and the gem's there for Adinho to grab, but a beautifully placed bomb from Mauri stops the countdown, and it only starts again now.
Fighters have got to retake this mid now. Angel Boy knows it, that's a great time to go in, but now it's getting just down to Maori, and he can't get the gems from the mid. Loud, they're gonna be running back to spawn, and Reply Totem are way behind.
I mean, 10 seconds now, and Angel Boy doesn't even have a super. Maru coming up with one of his own, but I don't think he can get there in time, and if he does, the Pam healing station will surely stop it. Angel Boy gets a shot in, super there, but it's not enough as Loud takes down Totem and head to day 3 of the World Finals.
Massive moment for South America. It's been doom and gloom for years in their World Finals prospects, but they are back. It's been a while since 2021, but this could well be their year as they take down some titans of EMEA. The South Americans' finest prevail.
Huge moment for them. It really is. Loud getting this good on the board and heading to day 3. It forces Reply Totem to go a bit more of a grueling route, and you could see it on his face. He looked defeated after that one, and I mean, yes, they had just lost, but that is not the performance Maru will have wanted to see in that situation. 0 kills, 200 DPS, Maori putting in a shift, Angel Boy getting kills when they were, when they needed to, resetting things, and a couple of pretty poor Tara supers towards the end, and entirely missed one. He then saves his hypercharge for a bigger day, and then throws it on top of a Pam turret who's got a hypercharge.
8 teams will go through to day 3. 3 of them have already been found so far. SK, Crazy Raccoon, and now Loud joins day 3 directly. That means, unfortunately, we won't get to see them again today, but we still have 5 matches for you. 1 more winner match. So both of those teams that are going to come up next have not lost yet. Make sure to lock in your predictions at event.brawlstars.com. Our predictions are in shambles once more, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's just the one. It's just the one. But hey, there's a lot that can go wrong still today. Let's be honest. Look at yesterday, for example. I mean, I love that. This World Finals for that very reason. We have no idea how this is going to go.
Now the next one, you two are going to stick with me for that one. Foot versus STMN. Who's going to take it, Trev?
I think it's got to be Foot, surely.
I'm going Foot.
2 Foots. That means Stamina's going to win because the cast is always wrong. We're going to find out after a quick break.
Stamina, jesteś najgorszym.
Now that is a statement, Garo. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. 3 winners match later. We're now heading over to our last. After that, we still have the decider matches, so 5 more matches for you today. We truly treat you well, don't we?
We do, absolutely. I mean, with the games, with the quality of games that we've had so far, if the others live up to that standard, we're going to be having an absolute dream of a day 2 at the World Finals.
What a great fur. We're going to head over to our last of the winners matches. It's Foot versus Stamina. You already said you both voted for Foot here. Of course, they are the ones that have a World Finals championship title under the belt.
I mean, that's the big statement, you know, it really is. I mean, going back to last year also, we expected to see them do just a little bit better at the World Finals, but, you know, again, Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and to be honest, I think it was well-deserved by SK Gaming to be able to topple those Titans, but today is a different day. It's a new dawn for Esports potentially here, but STMN are, in my opinion, the biggest of underdogs we've ever seen at a World Finals. Who could have predicted that that would have been the upset that we witnessed? Taking down Zeta Division was absolutely unreal.
I think the words underdogs, upsets are now linked in my mind together with Stamina. What they did yesterday, nobody thought would ever happen. Stamina wins 3-2 versus Zeta Division, moves on into the winner bracket of today, and they have the possibility to move directly into day 3 if they take the win over Foot as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a bold statement from Gero that we did just see in that break there, saying they're pretty much the worst team in the entire tournament. But to be fair to him, before yesterday, I would have probably agreed.
Yeah.
Like, I think they came into this one as one of the teams that nobody was really scared of. And I think that gives them a massive bonus when they beat teams like Zeta Division. It's going to give them a huge little buff to their mentality, and they're going to be feeling really, really good about yesterday.
And again, the 2023 World Champions. They've got to ensure that this time they can get to very much that same position. For Juan Carlos, for sure, trying to rekindle that meme of the 0 and 11. 0 kills, 11 damage from that kit. It's kind of what we remember him for last year.
I don't think he wants to rekindle that. He wants to redeem himself at 2024 World Finals. He didn't have the best of showings with this kit, a 0-11 kill-death ratio. But this year is a new year. This year, they've just beaten Zeta Division. They are now stepping onto stage, trying to also beat Foot. Good luck to them.
It's time for 2 teams to make their debut on the 2025 World Finals stage. Now is not the time to buckle under the pressure. DreamHack Stockholm, go crazy for Foot, Esports and STMN! Foot, Esports are Novi, Meow and Gero. STMN are Pain, Tacos and Juan Carlos!
On the left-hand side, Foot Esports, the World Final winner 2023. They were the ones to end East Asia's 2-year-long reign over Brawl Stars, an EMEA champion. And now we have Stamina repeating history almost yesterday. They also ended up beating the first seed, Zeta Division, that many saw as some of the contenders to go all the way into the grand finals this year, World Finals.
I mean, if you're knocking out Stampo on the opening day, then, you know, you've got something about you. You're a team to be worried about. And I really hope Foot Esports aren't coming into this one saying, oh, they probably fluked past Zeta Division, you know, we'll go in there and batter them. And I know that's probably the mentality Foot Esports probably are coming into this one, to be honest with you, knowing those guys. But you've got to really hope for their sake they aren't, because STMN are a huge underdog here. And honestly, I really think that they do have a chance in this one.
Got to remember though, I mean, for Esports, they beat Papara Supermassive. Papara Supermassive beat Zeta. I'm sure in that regard, they're going to be feeling good about their position. So got to go back to, you know, the origins really of STMN Esports also, you know, back in 2021, you know, Vactra Gaming, you know, 2022, Juan Carlos Payne, they've been together for a very, very long time, and that's the kind of synergy that makes magic in the World Finals, for sure. Fast forward to last year, and of course, they suffered that same misfortune on Pioneers making top 8. But this is a different year for them. I mean, I think that going into the World Finals and having low expectations of, you know, the surrounding community of what we kind of felt they were going to be able to achieve, they've been able to turn that on its head.
And we're talking about how Juan Carlos got memed last year. Still, they have plenty of fans here with them today. They're going to give them some energy. They're playing actually for the first time on stage today, Trev. You feel like they're going to be a little more nervous than backstage. Can they beat Foot Esports with all that pressure, a redemption on the line, and again, another upset?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I'm really hoping that it's not me and Ark who tend to curse Juan Carlos when he's on stage, to be honest with you, because, you know, we were the two casting when he went 0-11 on the kit, so you just got to hope for the sake of them that we're kind of not the bad luck charm and he gets the work done today. I do think they have the capability of taking down a titan like Foot Esports. Clearly, they're the kings of being underdogs, and coming to this one with very low expectations, I think, of themselves, and people also having those low expectations, it gives them a chance to kind of, they can't really do anything wrong.
It's like a superpower, isn't it? It really is. It's you know, one of those things where you can see how elated Juan Carlos was yesterday after that victory over Zeta Division. You know, they've already put in the work and you know, they came prepared, and some teams have not been able to say the same in this World Finals for sure. So they've already earned their place. But for Esports, no doubt, in my opinion, are going to be the greatest opposition yet in this competition.
We're gonna see, starting things off here at Gold Arm Gulch, we'll see the votes that you at home put in to event.brawlstars.com. 61% only for Esports. Honestly, I would have expected a little bit more.
A little bit, a lot.
Yeah, I thought this would probably be one of the predictions that went, you know, majority of the way to FUT, something like 90%, but you clearly see people start to have faith in them. And, you know, if you're just going onto the event site, you're looking at who SDMN have beaten. Oh, Zeta Division. Fair enough. All right, we'll probably predict them then. But FUT Esports had, you know, I would have said a little bit of an easier game in Supermassive and beating them 3-0. So it's quite convincing from their side of things. We are going into knockout in Gold Arm Gulch. The bands being the Angelo, the Hank, and the Gene from the side of FUT Esports. The Tick, the Kit, and the Grey out of the way from SDMN.
Good starting bands. Gus, first pick then. For STMN, it's definitely a FUT Esports special in that regard, so it's going to be off the table. That's going to make a little bit of a difference as to how this Ollie fares, in my opinion. Juju available, though, wouldn't be a bad shout for me. It's a great map for that particular brawler also. Brawlers like Byron, Squeak going to be available here as well for some control if they wish to deviate towards that. But Nani, this is a team which love to play comfort picks, and like I said earlier today, I feel like that's a big difference maker in this kind of competition. It could be a brawler like that which come out of the woodwork.
Ollie's gonna come out first here from FUT Esports. They want to play aggressively and have some range on the side as well. Nani, I do like that. Very good against single shot brawlers thanks to return to sender. A gadget that will always help you out in clutch moments. Now, they're pretty good in the long run. They can just literally wait out until overtime hits, until the smokes comes in from the side. And with the Ollie, they already have some good cards for that. Now, from the side of Stamina, maybe an RT could do the same for them?
Possibly so. I really like the RT on these kind of maps. You know, the majority of knockout maps, because it changes the game so much when the gas comes in, you've got to have those long-range capabilities. You've got to have someone who's going to be able to do it at short range, and he can do both, and it's built into that one brawler. Janet going to come in, bit more of a surprise for me, to be honest with you. We saw it work very well, literally just then, by Reply Totem on Gem Grab, but I don't know if it's for me here.
I feel like Janet's dropped off, and I kind of worry when I see her now, whereas before, I was very much looking forward to seeing Janet. Now I just feel like it can put you at a disadvantage on some cases. But let's see for STMN how they want to combine with this. Considering that the kit is banned, I mean, that was kind of a brawler which could have done some work. Doug, yeah, it's definitely one which could be interesting, especially combined with the Janet and the Hypercharge. You know, that's going to make things quite interesting. Obviously, when Doug has got Hypercharge and connecting that Hot Dog, then his damage is going to be following with the Janet. So it's a bit cheesy, but sometimes that's the sort of thing that can win you the first set.
Definitely a cheese comp here from the side of Stamina. I like to see it even at World Finals. We get to see some more interesting comps that we don't see too often. Last pick now from the side of FUT Esports, Trev. You were too slow. Squeak is going to be the last pick here. I do like it. Especially against the Tacos and Pain combination. You can still throw a Squeak blob after the Janet whilst she's already on the way up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely cheesy from STMN. I just think, in my opinion, the stars have to align so perfectly. You've got to have the Janet Hypercharge pretty much, or, you know, a normal Janet Super, the Doug Hypercharge and the Doug Super at the same time, and everybody on FUT Esports has kind of got to be in a position to really make use of that. So, although it's good when you can make it happen, but it's at best going to be happening once throughout the set.
A nice wind-up gadget there to start things off from Meow. Immediately finds some good value. And Geru getting some big taps there onto Taco. Pain is found by the Squeak as well, and so far FUT Esports are looking firmly in control. Already an early Peep's going to be connecting there, but the Dog will heal it up pretty quick.
Yeah, well, there's a super coming in from the Squeak. So great taps, and Pain's going to fall. STMN not looking good at the moment, back in spawn, but do have a couple of supers on their side, Doug and Gus, both with them lingering over their heads. But FUT Esports surely going to be able to get this first round in the bag from this position. If STMN do it, then, you know, fair enough.
Yeah, Tacos really wants to just kind of bait out some shots. He's already got Hypercharge from doing just that. The plan was always to go into the gas, but coming back out of it, STMN are going to have a lot of utility to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the Hypercharge. Now they just need the super of Janet to be able to try and get that real cheesy strat going. And they've also got like Gust Shield as well to be able to get them in a bit of a better position. I mean, what a tap early on from Meow again. Just getting the shots connecting, and there's a peep thrown out again by Gero, just trying to cycle that and maybe get another one for a bigger situation. Super available from the Squeak on the right-hand side, so can rain that down and get some big damage in. Here we go, this is where it starts to kick off for STMN.
Meow's doing so much work, and we've got a great hypercharge connection as well, whilst he's trying to evade these shots of Pain. The Pain is going to land pretty hard. Oh, wonderful stuff! It's the grenade from beyond the grave there. Lovely stuff, 2 versus 2 though. For Esports need to recollect themselves big time here. Tacos can just tank a couple of shots, bring in some heals. That hot dog is going to be a crucial time, but he's not got it yet.
I mean, really nice from Gero there. Timed it perfectly. Now he's really low now and has to be cautious about this situation. Tapped once more and brought down to 2,800. Late game, he's going to have a bit of an easier time to get these supers. Gero with the hypercharge, now going to pop it as well. Taco's another hypercharge of his own, but the pinch coming in from Novi now. Taco's trying to get something done, but he's just going to be respawning. Big damage now and a huge little high hypnotize there, but it's not going to be enough. And STMN do hold on. The hypercharge ready to go for the Gust once more, and a big situation as Foot started strong, but are now dwindling.
And Carlos has got a hypercharge as well. Didn't use the shield towards the end of that round. Good for him. Gero needs to find a peep early here, as the left flank is looking quite dangerous. Now he needs to come in realistically here, bring in some of that hypnosis effect. Here comes the peep. Good connection to Juan Carlos here. Pain takes to the skies, try to deflect the fire coming forwards. Gero's low, nice return to sender, and the hypnosis from now he secures it.
It doesn't, though. He gets the hot dog on top of him as well from a really nice super there that Tacos provides, and that's going to be Novi going down again, and STMN take this first game. As I said, such a strong start from Foot. Domination throughout the regular phases of the game, but when it starts to get down to these more scrappy instances, STMN do really well.
Exactly what you need, isn't it? A little start off the mark, and STMN looks very composed for what I felt was very good play from Foot Esports. Not that many mistakes, but Jan is paying off. I mean, Pain's getting some fantastic value from it and really helping his team being in the right places to ensure these takedowns. For Meow on this right-hand side lane, if he can just keep landing these shots, I feel like he's the man that can make it that 2 versus 3.
I mean, the Ollie, it hasn't really been doing much for me, to be honest with you. It's got a couple of hypnotizers in big situations, but even then it didn't pay off massively. Pain getting hit hard by the gadget of Meow there, and a super thrown out. Taco's not going to be connected, but he's just pushing forwards, trying to get a super of his own, and he does eventually. Pops the super as well, and it keeps him alive, but it's a big use of it in that situation.
They've got to focus him now whilst the hot dog is not going to be coming back anytime soon. Taco stays alive, return to center just connects, but Juan Carlos survives on again. Is this survivability of STMN? This is really a tough nut to crack. Shield from Juan Carlos as well. Now a hypercharge from Tacos. The hot dog is going to be coming back again. Now he comes in. Hypnosis potentially now. It could be a chance to take down Tacos. He's still there.
He just gets another super at the perfect time, and now he's just going to sit on top of him. Knows he's going to die whether he goes left, right, or stay in the same place. So just accepts defeat. And the dog is doing so much work here for STMN. It's a really annoying strategy for Foot Esports to deal with, but it's working perfectly for STMN.
Like I said, coming in, sometimes this kind of cheesy idea can really pay off dividends. Pain takes the skies when he wishes now. It's a hypercharge from Meow, but no super to be combining with it until that moment in time. It's Foot Esports gathering up some utility now, looking for that time to strike. And maybe clustering might not be the play here, as Meow will be able to capitalize if they do.
Hypercharge from Meow needs to be perfect. Tacos has one of his own, Pain has the flight as well, and they're going to go for this combination once more. It's exactly what they want, and they're getting it. Little return to sender there as well, but that's a good kill. Hypercharge super comes in from the Squeak and hits a couple of players. Pain not going to be hypnotized here, though, and Tacos just heals him straight back up. Meow low, Kooky Popper should be able to kill him, and Pain flying over the top will surely be the nail in the coffin for Foot Esports here in Knockout.
A very strong statement from STMN. Do not underestimate us. Yesterday was not a fluke. We have come prepared, is how I interpret it. For Esports, again, a comp which they are fully capable with, but they were not able to really find much from. And the scores say the same. 344 DPS for Gero. It's a big thing to see. The 6 kills for Pain. Again, that Janet, which I was on the fence with going into the game. glad to see someone changing my mind on that front. But I think Tackers as well, that survivability which that Doug brought to the match just made him a real pain to deal with. And despite the low stats, he really did his bit.
I was going to say, you know, he might have low DPS and low kills, but boy did he put SDMN on his back throughout a lot of that. You know, put himself in situations where he could use that hot dog on himself, come back to life. Same with his teammates in certain situations as well. And, you know, he was the real difference maker in this one. And, you know, how he stays alive here, gets the super at the perfect time. And now he just knows that he's done for no matter what he does in that situation. So SDMN off to a flying start. And as you say, clearly wanting to prove that beating Zeta Division yesterday wasn't a fluke. And if this is how they get their wins, then so be it. Carry it on.
Gary got a lot of peeps, but a lot of misses also. And despite the DPS, I mean, being quite high, it has felt to me like there was not really a moment where the peak was going to be able to secure a kill. It is a tough thing in a map like this with a lot of coverage as well. It's only a matter of time before you run out of steam. Going in then to Kaboom Canyon up next. Quite an open map, another nanny map potentially as well, which might gravitate towards. STMN are looking really fierce. They're not looking nervous whatsoever. They've come prepared for this. It's really quite exciting.
I mean, SDMN, you know, for FUT Esports at least, if you're getting beaten down by compositions like that, you're getting the kills, but they're just coming back to life time and time again. And, you know, we've called it a cheese strat a few times. It is a little bit of a cheese strat. If you're getting beaten by those, it can really grate you down and put you in a position where, you know, that mentality starts to waver a little bit and the games get away from you. We are into Kaboom Canyon in Heist, as you mentioned, so a bit more long range, still a possibility here, and that kind of capability to slow things down, maybe for FUT Esports, bring the tempo back to where they want it to be.
Definitely looking towards that Kaze, the Lily as well. Angelo will have a very good time in this mid here. Definitely potential bans. It's a strong map for brawlers like Finks. Lola's coming back a little bit, and there's a Doug cosplay in the crowd. Perfect timing. Great work. So Lily banned, Angelo and the Cordelius. Chuck banned as well as the Angelo and the Ali.
Yeah, pleased to see that Chuck band out of the way. Still got those kind of likes of the Melody, which does a similar thing of just diving towards the safe and trying to get the damage. Has a decent amount of range there as well to be able to earn the supers. Finks comes in, and I do like that. Pretty solid pick from FUT Esports, and I think it is probably one that they pick quite a lot. So I like it. Finks going to be good against the majority of things. No real incredible matchups, no bad ones.
Mina open here as well. It's quite a rare thing to see. Could be a follow-up pick for FUT Esports if STMN don't consider it for their own. Brawlers like Crow, very North American. Would work out well here. Bell as well. Mark and the Nest Eggs certainly in this mode. Going to be able to slow the advance down. It is going to be the Crow coming forwards as that first pick. Great thing to have vision in those bushy areas. That poison trickle over time. Certainly going to do wondrously well. Melody as well here. Often forgotten about by a lot of teams I've seen over the World Finals this weekend, but it's still, in my opinion, just as dangerous as the Chuck.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, with Cordelius out the way as well, it's one of those brawlers that's going to be able to have that kind of getaway capability. Eve coming in, and it's SGMN who seem to be going a bit more of a calm, composed route where they're just playing for the control. Crow's going to be able to get the cracks on safe when getting those supers, but his teammates need to be able to put in positions to get there, and you know, if you're on 80%, you don't want to be throwing a super forward, so they need to have other capabilities of getting the damage as well, but I like this route that STMN are going so far.
The Angelo ban, Eve makes sense. I'm just a little on the fence as to where she lies in terms of the meta. It's very niche.
No mercy.
Certainly
no
this is a map
survivors.
where she can get some good value, but I kind of prefer the Kaze straight away. I mean, Control and the Hatchlings, of course, will go a long way for STMN, but Finks, Kaze, these are really, really powerful brawlers. Sometimes Esports have been savvy to a Tara as well. I don't mind it here, just because you're that middle area of bush. With the final pick on the side of STMN, they could be punished if they go down that route. Lola would be a safer bet. However, they're going to burn down the grass. I don't mind it, and certainly on the safe, her gadget can be absolutely devastating.
Those dancing flames, real big issue as well. And you know, once you get rid of that grass, you're gonna. To be fair, they don't have that long-range balls that are going to benefit massively from the grass being down. But at least you'll be able to see where the opposing brawlers are, maybe where this Melody might be lying. I think that's a really nice pick for STMN to pick up as the last one. Leaves them with no chance of, you know, having that real big counter to something so aggressive like that. Yeah, Amber can do something similar with the gadget, as we've mentioned, but Melody's going to be able to get away at certain points.
Really love this draft, though, from STMN. Curious as to how the Eve is going to work out. And the Kaze should be able to shred through it for the most part, be able to switch between Ninja and Geisha forms. So let's see. Straight down the left is Naui, and it gets a massive amount of value and the takedown. Surely with the end of that pop, it's a trade nonetheless. Can Gary find pain here? That's the question. He is low. Meow taking any chances from this pro range. But so far, it's put that straight out the gates and in that mid control.
I mean, the thing is, they can have all this control in the world, but if they're not getting the damage, then they're not going to be winning the games. Juan Carlos and Payne, regardless of their teammate falling quite a lot, are still in this defensive position. The Kaze sweeper will be trickling down this 2% at a time and gets it only 9% down. Taco's now going aggressive and gets the kill. Sweeper there as well, and that'll already be more damage than what Foot have got in the 1 point, and it's the whole tick of safe.
Yeah, one cracked stage down. Now, though, keeps cycling these Fanstorms, will be able to do very much the same. He's waiting for his teammates to try to get that additional percentage. It's not going to go down, so that's going to be a bit of a waste of utility, but not too much. Let's see how much they can get off the back of it now that Garu's joined in. That's a lot more, 7% more needed for the next crack.
I mean, he's just getting in the corner and doing solid work. Gero here, trying to get Juan Carlos down, and does get the second crack as well. But now a hypercharged Melody going up, but Meow will say no to that and cut that short. Jump comes in, and Gero will just flip back to an older position and stay alive for a bit longer. And that's utility that should be used on the safe, used in defense by Juan Carlos.
Well, now he dashing forwards. Might find Tacos here and does. Can now get a Fanstorm, but it's misplaced. That's not the way to do it. That's so important to land. It would have been a crack. Now they're going to do it the long way, and that's wasting time.
I mean, with 52 seconds, we're going to need to start seeing these cracks gone for STMN before Esports back into a position to defend. Little invis into this right-hand side here by Naui, and he's trying to catch Juan Carlos off guard, but he won't be able to do that. Super comes in along with the hypercharge double burn, and he's just going upwards, trying to stay out of the way of Juan Carlos, because his teammate will go down and the Fanstorm placement is there, and this time it hits, and that might almost be game.
If it's not, Meow is there for support as well as Gary. Can they find this safe? They do. Much better from Foot. But there were mistakes. Let's not deny it. Those have got to be shut down in this next game, because STMN have got a decent comp in my opinion, and that Melody, as we know, can really turn the game so quickly.
Absolutely. I mean, she had moments where she was getting kills, but the Amber not only did some good damage, but defended it so well. But Naui has been the main man for Foot here in this Kaboom Canyon set, getting into that top left corner, getting supers on safe, getting damage on safe. It's been incredible from him so far.
Well, Foot taking their time in this mid. They know that ideally now he can't really do too much until he's earned the Fanstorm. And Tacos is found and taken care of. Now Payne is low in a big pinch as well. Now he staying alive, but the poison trickle is there. He's going to choose to go for the nest egg. Goes down, but does he as well, indeed. But Geru, double kill on the left-hand side, and now damage for himself.
Yeah, Meow gets the kill on the right-hand side as well, but thinks better of going in for that damage early on. Wants to keep control of this right-hand side, because it'd be very hard to reclaim as an Amber if not. Taco's going to go, and Foot Esports maybe feeling confident in the base race here. They're staying up in an aggressive position. Gero goes down, so he'll be able to get back and defend that a little bit more. This should be the 50% crack done, and Melody still up on safe for STMN, trying to get the save.
Gero on the defense does come out on top. But look at the safe now. There's a lot of lost time that's been made up by STMN there. But Esports coming in now, the hypercharge of Gero, but Taco's body blocking not enough though. It's forced away here. Those shots are going to be slowed all the way. Gero trying to get that additional 5% now. Pinch, there's nowhere that he can go. He's trying to buy as much time as he can for his team. He's staying alive, however. If he gets one more tap, the Fanstorm will do it for him.
I mean, how isn't Tacos getting the pinch in there and getting the kill? They've burned so much time. Now he might be able to finish this one alone. Meow's there as well to get some damage in. This one will trickle down to around 5%. 50% has been cracked down the bottom, but they're too busy defending.
Now he goes in and gets the swipes. It's going to be a set for Foot Esports. We are all tied up. Much better from their previous round. They're looking more like themselves.
A lot better. And definitely some solid stuff from the Kaze, specifically. But every member of Foot did their part. Amber getting defenses, keeping control, getting damage on safe when needed as well. And they're all just showing up in the right moments. Gero, so solid all the way throughout. He might have the kills, but the DPS is a real solid thing for him. He's not going for the kills too much. And also him getting up in that top left-hand corner towards the later phases of that second game was a big thing for them as well. Just burning so much time. There was a couple of missed supers from the Kaze onto the safe, but in the end they get the job done anyway. A really good bounce back for Esports after a disappointing first set.
Tacos as well did so much damage on his own, but it just felt like in terms of defense, STMN really struggled. Not so much in the offense, some good moments, but again, I felt like for Esports, with these moments where they were just buying time, staying in those corners there with the Kaze as well as we saw on the top left, it was just really that which just kept STMN having to deal with the problem, allowing them for Esports to have their teammates come back to continuously aggress the safe.
Yeah, the foot support great in the crowd as well, still staying with them when they were down, and now back to level standards. Really solid stuff. Undermine going to be coming up next. We're going into gem grabs, so you're going to be looking to those kind of more aggressive brawlers down the sides for the likes of STMN, who might want to kind of go the tankier way as they did with Doug in the first and try and make something happen. But you've got to kind of lunge towards the Taras, the control brawlers, those kind of things as well down the sides to make the real impact.
Well, Juan Carlos and Payne, all smiles, not deterred by that last set loss. Going straight fresh into a new one. For me, again, Undermine, it's a tough map to make work, really. It can be quite punishing in many regards, but Pam, certainly, in gem grab is going to have a very, very good time in this current meta. Mo's a big pick as well for Esports. I kind of wonder whether that might be this map to bring it out. Is going to have a fantastic lane matchup. Ali, I feel like you can't really take the risk of her here either. Crow, Meeple as well, being able to eradicate so much push so quickly. Kind of a must ban if you're considering brawlers like the Ali and that kind of thing. So Meeple got to be on that ban list for me. Ruffs though as well. Like I said, Pam will be in heavy consideration.
I mean, after we saw Meeple being played by Luki yesterday, making possibly the play of the tournament so far, I would not be surprised if it was banned out as well, to be 100% honest with you. I think sadly Tara is one that's up for consideration of bans as well because of how incredible the likes of Enraged played that yesterday in those kind of influential matchups as well. Meeple banned out along with the Ruffs and Mina from the Foot Esports side. Mortis, Ali, and Squeak going to be banned out by STMN then. Maybe I kind of had my analysis a little bit wrong when I was saying STMN might want to go the aggressive route. It appears Foot Esports are the ones who kind of go towards those brawlers.
Is it worth a ban though?
No, it's
you know,
not.
It's not, is it? You know, there's
maybe not
brawlers.
Mortis. Ali has been known to make some real big splashes here. But Mortis, I feel like there's always a way to defend it if you don't ban it.
Exactly. It's like, obviously something which STMN just want to ensure is out of the way, but Janet first pick for STMN. They've been playing it really well. I'm warming towards it. Back to Foot Esports, and again, Mo could be an option here. Crow, also Lily. You know, it's going to be dangerous on maps exactly like this. Many places to hide behind in those back spawn sides or any of the bush on either side. So I definitely like her prospects.
I'm the boss of bosses.
And it's going to be the Crow as well. I don't mind it at all here. Get some very, very good value. And hypercharge combined with the gadget, also the defense booster. You'll be able to survive a lot longer when you land.
Yeah, the Lily is a really solid brawler to have here for Esports. We've said it multiple times throughout a lot of different gem grab sets so far this weekend. The turnaround capability of this brawler is really good. The hypercharge is incredible. I think Crow has a similar stance as well with that super. They're going to go for a little bit more cheese again. It's worked for them in the past, so why not bring it back if you're kind of failing in the previous sets? They're going with the Doug, they're going with the kit, and they're just going to run it down.
I don't know how I feel about it with the final pick with Foot Esports, and if they don't nail this, then is it just going to be STMN winning sets by bringing in cheese?
I know.
You know?
Yeah, someone make sure this guy is not on kit, by the way. Like, please tell me Juan Carlos is not on kit.
I say the opposite. I want to see it twice.
Redemption arc for the next World Finals.
Hopefully, if it is, that we see a little bit more kills. One even would be...
It wouldn't be hard to do more kills, to be honest with you.
And more DPS. Okay, there's no skill. I, for one, agree. I think that it's definitely a low skill cap brawler. But it's working, and you can't deny that. And for STMN, going back to their roots of that first set, it might be the play.
Absolutely. Well, underway we go.
It is.
Right, here we go. Let's see if we can do a bit of a better job. One kill will make it even better than the previous year. But Foot in the middle. All members of STMN on the left-hand side, just waiting for this kind of opportune moment to make the big move.
The problem here is the Crow's going to be feeding the Duck continuously, so they want that poison trickle and the additional heals coming in continuously from the Doug. the more that they are able to soak up damage on the side of STMN and continuously heal, the better for them. And now Juan Carlos goes to strike. It's going to be a kill for Pain. They're all going to be hunkered down here, but the Gems still, so far, doing pretty well on their side. Just 2 for FUT Esports.
Yeah, a little bit of a missed jump there from Juan Carlos, but he does get that hot dog to be able to come back to life and get the heals from Doug as well. He's got a hypercharge ready to go. Now he's going to go in and actually get stunned out here, and Tacos will come in and get that kill. Meow takes Tacos into the realm, leaving Pain and Gero in a one-on-one. But STMN have a big gem lead's just been pretty much eradicated there, as it's 5-4 now after a couple picks up from mid.
Tacos is the hypercharge now. This is so dangerous with the Janets. Pain going straight for Gero, gets one big bomb. But FUT survive on. Meow needs to force into the realm, but it's a miss. You can't do that too often. Gero has the hypercharge. It's 7 gems to 6. Juan Carlos goes into the strike. Gero gets some big taps. Meow into the realm these go, but the hypercharge of Gero is fierce. Tacos surviving in this mid, but it's Pain who's dangerous.
Yeah, now he just wasted super and hypercharge in there as well. Not the best of circumstances for him. Has one gem over his head and enters the realm. Gero going forwards and a jump from Juan Carlos will put him in a good position to get the reset, but he goes down as well. And the countdown remains for FUT so far. STMN are not having the same luck with this brawler. And Meow's just going to hypercharge Realm Tacos, take him out of the situation and not let him get Pain back into the air. Now the super comes forward from Pain, Juan Carlos as well. Now can they get the reset? They do. The gems, I don't know if they're going to be able to get him out, as now he goes in and he might go as well. Meow, Realm's Pain trying to get him down, but Juan Carlos hypercharge of his own. Doesn't get the stun as Meow times the jump perfectly.
An unbelievable save for FUT Esports. You don't rarely see that. Normally the gems are going the other way incredibly quickly, but can they continue on the final seconds? They look like they should be safe and sound as Meow is in the realm. FUT Esports held their own. It's normally daylight robbery, but they were able to maintain composure. That is a godsend for them.
Well, I mean, that could have gone very differently if Meow didn't get that jump at the perfect time there, and it was a very scrappy fight for those gems in the end. I thought STMN were going to run away with them all, but a good defensive hypercharge used by Meow to slow them, stop them in their tracks, get the gems back on their side, and have the calm of being in the lead again. 1 up now in gem grab, and FUT Esports looking to extend this lead to 1 set.
I mean, now he single-handedly brought back the goods, but then almost sent them back to the side of STMN, so he's got to ensure to keep the gems away from himself so he can go on the aggressive, but I'm loving this Cordelius play into this Doug. I think FUT Esports had a really good answer, but STMN are playing so dangerously. That's the problem. Good taps there from Gero. Juan Carlos goes down. Now he comes out the rail straight into Pain, gets the tap, and then Pain takes to the skies, allowing them to focus on Tacos, who goes down.
I mean, a great team play again. Meow helps now he stay alive in that situation. He's going to miss the super though, and the jump backwards is forced out by Pain. Doug has a super, but not a hypercharge at the moment. Pain just uses flight as well, so won't have it for a little while yet unless he gets some big connections. It's 7-1, and that might be the last blow needed. Meow gets Pain into the realm, but he should die upon exit of there. And Tacos picks up another gem. Juan Carlos going in, but a little gadget used by Gero, and Tacos just trying to run them down, but he'll get killed as well. And all the gems on FUT side once more.
Yeah, massive plays yet again from Naui. The gems are split. Juan Carlos has not got super yet. 10 seconds on the clock. Pain pushing forwards from his right-hand side. Tacos now weak in the mid. Juan jumps in, but Gero jumps over. What a takedown from him! It's going to ensure the step for FUT Esports in a massive turning point in this series.
I mean, incredible. First time it works for STMN in Knockout, takes them by surprise. But in this one, they've got the countermeasures. They can drop into the realm, they can stay away from it. They've got Cordelius to get those refrags. Lily can turn it around if there's an upset. And a really well-managed set there by FUT Esports. There were some scrappy fights in there, but it was always FUT Esports coming out on top.
Well, it was a better kit performance from Juan Carlos in the World Finals this year. Marginally. But it wasn't enough. And this is what I was concerned about going in, is like, can STMN keep relying on these cheese comps? Especially when the final pick lands on FUT Esports' side. They were able to read it so much better and thrive on the Lily, thrive on the Cordelius. Gary's just there for support. And they all did much better. FUT Esports are starting to really wake up in this one. STMN could be in trouble.
They really are. This is the instance here as well. Got to re-highlight it. Juan Carlos has the hypercharge jump and just a little pop of a gadget from Meow keeps him in the mix. A really aggressive jump here from Juan Carlos, and it was quickly dealt with, and now he just flips it back onto them by using a hypercharge of his own and getting that kill. Really nice from FUT Esports, and yet again, well managed. You pointed this out as well. What a jump and a couple of takedowns that was to relieve the pressure there for FUT Esports. Really solid stuff, and if it carries on like this, it's going to be done in 4.
Look at the kill feed. It was a triple kill as well. We got absolutely everyone. Unbelievable, just to make sure that there is no doubt about those gems that was in the first game of that set. Dueling Beetles now. You know, this again, like I said, it's a really tough map when you're behind. So for FUT Esports now, they've got to be feeling pretty good about this one, especially off the back of that, which was a very much a convincing win by comparison to the previous set. So yeah, I'm sure now STMN not quite as confident as they once were. Looking at brawlers like Hank here, really got to be on those bans. Pam also, certainly Berry I think as well. Lou, again, I don't think the drop-off is nearly as warranted, but hey, it's definitely an STMN idea which they like to flaunt around sometimes. Juju, again, can get results here, but is very susceptible to what happens if those pushes are targeted by various other brawlers with either break or burn, so you've got to bear those things in mind.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Revenant take a few different options at it. You know, they've taken the Ambers, they've taken the Brocs, kind of broken things up. So I think that's a really good showing of how to deal with Juju, and it did so perfectly. When she's got no grass, when she's got no walls, she's going to be very susceptible to pretty much every brawler, whether that's aggression or long range. So we'll see if FUT Esports Rescue Men want to try and take that route and go things a little bit risky. I honestly want to argue that STMN might have to take those risks or go with the cheesier things again. I hate to say it, but I think they're aware they're not, you know, a team who's better mechanically than FUT Esports or even Zeta Division, who they beat yesterday. So got to kind of take these risks to be able to get the results.
Frank banned, Hank banned, Finks, Pam, Meeple, and Crow. Really like them all round for the most part. It's going to make actually maybe an opportunity for brawlers like Mina to come through. Barley, Draco as well. Kenji could have a moment to shine for sure with the bans that are in motion. Over to STMN now. Like I said, Berry, definitely on my horizons. The Lou is an option. Others like the Kaze, it's not my favorite, but it can certainly do a lot on a mode like this. Let's see what they're feeling. It's the first pick coming in now.
Well, STMN need a good response here. This could be the last set that they're going to be alive, at least in the top bracket. They're going to have another life, obviously. But Byron, solid. The hypercharge really good at the moment as well. Going to be one of the better support brawlers, especially down the lanes that are kind of quite long ranged on a map like Dueling Beetles. You can have those fights kind of stay at arm's length away from the likes of Mina, but still going to be very cautious about them closing that gap.
I'm feeling Draco, or you know, it's what this Byron is being combined with that's the key here for me. With the Hank band and the Frank, you've got to have a Kenji or a Draco ready to really thrive. Or they're going to be thinking Mo for now. I don't know whether I'm too sold on it. It can definitely get some good results on this map, certainly. You're running Vision Gear as well, some great value from that. It's not my favorite, however.
Absolutely. Well, the Mo, it can have its moments, it really can, but it can also be the complete opposite and do pretty much nothing throughout if you don't get those moments right. So we'll see if FUT Esports have a good answer to this one. There's still a lot on the board that you can take. You know, you mentioned a few of the more aggressive ones. There you go. If they wanted to double down and just go all-out aggression, and they do with the Draco. And that's a lot of HP for the likes of Byron and Mo to deal with. So they're going to have to have a very good last answer to this, STMN.
And there's still a potential healer for Barley to come in here as well, have the control. You know, is Mo going to have the best time playing into a Mina that can dodge around things as well? So they've got the agility, they've got tank aggression and control, but they haven't necessarily got the heals just yet. They want to have a Kenji to combine with it and just go uber on the aggressive. That's the possibility here as well. So Stu going to come in. Not the one I was expecting, but one that can certainly work in modes like this and gain those all-important capture points by just being able to be present on the zone and just buy time for your team on that objective.
Absolutely. The mobility's so helpful in a mode like Hot Zone. Mina's got that mobility with the dashes along with the shots. Stu can do it with the super that he can cycle so easily, and I feel like this is a little bit worrying now for STMN. They need something that's going to be able to deal the damage to Mina and Draco while still being able to hit the mobility of Stu and there's not really many brawlers who can do that. They're going to go with the Juju, bring in the thrower. Again, it hasn't got much DPS. I'll add that to the mix, but if you can cycle out these Grigris, get a lot of hypercharges on the map, you're going to have a chance.
I really do like Juju here at that stage in the draft. So credit to STMN for not committing to it too early. But for Esports comp, it just to me feels very much within their playstyle. Aggression, speed, agility, all these things coming together in a set which they need to be able to claim as we go in. Let's see.
Well, Meow straight down the mid, wanted to make an impact early on in terms of percentage. Tacos getting some shots onto Naui here. He's going to go around the back, try and get a super with that gadget as well. Meow should be going down, but actually surviving for a little bit longer than he should, and a good tank from Gero will keep him alive and put Juan Carlos at risk. He's dodged those shots incredibly, and they've already got a 20% lead.
Yeah, Fer just cycling in. I love that beeline from Naui at the very beginning, just going straight into STMN. But now have got the lick of flame of the Draco, but immediately taken care of. Some good resilience from STMN, but look at the objective. I mean, for Esports are closing in on 50% already.
And Grigri's just been decimated, bear in mind as well. Mo goes in and gets decimated as well. Now he's back on the zone, and he's just burning so much time. Gonna pop a gadget here, try and run Juju down. And whilst he's doing that, his teammates are there, getting the percent and playing the game mode as it should be played.
I mean, the Draco just running through the middle with, again, the last stand gadget. I mean, you're getting objective, even if you go down, it's time spent. Now he is on his own, finds some good taps into Juan Carlos, gets the kill. Now Payne is next for dessert. Can't quite finish him up, but Taco's so low. It's easy pickings for Meow and Gero.
I mean, what else is there to be said about this game? It's going to be match point after this one as STMN accept defeat and stay in spawn. FUT Esports tick up to the match point coming up next. And that was an incredible performance. STMN, I don't even think they played bad necessarily, but FUT Esports just domination here and not enough DPS to deal with the vast amounts of HP that sits on the zone.
100% to only 10. It's going to be a complete mindset reversal from STMN here. It might have a bit of more than they can chew. Already a good start, windmill gadget there for Meow. One of the strongest gadgets in the game, in my opinion, Eva. Last stand again for Naui. Gets Juan Carlos already. Look at the objective. It's only now that STMN are on the zone.
Yeah, bit better from STMN this time. They haven't let it get away from them that early on, but Naui coming in with a super of his own, now evading the Byron shots nicely and just running it down, allowing Meow to just heal back up and get back into the mix afterwards. He should be out of this Dragon form in just a second. Grigri placed on top of him, and he might even just go down and try take it with him. Gero still on the zone, not really having much to worry about with his teammates doing so well.
Yeah, Juan Carlos now, Gary leaves him exactly, just let the health come back and then go for some more taps. Not really anything he can do, he's pinched in, and now Hypercharge from Payne might be able to do something, but STMN losing time here.
I mean, it's 75% to 13, and STMN are going down over and over and over again. The gadget from Naui wasn't even necessary there. Doesn't even burn down to 1%, 1 HP whilst he's in it, sorry. And Meow cleans up the back lines. FUT Esports decimate STMN here in Hot Zone and take this victory, sending them to the lower bracket.
Men were able to upset a world champion yesterday, but today is a different day, and 3 is a crowd. FUT Esports remain on top, a real contender in this competition. They are looking so scary. Could they become 2-time world champions? They are looking like a real favorite, if you ask me.
Absolutely. I mean, that performance was incredible, and let's not forget they beat Papara Supermassive 3-0 yesterday, who did the unthinkable and knocked a Titan out of the competition in the lower bracket. So being able to get these wins on the board against 2 teams who have performed incredibly. I mean, Juan Carlos, all right, mate. 9 kills and 408 DPS on the Byron, but it's still not good enough. It's really unfortunate. 0 kills for Payne there, not the performance that he needed, but I think that was expected for Juju in that matchup.
Yeah, a really tough one for STMN, especially with their results from yesterday. We were hoping for something that would continue forwards, and they had a great start, but those cheese comps can't last forever. And we saw FUT Esports adapt really nicely.
And we see in the bracket Papar Supermassive versus
STMN.
STMN, sorry.
Yep.
Wow. Papar Superman versus SKMen is going to be a match that we will watch later on. Because now we finished our winners' matches. We're going to head over to our deciders. Whoever loses those is going to be out, and they are not in contention for the crown and for this beautiful trophy any longer. First up, we have Revenant X Spark versus Novo. You want to stick around for that one.
Brawl Stars World Finals, we have fans of all shapes and sizes, and I've got Alice here joining me. Alice, what's been your favorite thing so far at DreamHack Stockholm?
My favorite thing is here is like watching everybody fight and watching you talk. It's funny, and watching all the brawlers fight.
You know what? Watching me talk being funny, I don't know how to take that, but you know what? I'll take it as a win. And Alice, I got to ask you, who's your favorite brawler?
Shelly so far.
Shelly so far. There's always room for people to grow. Thank you so much, Alice. I'm going to ask for a spud. Boom! And enjoy the rest of the show. It's day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals, and we can't wait to see how the action unfolds.
Yeah, I would say Novo Esports is one of the dark horses coming to World Finals because they're obviously a very strong team coming from one of the best regions, if not the best region, EMEA. But they haven't had any LAN experience, so I think we're definitely going to be capitalizing on that. I think our team is really good on LAN, so we're going to destroy them.
Revenant is a really strong team after the LCQ, and I look forward to meet them as soon as possible on the main stage.
I hope you are ready for the main stage. Novo playing on it for the very first time. Not only this event, but also this year. They didn't really gather too much LAN experience, as Revenant has stated there. And I'm back with Uber and Kenny. I'm super happy to have you back. I hope you had some time to rest your voices, and I hope you're ready for our deciders. Whoever wins this one will move on to day 3. Whoever loses it, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to.
The stakes could not be higher. It is do or die for all of these teams in these decider matches. Revenant X Spark, of course, they start their tournament run up against an SK Gaming who look utterly indomitable. But against SSG, Revenant X Spark, Kenny, they look a cut above. And they do look like they should be grasping for that second spot out of this group.
Plenty of LAN experience to go around for them, and this isn't their first rodeo. On the other hand, Novo got a taste of what the spotlight feels like just earlier ago. I'm putting my faith in a roster with a talented Revenant player, especially in somebody like Sargent. Generational talent, one of the best from little old Southeast Asia. They have a lot to prove for their region.
Revenant has taken down some Goliaths already at LCQ. They only came through because they took down teams like Inner Circle, Crazy Raccoon, and also Rival. Now is Novo next, Uber?
I mean, that's the question on everybody's mind at this point. And Novo has definitely emerged as the true dark horse here now that Revenant X Spark have garnered their fair share of respect after a great showing through LCQ. Novo have had less opportunities to compete under these conditions, but for their age and for their experience level, they seem quite composed and very mechanically proficient. It's going to take more than that, though, to topple Sargent and the rest of the Wolfpack.
This is a big test for them. I think Revenant have come prepared to play. Obviously, some big wins for both squads. Very similar resumes as we approach this final match.
And don't forget, both of them have taken down Space Station Gaming. Revenant had to do it in the lower bracket. Novo did it right away. So I'm super excited for this one. Revenant with an unfortunate loss against SSG there. And now Novo coming in as their next target or their next huge opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are definitely have their eyes locked on this next form of prey. Novo Esports better have the wits about them.
And now it's time to bring out the teams. Be ready. They are.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the lower bracket. And you know what that means? You lose, you go home. DreamHack Stockholm, hold on to your hats and please welcome Revenant X Spark and Novo Esports. Revenant X Spark are responsible Esports are Marco, Bizo, and Suhi.
On the left-hand side, the Italian squad that did manage to win at least one monthly final. Can they now take on that Southeast Asian roster? Reverend Dixburg had some upsets this year, caused some upsets, and I'm not sure if they're ready. Again, for them, it's their first ever LAN tournament. Novo, I wouldn't be so surprised if they would be a little shaky.
This team, though, were a revelation when they burst onto the scene in EMEA. An all-Italian squad of rookies that turned up and won that March monthly final. So very early on, they were demanding respect in the region. But as time went on, we started to see, the usual suspects crop up in EMEA and start to find success. Novo Esports here definitely are considered the underdog in this game, and for Revenant X Spark, they normally have the luxury, Kenny, of having that moniker. They usually have got to be the underdog. Now, pressure's on. It's win and in, lose and you're out. They absolutely need to convert.
Curious to see how the world handles this one. I think the public may have contrasting opinions. It's either going to be faith in EMEA, the strongest region for the past couple years, and a ton of depth. Meanwhile, Revenant standing out amongst the pack in their smaller Southeast region. I think this one's very personal for Revenant as well. They have a lot to prove, not only for themselves, but on behalf of their tiny region, one that didn't get included in what we'll call our Big Four. I think this one is going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be scrappy. Revenant have a very aggressive, unique playstyle in Novo, or an all-in kind of potential with compositions. It's either a 2-0 or an 0-2 a lot of the time. It seems like a lot of the world is siding with us in the casting desk.
Revenant X-Spark has the majority of the votes over at event4brawlstars.com. Both of those teams so far at the World Finals 25 with the same exact journey. 3-1 against SSG, 0-3 versus SK Gaming. And we're heading straight into our first match of the decider matches. First map is going to be Hot Potato, and Otis is going to be that first pick for Revenant. How do we like that, Olger?
Look, it's a decent opener. I think it's great, and it also tells Novo Esports that if they dare to bring in a tank, they're going to have a tough time. I think it straight away just sort of puts the idea of bringing Hank into their composition sort of out of their mind. Novo might have to opt into some more mid-range, middle-of-the-road sort of setups here and save their last pick to try and get the edge. Lily's a decent take here. Definitely has to be worried about Otis, but has a lot of evasion to avoid getting stunned up.
There's a lot of stereotypical combinations going on right now with Otis, who is the most picked brawler in scrims for these teams. It's a great shutdown option, it's great on defense, and because of that, it gives you an avenue later down to grab those more aggressive brawlers that normally Otis would counter, because the other team is going to struggle to pick them. That's why you're going to see Novo Esports pair this Lily with a Charlie. They know Charlie is a shutdown option. The Cocoon can be the ultimate defender, but Otis still has plenty of pairings that you can roll with. Shade, somebody that could be on their mind, a very stereotypical one. Kaze normally in consideration, but in the ban stage. Nita, though, there for an assistance. I imagine they're going to do something more aggressive here now that they have needed to address the Spiderlings.
I would agree with you on that one, Kenny. I do want to see something a bit more aggressive. Maybe a Carl, maybe something else to just close the gap between themselves and to save a bit quicker. They have two brawlers that are super good at defense. Once Nita has her super, of course, you can go up and throw the bear and save as well. But what is going to be that last pick? Is it going to be something aggressive? It is! It's no one other than Bull. I love to see him on a map like this one. Hot Potato, Pit Stop, those two have always been his best maps.
Well, Revenant have done more than just tip their hand here as to what their strategy is likely to be. Nita is map control in a can. You just sort of pop that super and all of a sudden Bruce can create a lot of space for you to work in. And Bullum always implies an all-in strategy, or at least the option to go that way. Novo do have answers, though. They have answers for at least one of these threats, of course, in the Charlie. And Shade is a brawler who has a really strong win rate on this map. Personally, I actually thought Revenant were going to round out their draft with this particular pick, but Shade is right at home here at Hot Potato. A lot of walls in which to play in.
Should be a fun one, to say the least. Two very aggressive play styles, and of course some sprinkled in defense coming out of Otis and Nita. Southeast Asia darlings going to be called upon one more time to take their place in a quarterfinals against the Princes of EMEA. What could be one day great kings will have to fight for their spot for a day number 3.
Revenant are the perennial big fish in a small pond, but now they're in the great wide ocean, and there are predators aplenty. Novo Esports would love a chance to topple them here. Visa with a decent start. Sargent gets caught up inside that Cocoon, and Marco was already threatening some safe damage. Hops down with that gadget, is going to force a response to stay close to home here to avoid this incidental chip damage being thrown in.
Marco delivers onto that threat. 14% accumulated there, but Revenant quick with a response. Biso on the back heels. Sabine trying to do his best as the Shade player. Marco diving in on the action, head first into the enemy, but Response getting the job done for his roster.
Response would love to find a way to charge up Super, so doesn't want to spend too much of his time on the safe. Wants to develop yet another Bruce, but that short range Bonita sometimes can really hamper her effectiveness. Sabine's able to play out from inside the wall, and we have a knock on Revenant X Spark safe. But keep your eyes at the top right of the screen. Novo Esports' base already down to 62%.
Hypercharge for Sargent, a star man from the region. Shade, hypercharge, fights through one, going against Sargent too. Bruce the Bear will hustle him away as Jade puts some follow-up shots to make sure they get below sub 50.
Marco going deep here, able to knock the safe down to 50. This has stayed a close game from the outset. Sabine now trying to press that left-hand side, but Sargent pops out of absolutely nowhere and downs him. Marco, though, was still an issue, able to avoid Sargent and knock the safe down to 28%. Revenant X Spark now playing from behind.
A big difference here. Both still trying to encroach on that 25% marker, but now it's Shade hovering. Response on the left-hand end. They're making a mad dash for it. The stun goes through. Lily goes down, and it's a sea of blue attacking the high safe up top. They're going for more. Oh, look at the rush. Revenant claim the first.
As soon as you let that Bruce into your cookie jar, he's got to make short work of it. A massive Otis stun to line that one up for Revenant X Spark, and eventually the Novo Esports dam simply breaks. They cannot keep up with the damage from Revenant X Spark with just a Lily on their safe, and they fall behind rather quickly.
Back and forth in game number one. Let's see what game two has in store for us. Marco with a breakaway on the left-hand end will dip into the Shadow Realm. Response knows this though. Great awareness. His main mission is going to be defend against Lily. Sargent feels like he has to go back as well. They'll take that trade all day long, especially with Shade getting in several attacks.
Yeah, this is exactly what Novo want. Maintain this level of tempo. When one brawler falls, another one steps up to take their place and keeps threatening the safe. Sabine is a real nuisance playing from inside. Look at all that free damage they got against Sargent, and now they can go to work on the safe. Marco's going to drop down, and this has devolved into a straight race. Biso stuffed into the corner at the top of the map here, but Novo have a nice lead in terms of safe damage, and they're showing no signs of letting up.
Bull is struggling to multitask, dives in, gets the takedown on Shade, but it's still Marco on the other end, putting in damage. It's still close though. Movo barely ahead, now the other end. Jay is a problem to be dealt with. Shade has the body block. He's gonna dash forward, gets the kill just enough. In the nick of time, 1% holds on.
It's a race now, straight down the middle. Novo are trying to get the break here on Revenant X Spark, who would like to sneak around them and finish off the safe. Bruce is a problem, but he's being handled. Response taken down as Sargent is too low to surge ahead. Sabine's making a break for it. That safe is in tatters. One more here to Novo win by 1%.
Heavy hitters early on. Novo fans rejoicing in our crowd. Unbelievable performance from the world stage first. Looks like we've got a long, drawn-out battle ahead of us. If this is anything in telling of how this series is going to go, we are in for a real treat.
Zero respect offered by Novo. They know the accolades of Revenant X Spark, and they are uninterested. Only eyes for their safe. Sabine is such a problem here for Jay to deal with. He has to give so much ground. Sabine can cover the map in a matter of seconds and picks up yet another elimination.
Jade crunches another enemy. He's getting kills, he's getting damage. He has been a problem, and he's already got a hypercharge. Sargent just resting in this grass, waiting for him to make a move. But Jade knows he's nearby. He's charging that hypercharge off of him, dashes through the wall, burns it, but allows Marco to go up the middle of the map while he heals. Jay has to defend. This is a 1-2 punch that Revenant just don't have answers for right now.
There's a problem though. Novo Esports safe getting chunked straight on down. It's already going to be knocked to the next stage, and Jay in response are here to help him out. There's just far too much damage on that thrust from Revenant X Spark, but their safe is being chucked down all the while. Marco gives a good of account of himself, brings that safe down to 53, and Sabine is again lurking on the left.
Good follow-up from Sargent to make sure they get that kill. Left-hand side, Shade just trying to stay in that perfect window.
Another bear.
Charge that super. A bear, a kill. Now Revenant with the advantage, cracking that 25% threshold.
Ghost Spiderling's important to distract Bruce the Bear, but he was in hypercharge and he was big, brolic, and bad business, folks. Novo Esports hanging on to this set by a thread, but a strong wind would blow their safe over and they get a body block every shot. Eventually, Jay breaks through and claims the set for Southeast Asia.
Interesting decision-making in game number 3 out of Revenant. Instead of hyper-focusing on defense, their attempt at a defense was just to make sure they were generating more offense than the other side. They built up an early lead. Even though Shade was a star player throughout that set, they were willing to give up 1 for the price of 2 moving on to the other end.
But the way the game often devolved, Kenny, it was Marco trying to keep up with that safe damage. A whopping 125k. That is pretty insane for a Lily player. Normally put on anti-personnel duty, but it was actually Jay in the end. With 2 quasi all-in brawlers alongside him, he's consistently getting that longer range damage on the safe when Nova were tied up trying to deal with a bull in their face or, you know, a Bruce the Bear. That with that Hyper Bear star power is going absolutely ham on their safe. It's a triple threat setup here for Revenant X Spark, and it's just too overwhelming for Novo.
You can see why Otis is the most common pick on this map right now. It's hard because the ban stage is so wide. There's a lot of cards that you can remove from the deck. But Otis is a great high-safe damage dealer, especially in a meta like this where we're mixing in brawlers like Bull, like Lily. Those shutdown options are needed. So he's just a hybrid of everything you love to see on a hot potato.
A really strong draft here, great performance. What I love about Novo Esports is they never really backed down. They never offered respect here to Revenant X Spark, and they made it quite a competitive first set. That is what we'd love to see. Heist is always a nail-biter. But next we're headed off to Gem Grab. It's going to be Undermine. And for Novo, this is a weaker part of their portfolio just in terms of game types where they succeed. This is a 39.1% win rate on Gem Grab for them. And Undermine's a weird map to have in the pool. It can certainly skew those results, but this EMEA number 5 seed has struggled to make progress on this game type.
Sergeant full of emotions, but in the in-between, just taking a deep breather. The star of Southeast Asia. I do feel like his teammates don't get enough credit. People forget Response's resume, just how good he has been over the years, even on a world stage. X9J, phenomenal. Had the opportunity to watch some of Jay's videos after LCQ, reviewing their drafts and the mentality and just strategy you had. So different from other teams in a good way, in a positive way. Obviously, it led to success there. I was curious to see how it would do here. Gem Grab in particular, one of the most unique ones. And since the Hypercharge got nerfed, just overall, as a whole in the game, I think it's going to change the mentality they had because they love just getting aggressive. They love just clicking purple buttons. They're okay with going away from your traditional mids. So look out to see if Revenant pull a fast one on them again.
Novo also play some really interesting comps on this particular map. They've often opted for Max when available, and a cheeky Rosa pick in the back pocket is something we've seen from the Italian squad. So they've managed to make decent work with that setup, and actually this is their best Gem Grab map. So Undermine often sort of sets some pretty unique restrictions on the pick and ban phase. It requires pretty strong side laners, and that's why you actually see the alley getting banned out here. It does crop up on this map a fair bit. Very, very good just for diving deep. And remember, can jump over those walls at the top or bottom of the map to access gem carriers who have retreated into their own spawn.
Hank, a very stereotypical pick for the squad, whether that be LCQ or today.
Right?
They love being aggressive. There's the Max that you mentioned as well, so good shout for Novo Esports.
Yeah,
that's the pairing we were looking for. It's a very common one right now in Gem Grab, just in general, not just an Undermine thing, but especially a Hard Rock Mine thing. Sandy has really risen through the ranks as of recent. This is a long time pairing. I mean, man, how many years in a row have we just watched this duo shatter enemies?
Yeah, I mean, time and time again, and they've always carried this underdog moniker into tournaments, but people forget that Revenant X Spark, they dominate their region pretty consistently. In the past, Jay and Response played in East Asia, right? There, it was much tougher going for them. They were able to win a monthly final last year under the Coco Loco name. But I feel like being able to combine regions, now have access to that Indian region, bring Sergeant Clash into the lineup, especially when a guy can get a visa. They've really become a true powerhouse from a small region, and they always make a splash when they hit the ocean, of course, of global Brawl Stars. Here's the Ash, so not the Rosa that we normally see picked up by Novo, but again, a decent option here in this kind of tank battle. There's a lot of health across Jay in Response to try and cut through, and Ash was always favored in some of those tank head-to-heads.
I feel like Novo Esports had to see the Crow coming. It's just a common occurrence into somebody that Max who brings speed. The poison can obviously slow that down if you elect to go for that gadget, even if not.
Pretty rare, I think, yeah.
At these days, I agree. But Crow, even just into Sandy alone, the vision that you are instantly granted into an invisible sandstorm, so helpful. Stereotypical stuff coming out of Revenant. Aggressive playstyle. You love to see it on the other end. Novo running a long-time tandem, the Max and the Sandy, and the Ash to try and cover for the Hank. Early on, Sargent gets a tap, looking for the follow-through, and it's a complete team response. They're able to focus that down and grab the numbers early.
So it is the shield here for Jay. He's got the defense booster gadget. What people forget about that gadget is it's not a flat amount of shielding. It is a 40% damage reduction, which makes him a lot tankier than he otherwise would look with such a small health pool. Something to keep an eye on here. Jay definitely has to have his wits about him now, as all the little helpers are going to chase him off the map.
Revenant are going to be looking to play around their hypercharges. Ollies, of course, can hypnotize the enemy, and Hanks is just lethal. He can storm up the map, cycle in, heals, and that's what he's doing right now. He actually popped it just to grab a Raider kill, got the hypercharge super, but dies before he can click the purple button. At least he'll have a super when he comes back to life.
This Ash has actually been a pretty big difference maker. It's kind of troublesome for Revenant to clear these little helpers, and there's the max hypercharge. That is a bunch of little helpers. This bubble has to be used to account for most of them, and Sabim's just able to rotate that super, find yet another one. Response pops the shield gadget, but it's not nearly enough, and Sabim is boosting across the map to put pressure on Jay, who has to pull the plug and jump out to safety.
Viso's survival crucial, because now they can still hold this right-hand lane. Response just has to play body blocking for Jay. He's so low in health points, and Ash doesn't care, running him down, and Jay's gonna have to go back to spawn and cover a lot of ground. This is what they were playing around, though. Sargent's hypercharge comes through. They reset the count, gain a little positioning. There's still hope yet.
Sabim here is just going to play interference. He can afford to lose that one gem. Biso, though, not the ideal gem carrier. A very close-range brawler. And Response is going to try and get that bubble right over his head like a halo. Biso plays up to that left-hand side. He gets the dive in from Jay. It's a little bit wayward, a little bit maladroit on the landing. And Sargent tries, but tries he might. He cannot stop the Sandy. Novo Esports take the first round.
Ash might have been the sixth pick that they needed. It's a great answer typically into Hank, but it's actually worked out really well to almost act as a fourth brawler at times. When those robotic rats go down, it's just another thing for somebody like Crow to focus. Ollie can shred through them rather quickly, but two brawlers on the Revenant end can really struggle into that. If they lose positioning, Revenant are just going to have a harder time. Once again, they're going to get a proper lane matchup. Ash is going on the left-hand end. They're just doubling down, though. They don't care about the map presence. They just want to give themselves an advantage moving forward.
Sabim there has to pop gadget to get healed up, gives up some fury in order to do so, but he'll be building it up nice and quick. God, he gets across the map quickly, doesn't he? Jay now falls to the broom. Sabim just cuts the bloody swathe through Revenant X Mark. And now they've lost that full map control to the tune of 5 gems as Marco is halfway to the goal.
Oh, and he's already got a hypercharge ready to go. Sargent's going to have to fall back. It's just Response in the front of the map. Marco's still able to just slowly pick up gems. He hasn't had to work too hard yet. Sargent, of course, can dive in a moment's notice. Jay has a jump. There's plenty of comeback potential with this roster, but more than anything, they just need to start getting some consistency.
Really nice from Sargent. Looks like he baited out the Sweet Dreams gadget from the Sandy. Was able to use the super to go in, knowing there'd be nothing to stop him. Hypercharge load coming out of spawn. Novo looking scary now. Definitely shifting gears. Sabim, though, has to deal with the Response and has to respect this next bubble. Going to chunk him down pretty significantly. Yep, and there it just ceases to exist. Blown up by the Hank. 6 gems to Marco's name, but Jay's been able to catch up significantly.
Revenant have bought a lot of time, and as a result, are able to accumulate a lot of gems. Here comes another hypercharge super out of Ash. Response there with the bubble charging up. Gets the hypercharge in the nick of time. Doesn't matter. Swept away. Sargent ready on the other end. A phase shift up, I believe, from Marco to stay out of harm's reach. Sargent dangerous going down, and he's committing. He wants to get this kill. Either way, it buys just enough time for a 9th.
Marco's movement speed instrumental to get away from the hypnotize, but now Novo Esports need to get to work. There's a gem deficit that needs to be made up, and Jay is out of there. Dives away from the fight. Biso has got Sargent in his way, and there's no way Sandy is getting through that Ollie. Now it's up to Marco. He has to take a final gambit in this round in order to get the gems required, but there's no way you're getting past Big Brother Hank. Marco has to speed away with his tail between his legs, and Novo concede the round.
Great job out of Revenant to cycle in their tanky brawlers. They've got Ollie and Hank. Of course, Crow, if he grabs the gem, that's why they're having him in particular be the gem carrier, can dive out at a moment's notice. That's what we saw at the tail end of game number 2. Still a close one here. Both sets have felt very narrow. There's a slim margin of error at this stage in the game. If Revenant win this one up 2 sets to 0, they would put Novo in quite the predicament.
Sandy's looking a little bit awkward here against the large health pools of Response and Sargent. Basically, Sandy dumps all of their shots and really can't put a scratch on those very tanky brawlers. Biso hoping to get a one-on-one here with Jay, but that's unlikely to happen now. As Jay wants to double back here and deal with Marco, and Biso extends so deeply in order to get gems. This is a lot sloppier stuff from Novo. They've given up a huge lead, and it's going to be quite the climb back into the game.
staggering starts for Revenant. I mean, opening game number 1 wasn't their best work. This time, though, it's a complete team wipe. They're the ones with an early gym lead, 7-0. Novo have yet to put one in their pocket. Here comes the robotic rats. This time in the last game, we'd already seen Ash drop 2 hypercharges.
This Crow Poison is so powerful against the Sandy. Even inside the Sandstorm, Bisto is revealed by the poison ticks from Jay, so Response knows where to find the Crow should he need to. Sabim is handled now by Sergeant. He'll be back topped up to that very impressive 10k plus health pool. Now as a hypercharge super to leverage.
You're gonna have to shoot those down. Several daggers fanning out while Response slowly trickles away. Has to be careful. This Sandstorm might eat him alive. But Sergeant there to cover for his teammates. Marco, the enemy team gym carrier, does go down. Not enough to progress forward. No, Jay wants to smoke. Oh, what is he doing? Oh no! Disaster!
Jay is just served up 10 gems on a silver platter to Novo Esports, and they are more than happy to accept. Marco playing towards the back of the map. Here's Sabim is the one with the gems in hand, and Sergeant is coming for him. But Sabim's got the damage, healing off the gadget. No! Bubble is burst. Response to be able to dive in now with a super at close range is guaranteed the kill. But Marco's got the damage. Phase shifted to recover the gems. And Novo Esports again begin the countdown.
Revenant have to do it all over. This time 15 seconds on the clock. Ash progressing up the map. Sergeant waiting for his moment. Has to make this one count. Doesn't get the hypnotize on the proper brawler. And unfortunately the blunder could cost Revenant this set. Oh, it's so close. Phase shift to keep Marco up. And EMEA's number 5 just got gifted a set.
Jay did not have to dive in like that. 8 gems or so to his name. He thought he could ask for a little bit more, but Crow is fragile. Squishy at the best of times. That's going to be egg on the face of our Southeast Asian veteran there. That is a set given hand over fist straight to this young Italian squad.
Not sure if it was just a misclick, a mistake. I mean, we're all human, right? But it just seemed like no matter how you spin it, if that was intentional, it was the wrong decision. Just diving in headlong first into way too many health points. I just don't see a world where they needed to do that. Again, if it was accident, things happen. You never know. It's an intense moment, big lights, big pressure, but man, you're kicking yourself if you're Revenant right now. This should be 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously a do-or-die game. Mistakes like that can come back to haunt you. They are bound to creep in. But Novo Esports, young as they are of a caliber to be able to punish those every single time. Now, you've given them a way into this series. You've given them a burst of confidence, of impetus now to carry forward. Jay here, of course, it's that first round. It's tough. They're not quite able to wrest the gems away from Bisto. Second round, though, looks very good. And frankly, out of the gates, Revenant X Spark, their early rounds have been very, very good.
In game 3, they played better for 90% of it. Unfortunately, in Gym Grab, it just matters how you do in the last 15 seconds. You can walk away with the gems. That's ultimately what counts. And no matter how you spin it, no matter how they did it, Novo Esports have put a set on the board. So all of a sudden, things are tied up.
And honestly, if you're Novo Esports on your weakest game type, you've come out with a win, you've got to be feeling like you just pulled off the heist on the crown jewels. Like, that is about as good as it gets for you. Now they can turn their eyes towards Brawl Ball, which is, conversely, their best game type. In their lead up to this tournament, Novo scrim results have indicated that they definitely feel most comfortable on this particular map. Revenant X Spark really have to bat in the hatches. They've got to tighten up the play here. Otherwise, this young squad are going to pull the rug out from under them.
Good news is, if you're Revenant, if you can somehow put that mental mistake behind you, they were very convincing in that game number 3. I think it's safe to say, you never know, but more than likely, they probably will walk away with a set lead. I think you still feel pretty good if you're Revenant. This is a team in the past, especially things like LCQ and those intense 5-setters that we're prone to seeing them play. I think they can handle it. Jay's a great player. This isn't his first rodeo at this point. This is now the time to bounce back.
Again, this is what, 5th seed from EMEA Novo Esports. It's such a deep roster for that region. Any one of their teams on any given day can step up to cause problems, can cause headaches.
Y'all about to get stitched
And for
up.
Revenant X Spark, the ability to bounce back from those errors, it's not just a boon, it's a prerequisite at this point of play. If you want to advance, you will need to put that last set behind you. And so as we head towards Super Beach, Revenant X Spark look to actually pick up a thrower really early here in the rotation.
It is Juju, though, and I think Juju is legitimate, especially with Willow out of the way. It's just hard to pass on it. It's a really frustrating one to deal with. Grigri, of course, can mess with enemies. It adds a beefy fourth spawner into the game, and especially a hypercharged version of Grigri. Oh my gosh, man. It's impossible to dodge those shots.
Yeah, I mean, he already comes out with that extra durability because of the star power that we're often seeing Juju's pick, but then just the raw stat bonus that Grigri has. Very disruptive, and also it can really catch you by surprise just how much damage Grigri does in that form. So you cannot stick around long enough to be stabbed with those acupuncture needles. So we have Cordelius and Gus picked up. Cordelius is always an answer to a potential tank play. Revenant and X-Spark are going to be driven away from that option. And the Gus comes in as just a very good middle-of-the-road brawler.
Novo Esports also leave the possibility of taking a late thrower. Sometimes you'll see Barley be on this map. More recently, Larry Laurie have come back into the fray. So if Revenant and X-Spark decide to get aggressive, which more than likely they will, it's just something they're prone to doing. I think that's part of the reason why they take Cordelius on this right-hand side. There comes Charlie, so this is going to be their mid of choice. They've got one long-distance brawler in Juju, somebody that can be a thrower. Charlie as preventative, a mid, spiderlings for extra spawners into something like Cordelius, a Cocoon, of course, which can be excellent as a goalkeeper, and then Nito. Whoa, this is very different from the Revenant we know and love.
Yeah, look, I don't mind it actually against the Cordelius. It's harder to shut down a Nito as it is maybe like an El Primo, which is, in the past, like quite a popular option on these Brawl Ball maps. So again, Revenant and X-Spark want to try and opt into some of the map control. This is the same comp as what similar sort of core to their comp that we saw on Hot Potato at the start of this series. And obviously, Bruce is going to be used again just to generate threat to force people away. I like this Ziggy though. When you have to give up map control, you can still, have some game. You can certainly still be involved. And again, you can zone enemies away quite effectively with that super, especially under hypercharged conditions. It hangs around for twice as long and is real a nuisance to try and play into.
No stereotypical goal scorers. There's goal scoring mechanics, things like Cordelius' Super Shadow Realm and Charlie with a Cocoon. But this is a crucial one. Revenant dropped the ball in set 2. Novo Esports got one on the board instead. Now all of a sudden things tied up. Can Southeast Asia's #1 persevere and make the comeback we've asked of them so many times?
Sargent's laying it on thick there on the left side. And what a shot from Jay, straight from downtown. Sargent sets up that kill opportunity. Still wants to play aggressively despite eating a kooky popper shot from Bisto. Perhaps a slight miscalculation. Bisto's not able to guarantee that elimination on the Juju.
Control-oriented compositions, not nearly the aggressive stuff we've been used to seeing this year, especially out of a team like Revenant, who love putting Sargent on these beefy brawlers just to send at enemies, uses pure mechanics and skills to overwhelm. It's a trade of the throwers. Biso with the ball, a dish to the right-hand side, and for now, each team trying to inch their way forward and check up that line of scrimmage.
Yeah, but that Ziggy Super really clears the map for Novo Esports. Revenant and X-Spark have to respect it, play towards its fringes, because otherwise it interrupts their natural regeneration. They have to step back and allow the ball to be cornered for the time being. Spawn's dragged into the Shadow Realm here. Marco doesn't quite have the source to find that elimination inside his own domain expansion. Cocoon there, not quite the timing that Revenant and X-Spark were looking for. Biso was able to recover from that, and Marco is back in play.
Oh, I don't know if that was intentional. He looked like he passed it to the top left instead of probably down, and now it's a waltz forward response with an easy bucket to kick things off here.
Strong start for Revenant and X-Spark, and now then hypercharged. Grigri is on the field. Great for soaking up damage. He's getting a lot of attention from Sabine right now, who needs to use that Ziggy just to clear that extra spawner. And even still, brought down by it in the end. It's just overwhelming pressure from Revenant and X-Spark. Man, between Grigri and Bruce, you have 5 players on the field. That is overwhelming.
Not to mention 3 more spiders coming out of Charlie. It is death by numbers for Novo. Maybe a little mistake on defense. Either way, though, I feel like Cordelius is a good brawler. I think Novo probably anticipated much more aggression or a tank coming out of Revenant, and that's why they go with that. Worst case scenario is you can dive bomb on something like a Juju, but for now, there's 5 spawners, like you said, just touching down in the field at any given moment.
Revenant and X-Spark's composition designed to overload the bandwidth of Novo Esports, give them more than they can poke stick at. Sabine here dancing. Sargent much the same. Both throwers trying to get each other's measure here. Spons, of course, switching now to this left side of the map, trying to maintain that matchup against the Cordelius. And he's got to be careful now. That Ziggy gadget gets a lot of sort of incidental damage.
Nita just keeping the distance in the top left-hand side, but Marco does have a super available, decides to activate it. A hop forward, response though, trading shots. Marco with a couple misses, and now Revenant look to take advantage.
Now Sargent saving his whole clip and then just unload 3 shots as he comes out of invisibility. That was close. Jay had a clear shot on goal, but was brought down as it clattered into the corner of that left side barrier.
Really close shot. A tough one at that, too. Had to be pixel perfect, and unfortunately just makes contact with that left hand end. Revenant's still in a good position, though. Novo have not generated any offense so far.
Yeah, Bisto forced out of the map yet again. The same game plan for Sargent time, and again, Mr. Beam's able to bring him down with that super. Jay now needs to worry about this Ziggy encroaching up on that left side. Ball is corded, though, for now. No hurry for Revenant X5. They've still got a minute here to try and take the set.
Damage pouring in from Ziggy's super. He's low HP. Sargent going for the long lob. Can't quite make contact. Now Marco on the prowl. Gets the Sargent, or excuse me, response, but now it's going to be a kick to the left hand in. Jay with a super can put any enemy pushes onto a halt. And the thrower's still deciding just to duel each other.
Charlie Cocoon means that Revenant X-Spark still have plenty of options for defense here. They really do not seem to be in a hurry. Happy enough, perhaps, to bring things close to overtime. Novo, similarly, are not in a hurry. They do not want to overextend themselves and expose themselves to maybe something that can be exploited by Revenant X-Spark. So here he comes, Grigri empowered, able to at least garner some map control now for Revenant X-Spark as they push forward. Marco has to jump, catch it away. Response now looking dangerous, wants to try and get close, land some of these shots and get a Bruce on the field, but he gets cut down. There's Bisto, unreal, he can walk this one all the way to defense. Novo Esports refuse to bow.
As the clock dwindles down, Novo Esports take game number 2. I feel like maybe a little miscalculation coming out of Revenant there. It looked like they were trying to play around Juju's hypercharge. So with that final push that they had, they throw down Grigri, march forward. I honestly don't know the exact math, but I feel like Sargent may have missed the mark on his 3rd shot. He saved all of his ammunition to unload on Ziggy. It was really close either way. I believe he just missed it by a hair. If that had become a 3v2 instead, that was a real possibility for Revenant to run away with it.
Yeah, it's been the game plan for Sargent, right? He's been saving his entire clip for that, but now Sabim's just going to run him down. Ziggy! All the way to the back of the net. Novo Esports disrespect Revenant X-Spark and get ahead in this decider round.
Response rotates, Spiderlings down to try and scout out where Marco is. It's going to push him out of this grasp and allow Nita to move forward. Sargent still lobbing up shots on the left hand, and Bisto now in trouble, might have to pop super, and down it goes.
Bisto with that extra durability now. Response is able to finally get a Bruce onto the field. Feel like those have been few and far between, these opportunities for the Nita to push up and take that map control. But this should be all that you need for a guaranteed goal. As Grigri knocks on the door, and Novo say no one's home.
2 early knockdowns for Revenant and Novo. Next one to score will win the set. An important one at that. Nobody wants to be down and face a deficit. Sargent now receiving some heat. That's a W for Ziggy on the left-hand side. Now Novo surging forward. The red roster marching in. They've taken him underground, and it's a flood of red. Oh, what interception! Sargent now has popped the hypercharge. Breakaway on the left-hand side, and they'll drop Grigri for assistance.
Now this is going to allow Revenant just to get an aggressive position. They still need to score to claim this game. But here comes Bruce, straight into the back of the net. Ziggy super used to try and find him some space, but it's just too much. It's an avalanche on Chad Mountain for Jay. Another set comes out for Revenant X-Spark.
Just when things were looking bleak for Southeast Asia's #1, they bounced back with 2 straight goals. I don't know how comfortable they were with that, but it's contrasting to what we're used to seeing from them. I would say it's a contrast from what we're used to seeing in Brawl Ball in general. In the year 2025, purple buttons galore, and we see 2 really control-oriented compositions. Everybody playing chicken. Don't you dare pick a tank. I've got a Charlie, I've got a Nita, I've got Grigri on the ground. On the other end, we'll throw a cord just to prevent you from trying to inherit that idea or concept. Absolutely wild. Really good stuff from Revenant, and they needed that one. I think if they go down there, the mental's really going to start hurting.
Been a very close series, hasn't it, Kenny? But I feel like Revenant X-Spark's composition is so momentum-based. Once they get within striking distance of this goal, they can deploy their pets, have a really just inexorable advantage. Look at Sabine being pushed into the back of the net. And that's not the first time that happened. Multiple occasions, it's either Grigri or Bruce is able to shove forward and create a lot of breathing room here for Revenant X-Spark. But this one got close. This was a pretty wild moment. What a defense here for Response. Able to push back, and that would have been the set right there and then. This is the last push of the game, and again with 2 spawnables and start spamming the back of the net. Novo have nowhere to go. They are overwhelmed.
Hasn't been perfect. The Revenant still with the lead. Joy on their faces. Now sitting a little prettier than EMEA's number 5. They're now down 2-1. They're going to have to be perfect the rest of the way. I think for a lot of people, they're already a shocker. Getting victories over veterans like Bobby and SSG, that's a big deal. That was off stage, though. How will they handle the pressure of a packed-up arena here in Stockholm with the eyes of the world watching? Can they respond? Especially against a great team like this, it is going to be challenging.
Novo Esports hail from a proud region with a lot of history, and it acts as an incubator for Brawl Stars talent. EMEA is the place to be if you want to test yourself. You can ask Czar, of course, he'd probably tell you the same thing. Obviously, Heretics bowing out of this competition, not able to hang with the best, but there are still so many EMEA delegates in the mix, still vying for their piece of the prize. Going to be Bell's Rock coming up next, so a knockout map that's very much arranged into these 3 lanes. But we so often see Brock brought in for some wall break. Tick is a real go-to on this map, especially if you can start to pressure out your lane opponent and start to lean into mid.
I'm looking out for RT as well. I think RT is phenomenal on defense and that hybrid of offense on something like a Bell's Rock. Very preventative pick, and especially as those in-games approach you, you can drop the static and become a pseudo Jackie. So a little bit of everything. It's a hybrid brawler. It's what you love to see in a mode like this.
Hard to look past the Gust, which has made its way through the ban phase as well. Just far too effective, too much utility, but this RT obviously is a great pick in all phases of the game in Knockout. Reasonable ability as a sharpshooter, the ability to guarantee eliminations with that hack gadget. A lot to like about this pick, but again, it is one of the most middle of the road, one of the safest ways to start your draft, and it implies very little about the overarching strategy here for Novo.
There's a lot of builds around RT, some of them already banned. So Tick, a thrower with RT, you feel a little bit safer because if somebody wants to rush the Tick and get up in his face, he's a squishy brawler. You have RT there for defense, and he can also play the long range. So you get a little bit of everything. I'm going to call it out just in case it happens, but if we see a 6 pick here, Sprout could be on the horizon. It's another pairing that people have gone with when Tick has been banned into the face of something like an Ollie and a Gene. I'm not sure it'll happen, especially in a 4-5 turn.
I wonder if Novo are thinking about trying to break up any potential Gene Max synergy. It's much more powerful on Bounty than it is on Knockout, but it definitely has its place here, especially Phase Shifter's ability to avert certain death. Max's high base speed, very effective for dodging some of these projectiles, but Revenant might be looking to round their combat with something that's a little bit higher damage. So far, they've got, you know, innate sustain in Magic Puffs. They've got the kill potential, of course, of the Magic Hand, plus Ollie's ability to go in there and hit big hypnotizers. They might need a little bit more punch in their setup. So the Angelo, of course, just a very powerful sharpshooter, really favorable range on this map. It's a raid into lanes, and Novo aren't seeing any wall break yet outside of the Magic Hand, so maybe feeling pretty good potentially about rounding this out. You mentioned a Sprout. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen that, you know, be a popular pick here, but if you do need a thrower, it's a decent way to go. Again, though, you hope the map stays kind of closed in, and with Brock, that's not going to be the plan for Novo.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it on the horizon. I think it's really tough to pull off a Sprout pick on that 4-5 turn, but it is one of the thrower pairings that are most regular with RT. I think I like this better. I think it's a lot riskier, or a lot less riskier, and you now control the wall break with something like Brock. I think both these teams kind of want to dictate how that goes.
Last pick here, Revenant X-Spark are reaching for their spot in our playoffs. Jae-Young is going to round up this setup, so it's a really high utility, very durable setup. You've got obviously sources of speed there from those Jae-Young tailwinds, and obviously, you know, 2 support brawlers picked alongside this Ollie. This comp isn't amazing in the poke game. So Novo Esports, if they can sort of start to get these early health pool advantages and really start to look oppressive, they've got 3 brawlers that can handle themselves at mid to long range. These are 2 very different philosophies in team compositions brought into this map.
Novo Esports down to 1 more set. That's all they have to work with. They beat SSG just yesterday, but are they more than one-hit wonders? They're going to have to find one here to drag us to a set 5 and prove themselves on this stage.
Sargent wants to force the beam out of the map if possible, but the Angelo is pretty unperturbed about this damage when there's healing available via that super. Marco wants to step forward. Much of the map's getting broken up, including the grass there towards the bottom mid, so Sergeant has less places to hide. Instead, Revenant are trying to generate, or at least emanate, some threat. Nova are not convinced. They've not really taken any damage here from Revenant. Sergeant wants to use his health pool as a resource to gain some ground, but that is finite, and it's dwindling fast.
Ooh, Sergeant barely holding on as well. Response covering with a gadget, now some extra heals, so Sergeant back in action. Biso, right-hand side, operating the RT. Sergeant diving right on in. Doesn't make it count, but Gene might be able to have some follow-up shots. Marco barely holding on. Response cleans up on the left-hand end, but Biso gunning it. Now dropping the legs. Oh, this could be troubling. Has to gadget, and now in a 1v1 situation. If Jay can dodge out, he's got a real chance.
Yeah, oh, Jay, that would have needed a magic hand and a lamp blowout combo to make it impossible for the Brock to act. I love that from Marco, though. Very, very decisive moves in that 1 versus 1.
Marco burned everything he had in his pocket to get that W. Well worth it if it means you get around. But on the other end, no longer has a super. Gonna have to start from scratch with that.
Sergeant pushing up, this time making use of the walls to safely obscure his advance. Marco doesn't have a lot of cover left to work with. The response is staying tucked on this left side. Jay still has that magic hand from beforehand. Surely it's going to be intended for Marco if they can catch him. Sabim's forced into pop in the super. Weekend Warrior there from response. One more shot and he'll be down. Sabim deals with him now. He's looking for his next target. Sergeant set out the open proud as a Peacock takes a massive hit. And Jay is not long for this world either. Bisto collapses on him. And Novo Esports, with the long-range supremacy, dominate Revenant X Spark in his first game.
The longer that game drug on, the more walls that got opened up. The harder it was for Ollie to catch somebody off guard. When it's sharpshooting, open range, that's where Novo's philosophy comes in. They've got the Angelo, the Brock, and the RT, and if they need to combat in fist-to-fist, it's going to be RT who can get that job done. You're going to have to see something different here from Revenant. Otherwise, it's going to be Novo dragging us to 5.
This draft has hemmed Revenant X Spark into a corner, into a single game plan. Get in Novo's face, and honestly, try and dodge as much of this oncoming damage. Sabine does not want to give up ground without trading some damage in response. And so far, that's been enough to keep a lid on Sergeant's game plan of rushing and trying to get a massive hypnotize en masse.
No breaking of the wall yet on this right-hand side. Sergeant able to just live in this domain and territory. Pressed against the indestructible heals coming out from response. Biso putting pressure down. Now Angelo up in front. This is unusual for a sharpshooter. They are not afraid. They are really encroaching on Revenant's territory.
Yeah, but that missed shot though from Sabine means he might have to back up. There is a long window in between these charged Angelo shots that Sergeant and Response can use to encroach, to creep up and try and get to grips on this Angelo. Sergeant knows that Sabine is holding onto a gadget that would let him escape if he were to jump over, so he is biding his time. Now, he's gotten the super out of him. Biso doesn't really have anywhere to go. Sergeant's still alive, ticking down, though the poison damage really bites as Sabine jumps over the top, leapfrogs Jay, charges up one more shot, and claims the kill and round. Yet again, Jay unable to succeed in the dying moment.
Angelo's reload comes just at the nick of time, knocks an arrow, and puts down Jay. Another round in Novo Esports side. The red roster unrelenting here in set 4.
Hypercharge now there for Sabine. Much harder to leap upon this Angelo and to knock him out. He's got his own version of thorns. Should Sergeant try and dive on in, he'll find himself in a pretty sick situation. Response is trying to shepherd him forward though. Sergeant might try and play this top right corner. There's still some cover at least for the Ollie to make use of, but Sabine again is just taking shot after shot. Even non-fully charged ones. Just making sure that Revenant pay a heavy toll to gain progress.
Novo being clustered on this top right-hand side, and now the fog pressing in. Sergeant up in the grill of Angelo, just a wall separating the two of them. Biso arching right-hand end alongside Marco. A gadget, a super coming out of Sergeant. Oh, and doesn't quite make the tag. Marco trying to trade, successful 2v1 situation. Jay left all alone once again, and we're headed to set number 5.
I mean, you got to give it to him, man. That Novo draft was pretty spot on. And honestly, they didn't have to reinvent the wheel. Just really serviceable, powerful brawlers that can operate at mid to long range that have options when they are closed upon. You have the RT to drop legs and obviously throw that close range damage down. Angelo, of course, can dive out of trouble should the need arise. Their entire draft gave them flexibility. It gave them options. Whereas Revenant only had one directive. They had to go, they had to close the gap, they had to expose themselves to risk and variance, and frankly, a lot of shots from this Angelo.
45 DPS out of Ollie immediately stands out. That's the man you need to see grabbing kills. And when Gene and even somebody like Jaeyoung, who is the support brawler of all support brawlers, is getting more than your big dog, that's just not what you want to see. I think just credit from Novo in an execution standpoint, a draft standpoint, just all around, one of the better sets, one of the more convincing sets we've seen all weekend.
See, in situations like that, Jay has to hit the full damage off those Gene shots to really leave a mark. It accounts for like 2,200 of your opponent's health points, which is great, but it's not really enough. Not in moments like that. This composition from Revenant X Spark is just very, very low damage. Beasto gets picked off there, but you'll notice here, Sabine just pushes into response. This is lovely stuff. And he times that charge shot almost perfectly. Almost didn't have to take a second one. Really impressive work here from Novo Esports. These guys are really hard to rattle. They've got that sort of, bulletproof quality that youngsters have when they get up onto the stage. And Revenant haven't really given him any reason to question their mortality.
It doesn't really feel like the nerves are getting to them, at least in the outset. Fake it till you make it, whatever it takes. We knew the mechanics were promising from these guys. For me, it was just a matter of, is their time now, or is this a future team? Is this a experienced builder to someday propel them to the top of our Brawl Stars ranks? That day just might be today. That year might just be 2025. On the other end, SCA's hopes and dreams rely on the three gentlemen on the left. The blue roster, the only representatives from the region. They had to climb from the hellscape that was LCQ just to stand here today. Both these sides down to their final left. And now, Ring of Fire decide who goes home.
An iconic map here in Brawl Stars, one though that has plenty of pitfalls for the unwary. This is actually one of Revenant X Spark's best maps though, so expect to see some mix of Juju, Amber, Hank, B, Meeple, all decent options. Notice that the Draco's been very hotly contested on this map. That's banned out straight away. Pam also fulfills a fairly similar role. Novo have decided to dispatch of that as well. And Berry's actually, in all scrims, not lost a single map of Ring of Fire. Revenant X Spark have taken to plucking him out of rotation.
Who's famous now?
Control-oriented brawler right off the jump. Very safe and dependable pick, especially on a map like this where the focus is entirely on the hot zone. Amber, of course, can auto-aim, you can manually aim, however you want to do it. There's just going to be a flamethrower peppering you down the entire way.
I feel like you want to get a B pretty early here, if at all possible. That Rattle Hive is actually pretty good at penetrating into the opponent's side of the map, especially affecting them behind the walls on the left and right corners, respectively. It's also a pretty decent, safe option. Doesn't give too much away, but it's going to be Ali taken instead. Uniquely well positioned on this map because of the strip of bush that sits, deep in either, team's territory. It can be really hard to dig her out once she gets her claws into you there.
The B shows up just like you mentioned, and they pair it with Ali. So we're going to have a brawler that would typically slow down Ali, make her life a little more miserable. And even a super can just kind of scout out where Ali would be if she were to go invisible. Just some good game sense can really grant you that. So this is a nice 2-3 combo, I would say, out of the red roster.
Revenant might go for the Gray and Hank combo here.
Yeah.
I think to round this out, both of them do get through the bans. And of course, that's just a really popular 1-2 punch to pick up here in the drafts. Hank's always a threat on this map and has good staying power on this hot zone that is really quite open. So here it is, locked away. We have pretty powerful combos. The B and the Ali has been commonly sought out by teams, and the Hank and Gray also a very reasonable combo to match into it.
With Pam removed on the right-hand side and an early ban of Draco, I was looking out for this. They didn't take it with the first overall pick, almost to disguise, I think, what they wanted to do, kind of anticipating to see, hey, can we build around this Hank? Are we confident enough? Will Novo Esports double down into something like that? They picked the B, but the Ali is going to struggle into the health points of Hank, but Novo Esports going to have quite a beef of their own.
I like this, actually. I mean, they do need someone who can, afford to play up on the point and also just to sacrifice some health points in order to gain some capture progress. Hank is the most picked brawler here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. 16 times picked into these maps. And it has a decent win rate. I think it's sort of 60% before this game. It's a very reasonable pick, but if you ask Heretics, it's one they could probably do without. There are some teams that have really leaned maybe too heavily on Hank and opened themselves up to counter-picking, but it comes pretty late in the draft here. I wouldn't say that this Meg is necessarily a hard counter to the Hank, but will make it costly for Response to step up. We forget that in this day and age, Meg actually has a pretty small health pool despite her large model size, so she's actually squishier than she appears.
do or die right now for both of these squads. A set 5 to determine who will move forward into day number 3. Biso knocked out of the mech, the pea shooter that is left in front of him. Ali just hovering in this water, now going invisible. This is where things get scary. Response doesn't quite know where she's at. They're just playing mind games to dive in.
Double! It is tough if you're out there as Hank. Ali will punish you. Much in the same vein as Mortis, able to dash through you and make it difficult to connect those bubbles. And of course, being able to play so much of this map, Sabine gets to chill on these waterways, is empowered by playing inside the bushes, cycles yet another super. It is impossible to know where Sabine is going to come from. Shows himself for a time, but leaps from the waterway there and forces Sergeant to TP forward. To his demise, might I add. This Ali pick is tearing Revenant apart.
Novo just up in the faces of the enemy. Ali diving in, Meg with the heavy machine gun to fire. Finally, they bring down Ali, but is it too little too late? Novo Esports quickly approaching 80. Great control from Revenant, now Response back in action quickly. They got a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, Response really trying to take liberties here and push up the map, but Biso's going to be able to avoid him for the time being. Will be brought down, but back in mech after the fact. Sabine tries to dash across the point. A lot of damage done, enough that Marco has the way paved for him now. He can set up. Red carpet laid out for Novo Esports. Maybe a royal road for them, in fact, as they will take away this first round in our decider set.
Novo Esports, EMEA's number 5, now on match point. Revenant X-Spark have had a Cinderella run this year, taking down Titans. Impressive squad, surviving the gauntlet of LCQ just to give themselves an opportunity for the region to fight for the Holy Grail. They need 2 straight games if they want a trip to day number 3.
And SK Gaming and Humble have opened the door for the new generation of EMEA to compete on this stage, and they are giving quite the account of themselves. The number 5 seed from that region are taking it to Revenant X-Spark, many people's outside pick to be true competitors here in day number 3. But the reality is, they might not even get there. Novo Esports get themselves a lead here and capture progress. Sabine is still a problem. Dodges that walking cane as well. It's a torrent of damage being thrown in there by Biso on the point, and Sergeant falls. Here's Sabine into the backline yet again. This time it's Jay that's accounted for.
Ali is all over the Amber. Amber just can't do a thing. Jay fending for his life constantly. Novo Esports from any range can deal with you. Ali in your face. B from a distance, and Meg can do just about everything. Hypercharge available for Biso. A gadget goes down. Ooh, couldn't quite get the swipe off. Sergeant can't take advantage though.
This is getting dangerous now for Revenant X-Spark. They realize that it might be a little bit too late to get a grip back on this game. White Knuckles on the reins for Revenant X-Spark as the Wolfpack might have uttered their last whimper. They have to reassert themselves. And so they rush on in, Hank at the 4, and they'll be able to even up this round.
Revenant have some swagger. They will not go down without a fight. A gritty team, a different team, and one that now has to fight for their entire region. Unfortunately for them, great squad from EMEA just sent them home with a team wipe.
Might be their last best chance. Sergeant tries to step up here, empowered with that hypercharge teleport's not going to be enough. Sergeant's going to be brought down. Jay as well falls by the wayside. Response tries he might, keeps Revenant within striking distance, but Novo here are on the road home. Jay picked up as Mark was able to fade away with that hypercharge, and here comes Sabine. Doesn't have the bushes to work with, but subtlety was never necessary. Revenant X-Spark get Response back on the point, and they keep their head above water.
Revenant just don't know quit. Despite mistakes, despite tossing a set, they are here, Brawl Nation. It's set 5, double match point once again. Southeast Asia's darlings with an opportunity to fight for day number 3.
And they've done well to deal with this barrage here from Sabine, constantly barreling into their backline. But they need a hard and fast solution for the alley. Some grass break here being used. Sabine only able to find that one pick off, but again, Novo far too aggressive, far too bloodthirsty, carving through the backline.
Novo now in the front of the Revenant X-Spark side. They don't quite have a teleport down either. Sergeant needs to make some tags. There it is. He's going to go ahead and activate. Ali on the prowl though, up in Sergeant's grill, and we'll get that takedown. Another team wipe for Novo.
Revenant X-Spark have a moment to breathe here. They've been able to stay in step with Novo Esports. It's been tit for tat on these pushes, but Jay has to deal with the alley here. Dangerous stuff. Sabine gets a bit of health back, but Response was already ahead of the game. Pushed up, shoved Novo back onto their side of the map, and Revenant again get it to parity.
Back and forth, the pendulum swings. The lead for both sides so razor thin response. Low HP, trying to beef his team up. Now Sergeant cycling back in. They've done a great job of rotating brawlers, but Marco there to shut them down.
And so now Nova will have a chance to even up the game. This is neck and neck, but Jay TP's forward. Response was about to appear there with a flourish in the bubble that pops. Beasto needs to mow them down. And so they do. Sabine now back to the safety of the water. 75% and counting. Nova have found their lead, but here come Revenant X Spark yet again as Sabine. There are too many bodies to go for. Pouncing on Sergeant. It's going to take more than that as Revenant get back into the lead.
Jay's running out of ammo. They need to cycle brawlers fast. It's Beasto with the hypercharge. Sergeant meeting him at the rack. Now Ali scoops in. Hypercharge available. It's all left to Response here. Can he get it off in time? Yes, he does. It's so close. They step through. The hero, Southeast Asia, needs, delivers once more. Put some respect on Southeast Asia's name. They are here to stay.
And the heartbreak on the faces of Nova Esports. They knew just how close they were to toppling these Titans and setting themselves a place at the table of champions. Not today, Princes of EMEA, not this year. But it's a bright tomorrow for the region and for this young squad who've proven themselves time and again against some of the heaviest hitters in the Brawl world. But it's Revenant X Spark who outlast the onslaught. Survive Novo Esports' repeated attempts to drag them down, and shakily, barely, they book their ticket to day 3.
7 competitors for EMEA. And the second one now leaves Team Heretics and also Novo. We have to say goodbye to them. And Southeast Asia, with its one contender, moves on to day 3. Heartwarming stories here, heartbreaking to see the B on 19 kills. It was, I think, 15, something like that. An enormous amount of kills, but in yet it's not enough. It was a photo finish, 97 to 100%. So close, but that's what it's all about. That's what we're here for. This is Brawl Stars.
It's been an unbelievable day, and we've still got so much more to get through.
You name it. Next up is going to be Humble versus Tribe Gaming. One of the greatest matches, I'm sure. I hope it's just going to be as close as this one.
Only dodge the B, only dodge the B. Let's go! Oh my god! Go! Press hyper, Press hyper, throw everything! Yeah, going. Go, Jaja, go! Pass you first. Response, I love you, bro. You're the fucking goal! Let's go!
Activation over here at the Brawl Stars World Finals. We're back at the Starcade and we are at the shooting range where I'm going to take on another member of public who's also a Brawl Stars fan. Are you ready? He's ready. Okay, let's go. I hit her. Do we get none? That's a shame. That means we only get 1 pack of cards, but I get my stamp that I can take over to the treasure hunt. We can earn more of these. Let's go.
So Tribe Gaming, you nearly won every single monthly final in your region, but then you managed to lose every single game in the Brawl Cup, so I hope you guys are not doing this in the World Finals.
Humble is the team to beat, so we're gonna do our best to achieve that.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. It's time for Tribe Gaming versus Humble, a team that has won nearly every single monthly final in their region, all but 2, versus a team that has only won 1. At the same time though, that team that only has won 1 monthly final won every single LAN they competed in this and the last year so far. Can they also win today? Can they win tomorrow again and take the trophy home once more? We're gonna find out soon. First up though, they need to beat Tribe Gaming.
This is such a fascinating matchup. We've talked about the EU vs NA Clasico, that's Tribe versus SK. That was such a storied matchup. These two teams, though, have never actually played each other. Humble have said there's actually a ton of teams that we've dodged or just avoided playing. These guys are on the other side of the bracket from each other last year. And so far for Humble, though, it's been a little shaky. Land Dragon has been their moniker, it's been their nickname, but so far it's a bit of a slow start here on their Worlds campaign in 2025, Kenny.
Humble talked about how they wanted to face a little bit of adversity, and I think they got a little bit more than they could handle. Now for their tournament lies for an opportunity to defend the belt. They have to go against the Kings of the North. It's Tribe Gaming. This is the second year in a row this roster has made it here. The second year in a row they have dropped to Crazy Raccoon. In a first-time effort, they now have to beat the defending world champions.
Crazy Raccoon seems to be their kryptonite, but they sure got their reps in today. Already had to face up against them and ended in a 3-2. A little bit of a different meta for those two. We see a lot of support from the side of Humble. They really like to put that on the last pick, that supporter, mainly on Luki, and it's either a make or break for them. Either they have the best comp in the room or it's just not going to work out. And on the side of Tribe, they like to play those aggressive brawlers. Of course, you have to if you have RBM on your team.
Yeah, this is a clash of styles, a clash of ideas, right? I think we often see Humble look to try and put Boss in a position to assist those side lanes, really set someone like Luki up for success, try and make sure your side laners can win their 1v1s and roll through. We're definitely mostly on the side of Humble. Ark, though, has a crazy Tribe Gaming prediction here. He's feeling a little bit spicy. I see the vision, but I'm not sure.
Tribe has been on this stage just before against Crazy Raccoon in a 3-2 loss. Now up against Humble, they step onto the stage for the first time today. Let's give them a warm welcome.
The last thing our viewers expected was to see this team waiting for an opponent in the lower bracket, but that does not mean they are any less dangerous. Will the redemption arc continue, or is it game over? Please welcome to the stage, Humble and Tribe Gaming! Humble are Luki, Boss, and Semantic, and Tribe are Luffy, RBM, and Zeus!
Today, all 6 players in black. Usually Tribe rocks that red, fiery red on the right-hand side today. You see the fans, all of them have traveled here to Stockholm to support that team. Probably most fans in all of Brawl Stars on the side of Tribe Gaming. And this is probably not the bracket they wanted. First up against Crazy Raccoon, Kenny, you mentioned they already had knocked him out of the match last year, and now against none other than the current world champions.
Couldn't conquer their demons earlier today, and now they have to face Humble to survive and advance to a day number 3. Look, despite how Brawl Cup went, at least they're showing up. A 3-2 loss for Tribe Gaming against something like CR is acceptable. That's okay. They're a great team. They've given everybody the smoke so far. If you're Humble, the expectation is simply higher. This year is different. They've done it before. Now they have to try and do it again.
I think for Tribe Gaming, they're probably feeling okay about this matchup. Humble, I don't think anyone really wants to fight for their survival against a Tribe Gaming that has everything to prove. Humble are the ones with the target on their back. Everybody has them in their sights. Tribe Gaming are just another one in a long line of hungry challenges. And these Titans, these gods of Brawl Stars have already been shown that they can bleed. Tribe Gaming, taste that blood in the water. They're looking for their chance to burst through them here into day 3. This is anyone's game.
Anyone's game, yet 69% of you voted for Humble to take it. Again, makes a lot of sense. If I read the name of the current world champion, I would probably also vote for them. In the end, it has to be said though that Humble has not played on the stage yet today. They did get their reps in yesterday since they lost their first match of the day, also against Crazy Raccoon.
It's a different year and a different mentality, right? Like you mentioned, Humble no longer just some Joe Schmoes, just a few Humble guys. This is the defending world champ. They're trying to take back the belt and gain a trophy at that as well. It's a difference when you have a target on your back, which you can sneak up on people. And now that Tribe Gaming have seen them go down, have seen them bleed, that lore of what they can do that ideology of what you think of Humble has entirely changed for the field.
Yeah, and for them as well, it probably feels very different, you know, coming back this year as defending champions. Last year, they had a chip on their shoulder. They had a lot to prove. They had, you know, rivalries to try and conquer and, you know, all these storylines to tie up. But this time around, it's much harder to hold onto this spot when every single team is throwing everything they have at you. Rabid Tribe Gaming hit the stage now. Speaking of which, we actually have a Mo picked up straight away. This has been a bit of a boss pick, a pretty popular one for this Humble side. Here on Deathcap Trap, though, it can be a lethal weapon to wrest those gems out of your opponent's hands.
Mo already a somewhat aggressive brawler, can hold lane himself pretty easily, but he is quite tanky, so anything that is gonna go against tank is also good against him. Otis, definitely good pick here. Ruffs and Otis are the two most big brawlers for lanes here. Ruffs, of course, is going to be bent out here by Tribe Gaming themselves. Now for mid, maybe a Janet jump out of the way, fly away whenever danger is close. Maybe a Crow can jump out of the danger as well. Pam would be my pick, also banned out here. I wonder what Tribe's going to pick up here. God, of course, he has a shield. Makes a lot of sense as a gem carrier.
It's funny, we talk about Tribe's drafts actually being very aggressive and, you know, being they being the ones that want to take the tempo. This is actually a kind of a departure from that. This is a very safe, well-behaved draft, whereas Humble are actually taking that hard engaged brawler straight off the bat. Tribe can obviously round out their composition with something like that if they should choose to. They've still got the option for like and a very aggressive side laner, right? We've definitely seen that, definitely more of like an STMN coded pick. We've seen that a lot from them in that previous series. Humble have a ton of options here though. They can maybe think about trying to work a throw in if they're not concerned about that hard engagement. Potential from this team. Byron though is definitely a go-to. As a mid pick, we've seen Boss make great use of this. Help those side lanes collapse. Quite often, you know, setting Lukey up. Semantic often operates as like the low economy brawler, doesn't really require a lot of investment to find success. He's often left on an island and allowed to just sort of win his 1v1.
Mo's a great flare of aggression here for grabbing gems. Byron, an excellent support brawler, a distant brawler as well that can play the mid-range. Now I'm curious to see what they are trying to support. I feel like they're going to grab something that is going to pair well with Byron. The risk, though, that you run is that Otis is on the other end. So instead, they're going to go with the little old Ghost. He's going to be able to get through those walls and try and put some pressure on the enemy side.
And what to play against Shade? Usually something that can target him even through walls. Hank is going to be banned out though. Jackie sometimes comes in as that specific Shade counter, but it's not going to do too well otherwise. We already mentioned Ellie and Kit. Could be picked up here. Kit, I think, would not do too shabby against the Shade.
I don't hate Jackie into this comp. The counter crash can actually be really annoying for Mo to deal with as you're you're definitely getting drained for a lot of good damage. The trunk. This is a nice pick. Okay, and this is something that we've seen sort of specifically from RBM. He's picked up Trunk on a number of occasions. Actually, it's a pretty decent win rate. It's one of RBM's most played brawlers behind the Hank. He's actually played 75 sets of scrims on this one. So whether it goes over to Zeus or RBM, either way, this is a Tribe special.
Trunk going to serve a very similar role to what Jackie would have been that you mentioned. The defending world champions find themselves on the lower bracket in day number 2. A hungry king of the north on the right-hand end. They are looking for revenge against the world to prove that North America is more than just the nearest airport.
Well, it's time now to put up or shut up. Tribe have no more opportunities outside of this to show what they're capable of. RBM, of course, covering the map in ants. The ants are really annoying to deal with. Depending on what star power you've taken, usually they can reduce the damage output of foes. So Trunk heavily favored when playing from within inside his own ant colonies, and also his super applies them to foes. So very, very powerful in those all-in situations. But it's pretty tough to get close enough as Trunk to put damage down, especially on someone like Mo, who can safely keep a respectable distance. And RBM eventually is taken down by some chunks of rock.
Trades on both sides, a super dish out. Zeus made contact with. This boss slowly backed away. Now a fat splatter will separate. Tribe Gaming have to face Semantic in their backlines, and he runs for the hills. Somehow he survives on less than 500.
Yeah, Semantic opts immediately out of that digger form here, so he could sort of get a bit of distance now. Boss up to 6 gems. RBM wants to try and push in. Tries to go for a shot. Super's in, but it's dodged away by from Humble. A very stately start to this set for Humble. They're chilling. Boss has got 8 gems. They've got a countdown now to work with. There's a super for the Byron, and Luffy's happy just to run interference here. Even gets the pick on Luffy. There's no chance for Tribe to actually wrest these gems away.
Dominant showing. from EMEA's number 2 to start things off. I think we need to reallocate those lanes. We have to get Trunk onto that shade if you're a Tribe Gaming fan. It is the only way. You saw it there. Mo from the distance just gets free super off the Trunk. So in terms of musical lanes, I think that song was sung pretty perfectly by Humble.
Yeah, exactly. They got what they wanted. They didn't have to switch out of that assignment. The round was honestly too early for Tribe to put RBM in a position to actually succeed. So Semantic will head back to the left, and as you highlighted, it will be RBM facing off against Lukey. Relatively similar ranges. Lukey's gadget allows him to reach a little bit deeper in a pinch, but there's that damage from RBM. Follow it up with a super now, trying to look for Boss, and he has got those gems spilled to the ground. Semantic finally deals with the Trunk, but has to realize that he might need to make a lane swap of his own.
Stark contrast in starts. Nonetheless, it is still a fairly even gym count. Luffy receiving some heavy hits. Those Zeus on the left-hand side. Luffy forced rotating. He doesn't want to deal with Trunk. He's trying to get a kill onto the enemy gym carrier. Now that he's got a super, he can let loose a little more.
You see, RBM doesn't want to give the lane swap to Lukey. He's going to head across to the left, but this awkward repositioning for Tribe actually causes them to give up a lot of map control. They over-index on the left-hand side of the map, and RBM's a little caught out in the open. Thankfully, Zeus is able to step up, but Boss was able to extract his fair share of gems in that exchange.
Trunk went heads first, and Zeus was there for cover fire. Was enough to grab another gem. Lukey, though, wants all of them for himself. Hypercharge being popped, but not enough to stretch to the other end. Tribe, though, have been backed down. This is Humble occupying the entire mid.
Lukey, though, has to respect his Otis damage. Zeus playing an off-angle now and finding some purchase with these shots. The gems, though, are loose. Lukey's muted up, but he doesn't mind. He can be healed up by Boss and left to fight. The gems will be recovered, though, by Luffy, but Boss has now gotten up to 7. RBM has to make the play here.
Zeus encroaching this right-hand side as Boss plays it patient, relying on Semantic and must have Lukey there for assistance. RBM trying to play down that shade, but with a super and low HP, it is difficult, and down he goes. It's a huge advantage for Humble.
Lukey needs to top himself back up, but yeah, this super is going to be big, and Otis just gets clapped. Luffy's in trouble, tries to pop that super, but Semantic gets the better of him, and RBM's got nowhere to go. Boss is too far away for him to catch out, and Humble will convert. It's a really classy draft. It's very signature Humble style, and they make short work of Tribe Gaming on this gem grab set.
A flare of aggression, a safe gym carrier, and a great aggro for Lukey to run it down. Beautifully executed by the 2024 World Champions. Look, I think for them, this is new territory as well. Last year was smooth sailing. Online is one thing. It's how you perform on the biggest stages that people will remember you by. It's a sentiment that they shared. Hey, we weren't perfect in the regular season. We even missed a monthly qualifiers and didn't make it one time. That's a change of pace. That has never happened for a world champion. Every world champion we have had since 2021 in our modern format has qualified for every single one of these. Let's go ahead and throw down to Barney and see what he has to say.
Number 1. I am in and amongst a sea of red right now. We are on the sidelines with Tribe Gaming. I've got Kana here with me. Kana, I tell you what, you won Clash of Clans, right? Now you're in Brawl Stars, you're in day 2. Are you gonna make it to day 3? This could be a big moment for you guys.
Yeah, no, I believe in these guys. You know, number 1 in NA, they're about to prove it on stage why that was their number 1. And yeah, I believe that they're gonna take down the past world champs.
Oh, the past world champs. Nat, we've got to talk to you a little bit because, you know, this could be a redemption story. Last year, Tribe didn't make it into the World Finals. Now they're here. Do you believe in them?
100%. I'm going to be screaming for them.
No one's going to have a voice by the end of this. This could be one of the biggest upsets of the day. So keep your eyes peeled.
Obviously, the Tribe always turns up in numbers. They might have to change their name to Nation Gaming at some point because their ranks continue to swell year after year, and they are making quite the racket down there in the pit. Unfortunately, it didn't help them much in that first map. Gem grab very much going over towards Humble. And these two teams, although I mentioned, you know, Tribe were playing like a more of a well-behaved comp, it looked a little bit safer. If you are Kanan walking into this match, you're aware of the Trunk, right? These teams have the data. Trunk's been played 75 times by RBM in script, so they're aware of it. They know they're going to run into it, so they pick the shade into that, knowing that that's going to be the likely response. They read that draft very well. And unfortunately, RBM, known as a master of all tanks, is not able to move the needle for Tribe there. So now we head off to Sunny Soccer. And they'll hope to do a little bit better. This is the best map type, though, for Tribe Gaming. One of the few teams here at Worlds that boast, you know, Brawl Ball as being one of their go-to game types. So if there's anywhere they're going to look to even this series up, get a set under their belt, it's right here.
Humble's strength, maybe the biggest, has always been with draft. In their World Finals run, it just kept feeling like they were setting themselves up for success. So the fact that they were able to take one of the greatest tank players in the world in RBM and essentially render him useless for an entire set goes to show the caliber of gameplay these guys have. Despite the lower bracket, don't let the vision fool you. These guys have what it takes to still go back for another one.
And I'm looking at RBM as a standout player here. Mina got through the draft. That is nuts. Tribe Gaming have actually looked to Ash quite a lot in a lot of these Brawl Ball games, right? This team can also pretty easily play like a double tank setup. Hank's been banned away. That's normally a go-to for them, so heads up for Humble to take that out of rotation. I think that Mina is going to be a big problem. We've already seen her on a few occasions that she sneaks through the ban phase, even though she's been nerfed slightly. Still very, very powerful. That hypercharge has enabled her to ascend to new heights of dominance. Tribe Gaming, if they're going to pick that tank, it's usually safe for last pick here. So again, go for the Otis, build out the core of your composition as safely as possible.
They can build around this in a lot of ways. So to your point, if they get Mina, that's a tough look though. I mean, the ban rate is still so high. Did get nerfed, but there's a reason she hasn't had her name called too much. It's because she's not allowed to touch down on the ground.
Yep.
Otis, a safe, dependable pick though. I really love Otis in this current meta. He's such a safe candidate for those first overall picks, those 2-3 turns like we're seeing here. And you don't box yourself into any strategy. I don't think Tribe are going to overcommit to anything here. Oh, just kidding. That's a commit.
Yeah, that definitely is a pretty decisive take here for Tribe Gaming. And the concern is that their planned last pick in the draft here might be opening them up too much to counter picks, so they want to take the trunk here first. It could be a second tank, or it could be something that's like a highly specialized, right? If they're looking for a B and they don't want to maybe get punished, or maybe they want to round this one out with a thrower. They want to make sure that the coast is clear to make that selection. And it seemed the lesser of two evils to pick the trunk here and now.
This is just a warm-up,
Max
right?
comes up for Humble. You are going to have a lot of capacity to keep someone like Trunk at arm's length, even with a gap-closing super that our Woody friend does possess. In fact, it's actually a hive mind, right? The trunk is actually
a lot of ants.
It's the ant colony, right?
Yeah,
so,
they're just filling the little tree trunk in.
Yeah. So the tree trunk is really just the outfit, right? just the ornament, the vessel for all of these ants. Here's the Frank, though. Max and Frank, pretty terrifying combination. There's nothing scarier than seeing Frank run across the field at you at a rate of knots.
Goodbye walls. Really interesting response here with the Frank. I think it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You see Otis on the other end and you get scared to do something beefy like a Frank, but Mina can be up in your face. I think Max's support can be there. And a Melody on top of this. Tribe Gaming playing mind games, just unexpected stuff. I think Melody's going to be able to get a free supercharge off of something like a Frank and keep the distance against Mina. I don't know how easy this is to execute, though. I feel like Tribe Gaming, this is the definition of aggression. They are going to have to fulfill their archetype and composition to perfection here in set number 2.
There are like safer picks to take there. You could ask for a Cordelius to try and shut the Frank down, or you could take a Willow, for example. That made it straight through the bans, but this is Tribe Gaming through and through, folks. They only have one gear, and they're just going to hit that W key all the way. See how it plays out. Otis going to play pretty far forward here. Luffy, of course, has that sort of flashy game-winning potential. Needs to get in position, and things need to line up for this Melody. She definitely needs hypercharge in a lot of cases. Gadget availability is also quite crucial. RBM here just gets kited out by the Mina, who's going to be a real issue, I think, for Tribe Gaming to deal with this setup. That is brutal stuff, man. Blink and you'll miss it. Luki slots one in behind him.
Tribe Gaming need to come alive. This is getting scary. A unique draft, one that their fan base might question. They need to prove why they can pull this off. Luffy with a dodge, swift in and out, grabs the ball. Now a dish to the left-hand side. Unfortunately for him, his teammate falls. Luki smells blood in the water. A face shift forward. Now a super available too. He's juking, dodging, dancing alongside Boss, who's now in prime position to set themselves up for another goal.
Boss, Zeus has bought enough time now for the rest of the Tribe to get out onto the field, but now they need to get out of their side of the map. Luffy going to be rooted in place by one of those tornadoes, and Boss's hypercharge demonstrates just how powerful Mina is right now. RBM's got nowhere to go, surrounded by foes who all outrange him, and yep, that's a lot of tornadoes. Boss, a lot of damage, cycling those supers under hypercharge. These Tribe Gaming reeling Semantic hypercharge super just to open up the map, doesn't connect any of that stun, and is muted by Zeus, so needs to step back for a time.
Luffy needs a super desperately. Oh, but a counter tornado. The hurricane strikes. Here comes the storm. That is your 2024 world champion.
That is absolutely filthy. I don't don't really know what the game plan is supposed to be for Tribe Gaming against this Mina. Boss is having a field day and is running completely unchecked on that left side of the map. Multiple supers cycled, all of them connecting. Being able to root your opponents in place with that star power means that Mina is devastating if she can connect that super.
Not an ideal start for Tribe Gaming. We haven't seen them pick a lot of pockets, take a lot of names. Instead, it is Humble doing what we expected them to do all tournament long. A blunder on day number 1, but they look convincing to start day 2.
RBM's had a tough time of it here. Unfortunately, having a reputation as a tank master can work against you when your opponents are counting on you to make picks like that. Not too shabby there, though. A super that's able to account for the Mina, and RBM's healthy enough here to maybe make a shot on goal. Luki, does he have phase shifter? It doesn't matter. Semantic stops Zeus in his tracks. Brings the Lord of Thunder to his knees.
Zeus with the late reaction there, just knew he couldn't quite get it in the goal, so decides to just pocket it by as much time as possible because he knows Semantic is pouring down this left hand in. Hypercharged super and a pass through under the Hurricane. Humble take another goal.
The cycling of those Mina supers is way too disruptive for Tribe to be able to defend their goals at the same time. In goes Luffy. Semantic with extremely high fire rate is not able to bring that Melody down under hypercharged conditions. RBM trying to clear the way, but Luki, it gets in front of the trunk. He knew what was coming, and this man is going to run the ball all the way home. Humble back down Tribe Gaming in a second straight set. A fist to the air, and finally some wind in the sails of your 2024 champions.
A miss out of Melody there. I really feel like it wasn't necessarily a goal, but kind of ended up just being a pass into the hands of the Max in Humble's side. A unique composition that did not pay off. 0 for Zeus, 1 for RBM, 78 DPS out of the trunk. That's the 3rd overall pick, I might add. If you're going to commit to trunk that early, you have to make it count, and we just did not see that in that set.
Well, what's the setup supposed to be for RBM? Like, there's no picks here on the side of Tribe Gaming that are supposed to really benefit the trunk, you know, put him in a position to succeed. RBM kind of has to continue to just be a really good tank player and hope that's enough. And against Mina, against Max and Frank, it's not even remotely close. Look at how Boss is able to cycle these supers one after another. If you get caught inside that first tornado, you're getting caught in a second. And if there's even need for a third, that'll catch you too.
The fact that Mina slid through too, I mean, just extra salt in the wound. It just didn't feel like Tribe Gaming ever had life in that set. The defending world champions, they've had a blunder yesterday. I mean, against CR, the team that got 2nd place last year, maybe they just happened to play some serious competition, especially after seeing what CR did today. They're certainly competent, capable of making a run as well. This Humble roster looks calm, cool, collected, unchallenged. Reminds me all too much of their 2024 run.
The Mina gadget, Kappa, what it's called, that allows you to reset your super when it hits.
Yeah.
If it roots a foe, they don't have the ability to dodge any consecutive supers. You are going to lock an opponent down for the duration of that gadget. This is no way of escaping. It's basically deterministic. She must be banned. You cannot let her through. She's way too good. The fact that you can walk into the game and not even take the win wall gadget, right? You just go for the offensive option. It feels like the greedy option there. But Humble knew they were heavily advantaged. And Tribe Gaming's pocket pick of Melody doesn't cut the mustard. Over to open business we go here. Last chance for North America's #1 squad, carrying the hopes of a whole region on their shoulders as they face down the final boss, and they have their backs against the wall.
We've called his name a ton this weekend, but Hank has to be at the top of the leaderboard outside of the band stage if he escapes it. If not, Colonel Ruff shows up a lot. Pam on my radar. Ooh, and an interesting set of bands here. So Triple Thrower on the right-hand side. Tribe Gaming have the 1st overall pick. They clearly have something in mind. I'm curious to see what that is. No Juju, Barely, or Barley. I wonder if they're saving this for a unique option, because clearly this is a favorable one. They don't ban Triple Thrower unless it's intentional.
Pretty devastating on this map to deal with. Again, it's an Otis opener for Tribe Gaming. You'd think a good anti-tank measure, but it barely slowed Semantic down on that Frank in the previous game. Frank, by the way, is the elephant in the room, right? I mean, we've seen Semantic play that brawler on this very map and find great success. It is really hard to play this game and avoid Frank's stun potential. He'll open up the map. The hypercharged super will definitely guarantee that the way is cleared. And Humble might be confident enough just to pick a tank into this Otis and say, okay, show me you have it.
Colonel Ruff's to start things off here for the Humble side. I'm curious to see what they pair this with, because obviously in the face of an Otis, it's a little bit trickier to run tank. Pam's somebody that's been very popular. I think that would be a mild option here, something that could prevent Tribe Gaming from getting away from overwhelming the enemy. The only issue is the thrower economy is so low, so if either of these teams had something like that in mind, we've seen Ziggy become much more of a factor recently. You have to make the decision of when you go for it. I don't mind Humble holding off. I think they kind of want to see what Tribe Gaming does and react.
Yeah, Ziggy's an option. Larry and Laurie are a really outside chance, and they're okay on this kind of map. Having that spawner potential can allow you to have some equity here when your opponents are playing like closer range brawlers or wants to stick around on the point. Pam is open. That's a great option here for either team to snap up. I don't know if Tribe have been known as aficionados of the Pam pick really at all. This is also the kind of map where you can think about trying to bring her in here. But Hank being left open is just too tantalizing a prospect. Tribe basically try and deny Humble the chance to pick that by taking Otis first. So they'll get the Hank.
Curious what they pair this with. Gray Hank has been a stereotypical combo, and now that they have the Otis for themselves, it's one of the better counters into the Hank itself. These three throwers are really throwing me off, though. Band stages tell a story. I'm curious to see what Tribe Gaming are writing. It's Jay Young, so they're going for a support option, maybe just wanting to remove those because it's pesky. They can get continuous shots on something like an Otis or a Jay Young if they're behind enemy lines. They can pepper down Hank from a distance. Humble, though, with plenty of opportunity, a little more unique of a draft, I would say, from there. And Colonel Ruff, stereotypical. Meg still played, but not nearly as much as some of these other brawlers.
Yes, there's some off-the-wall brawlers you can go for here. Charlie is the kind of option you can consider. Lou, of course, is okay on this map, but it's a little more open sometimes than would like. Kenji is wild. In fact, it's a very Tribe Gaming pick here, something that Zeus often likes to bring into these kind of games. But Humble have a very tanky setup here, empowered by that Ruffs. Boss with staying power, and that Kenji, of course, that can run them down. We're going to see Luki's mechanics really put on display if he's going to be the one piloting this brawler.
Tribe Gaming and North America as a whole have been scrutinized all year long. You're not good enough. EMEA's better. What can you do on the main stage? You've been team wiped, and now you're one set away. Your region depending on you. Kings of the North need to rise right here, right now. Otherwise, it's going to be an early exit for the #1 seed.
Boss is the Kenji pilot for this game and has already made a beeline for RBM, trying to use that mobility to confuse him, to confound him, and avoid those bubbles. It works like a charm. Luki's wherever he needs to be, sat out front and center. Johnny on the spot on the point, while Semantic will weave these shots in from these off angles.
Zeus trying to provide speed, but unfortunately it cost him his life. Boss now on the outside. Goes for the super, makes contact. RBM cycling super, not enough to stay afloat. Dominant showing so far from Humble.
It's not even remotely close. I mean, Hot Zone is always a good map type for Humble, but this is something else entirely. Boss has now been able to earn that hypercharge. Luki cleverly intervened on that right side to make sure Kenji had enough gas in the tank to win those duels. There's Luffy. He disappears in a puff of purple smoke as Boss now looks to try and go to work on RBM. Another bubble generated. RBM desperately clinging to life will eventually handle Boss, but Humble is so far ahead, and they show no signs of slowing down. Luki would love to refresh that pin with a 2025 instead, and so far, so good for Humble.
They were so close to bleeding out, but barely survived. Luki and Semantic still remain in the middle of the map. A smile and wave from your 2024 World Champions. After a devastating opening result yesterday, they are one set away to being back in the quarterfinals.
It looked shaky on day one, gave us some doubts, but this is still the same Humble, the same team that held that belt aloft last year in Helsinki. They're looking for that rare back-to-back. And Tribe Gaming barely putting up a fight in that first round. Boss is going to have to deal with a lane swap now, with Otis going towards the right. Luffy hoping to perform a little bit better against this Kenji and free up RBM to do his job, but he just gets juggled around by that gadget.
RBM just ate rockets. I mean, he was being bounced around trying to recharge his bubble and just couldn't find his footing. Zeus in the back lines once again. You need to see this Tribe Gaming roster up front. If Hank is in the back, it means Humble are holding positioning. Oh, and a big swipe. Make it 2 from Luki. Down goes Tribe.
Boss here struggling a little bit with this Otis, but it doesn't seem to matter because Luki and Semantic have been holding it down. They've already got themselves up to 43%. It's a pretty healthy margin to work with. And Luki continues to lay it on thick. This rough gadget will allow Humble to move back into pole position.
Tribe Gaming have to find some life, otherwise it's the end of the line. Semantic low HP, Boss with a dive in. 3 members holding on. RBM surviving by a thread. Luffy there to provide the stun. He will dwindle away, and for the first time in a while, Tribe Gaming are in the forefront.
Signs of life, but is it too late? RBM here has to dodge many of these gadget shots coming in. Hypercharge popped, of course. Those fish torpedoes hit Boss where it hurt. He was right on top of the Hank model. It was a guaranteed elimination for RBM. Now we have a game. Tribe have managed to get themselves into the lead. Boss for the hypercharge super looking to draw Luffy in. Teleports back in RBM's direction, and now the Hank is gone. Humble have their chance to get their noses back out in front.
Trouble for Tribe Gaming. Hypercharge for the Lord of the Sky on the left hand end as Hank works his way up the open space. This is not how he likes to roll. He's down. Humble have gotten yet another team wipe.
80% and counting. Tribe Gaming on their last legs, trying to close the gap here towards Boss, but Lukey is still looking healthy. RBM is a thing of the past, and for champions it might just be that humility is overrated. Humble, one step away from that glory. A victory in this game at least puts them into the conversation in day 3.
Devastating loss for North America. Losing to the defending world champion, acceptable. You can live with that. The fact that they swept you away, the hopes and dreams of this region after a year of comment section, burning them, it's gotta hurt. But for now, despite flirting with death, Humble are right back where they were just 1 year ago. An opportunity to claim that Holy Grail.
Another year, another promise to put North America on the map. But Tribe Gaming have every cartographer scratching their head. Where is North America, in fact? Well, we now know. Close to the airport. As Tribe Gaming bowing out of competition here, yet again another disappointing finish for them, leading their region. But for Humble, it's a bounce back from a slow start yesterday. They will renew their claim to glory here in Stockholm. They'll be a part of our single elimination bracket.
Another team we have to say goodbye to, unfortunately. Tribe Gaming, Kenny, you feel with them. A huge name at that. Humble is moving on to day 3. They started into this weekend looking a little shaky, lost their first match 3-2, but now they're back on track, and they're the Humble that we got to know last year at Worlds. This year at the Brawl Cup, they only ever lost a single set, beat everyone else 3-0 or 3-1.
I think they needed to feel what it was like to lose here at this tournament, be reminded of their own mortality and learn how to try at least and play from behind. They've had both sides of the spectrum now. They've had a close loss and reverse sweep, and now they've had a winning sweep of their own. Hopefully that's all the experience they need to have a really successful campaign tomorrow. But they're looking good. They've dealt with some heavyweights. Crazy Raccoon will still loom and be a threat to them, as is SK Gaming, but for now, they're safe.
One of the greatest matches yesterday was Reject versus Team Heretics. They won 3-0. Heretics is no more. Now Reject has the chance to kick out yet another EMEA team and the first LCQ team, because so far all 4 of our golden ticket winners are still in the race. Up next is Reject versus Reply Totem.
Guys, they're so nervous. Luffy did so many mistakes.
RBM did also so many mistakes, bro. Like, you should have not allowed me to think so much.
They're so nervous, guys. Like, trust me.
トーテムに負けてしまったので、今年はボコボコにしたいと思います。
About Reject, last year we faced them in the quarterfinals and we beat them 3-1. so I don't think it's a big problem for us. We can beat them without doubts, yeah, I would say.
6 matches later, we have to say goodbye to yet another team, unfortunately. We lost 4 yesterday, another 2 today, and now we've got 2 more banger matches for you. The first one, Reject versus Reply Totem. After that, we're also going to witness Papara Supermassive go up against Stamina. And Reject versus Totem, they already mentioned it themselves in the interview, is a rematch from Worlds last year. And I think the 2 of you have been present back then. How was
absolutely. I mean, every game we cast good. Can't remember them all, unfortunately, but
no way.
Listen, I'm sure it was phenomenal.
No, it was a banger. I mean, ultimately, Rival Esports last year as well, finals was Melty and Shu, so combining now Batman into the equation. And again, I said yesterday, he had some big boots to fill as Milk Brewer, then moving on to the Crazy Raccoon roster this year. And this is a squad that I feel like many have underestimated. They haven't been the shiniest. Zeta Division took that mantle this year. But now, Reject have got a really, really good chance of putting themselves even more on the map.
Many of us yesterday had Team Heretics down to win this matchup against Reject. In the end, they took it in a clean sweep, 3-0 from this East Asia roster. Now, can they take down another EMEA team is the question. Does Totem have what it takes to beat this menace? We did not expect Reject to look as strong as they did yesterday. Now we know they're super strong.
Absolutely. I mean, both these teams have beaten Heretics, and that's the big thing. Like, they've both beaten them in pretty similar fashion as well, I'd say. I think this is going to be a pretty solid game. Obviously, Reply Totem today haven't had the best of times. They were a little bit unfortunate earlier on and got beaten down, so they've just got to bounce back from that, not let that affect them too much, and I think they're in with a chance of taking down Reject here.
Also important to mention that we have an LCQ team here on the right-hand side versus the 2nd seed of East Asia. Once again, the math should predict that Reject wins this one, Arc.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be a very close affair, honestly. I mean, that was the scoreline from the 2024 World Finals, and as you can see there, that was obviously with chaos in regards to the team Reply Totem's roster. But I feel like they are so similar in that regard.
Both of those teams with some beautiful faces. Let's bring them out on stage.
They fought all season, and day 3 is on the horizon. 2 giants, 1 stage. Only one can claim a spot in the quarter-finals. It is Reject and Reply Totem! Reject are Shu, Melty, and Batman. And Reply Totem are Maru, Maori, and Angel Boy!
Italy versus Japan this time around. Can Reply Totem make it to day 3? Last year ended up top 4 at the World Finals. On the other side, we're Reject fighting as Rival Esports. Their journey was cut short in the quarterfinals.
I mean, there's so much experience here on this stage, and it's going to be really unfortunate, just like the rest of the games that we've had today, to be saying goodbye to a really strong team, just like one of these two. It really is an incredible matchup between them. I genuinely think it's probably a 55-45 in favor of Reply Totem. I was really surprised to see that all of us on the panel went with Reply Totem. I thought maybe there'd be a few strayers here and there, but unfortunately for me, I had a little bit of faith in Reject yesterday, and they let me down, so I kind of like, got to go for Reply Totem now.
And I didn't predict Reply Totem versus Heretics. I went with Heretics, and Reply Totem won, and then I go for them, and they lose today. So hopefully they didn't let me down this time round. But I mean, honestly, looking back to last year, Reply Totem making top 4, it was a massive achievement. Of course, Angel Boy didn't make that World Finals, but as an organization, they've already got to live up to that. And this is now the real crunch time for them to get this one right. A slow start to the day, definitely not the result they were looking for, but they've got a chance to now get a redemption arc and, be able to get Reject here, but Reject are not going to be giving it to them easy.
Totem didn't have the best of seasons, but they also did last year and still made it to 3rd and 4th place in World Finals 2024. And then on the other side, Reject, we keep mentioning how mechanically East Asia is just lengths ahead of any other region, but the draft always lacks a little bit. After yesterday, I said we have to revise our opinion about that, because Reject showed us some of the most brilliant drafts we've seen all day.
I mean, this is the thing. I think East Asia in general has been very hit or miss throughout this competition. Obviously, we saw Zeta Division go out the competition, who were one of the favourites in the first day. Crazy Raccoon have been succeeding massively. So I think Reject are kind of that middle ground at the moment. Obviously not out of the competition yet. Coming into this one as, you know, the slight underdogs in my opinion. I'd love to see them get through to the next day. You know, we've got a lot of EMEA teams, but these East Asia teams seem to be dropping like flies.
Yeah, and to follow that as well, you know, Crazy Raccoon, the number 3 seed, you know, having an amazing matchup against Humble. And they were, like, for me, throughout the course of the year, the team that looked the weakest. But Reject, again, like I said, just been a little bit behind everyone in terms of flashiness. But, I mean, they've already have got so much amazing skill and a massive amount of following on the event site, too, in favor of them over Reply Totem here. Kind of nuts. Yeah, the band's already in. The Ruffs, the Hank, and the Cordelius for Reject then. And the Carl, the Lily, and the Shade for Reply Totem. Whereas like Carl's, they can be wide open. Chuck as well. I feel, you know, that was definitely a map that maybe it's not his best map, but it's a worthy ban nonetheless.
What immediately sticks out to me here, Otis left open, would be my first pick here. A very safe one, just to defend that safe. Barry's gonna be the first pick there from Reply Totem. They obviously want to pair it with something aggressive. Barry dishes out a good amount of damage, but if you just want to go for damage, you could also go with a Barley, maybe even a Dynamite. So Barry wants to have a tank by his side.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Berry. As you say, it can deal damage alone, and to get a lot of it, you only need to throw one on the safe, and you can focus on other things for a decent amount of time. There's the Otis that you mentioned coming in, and along with that, the Melody. Seemingly a very Reject draft this in terms of aggression. Melody just to be able to go straight towards the safe and have a really good time of just getting directly up there with no real fighting needed. But Reply Totem looking to add something to the Berry now. Sonny mentioned they might want to go something a bit more aggressive, you know, something tankier or an assassin or something to go along with it to deal the damage. But Berry can do it alone.
Yeah, the problem now is that with the Melody in play, do you know, Reply Totem hunker down and just commit to a Chuck, because they've got to have that kind of base race idea, deviating away, going with the kit, and also the Nita, which got some good value, I felt, for Revenant now coming in for them to round off their comp. These Berry heals, not just going to just keep their teammates alive, but also whistle down that safe in a nice way that can allow that safe crack to happen when you're actually being on defense, and that can be so instrumental in Heist now since the rework. A final pick now available for Reject coming in. I feel like they've got to have something defensive realistically. They've got the aggression of the Melody. The Otis can mute for sure, but that defense is where things are going to have to be all tied up. Griff is a very good brawler for that very reason.
You were talking about defense. I was so ready to shout, oh, RT, easy draft here. But never mind, Griff is going to come in. We did not see him too often. He's strong. He can break open the map. It's going to do well against the Berry and the Kit. And Kit, I'm a little bit scared. We all know how good Kit is on Heist.
Yeah, I think especially in Angel Boy's hands as well, Kit is a real one to be scared of. I think touching on that Griff a little bit as well, is good on defense, good on offense, got the DPS to be able to deal with a lot of things, so I think pretty versatile. And as Sonny mentioned, you're going to be able to break up the map, mold it to how you want it to be. And against the Kit and against the Berry, you don't want a closed map.
Yeah, breaking things open immediately is Shoop, and that's going to be bad news for Maori. Angel Boy attached immediately to Melty, but Melty gets traded out by Maori. Let's see how much damage Reply Totem can do. Obviously, Nita without the bear is only going to be doing so much. Realistically now, Regis will be cautious to not feed into that.
Yeah, I mean, the Berry's there, and they're just having to play kind of central left. Shoe over here now, but he can't pinch it, he can't do it alone. Maori's just able to throw shot after shot on the safe, and they're choosing to leave him now, and he's going to go super aggressive and super through that to get the damage onto it. And although Reject left him, they've got 0%. They're coming back and defending it now, but they seem so split in their decision-making, and that's cost them 52%.
Reject are taking their sweet time to get into this game for sure. Maru coming in now again, no Bruce, but these shots will still be very strong as Maori gets the gadget off the safe, and that's going to be something to dwindle down. Could even crack it. Let's see how low it goes. 27, 25, and that's exactly what Reply Totem need.
I mean, it's really smart from Maori. Didn't need to throw any more shots. Knew it had perfectly burned down to that amount. Need to bear with Hypercharge. Going to come down now, see what Bruce can do to this safe, and eventually the first click of this safe has been taken down by Melty. Mario coming up now, and Angel Boy will jump directly onto Batman and stop him from getting any further. He did mute Maori, but didn't get any further than that. Hypercharge on the left and a shot thrown onto safe. They're just dwindling it down little by little, and now Maru with Bruce behind him, surely going to be able to get this done. Angel Boy has the jump, and the Berry shot is going to get it done. Reject off to a very slow start, but Reply Totem are going to be more than happy to take advantage.
Yeah, great opening for sure. But Reject do have a strong comp. You know, Melody, if left untouched, if they can find the space to get her to the safe, it can be a very different story. If the Griff can just have more time in the game to open things up further, the Nita is going to struggle. So I feel like it can work, but they are still being so slow to the mark, whereas Reply Totem look like they mean business much more.
Absolutely, Angel Boy down the right side, Super already available, just lurking in this bush. Batman gonna get jumped on, stunned out, that should allow the Nita to come up and finish off that kill. Melty not yet got the Super, so struggling to get up the map and make use of these musical notes circling around him. And already a good amount of damage, might get down to 75 here, and does, as the first crack has been taken out, and the first one of Reply Totem still remains.
Mario's got a very early Bruce Bear invisibility for Angel Boy off to the right-hand side, but has been scouted out now by Batman. So Angel Boy goes straight in to be able to secure it, shielding the Bruce. There's the worrisome thing, the Melody onto the safe now. The Melty's not able to get the most amount of value because the safe was so close to being cracked anyway.
Yeah, those are the disappointing scenarios that he's going to be faced with. Unfortunately, the rest of his team not getting that high up the map. Maru muted here now and forced to have some heals from Berry and sit back just momentarily. Hypercharge available with the Bruce Bear in the pocket as well, so should be able to get them out of this position, but they've got to be very cautious about feeding Melty here. Batman has a Hypercharge ready to go as well, and Maru just holding off on the Bear for now. Maru hypercharging up the left-hand side, and a really good Griff Super to deal with a couple of them.
A few signs of nerves for me from Reject. Batman shooting the wall, preventing himself from healing up there, so it took a little while longer. But the support is there in terms of the takedown of Angel Boy as Melty comes in, lands himself onto the safe. Can he crack it down to 50% with the help of Batman? It might be possible. Can he get the shot? He threats the needle. But now that's the key moment in time for Reject to bring this back.
Really nice from Batman here as well. Actually cycled out that Super while still using Hypercharge, but chose not to use it. Angel Boy pushing on the right-hand side, might be a bit preemptively, and the mark is placed onto Maru regardless of being immune off the start. Maru coming out with the Bear now, but a lot of damage still raining down from Reject. Maru will go up the left-hand side, try revert some of that pressure onto himself. Bruce Bear coming in now, Faux Fur as well as Maru. Just trying to hide behind it, get towards the safe, but Melty going with a Hypercharge. I think Angel Boy jumped on top of him with that Super, and Melty still gets the win in that initial matchup. 23-17 with 20 seconds left.
Absolutely neck and neck. But for Reply Totem, there is someone down there on the map getting some damage still. It's down to 6%, and it looks like Reject may have left it. Let's see whether they can be able to secure it. The Hypercharge of Angel Boy gets the stun forwards onto the safe, and Reply Totem will claim the first set over East Asia.
Well, the first game was a lot more convincing than the second. Came down to the wire right at the end there, but luckily a bit of a lingering Barry shot got the job done for Reply Totem. Really strong start from them. Reject, once they kind of got awake and got into the game, they were very much up for possibly getting a couple of wins there. Maru with the 8 kills, Melty and Batman more of the same. Less kills on the Reply Totem side. But that's not the aim of the game in Heist. Get that damage onto the safe, and Maori, the one with 125,000 damage on it across the games.
The Regin 76 DPS for Batman. Some healthy amount of takedowns as well on the side of Reject. Again, when it comes down to the draft, it's a big factor, and I felt like Reply Totem had a strong one at that. It wasn't unbeatable though, in all honesty, but Reject just seems slow to the mark. A little bit of nerves, some mistakes already starting to close in, and they've got to shake them off quick, because for Reply Totem, the loss at the start of today was enough to really start things off strong.
Absolutely. You see Drake pivot into the fist bumps there instead of the old getting slapped in the face by his teammates this time, which I'm sure he's pleased about. But flying start for Reply Totem here as well. Really nice stuff. Reject, as I've mentioned a couple of times, need to get into this game. And by the end of the set, they seemed a lot more like it. But East Asia have been dropping like flies throughout this competition, yesterday and today, with only Crazy Raccoon really having the massive success. So Reject, for their region and for themselves, need to really switch on here. We've seen Undermine a few times throughout this competition as well. Going to be down to a lot of the turnarounds in this game mode, I feel. And both teams doing a great job of pressure at the moment will be very much in this.
Yeah, certainly for me, a map that can cater to a lot of aggressive ideas. I'm looking towards Lily as well, a brawler which both Reply Totem and Reject really love to get their hands on. Mo is a brawler which does tend to occur here sometimes also. We saw Humble play it in the last series, working out pretty well for them. Jean's a safe pair of hands. Sandy can be fantastic also. And Pam for that mid. I feel like that healing station can bring so much. Ali as well. It really is that Ali map to be able to get back into your spawn, jump over the wall that separates between the map and be able to heal up accordingly, come back in, and that invisibility, of course. You can't turn your back on it.
Definitely so. Well, we are going into Undermine on Gem Grab. So many brawlers can be used here. We saw some incredible plays with so many of them. Good Tara pulls, meat pull plays. And they're two of the brawlers that I'd love to see banned out instantly because they've been two of the strongest on this map. But I love the Pam that you mentioned. It's been sliding in a lot on Hot Zone, a lot on Gem Grab. The Hypercharge has kind of thrown her back into the mix, and I think that's a really solid thing to have. Ban-wise, as they are in now, the Ziggy, the Ali, and the Sandy out the way for the side of Reject, Lily, Mina, and Ali as well for Reply Totems. The double ban on the Ali, who can blame them at this point? It's been running rampant for quite a large amount of this weekend, and is a really solid brawler if played correctly.
Good stuff for me. Ziggy ban is an interesting one from Reject, but again, with such a new brawler, can't really count it out in that regard, so I'm liking what I'm seeing. No Pam ban though, could be a time to consider it. Pros to be the first pickup for Reject. Kit is open also. It worked out well for Reply Totem in Heist of all game modes, where it's not really my favorite, but it can definitely do some work in this regard. Let's see. Janet's also a possibility. We've seen STMN play so well today, and in Gem Grab, it's her best mode. I wouldn't mind that one at all. Sandy Ban's quite key. I like that on the side of Reject. And that is the mode I'm referring to. It's definitely, I think at the moment, one of his better places to come out in this draft.
Yeah, to be fair, we've been seeing a fair amount of Mo, and I'm still yet to be convinced by the brawler entirely, to be honest with you. It's been failing a fair amount. Janet, I think I'm kind of similar on that brawler as well. It's worked really well when paired with the right brawlers. You see it with playing with Doug quite well, as you just mentioned, by STMN. And it is a solid pairing, that, but really difficult to make work unless you're very attuned to it. We're back over to the Reject side of things now as well. They have the Crow as the first pick. I like it. You're able to scout the lanes, keep that pressure on. The Hypercharge jump's really good, and the normal jump as well, just to get you out of these difficult situations. Well, I mentioned it earlier. I thought it was going to be banned, but the Meatball does slip through, and Reject managed to pick it up. Solid brawl to have, an incredible place to be made with the Hypercharge.
Yeah, I'm surprised with Meeple though, in the sense that, you know, it's such a, on paper, a fantastic brawler on this map to be able to eradicate the push so swiftly. Just one single green button and you're there, but doesn't get the most play rates actually on Undermine. It's still, for me, a fantastic choice and one that can get some incredible value. Meeple's just catapulted into the forefront of the meta recently. Tara, you know, again, that brawler which can just really be the tide changer. And one gravity can be all it takes between yourself having a lackluster game and being able to get home with all the gems. So I love it for that reason.
Slightly brutal sign there, but won't touch on it any more than that. Tara, obviously, as I mentioned, along with Meeple, as two of the brawlers I expected to be banned, and they've both gone on the Reject side of things. So I really do like their composition. Squeak for the flip side of Reply Totem to round out their composition. I think both sides are pretty good. I do like overall the Reject side of things a bit more. The turnaround capability with the kind of Hypercharges and stuff is definitely there. And as you mentioned, the gravity, all it takes is just one good pull with that super to turn the game around. But I mean, I like their confidence to be in control of the whole game.
The Squeak certainly is going to be that control element for Reply Totem. I love where the meta's currently at. It's just opened up a lot of possibilities. Squeak is that brawler. Let's see, Batman immediately then finds Angel Boy. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but with no super, not much that he's going to be able to do for now. The trade from that left. Shu, though, finds nice positioning on this right, forces Mary to the left, and Mary should be able to push forwards to get that third gem, so he'll keep Reply Totem in the early lead for now.
Yeah, Totem just knowing that he wasn't going to win that right lane, just moves to the left after his teammate gets taken down and make sure they've got the matchups that they want. And you can see Angel Boy already pushing Shu all the way back. Support from Beyond's not going to be as useful against that brawler either, but he just kind of gives it up. Melty throws a few shots his way and he's forced to retreat all the way back to spawn, gets a nice connection there and a super available. I mean, during all this, Maori's managed to get 5 gems over his head and Maru wins the left-hand lane, but it doesn't seem like a lot's happening.
Yeah, just both sides being very cautious around this mid. Just going in for their one gem and coming back to heal. Maori's trying to find something on Melty here. Couldn't do it. Now the defense booster gadget of Melty will allow him to go a bit more on the aggressive. Maori's pinched. That's enough poison to be able to trickle him down.
Yeah, he's going to be very low. Batman overextends though and is going to fall as well. That makes that left-hand lane once more a bit vacant, but Angel Boy going to go over that left-hand side now. Shu has a gravity of his own, so Mori got to be very careful back in this spawn. And he says just one gem off your side and just move back. Shu comes in with a pull now and does get him down. Mari has the jump, or flight, sorry. And Melty manages to get that off the opponent's side, which is going to put them in the lead.
Well, Mari managed to get the pet taken care of, so no more additional heals for Shu. Melty with no help on that left-hand side now, is going to be very cautiously treading towards this gem that is on the spawn side of a reply totem. Larry has not got super, he's looking to claim it as he's still precarious. Backstage pass gadget ensures his safety.
Yeah, he thought he was going to get 2 there, but he actually didn't even end up getting 1 because the help of Maru was enough to bring him down before he could get any work done. Maru all the way back in spawn now, and Meeple's Mansion will box him up, and he can just fly out of that and try take Batman down. Melty has a jump, 10 gems in hand. Got to be very cautious, but doesn't really feel like there's a lot of pressure on him.
Batman drops the gem, that can be picked up by reply totem, and it is into the drill, but no cigar for Maru. Maru's in a really tough spot here though. He's low HP, he's got to be able to come out here. Gems are surely going to get dropped. Sugar on the quest for Angel Boy. Gems in the hands of Maru. Reply totem are looking like they are starting to fade.
I mean, this is going to be really rough for them. I don't think they're going to be able to come back from this. Still pinned in spawn. And Reject managed to get the game on the board, or the first game on the board in gem grab. Really nice stuff from them. Played it pretty much to perfection, I felt, for a lot of it. Reply totem were kind of scrambling, trying to swap lanes. And sometimes it worked, but the Tara just sitting on the right-hand side is all they need to have the pressure on.
That was the thing for me as well. The mid was just kind of tit-for-tat, really, is both Reject and Reply Totem taking the gems, but no real sign of getting a real chokehold over Reject. Just mainly lane trades. You do need to have that player advantage to be able to force yourself forwards to ensure those gems towards the end. Melty with an early defense to boost the gadget. A good time as well, I feel. 2 gems either side. Shu and Batman now really push this left-hand side in a nice way, taking things horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, they're right behind Maori now, and we see in the spawn the Mo can't do anything in this situation. Meeple's Mansion comes down, tries to make use of it, but they're still just trying to deal with the Tara, who's managed to go all the way to where they spawn. Angel Boy down the right-hand side, getting hit by a couple of crow shots, but will be scouted out. Batman, slight overextension, and this bomb that Maori's dropping should deal with him quite nicely. Melty, forced left, and Maru looking to try and get that drill form going.
Yeah, great synergy there from Maori and Maru. Maru just forcing the hand there into the line of sight so Maru can pick up the kill. Great positioning there from Angel Boy. He's forced now into the gadget of the Meeple, and that should be big taps from Batman, but he's not actually connecting them either. He's going to stay alive. And now, Reject with Melty. Low HP, that's a big tap from Batman. That will open some space.
Absolutely, Maori forced to jump all the way back. Hope goes for the hypercharge and doesn't finish off Batman, but he knows his teammate Maru will be able to do just that. Shu at liberty of these kind of hypercharged bombs dropping, and we've seen quite a few of those missed today, and Maori adds to that with a couple there as well. Maru's on the right hand side, just trying to make something happen, and Batman can just go straight through these walls with hypercharge, and Maori forced to jump all the way back to spawn and able to avoid it.
It's been a really rough game for the Mo. That's a great placement there for Batman as well. It's going to keep Reply Totem back in this spawn at a pivotal moment in this game. Gravity for Shu also means that Reply Totem cannot push into it. Angel Boy's doing his best, but really, he needs Maru and Maori to come forward.
Yeah, all 3 of them there, waiting 8 to 9 as Reject have the lead again, and a good pull from Shu once more gets Maru down and starts the countdown. Maori forced to jump all the way back to the right-hand side, and they just need one more from this mid to get it going. The flight comes through, and Melty just jumps back, and Maori knows if he lands on him in that spawn, he's going to die. Shu here with the hypercharged super, and they know they can get nowhere near. Not going to be able to get it from the mid, and the damage comes through. Reject going to be able to pick up Undermine and equalize this score.
A really clutch gem grab from that mid from Melty. And the jump away was timed to perfection. It really was. Reply Totem now, they've got to up their game as Reject are starting to feel much more comfortable in this regard. That was way better than the first set by a long shot.
Absolutely, they felt half asleep during the first set, and to be fair, they have been waiting for quite a while for their opponents to come down. So, stats-wise, 7 on both Batman and Maru, doing a good job for either side, but Shu following suit with just 6 there. Melty with 2 through the mid, Maori 2, and Angel Boy 3, so not getting the same pressure off that squeak lane as the opponents were with the Tara, and that's made it really rough for them. As said off the start, and I think you agreed, that draft was really nice, and a couple of brawlers who we usually see banned out on this map, or making the big plays, managed to both go to the Reject side.
It was all about control, wasn't it? And Reject looked much more collected in that regard. Still, again, we mentioned going in about the Mo, we weren't overly sold, and it proved to be the case. It just didn't really kind of bring too much more often than not. Rejects were able to force the hand of Reply Totem, pushing them into the back spawn, buying valuable time from that mid. That's for me where it all came down to things, and as long as Reject were in control, their confidence just seemed to flourish.
Well, 2 down, 3 to go. We're going on to Super Beach in Brawl Ball next. So I feel like I kind of expect that to be a mode that Reply Totem should be able to bounce back quite nicely or not take too much of a hit in mentality and momentum. Should be able to get some games back on the board. So Reject definitely got momentum on their side, but Reply Totem, I feel comfortable coming into Brawl Ball.
It's a very aggressive mode. It can go from bad to worse incredibly quickly as well, so a very important draft to get right. No pressure to rage in that regard on the side of Reply Totem. This has got to be a winning one, for sure. But certainly, it's been interesting to see how brawlers like Gale have been coming back a little bit more into Brawl Ball, of course. You know, back in the day, that was always the strat. Corner the ball, place the twister. I'm looking at you, SK, but hey, it's a strategy that works. And I like it for that reason. Ali as well, Juju as well. It's a very Juju-friendly map. And it's about that timing of the draft, when you go for it. You do not want to be going in too early, as the wall break can be very crucial. So we're going to have something in the back pocket, especially for an overtime scenario. Let's see what both sides are bringing in, but Willow's another great thrower that I think can get some good value on the defense.
Absolutely. I mean, Willow, I think, is one of the kind of givens here, whether it's banned or picked fairly early on, and then you can see it's banned out through Reject. Mina and Juju to go along with it as well, so clearly don't want to be facing that super heavy aggression from Mina or the throwers, as they've banned both of those out. A couple more of the most picked brawlers here. Cordelius, Otis, Ali, banned out by Reply Totem. So solid stuff from them. In a great position to get a nice early pick still though, but it seems like they might have wanted to go for one of these throwers, as Reject have targeted them quite heavily.
Well, Ollie's open here as well as Meeple, which could be something to cook. Larry and Laurie, I was going to say, yeah, they can get some great time on this particular map, but my third idea, probably still others, but being banned out, I think is probably the best next idea. Over to Reject then. Let's see how they feel. They do like a lot of stew here, and of course, you know, it's a very East Asia heavy brawler pick. But the Ollie, that's where I'm kind of feeling is going to give them a lot of goods, and something to heal behind that potentially here. Hank is actually left open. It's surprising that both of these two teams don't tend to gravitate towards it that often, but we have the question mark on Hank as to how it's faring in the World Finals, simply because it's being played a lot, but is it getting the win rates to match?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, we should be looking towards a bit of aggression, assassin, tank, something like that, because when you see the two best throwers banned out and then Reply Totem pick the third, you're not left with too much. There's a few here and there that you could get, but I definitely thought that aggressive route would be a better one, and that's why they've gone with that shade. And it's a very East Asian pick as well, and everybody from that region's really competent on it. Meeple to go along with it as well. Who needs to be able to throw over walls when you can chew through them?
Exactly. Following up now, that Larry and Laurie are Reply Totem. I feel like it could be potentially a Gale, just for safety, as Reject have got that final pick, but shutting down this shade is really quite important. And we've seen Jackie and we were talking about Hank. It's definitely not a bad shout. It's not the biggest advantage, but it is going to help to be able to connect that bubble when the shade is in between walls. So it's what Reply Totem are feeling, but with the Max, I like it even more, honestly. Where Hank can be such an aggressive stance. It is already, but with that additional speed and the control of the Larry and Laurie, I'm liking how rounded Reply Totem's draft is so far.
Yeah, a lot of those kind of strong picks coming on the Reply Totem side. Max catapults the Hank into a position where he can do so much damage. And obviously those missiles that the Hank shows out provide some healing as well in the kind of big moments of Brawl Ball. It's a necessity to have that ability. Ollie comes in, and you mentioned it from the start as something that these teams should look for. A hyper-aggressive stance then from Reject as they take both the Shade and the Ollie. And over the other side, we've got the Max and the Hank. So I'm expecting quite fast, scrappy gameplay here from both teams. But we'll see if the thrower can keep up with that, or if Reject will overwhelm.
I feel like if Reply Totem can really focus a lot of their attention to the Shade, get the Larry and Laurie down as well, as throwers can be really quite a good way to deter it, and the Hank really make things troublesome for Melty. Batman, the first tap onto Angel Boy here. Shoes doing a good job in his left-hand side lane as well, pushing himself forward. Keeping Reply Totem really on the back foot as quickly as possible. A dash forward from Angel Boy, a nice pace shifter, will he get the kill onto Batman? He does, with the helping hand of Maori. Getting the ball, he's got to keep that shade back at the same time too. That's where support helps out.
Yeah, really well managed that by Maori. Knew he couldn't go up or down, so just kind of grabbed the ball and moved it to the left-hand side away from both of them. Melty was doing a good job of picking up the other two, and a Meeple super to the right-hand side allows them to push up and force his Mar away, but now he's coming back in. Melty down the left-hand side with a super of his own. It was very aggressive and picks up the Larry and Laurie, and I think that's expected in that match.
Well, Maru's tapped up massively by Batman, who's really excelling in that regard. Shu jumping straight in, does connect the hypnosis, this could be a walkthrough, it is! Rejects get the first sign of a goal.
Really nice stuff there as well, but a lot to answer it from Totem. They go the hypercharges straight off the bat. Meeple gonna click the gadget and stop that Hank bubble. He's not gonna make use of this super here whilst being in the hypercharge, but Maori, one of his own Melty, going for some big damage, doesn't manage to get too much. Another triplets are down as Larry and Laurie hypercharge goes straight down the right-hand side towards Shu.
Melty's so dangerous on this shade pick. It's a troublesome thing. Reply Totem really don't know quite yet how to handle it. Meeple super down yet again. Off to the side. Mary trying to do his best to heal up at the same time as keep on the aggressive. As Mary's going to be coming in at a good time in terms of HP. Melty knows he's got to go and support Batman and getting these taps forward.
Reject doing such a good job, and they're just going to leave that ball in the little pocket here on the right-hand side. And who can blame them for it with only 43 seconds left? Totem need to aggress and get something going. The lack of max speed and Larry and Laurie not having a nice time against anybody. He'll press the gadget on the left-hand side, give a bit more health to his twin. And Batman low, but Melty continuing this push up the right-hand side and keeping him safe.
25 seconds to go, and Reject are firmly in control. Batman's got a heal, but nonetheless, he can start to tap up Angel Boy, and that's two great taps at that. He's going to really struggle now to get back into the game with the time that's needed to get this goal. They've got to get the ball, it's still in the corner. Maori's making the run for it, but Melty goes straight back to deal the arms in his regard. Shu's going to be blocking this ball for his life, but Angel Boy escaped through. There's no time, surely. Oh, double hypnosis for good measure. And the game goes the way of Reject.
A much-needed big play there from Shu on the ollie, stopping that push in its tracks and not allowing them and forcing them to go to overtime. Big plays from Reject to keep these hopes alive and carry this momentum through from Gem Grab into Brawl Ball.
A lot of pressure now on Reply Totem, who just didn't really have an answer for Melty or Batman. They're going much more on the aggressive. Melty slowed. A nice gadget there from Maru. Melty down to 416 HP. Batman putting the ball into the corner. It's a better start, but Angel Boy's got to keep alive now. Keep his team in position.
I mean, Angel Boy's having such a hard time through this mid against Batman, really finding it hard to get anything going. Melty will go forwards, get slowed down instantly, and a good snipe there from the missile. Maru goes into this pocket and another good kill, but Shu's still just sitting in this corner. Obviously, he's got the kickflip ready to go to hypnotize someone if they become aggressive. And Totem, yet again, just have to wait for another opportunity.
Yeah, the move gadget as well can stop many goals. That refresh comes back into town, and Reply Totem will struggle. Again, coring the ball, it's just such a strong strategy. And the more that Reject can just whittle things down, the more it goes into their favor. Speed out for Angel Boy. Maori swapping there as well, trying to get close to the goal, but Shu still says no.
Well, Batman still just waiting here. They're not rushing anything, they don't mind taking this to overtime. The kind of presence of the Larry and Laurie will make it a bit easier on them, but they do have some shorter range brawlers as well. Maru just having to play this defensive stance now, going back, slows Melty down, but he's got a hypercharge in hand and some great kills. And Maori once again keeping Reply Totem alive in these backlines. Shu grabs the ball and moves it up, will jump to the right-hand side and get the hypnotize and the kill onto Maori. And yet again, Reply Totem on the back foot.
Reject are so consistent, aren't they? It's just whittling down the time, but staying in control all the way. Hypercharge now for Angel Boy, a face shift towards the ball. Shu's still lurking though. Melty has also got hypercharge, and on a shade, that's the dangerous prospect. Ball to the left now. Maru pushing it forward. They can't do much more than that, and straight away it's back to defense for Reply Totem.
Very dangerous at that, and Melty comes forward. Maru the last one alive, and the jump over the top from Shu will get this ball in the goal. And with 25 seconds left, Reply Totem need a fast response to be able to stay alive in this gem grab set, or they'll be going 2-1 down. Maru coming down the right side, trying to make something work. Triplets are down, and Melty trying to make the most of this situation. Down the right-hand side, Maru's going to be able to snipe one shot to Shu. The pass to the left, but a missed super there from Shu will leave him short of going in. A pass to the mid, and Maru should be able to slot this, and does. Reply Totem answer with 20 seconds on the clock and force the overtime.
The perfect time for speed from Angel Boy. Maru going straight into the eye of Melty. Maru's getting tapped. Batman still is so consistent in landing these taps. Ball pushed forwards, but it's not the best of passes into the hands of Shu. But it does mean that he's not able to shoot back in that meanwhile, but they've got to get the ball from the left to Maori.
Angel Boy doing a good job of getting the ball back into their possession and away from the opposing team, but Batman on the flip side, getting kill after kill. And now a hypercharge comes in. Shu gets slowed, but forced the kickflip to get the hypnosis and does get it. A super forwards, and Shu will force it in. The set goes Reject's way, and they take their second set and the lead along with it.
Starting to look just a little bit bleak for Reply Totem. A little bit too late. I thought that might have been the moment that we saw a turnaround in the set. And as quickly as that, Reject dampened the very idea. 10 kills for Melty, the same as Maru and Maori combined. 398 for Batman, who honestly, for me, excelled in that game. Those long-range taps, time and time again, just gave Angel Boy the toughest of tasks. And also that super through the walls every single time he was there. Rejects are playing this perfectly.
Yeah, it really was incredible. I think those kind of kills are expected from the Shade in this matchup. You know, they took a very early Larry and Laurie pick, and they clearly wanted to go for a thrower. And Reject knew that fact, banning out two of the better ones that would have dealt, you know, I think better against that kind of aggression that Reject clearly wanted to go. And there's the winning moment, at least for the set. Reject looking happy, Melty with a smile on his face, feeling good about this. It started slow, but things have picked up very fast for the Reject side. And now all of a sudden, they're 2-1 up.
Dangerous times now to move on to knockout. Bell's Rock. And a map that may and could very well be the final one Reply Totem C of 2025. It's now or never, taking it all the way to the fifth and final set, or Reject will secure this victory and move on to day 3. Pressure, it's got to be getting to them at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're kind of facing defeat like this, going out way more prematurely than your team should be. And I think that goes to say for both of these teams, whoever exit here, it's a premature loss for them to be going out of the competition. But I think Reply Totem coming into this one as the favourites, not sure if that's just because of how powerful EME have been throughout the past few events, or just because we kind of expect them to be able to win this matchup against the East Asian #2 seed. But Reject have come out swinging. It took a little bit of time for them to get going, but Reply Totem do look a little bit scared now.
They're shaky, for sure. I got to bring back around the question, have we underestimated Reject? The community, again, surely all eyes were on Zeta and CL coming to this one. But Reject have been cooking this year long. And for me, I've always had my eye on them, but I still felt like maybe, just maybe EMEA Strava would be able to carry them through, if nothing else. That's kind of where East Asia's the weakest. But so far, Reject have just had the ice in their veins. They've been so calm and collected throughout this series. Bans are in. It's going to be Kit, Gray, and Gene for Reject. Doug, Ollie, and Byron for Reply Totem. And the first pick is Mina.
Yeah, both teams kind of want the opposing side's cheese to be out of the way. You know, Doug, in certain situations, can be a really difficult brawler to deal with in knockout. Kit over the other side as well. We've seen Angel Boy play this brawler a few times very successfully throughout this weekend. Mina comes through as the first. I like it. It's an unconventional Bell's Rock pick in terms of, like, the type of brawler, but it's just so strong.
Out to Reject then. Let's see how they're feeling about this one. Tick. I was thinking throwers. It's definitely on the horizon. Yeah, Tick first pick. Can't complain about it. But it does have a lot of weaknesses in knockout, especially. I've always been a little bit on the fence. When you're on your own in those final moments, you can't really clutch up if you're a Tick, or very rarely so. But I tell you what, at the World Finals, I would love to see it. How they're going to combine with this RT. Sun's been mentioning it a lot, and we have not really seen it too often, but now coming through for a Reject in the final hour.
Yeah, I mean, when you've picked a thrower as your first, you need to be quite cautious, especially when the opponents have got that aggressive brawler in Mina early on. You need something that's going to be able to defend your thrower. If they continue to just go aggressive brawler after aggressive brawler, you're going to be overwhelmed. So RT doing that perfectly. As I've said a few times throughout this weekend as well, RT is the perfect balance of aggression and passiveness. You've got the long-range capability to mark people up and deal extra damage. Towards the end of the rounds in knockout, you just drop your legs and deal massive amounts of damage at close range. Angelo goes the way of Reply Totem, and that's a solid brawler to have as well. The range, obviously, really good. No matter what gadget you take, I think it's pretty valid. Getting you out of sticky situations with a jump or the piercing shot can get some unexpected kills.
I can't help but think back to the LCQ last year where Angel Boy absolutely went to town with Angelo, rather. And he's a tough brawler to make work. Yeah, it's in the name. Tough roll to make work, but I mean, it can get so much value. You need a long-range sharpshooter into the RT, and Brock to open things up also. That's the rounded comp the Reply Totem are going for. The Reject, one final pick coming in. It could potentially, yeah, Gust coming in for Reject. Again, more additional range. This is going to be a real tough one for Reply Totem. They've got to overcome their mental demons now. They've got no choice but to take this set and go to a 5th, but for Reject, they are looking to tie this up here.
Absolutely. I mean, really solid draft from both sides. The Brock is going to be wanting to break up a lot of those walls and force the Tick to be out in the open. Really difficult situation for Reply Totem to be in, but if they break it up, it kind of hangs the Mina out to dry, but at the same time, they do have that kind of mobility along with the Mina that can still kind of able to move around out in the open.
I'm hearing there might be a redraft on stage, so we'll just hang tight until that does come through. Legendary drops all around, it seems. Credits, ooh. Top out. Otis. I mean, it's pretty good.
We take those, we absolutely take those. Can't complain, a little star power, you know, when I see myself get coins and credits and stuff and then see these guys pulling these kind of things, I'm like shedding a few tears, to be honest with you, but at the same time, my account's probably got all the star powers, so.
Well, I mean, I was about to say it probably hasn't, has it?
Yeah, I did. No, actually, very recently I did manage to get max. I managed to get all the hype charges. I'm just incredibly poor now. I've got no gold.
Well, for Reply Totem, this may go for or against them. You know, it's that sort of thing where downtime can work sometimes for a team, but for others, it just kind of only makes it worse, as I'm sure they kind of want to get into it. Reject, though, have got the momentum at the moment, so to slow them down wouldn't be the worst of things. I do feel like I do prefer the Reply Totem draft. Again, that Tick is going to be great for control, but as the Brock really starts to open up the map, they can just get one single kill on anyone. It's going to be better for Reply Totem if they're playing into that Tick, especially towards the final moments, and capitalize down on it. But Angelo, at this moment in time, you know, if you're nervous on any level, it's going to show through.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm honestly quite neutral on the draft overall. I think that both sides have got the benefits, and something's going to hurt them. You know, when you're breaking up with the Brock and you've got a Mina, yes, she's got the mobility to be able to do a lot of the moving about and evading the shots anyway, but you know, you're kind of equally hurting your own side and the opponent's side, taking the throw out of the mix a little bit. But I think for Reply Totem's side, they've just got to make sure they're not caught in some really tough positions early on, because if they lose this first game, I think their heads are going to drop even further than what it seems they already have, and they're going to be in a really tough position to drag this one all the way back.
Again, just to reiterate, players are not in. We are doing a redraft as we speak, but should shortly be underway. And again, I cannot reiterate the importance of this set for Reply Totem. This could be, for them, a winning moment, a surviving one, and that, or it could be the end of their 2025 journey.
Well, a quick break with the rocket fuel from Mario over to this right-hand side, getting a bit more wiggle room for Mario, and he's not going to be running that jump, the piercing shots there, so maybe a few surprise kills that shouldn't be kills here and there. Shoot, getting hit by Angel Boy there, and he's trying to get aggressive, but they are stopping him a little bit now. Good tap from Mario will leave them susceptible as Melty low in the back lines, and Angel Boy slides in and gets the kill. All three Reject members have been in a rough position all round long, and now pushed all the way back into their spawn with nowhere to run.
Batman's solo here, but trying to do his best to heal up, to at least get something for the next round if they're going to fall here. There's still time to make this a 2 versus 2. Maori's with the Rocket Rain, does choose to use a rocket fuel gadget there just to ensure that this is going to be a round that goes Reply Totem's way. Going to try and farm the Tick as well for extra style points as well here. Maori might even get hypercharged just shy, but nonetheless, that was a great display. That's what happens when you're able to make it a 2 versus 3 at that earliest possible moment.
You know you've done well in a round when you're farming a brawler at the end. That's how I look at it, at least. You know, you're not scared of losing it. You can just try and get your supers, build up, and have an even better next round. Angel Boy, he's kind of shown, you know, don't be too aggressive here, as Batman's there waiting for him, ready to mark him and get those shots in. He's not going to have as good a matchup on that side as he has on the previous ones. The rocket fuel goes in, tries to keep Batman low, but doesn't quite find the connection. But more of these walls are dropping in the back lines, and Mario forced to place this super on the right-hand side because he is marked up. It could be great shot as he pierces through. The head placed down to try and keep Batman in the mix, but they keep going forwards, and Reply Totem showing no signs of stopping.
Nice windmill gadget there from Angel Boy. Knew it was time to get back. It has given up some ground. Rejects pushing themselves forward. As a result of that, Gust shielding also. Ooh, big taps onto Maori there into the mid. Melty knows he's got to bring his team forwards. Rocket Brain potentially inbound here for Maori. It's going for Melty. Shoes in the middle of it all. Low HP. Shoes throws out the head, taken care of immediately. It's going to be a tough spot here for Regis to get out.
Angel Boy's really low though, and Maru was the only one alive left. That's going to be a really good answer from Reject after that first game. But look how much of the map's broken up. Shu forced to play the right-hand side where these unbreakable walls are, but you can't forget that Maru has this gadget and the capability to snipe them through.
Another super for Maori as they swap lanes. Angel Boy staying on Shu. It's down to Reject to protect him in that regard. Another great tap from Maru. And now Hypercharge is inbound. Another Wimble gadget will keep Angel Boy safe and sound. Batman goes down. It's a 3 versus 2 now. The Blytotem looking in control of this one. Maori healthy. Melton's going to fall down here. Surely was the shield is dissipated. And it is a very important game for EMEA. And Angel Boy says, start getting loud.
Much needed support for Reply Totem now. They've been down throughout the majority of this match now and need the momentum to get back onto their side. And you know when Angel Boy's getting hyped, he's going to play well. And the rest of Reply Totem and the fans here in Stockholm really need to get behind him.
Reply Totem need this, not just to stay alive, but to gain back some valuable momentum and the mindset to be able to go into a 5th set for a potential winning one. It's been a while since they've looked at themselves. This is the best so far. Let's see, now on a defensive position, the Tick going to be able to control for Reject for now. They might need to swap lanes to get Angel Boy back on that left side. It looks like that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, just needs to be on that Tick. He's got the ability to avoid those shots so much more easy than any of the other brawlers on the side of Reject. But Batman doing a good job of following him around. Totem not putting enough pressure on to force them to be in these unfortunate lanes. And Melty just pushed back on the right side. Good piercing shot there by Maru, and Angel Boy finally finding the matchups that he wants.
Yeah, great Master Fletcher for D'Angelo, but Angel Boy all the Wimble again. Just in the nick of time, should take care of the Tick head, 620 HP. And Angel Boy gets back. Shu there, a lovely last stand, just in the nick of time, but oh, another extension from Maru. It's down to just Angel Boy and Maori, but Batman falls 2 versus 2 now. Melty's low, Rocket Rain is able to avoid it just for now, but this is what I mean. In 1 versus 2, what can the Tick do? Around another one for Reply Totem.
I mean, that's about as good as they could do from that situation. It looked like Reject were about to start running away with it, but some lovely plays from Reply Totem keep them in the lead here in Knockout. The first round went their way, and now just one more will drag them to a set number 5. And Angel Boy, that confident, not even got the lane he wants, and he's pushing up the map.
Yeah, great taps from Maru is going to allow for it. Again, the Wimble gadget from Mina is so strong. You can get to this position forwards and then protect yourselves. Batman low, he drops the legs just to try to stay alive. He's going to fall regardless. And Angel Boy evades the mines. It's time to take care of Shu. 3 versus 1. Surely Melty can't do this alone. And Hypercharge is inbound. He's surely going to go into the corner to fall. Reply Totem, get it! It's the set. We're going the distance.
Totem support absolutely popping right now. And Reply Totem in a great position to bring this one back. Incredible performance throughout Knockout there. The mobility that Mina brings, Tick just couldn't do anything about it, and neither could the rest of them. Maru is 6 flying under the radar, and Angel Boy only with 2, but controlling so much of that pressure and allowing the rest of Reply Totem to rally behind him. Over the flip side, 2-2 and 0, not the performance that Reject will have wanted, and definitely not the one they'll want just before going into a very decisive set 5.
As soon as I saw that Tick first pick, I always say that it's a good thing because many players do rate it, but I always have that reservation. What happens if? With brawlers like Mina, be able to push forward, be aggressive. It's Reply Totem doing their best to hang on, but going into a 5th and final set, you need moments like that to give yourself the best possible chance, because so far Rejects have been fully in control, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and you can see through those replays of the cams as well, Drage and Angel Boy hyping up the crowd, getting them to get behind them. Because this team is one that massively thrives off the back of having that support and having that energy. You could see throughout the LCQ when Angel Boy was getting the crowd behind them in those kind of really pressing situations where they're almost dropping out the entire competition. It makes them rally, it makes them play better than ever, and that's what they need right now. Reject needs some more of that themselves from the crowd as well.
Speaking of LCQ for Reply Totem, you know, who can forget the winning golden ticket match versus Team Electros. But Totem almost got swept and then reverse swept the entire thing. They are able to handle pressure. Greg himself said to me as well, like, you know, they were able to come together and stay calm in those moments where it all seems so hard to overcome. They've been able to take it the distance, and that makes me feel like they might just do this. But it's going to be a really tough ask for me. The Ring of Fire for Hot Zone as the last map in this series. We've seen already today with Revenant just how intense Hot Zone could be as a mode. It's got to be the best draft of the year for both of these two teams. They're going to come out of this one alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy the fact that one of these teams is going out of the competition in day 2. Extremely high caliber from both of them. And as you can see there, as you mentioned, Ark, as well, we are on Ring of Fire in Hot Zone, so slightly different to the map that we've just been shown, but a bit more range probably required, some more control of the center point. Gray played so much here as well to be able to teleport up and get so much percentage. The bans are in though, and honestly after being battered by Mina, I wouldn't want to play against her either. Juju's going to come down as the first pick then for Apply Totem. The bans of the Mina, as I said, the Crow and the Finks from Reject. Over the other side, the Ali, the Kaze and the Kenji ban from Apply Totem. So Reject's game plan was clearly go very aggressive on this map, and Reply Totem have tried to say no to that the best they can.
And Juju can get some great value. I mean, able to walk on water, able to get additional range from the bushes. She's got so much to her kit, and with the hypercharged addition now, she's been elevated forwards. I'm looking here as to what Reject might be feeling. Berry, and that could spell potentially tanks here. It's a dangerous prospect. I'm looking towards the Hank as maybe a combination idea. Charlie could be a follow-up pick in that third and final position if they want to go for it. But certainly, whenever there's a barrier in Hot Zone, it means objective and staying alive, and that's definitely a concern, surely, for Reply Totem here.
Absolutely. I mean, Meeple's still on the board as well. I don't think we forget this one. The capabilities of being down the lanes, shooting through the walls, being aggressive and being able to do more of the same in the hypercharge, incredible as well. They've got a healer and they're going to double down. They're going to go with the Pam. Really nice combination there as well. That's going to be so much healing on that side. There's going to be really difficult to break them off that map, especially with the Juju. When you're looking at that brawler, you don't think, oh, you know, that's going to have massive amounts of DPS. It's going to be able to deal with healers. So I'm a little worried about where Reply Totem are going to go from here. They're going to need some more DPS in my eyes.
Big time. It's got to be a real focus there. Could even be a B, comfort picks for sure, or maybe even a Lu if they need to be able to freeze out their opposition. But it's now a concerning thing with double healer. You've got to really double down onto that DPS. Maybe even Colette, who knows? Let's see what they're feeling. It is going to be the Lu. I quite like it. I think that's the way forward for Reply Totem, not only to be able to freeze out the opposition, but to be able to then have some objective control and allow those ice rinks onto the map.
I think it's good because, you know, you're looking at those two brawlers that Reject have gotten thinking they're probably going to take a tank or something aggressive to go along with it. So you need the brawler that can say no to that, you know, preemptively. The Lu being there, being able to get so many supers, not just off the Pam, but off something aggressive if they do go it. So I like that from Reply Totem, a great pick. And they're going to take the Frank as well, the tank to deal with most tanks.
But Reject get the final say. That's the worrisome thing. Whenever there's a Frank on the map, it's like, you know, it could be hard countered here.
They can just not go a tank, and then they're going to be in a bit of a tough spot, I think.
B could be an answer for it, just to really focus their attention. They've got double heals, but they haven't really got anything to be able to really answer it just yet. Otis as well is not banned out here. I mean, that's kind of where I would be thinking. Chester, it's definitely a good brawler. One that I think has been a bit underrated in this event, to be completely honest. It's still very, very good into tanks.
Yeah, I really like the Chester. You just got to hope that you get the right super at the right time against some of these brawlers, and especially in a decisive mode and set like this one. The winner of this will go through to day 3 of the World Finals. The loser will be knocked out of the competition entirely. A big one for both of these teams who are very deserving of advancing, but only one can.
One set to decide it all. Who is it going to be? East Asia or EMEA to proceed to day 3. In we go. Hills lit of the map. Immediately so from Bannerman. Invisibility from Maori. Just forcing himself to that right-hand side. Look at this. A big push from the left. Pushing Shu and Melty into the center together. Angel Boy has got Gadget here. Could really go to town.
Yeah, I mean, Angel Boy will take the shots off Pam all day rather than fighting Shu in his face. A loose super comes down and Batman will try go straight through that. Melty stunned out here and should be dealt with quite quickly. Really nice stuff, and another super to be thrown on as well. Should stop them from being on the zone until we see the Frank get back. Chester going super aggressive and can't get that kill. Batman now in a really tough space, and Maori gets the slows off the back of standing on that on the water, sorry. And look at this positioning and percent from Totem.
Yeah, positioning of Dreams here with a hypercharge for Angel Boy. They prefer to keep the bush for now, but it's going to be there in the back pocket for whenever the time is to strike it. Massive amount of commitment there from Melty and Batman to secure him in that regard. I think the right time, considering the reply totem were really starting to run away with it, just short of 60% already.
Maori in the back lines has a hypercharge ready to go, but needs to get the super. Angel Boy now not in a position to do a lot. There's the hypercharge Pam super as well, providing some shields along the way, but the loot super will try and stop them in their tracks until Angel Boy can re-establish himself and get ready to fight. Here comes the double hypercharge to left and right. Angel Boy trying to pinch in the Grigri in the back line, slowing down Melty, allowing Drage to get so much damage. I think that just clipped Batman there as well, and Shu in the back lines. All of Angel Boy's cover's gone, but you've got to question how influential that's going to be with only 20% left.
Mario with the hypercharge. Oh, the double connection! That's massive for Reply Totem, but they still survive in the side of Reject. Mario gets to pick up 95% in climbing. Reply Totem should be safe and sound for now. They get a match point.
About as good as it can go for that composition. They've got to hope they can get the same start again, get full control and a 30% lead before Reject even get going. Very similar to what we saw in the heist. And Reject need to switch on, because if it goes like that again, they're going home.
Reject need to go back in terms of their mindset to how they were at the beginning of this series, when they were much more consistent. Great gadget there from Angel Boy to start things off early. He's already got a super. The healing station will ensure the survivability, but Reject has done pretty well in the meanwhile, just staying on the zone. Reply Totem has close to the mark.
They really are. That's 30% the other way this time, and Angel Boy trying to go really aggressive. A super backwards from Batman will keep him alive for now, but Angel Boy throwing down the hammer, gets the trade. Not really what he wants in this situation when it's so far behind in percentage. Grigri placed down, and that's going to be dealt with quite quickly. Maybe a little bit of a premature placement on that. Batman, hypercharge ready to go, and Angel Boy pops one of his own just in case he came towards him. But a little bit of a waste from Angel Boy, and so many heals provided by Batman.
Yeah, Batman just chooses to go on the defensive with that as well, which I think was a wise choice considering that the Reply Totem were expecting, I'm sure, the opposite. Maori then popping gadget, then getting the additional speed of the water, also landing some shots down, getting back to support Maori, who gets a lovely pickup there on that left-hand side. That brings Angel Boy forward, and he's going to be dangerous in this position.
Yeah, he's hitting so many shots. Maori down the right-hand side has the hypercharge, throws it onto Batman. Shu might be able to deal with it quite quickly. The hypercharge Pam turret to the right-hand side keeps them both alive. Batman will get some heals of his own going as well, but we're back evens in terms of percentage, about 60 apiece.
Angel Boy goes down, wastes super in the process. That could be devastating. Reject are bringing this back in a nice way. Hypercharge will immediately connect with Melty. Massive for Maori, but Melty still survives on. They need the Fruit of Frank, the HP Soak needs to come in full force here, bring Reply Totem back in business.
Gonna say Maru can't be far off another super and gets it. Melty might be stunned out here, percentage very similar again. Maru and Batman having the thrower off on the right-hand side, and a super from Maru, stopping them in their tracks once more as they retake the lead. Angel Boy down the left-hand side, super here as well, but a hypercharge right gives so many heals, and it's neck and neck going into the last portions.
A massive move for Angel Boys with the hypercharge as well. At the moment, Batman and Melty are doing their best, but it is so close. Reply Totem taking no chances to get on this loop prematurely. Batman with huge heals, shoots surely gonna fall to this right-hand side, and it does. It's Reject on the zone and trickling it up in terms of HP, but Maori, and Maori gets it! A 1%! It's gonna be Reply Totem that get it! The EMEA hammer slams down to secure a second nail in the East Asia coffin!
Incredible from Reply Totem. Reject with heads in hands, devastated as their journey is cut short at the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. Reply Totem hold on by a slither.
What a match. Unbelievable stuff right down to the wire. Honestly, that last game came down to 1%. How often do you ever see that, let alone at a World Finals to decide it?
I'm still reeling after that one, honestly. Goosebumps all over. Reject was looking to reject precedence. They wanted revenge for last year, where they were knocked out of the World Finals race from none other than Reply Totem. And yet again, their journey's cut short by the Roman Empire.
I mean, it's incredible to see them lingering on the stage and giving back to the fans who have just provided them with so much support and so much love to bring them back through that grueling Set 5 match. And as you can see here in round 3 of the bottom bracket, Reply Totem take down Reject in a very close 3-2. Yes, it was a double match point, but it comes down to 1% in the end to decide the Reply Totem go to day 3.
Totem didn't have the best of runs throughout the year, but they win when it matters. They went all the way through LCQ to come here to play on this stage here today. And they managed to come back 3-2 once more for them. Congratulations, and they will now move on to day 3. We unfortunately do have to say goodbye to Reject. There's one more match coming up. And how are your predictions looking? Did you have Zeta come through day 2? That didn't happen because Papar, Supermassive and Stamina both knocked him out of their group, and they're up next. Be ready for an enormous matchup between those two now. Who will it be, the last team to make it through to day 3?
We control the game. We control this game.
Paila.
No!
Good shit, Paila. I think Stamina are a very misunderstood team because no one's seen them play that much this year besides a few monthly finals. I definitely think with Dance as their coach, I believe they can definitely shock a lot of people, but I just hope that it won't be us.
La verdad, yo sé que han estado hablando con mucha mierda, tanto el coach como algún que otro jugador, y les vamos a enseñar quién es el papá de los pollitos, la neta.
We've got one more for you, another one that I was looking forward to, because both of those teams have already defied what a lot of us were thinking. Everybody was thinking, or not everybody, many of us were thinking Zeta Division would come through to day 2, but those two teams are the reason why that Japanese #1 seed in the East Asian region is not standing here with us anymore. It's Papar Supermassive versus Stamina. You two are still reeling from the last match, I can hear it. How are you doing?
I think the voice has taken a bit of a hit, but maybe just about got enough left for this last match, and honestly, I really hope it's going to be living up to the rest of what we've had here in day 2 of the Brawl Stars World Finals, as you mentioned, Sunny. Supermassive versus STMN will be the final deciding match of day 2. Whoever wins will go through to day 3, and whoever loses will be saying goodbye to.
It's just been an absolutely insane World Finals so far. It really has been unreal, magical. Power Supermassive, the biggest day in their career was yesterday. Well, now they've got to do one better to survive on to day 3. For Tomsy, for Enraged, and Filippo, they've got to do it all again. And this is the opposition, STMN. They're dangerous.
They really are, and I mean, they've caused upsets. They didn't manage to get it done earlier today, but yesterday they beat Zeta Division, the #1 seed from East Asia. So this is a team to be scared of. They bring in different strats. They're surprising their opponents. They're playing a little bit cheesy. And I think when you're coming into the competition as one of the teams who isn't expected to get far, they're the kind of things you have to reach for.
And there go our predictions. As I mentioned already, both of them managed to win against Zeta. Both of them made it very close though. It was a 3-2 for both Stamina and Papar Supermassive. And I also think it's important to mention here, I talked about it before already, Totem made it through now. So 3 out of 4 LCQ teams, those with the golden tickets, are still in the race. LCQ is the last chance qualifier. Only the teams that didn't quite make it through the regular season even have to go there, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to touch on the fact that Uber was the only one who predicted SDMN, to be honest. I think that's a bit of a rogue one, especially after Supermassive's recent performances. But I commend it, I really do.
Are you ready for our last match of the day? I hope you are. Here are our teams.
DreamHack Stockholm, our final match of the day is upon us. Whatever you are expecting of this one, expect more. Closing out day 2 with a bang, it is Papara Supermassive and Stamina! Papara Supermassive are Tomsy, Filippo, and Enraged. And Stamina are Juan Carlos, Tacos, and Paid!
The SDMN roster have already played in Worlds 2024. As pioneers, they did not quite make it through to day 3. Can they do it today, Trev?
I think they can, I really do. I think these are 2 fairly evenly matched teams on paper. I just kind of looking at Supermassive's performance yesterday, obviously we didn't get to see the SDMN game as it was backstage. I see Supermassive playing against Data Division, I'm like, wow, these guys are playing like they've never done before. Enraged, absolutely at the top of his game at the moment. That man is an absolute machine through the World Finals and LCQ, bringing this team so far, and the rest of them as well, playing incredibly well. But SDMN, not counting them out, 100% have a chance. I just think Supermassive are the favourites.
Yeah, it's not just about how consistent Enraged is with his shots, but also his mentality. He's just got such a positive mindset. He's hungry in a way that I rarely see in players. But for Papara Supermassive, they've just excelled. I mean, coming and looking back at their monthly finals performances, no one could have possibly predicted how much LCQ would have elevated them enough to topple the Titans of Zeta Division yesterday. For SDMN, they have been able to do the same. So today, I feel like either one of these 2 teams have got what it takes.
Papara Supermassive managed to send many East Asian teams packing. Many of the teams that East Asia wanted to send to Worlds as well. Now we fell to them 3-0 at LCQ. Yesterday, we had to say goodbye to Zeta Division. Now it's time for them to go up NA. A good old EMEA NA classic to end the day with.
Yeah, I think they're like fairly well balanced. Papara Supermassive technically are a very low seed coming out of Europe. So SDMN being, around about that third space, second space, it's like crazy that these guys are meant to be so evenly matched. A lot of the public, however, think 73% of them think they're going to beat Papara Supermassive, which I think this one's 55-45 Papara Supermassive. I'm surprised to see so much of the public go that way. But at the end of the day, North America clinging on to some hopes.
Yeah, it really is for them. I mean, STMN is where a lot now, all of North American hopes are staying with. So going to Death Cap Trap for Gem Grab. Bands of Pam, Mina, and Doug on the side of Papara Supermassive. To the Ali, the Ollie, and the Juju of STMN.
That leaves many options open that we've seen in the past. In many scrims, Rust and Sandy have been the best 2 lanes. Both of them left open. Let's see who's going to pick them up. They're going to go with something a lot more aggressive here. Stamina coming out of the gate swinging with the Lily. Lily's going to be the pick if you want to have a comeback mechanic. Can go in with a gadget, with a nice hypercharge, and snatch the gems away in the last second.
Yeah, the turnaround capabilities that Lily brings to the table are pretty much unparalleled in Brawl Stars at the moment. Really solid. The hypercharge is ridiculous. To be fair, we've seen a lot of those hypercharges and supers actually missed today. So, a little bit unfortunate for them, but they are the ones that can turn around games. Supermassive, we're back to them to get their first 2 picks on the board. They're going to take the Hank. It's been played a lot, to be honest, and been fairly decent throughout.
The thing for me is Papara Supermassive picking Hank. So we were discussing backstage as to how we feel Hank is faring in this competition. Considering how much is being played, are the pick rates and win rates kind of looking as good? But in the hands of Papara Supermassive, I feel like they are probably the best team with Hank. I'm surprised we're not seeing more teams ban it against them.
Very true. That's some great showings with Hank already. Stamina now with their second pick. Lily is their first, so they have the aggression down. They now need a gem carrier. They need another lane that is just solid, maybe can defend a Hank as well. Janet is going to be their second pick here for gem carrier. Makes a lot of sense. Again, she can jump away out of danger very, very quickly, and it's something she might want to do when Tara has her pull ready.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we might see this paired up with, I was going to say Doug, but it's banned out. I'm actually very glad it is, to be honest with you. No surprise when they're against STMN. But honestly, it's a surprise to see them reach back for that brawler again without that combination. It seems like they've only been playing those two as a pair. Mo going to come in as this last brawler then for STMN. And I've said a few times today, I feel very underwhelmed by Mo at the moment. Like, he gets brought in quite frequently, but never really shows its worth, I don't think.
I'm with you. I mean, I just haven't really seen enough of it yet to be fully convinced. We saw a little bit in the last series, which made me sort of think twice, but it didn't work out well for Reply Totem. They found themselves in the back spawn a lot of the time, but the roundedness, I feel, of Papara Supermassive's comp, the Tara, the Gus, the Hank. I mean, Hank with that Gus shielding, that's a really tough thing to be able to eradicate.
Absolutely. Well, getting into the game now, the final one of day 2, the decider between Supermassive and STMN, who will go to day 3 and who will get knocked out of the competition. NA's last hope in STMN, and Supermassive looking to add another EMEA team to day 3.
Taco's found out there on the left-hand side by Enraged Pets. Juan Carlos now trying to helping hand Tom to seal his demise. 800 HP, and Pain gets it. Although one took to the skies, it's going to see STMN working together as a unit.
Yeah, Taco's just pinned in this corner here, trying to be pinched by Filippo now, and Payne doing a good job on the right against Tomsy. But Hank so far not so good, but Enraged versus Taco's on the left-hand side, doing pretty well for the Supermassive side, as Enraged has that Tara super, and Taco's just wasted the gadget.
Filippo is tapping though. Really nice consistency from him. Payne's going to be cautious to not overly extend here, as Tomsy will be getting some good value if he does. Enraged connects with gravity, big shots as well, but still, Taco stays alive until a great gadget from Enraged will be able to tank it for him.
I mean, Payne's doing phenomenal on this Mo against the Hank matchup. Really nice kooky popper there from Filippo, will seal the kill. Enraged up top, forces the gadget again out to Takus, who's going to end up on top of him. Gets another shot back, but the hypercharge is there. A bubble narrowly missed by Tomsy onto the gem carrier of Juan Carlos. Keeps him alive and in the mix.
Tom's trying to buy valuable time as Enraged will join the map. Taken care of now by both Juan and Tacos. There's Payne now really finding trouble to get in position with these pets of the Tara. It's 8 gems to 6 now. Tacos finds some gems here. The drop is there. Tom's going to do his best to be able to take them back. They're dropped, but Juan will be able to pick them up and surely take to the skies when he needs.
I mean, this is surely just game now. He can just wait a few seconds, then fly, and he's immune for the rest of the game. So STMN, in theory, should be taking this first game unless something goes incredibly wrong. And there's the flight. Hypercharge popped, and he takes to the skies to guarantee STMN game 1.
Good opening start for STMN. Absolutely so. The comp is working well. Papara Supermassive, just a little bit slow to the mark. It's interesting to see Filippo as well playing mid. He's always such an aggressive player. I kind of feel like it's not necessarily where he needs to be, but he's hitting a lot of these Gus shots, causing a big problem to the Mo. But we need to see a little bit more from Tomsy, a little bit more from Enraged to helping hand this mid. Papara Supermassive going to bring back this set.
Well, Filippo threw them in again against Juan Carlos. He managed to get 2 gems off the Supermassive side to start things off. Tacos with a super and gets 2. Beautiful from him down this right-hand side. And Tomsy forced to rotate away from Payne, who had him in his pocket all first game.
Yeah, Tacos is doing very, very well and being a big problem. Filippo and Tomsy are going to have to deal with it together. Payne has also got the drill to hand. Rage healing up though, allowing his gadget to do all the work. Tacos is coming out. Oh, quick hands from Tomsy and Filippo. Payne now left all alone for Tomsy for the scraps. But in the meanwhile, a lot of times past 6 gems from Juan Carlos and a great gadget backstage pass to evade that shot.
Yeah, good few taps there from Filippo to force the gadget away. Taco's trying to go in with the super, but baited well by Filippo and Tomsy on the left-hand side, and a good kill through the mid. Now Filippo just sitting, waiting for Payne to make a move, and he eventually does, goes back into the smaller form out of the drill and tries to get some work done as Enraged wants to get the super and try to flip this game.
Tomsy can now push himself forward. Try to advance onto Juan Carlos. Tacos is low HP, but Tomsy gets the heal there off the back of the Gust Spirit. Juan Carlos goes straight to the middle of the map, super aggressive here, gets a lot of value from the skies though, so I quite like it. Hypercharge for Pain. He finds Enraged. Can he find another? Got to be forced back now, surely outnumbered.
Pain going in again, gets Filippo and Tomsy. Eventually will get the kill, and a good kill by Enraged in the middle as well. Juan Carlos just waiting for one more gem, and it's on the STMN side. They've got to be very cautious about not feeding this super, or the set's done.
Exactly that. As time trickles down, it's going to be harder to do. Takas goes in, finds as well one, and down goes Tomsy. It's just Filippo. A team wipe for STMN as they claim this first set, and it looked pretty straightforward. It can't be denied.
I mean, yeah, it really did. Incredible stuff from STMN, it really was. They played so well throughout that entire game. Just managed every single one of the Papara Supermassive players in different ways, but every way worked. They just couldn't get the lanes going, and Rage wasn't able to get the pulls because Janet can get away through gadgets, through flights, and the Lily was just dominating.
Very strong opening statement there from STMN. 9 kills for Pain, 374 DPS. And maybe we're going to have to rethink our stance on that Mo. Played to perfection. Juan Carlos on a 0. It's not the first time we've seen it, let's be honest. But nonetheless, that's kind of what a Janet's for. It's a steady pair of hands. Your job is primarily just to hold that mid and get the gems, and every single time there were safe keepings. He didn't really find himself in any moments where he was going to let his team down.
Absolutely, just didn't drop the gems. I don't mind if you get 0 kills as long as you don't drop the gems for the opposing teams all the way through. So, yeah, solid stuff from Juan Carlos regardless of what the statistics say. He had those gems unlocked throughout the entirety of it, and the lanes absolutely unlocked as well by Pain and Tacos. So, wonderful performance here from the last remaining NA team, and Supermassive got to rethink the ideas here.
Well, the audience are prom ready, but I mean, it's a rare thing to see Papara Supermassive get the draft of the Hank and not be able to bring home the goods. Let's see whether they choose, as many have today in this World Finals, continuously try to force it through or deviate away. That, to me, was the downfall yesterday of Team Heretics. They just kept trying to keep Hank and Meeple, and Reject showed that they are not aware, that they're not worried about it at any level, so some potential deviations might be at play here. But Brawl up next, and that's a chance to maybe even bring it in again. I wouldn't mind it, but I think that now the meta is shifting away.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend that we didn't just see that team cheer by Spen LC there. I said, why does Skibbity Enraged have so much aura? Spen, go and delete that tweet right now, please, and refrain from using the social media for the rest of the day. Sunny Soccer and Brawl Ball up next. We'll see if this kind of Hank aggressive stance remains for the side of Papara Supermassive, or if we'll see them kind of pivot away from it. As you said, you kind of don't want them to get too stuck up on going the same thing over and over and hoping it works.
Gotta give the man some credit though. I mean, he's on his honeymoon watching Brawl Esports. I mean, I can get behind that, quite honestly.
He's a married man, and he's pushing 30, and he's saying Skibbity. I can't. I'm sorry to say, I won't be letting that go.
Imagine pushing 30.
Yeah. Imagine.
Imagine.
Well, bans here for Sunny Soccer, the Mina, the Hank, and the Willow. So they don't want to play Hank themselves, and they don't want the opposing team to play it either. The Willow double banned here as STMN get rid of it as well, along with the Ruffs and the Frank. Shade is going to be picked up early on by the side of STMN, and how well that was played earlier by Reject, I'm not surprised to see it return so soon.
I'm liking this from Papara Supermassive, taking the opportunity to ban out the Hank. Going to be leaving some throw potential still with the Larry and Laurie as the Willow is banned, so that could be an option for them to bag early. Let's see. Otis still available as well as the Ollie, so they are also up for grabs here. Kit as well. I mean, you know, it's definitely one that might be for STMN, but Stu going to be the first one for Papara Supermassive. It seems to have a bit of a way forward in this World Finals. There's many teams gravitating towards it.
Yeah, I mean, Stu, the mobility, I think, and the ability to get away from the shade when he's kind of coming towards you, running you down might be a solid thing to have as well, because it's so difficult to get away from a brawler who can just walk through walls so simply. So you've got to have some form of mobility to get away from it. Otis coming in as well, good against tanks, good against range. You're pretty much safe no matter what.
Legendary hypercharge, let's go. Jay Young.
We take those all day. All day.
Meeple's still here, Max also. We'll be looking out for those. Maybe some control of a Barley wouldn't be the worst of shouts. Let's see, those heals could be influential as well as a potential Juju. I wouldn't mind that one either, to be quite honest. Let's see what they're going to be pairing with this Shade, which I think is a fantastic pick, honestly. We're in a really good starting hand.
Y'all about to get
I'm not really sure Papyrus must have fully counted it just yet either, but Juju is the pick, and I really quite like it.
Yeah, it's really good. With Willow double banned, Juju's, it's not the only capable thrower. There's a few, and we saw Larry and Laurie being played before, but Juju, without a doubt, is the next best one after Willow in this Brawl Ball mode and specific map. But we're still with STMN for their third and final pick to see what they round it out with. Don't really need it. I was gonna say you don't really need a mid, to be honest, in this map, but then they pull out Gus, so maybe I have to eat my own words. I like this well-rounded composition from STMN. You provide a shield onto Juan Carlos, he's gonna be doing a lot of work on that Shade.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest of fans of the Gus here. I mean, just looking to obviously pair the shield with the Shade. So if that can happen more often than not on the side of STMN, then that value could be obtained. But the Cordelius will come through for Papyrus Supermassive, which I think is a pretty decent brawler and a good response. I mean, it's definitely one that can force and run down the map. So I like it for that reason. And if they can keep the Shade in the realm, then Shade's not going to be able to do nearly as much. So not a bad final pick for me from Papyrus Supermassive. But again, they are behind here. They do need a winning set, or at least something they'll be able to take it to a third set and feel pretty confident they can turn this around. Right now, STMN are really turning all the screws.
Absolutely, you don't want to be dropping 2 sets down in this kind of decisive match, otherwise your mentality's going to get away from you. Payne versus Tomsy on the right-hand side, he's just sitting in the bush and using that extended range to the best of his ability. Tomsy can't really move at all, and Taco's trying to pinch into the mid with Filippo.
Filippo's a great Cordelius to also take down his Swift and Rage. They will punish Juan Carlos. It's just Payne. An easy breezy goal in the first opening 30 seconds for Papyrus Supermassive.
I mean, that's Supermassive we know and love. Cordelius super available here as well, and trying surely to take Tacos out the way, and that keeps Tomsy alive. Lovely little performance there from Filippo, but Tacos still able to go through these walls and try and hunt him down in his own realm. Juan Carlos going to be straight onto the Cordelius, and he actually does win that mute there. Campaign Waters, the shield pop, gets it! He pulls through everyone and gets the ball in the goal.
What a clutch shield. What a great moment for STMN. Tacos pushing the ball to the bottom left. They've got to be very careful. Even a hypercharge on its phone will be enough to be able to force things through. Enrage goes straight into that. I love that aggression.
I mean, it didn't even feel like he took any damage doing that, to be honest with you, until he met the Juju hypercharge, and then he's definitely going down at close range against that. Super available from Filippo now, and he's trying to probably take Tacos there again, but he's doing incredible. He's absolutely wiping them all out. Just Enraged left alive to try and keep the hopes of this game alive. He's dashing back and forward, but he's not got the damage to take out Payne, and yet again, the Juju walks.
What more can Enraged do there, by the way? I mean, really fantastic use of the flames. But there was just too much HP on the side there of STMN. It was an inevitable goal. Despite a solid start, a 30-second goal for Papyrus Supermassive, they still lose the game.
Yeah, well, fat splatter nice and early then from Enraged to throw it down that right-hand side. Just try keep Payne back for as long as he can. And Filippo wants to get this super, but as he's getting his, he's giving Shade his as well. So they're in a bit of a 50-50 match at the moment. It's ones that Tacos is completely dominating at the moment, and Tomsy will get the refrag to make it a 2v2. But they're still not in a favourable position. They're back in spawn against the thrower.
Yeah, Payne's getting a lot of control on this map. And a lot of value for it. Papyrus Supermassive that are already hunkered together and not in a good way on this bottom left. As Shade will get a ton of value for it. Tacos goes in with some great swipes. Super pass forwards. Payne can't really go for the ball. He's too low. And Enraged knows that he's got to be able to go to the right-hand side of the map to continue to get this pinch with Tomsy.
Yeah, really nice, good kill there. Enraged pinched in well, and Tomsy gets the finish. Filippo moves onto the right-hand side and tries to force someone else to take this Tacos matchup that really hasn't been working too well for him so far. Enraged with mobility on the left-hand side, he's going to be able to deal a decent job against the Shade if he can just keep him from getting that super.
Well, Enraged lurking with super here, but the ball was a bit late from Tomsy to be able to do so. Filippo's too low in terms of HP as well, so they're going to have to be able to retreat back now. And STMN will have a successful defense. Hypercharge is there for Tacos. So the pinch is going to be a strong one. Filippo will find it with Tomsy. That's great work. They've now got to focus their attention on Payne with Juan Carlos.
Yeah, it's a good juke from Juan there, keeping himself out the realm with Filippo. Now a hypercharge comes in from Tacos, and he's getting a lot of damage down. Pain is there to help out as well, and Enrage trying to deal with Tacos, he does, but he cycled super up top, so he'll be coming out of spawn in a very good position regardless.
A good flat splatter there from Tomsy. Enrage choosing not to break that wall, going to go straight for the mid. And as time goes by, that should help Papara Supermassive to be able to open things up, because Tacos is the man that is the playmaker. Low HP, going to heal up now. Filippo has got hypercharge. He's got to be able to land this. Mike Carlos, though, also has his. It's go time for Tacos and Filippo on this right-hand side. Tacos is the weaker, but the edge can be traded out. It's down to Enrage and Tomsy to defend this.
Yeah, well, Juan Carlos is burning and will fall down, but Payne might have an opening towards goal here. But Filippo, luckily enough, respawning at the perfect time. Enrage wants to deal with him, but will want to save this hypercharge for overtime, as you need that mobility when the map's completely open.
Nice try there from Tacos, but the ball is in a precarious position, and STMN might be able to capitalize again with this hypercharge of Payne. And White Carlos gets a shot on goal potentially here. He frets the needle. He gets it. It's just out of reach of Tomsy. And STMN go up 2-0.
This is massive for STMN. What a performance it has been on both of these opening sets. And Papara Supermassive behind by 2, with only one more needed for STMN to advance to day 3 and knock them clean out the competition with what would be a beautiful sweep.
It really would be. STMN honestly have just been blowing expectations out of the window, really, in this competition. So many people did not have them out of even making the group stage, and now they're about to do the unthinkable here. A sweep to seal it would be unreal for them. Papara Supermassive have got to reverse it. But hey, I'm up for going to a 5th set again, are you?
Absolutely. If we can see this, possible reverse sweep, or at least a 5th set getting going, I'll be very pleased with the gameplay that we'll have seen, because so far, so good. But STMN just running away with this one at the moment. And you can see the emotion from Juan Carlos on the stage as well after they managed to get that win. Felt like he was about to run over to the other side of the stage and start shouting in their faces, to be honest with you. But that's the emotion we love to see.
What a huge celebration there from Juan Carlos. But the job is not done. These celebrations for now, but then straight back down to business in the next set. I hope they're not premature celebrations, because that would be awkward.
Yeah,
this one is far from done.
It'd be rough to kind of walk halfway across the stage and then get reverse swept. I'm not sure that would be the best look on Twitter, at least. You'll have a lot of people calling you out for that. But Open Business might be the last map if STMN could get this one on the board, but still smiles on the faces of Papara Supermassive. Clearly feel like they've still got a bit of a say in this series, regardless of being in such a tough position.
This one is escalating out of control. For STMN, they've got to be feeling good about this one. Going in then to Hot Zone. Open Business. A map which really can cater a lot to throwers, but risky to do so with how much and how easily this map can be broken up. I think for me as well, I've been loving Hot Zone all day. I think it's been the best mode of day 2 so far. So I hope that this one will be no different.
I mean, if they give us another 99% to 100, I'll be very pleased, to be honest with you. But, we'll settle for a little bit less than that, I'm sure, as long as it's a good game. Ban should be coming in very shortly for Open Business in Hot Zone, and as Ark said, it's been pretty much the game mode of the tournament so far. Ruffs, and then the Stu and Pam as the bans for the side of Papara Supermassive. STMN get rid of the Finks, which is, I feel, a bit of a Papara Supermassive pick, no matter what the Hot Zone map. They like to go that brawler. Mina and Meeple as well, so it was clear to see who has that first pick.
And coming in for Papara Supermassive, they're going back to what they know best. It can work out in the first set, but not to say that it can't. That was, for me, a brawler which really did lead the way and pave it to beat 8th Division, and certainly was a difference maker at LCQ also. Comfort picks, that's what Papara Supermassive are feeling. On the side of STMN, potentially Byron here could be a good shout to pair with maybe even Ray going to be coming through. This is smelling cheese already, Trav, gotta say.
I mean, not even just that, like, you're taking it off the side of Supermassive as well. You don't want to Hank teleporting onto the zone by any means. So getting that and then getting a brawler that can TP in, be tanky, and be good against the Hank is going to be a wonderful, 2 and 3 pick for STMN. So we'll see if that's what they do choose to go for. They can always, you know, go something a bit more versatile now and see if they can still lunge into that tankier option to TP onto the zone as their third and final. But their second pick should be coming in very shortly, and as I'd imagine, it'll pair
Y'all
quite
about to
nicely
get
with Gray.
stitched up.
It's going to be the Juju, surprisingly. So definitely going that more versatile pick now and then maybe going into something a bit later on, because I don't feel a Gray is going to be that good unless you're setting up those TPs and going to the zone.
Well, Larry and Laurie could be the response here from Papara Supermassive. They play it a ton in scrims with a pretty decent win rate also. They're going to have something up their sleeve in that regard, because I think Juju for me is one of my favorite brawlers at the moment on the throwing side. It's just so versatile across the board. Cordelius. Felipe going back again to those comfort picks. I'm sure it'd be him, but maybe not. Again, this whole team enraged as well. Fantastic on this brawler. But I know for a fact that Tom's is on the Hank. That's all I know.
Yeah, really solid on that Brawl. He's had a lot of success over the past couple of days with that one. But we'll see if this Cordelius is going to be able to do, I want to say, a little bit more than it did in the previous set, because he didn't have the best of times against the Shade, was getting traded out whilst in the Realm, traded out whilst hypercharging. And when you're using that much utility, you've got to get the kills. Meg, going to be the third and final then for Supermassive. It's another one as well, to be fair. It's good for STMN not to have that when they can TP in.
Yeah, I'm really quite a big fan, honestly, of the Meg. It's just got that survivability on the zone. Humble especially just really dominated Tribe early today with it. It was absolutely disgusting. As STMN choose their final brawler pick, how are they going to be able to combine this Juju and Gray Ashe? Something tanky. Get those dimensional doors onto the zone, keep bringing the Ashe in. It's going to be how they feel they can claim this set.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to. If you have Gray and don't do that, then you're setting yourself up for failure, I feel. I like the Ashe. I think it's going to be very good. So we'll see if this is going to be the one that gets STMN that third set and the victory over Papara Supermassive. A full reverse sweep needed if it's going to go the Brits' way. We'll see if that can start now or if STMN will cut it short.
It's now or never for Papara Supermassive. Felipe straight onto the zone, getting tapped up heavily though by Juan Carlos as the Wolf and Kane connection as well is there. Taco's keeping his distance from Enraged. The pinch, beautiful pitch at that between Enraged and Filippo secures that demise. Kane now left all alone. He's easy pickings.
Absolutely, and that's 3 members of Supermassive up, and all of STMN go down. Juan Carlos, he's not looking to try and stay alive there. He's setting up the TP for the future. Now just needs to work for the hypercharge, and they'll have a good in, but they can't let the game get too far away from them before that happens.
Tom D finds a good connection onto Payne. Meanwhile, it's Filippo and Enraged that clear up House in the mid. This is better. This is momentum building stuff for Papara Supermassive now. STMN straight off the spawn. Hypercharges inbound and immediately eradicated on their return to the mid. Enraged is low. Filippo is low, but there's time to heal back up.
I said they can't let the game get too far away from them, and they might have just done that. 75% to 15, and surely Supermassive have a good capability of just walking up over and over and over with the Hank and the Meg. But for now, they've got some good control. It's 80% to 30 as STMN start to get back into it, and with this TP, definitely have a chance.
Now things are set up for STMN. They can bring back the timer in their favor. Tacos goes down though. Juan Carlos there into the realm. Enraged is going to keep him there and focus their attention onto Payne. There is a Grigo coming in, but 95% is going to be surely enough as Papara massive clear house yet again to gain 100%. They get a game, and sometimes a glimmer of hope is all you need.
You just need something to light that spark inside you and get going before it gets away from you. That is the game that they needed. Incredible stuff from them, even when the TP's been activated. They dominate the game and get it done before STMN get a foothold in it. They need a similar start though. Last time, they got the kills, all 3 of them, and established really early percentage, and they need to do that again.
Good walking cane again from Juan Carlos. Filippo is punished heavily this time round. Robotic Rats immediately for Tacos shows a big sign of deviation from STMN. They're changing the rules and staying on the zone much, much better now. Approaching 25% to only 10 of Papara Supermassive. We've got to regroup.
Yeah, these are the issues that you're going to face. Hypercharge comes down from Tacos, and that's a lot of Robotic Rats on the left-hand side of the map. Tomsy will eat that last one. And Supermassive just pinned in spawn. Juan Carlos can't be far from another hypercharge. Enraged going to jump in and try and get some supercharge, but they're at 50, and they haven't even fully established.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced with jumping into 3 members of STMN like that. Filippo with a big hypercharge gets some value, but can't really do anything out of mech now as a Grigri on the map. It's going to cause a problem for Tomsy now. It actually taps Filippo. That's going to prevent him healing up as well. And time is drastically moving away now from Papara Supermassive. 85% from STMN, approaching 90. It's a night and day difference. Papara Supermassive aren't even leaving the spawn because they know this game is over.
Match point up next as STMN start to run away with it once more. 100-11, I think that game was. And when they didn't even have the TP set up, they were all over the zone. Really disappointing stuff for Papara Supermassive. What looked like the start of their comeback turns out to be the complete opposite as STMN cut them short.
Fan immediately onto the zone, but they missed Walking Kane this time round. It's Papara Supermassive taking their sweet time this time, not going too overly aggressive. Filippo is getting tapped. Should be able to evade these shots, utilize damage gear, stay really in control of this one. Tacos has got the robotic rats now though. Low HP means probably going to hold it off for now.
Well, he's out that form, and Rage going to go in and get some good damage there, but Pain will get the trade. TP sets up and Tacos here, just waiting. Bobbing on and off this zone, trying not to feed Filippo back this mech, but Juan Carlos will do just that. Throws a Walking Cane out and doesn't get anything back.
Well, these missed gadgets are starting to stack up now. Papara Supermassive now approach the point of matching STMN's scoreline on the objective. Juan Carlos is low though, and these taps from Filippo will keep him that way. He's now got hypercharge. Those dimensional doors will be a massive godsend for STMN to get that on the zone. Those shields can go a long, long way.
Absolutely, I mean, they've got that TP set up now, and in the back spawn, Pain trying to get rid of Tomsy and does. Grigri going to be placed down, no hypercharge with it this time, and Pain, not sure if that was an accidental TP in or he managed to do it on purpose. Filippo going to try and get this kill onto Juan Carlos again, and really good control now from Supermassive as it's up to 85.
Massive. Papara are 10% away now, but Juan Carlos is on the zone. It's just Filippo. He's going to have to wait his time. Go together as a unit and don't get ahead of yourself. Big hit. Damage gear rolling in. Tomsy pushing in with Enrage. It's now or never. This is going to be a winning push for Papara Supermassive. Enrage is in the realm. He's going to come out straight into the Lions Den though. And how quickly can STMN secure this takedown? He goes down immediately. STMN are creeping it back. It's so close. Oh my word! 2% is all that was in it. And NA's final hope prevail. They bury the Brits.
STMN hold with an incredible comeback in that game of Hot Zone, and Papara Supermassive drop out of the competition in day 2 as NA's last hope makes it all the way to day 3 with a clean sweep.
Heartbreak for Papara Supermassive. They were so close from reclaiming back the destiny. But North America have just one team left. All hopes now ride on STMN to bring home the goods. What performance from one of the biggest underdogs in Brawl Esports history.
Incredible, really incredible stuff, and what a way to get to day 3 as well. So many close games, and we expected this to be no different. But STMN put that to bed and swept Papara Supermassive. They came into this one obviously through the LCQ and aren't able to get through day 2. But STMN on top of the world.
What's up with those hot zone finishes today? My heart can't take it, honestly. Twice in a row now. It all ended on hot zone in like a match where a couple of percentages made the difference. Papara Supermassive with more kills, but it's not about kills. It's all about standing in the zone, and the grey comp prevailed in the end.
I mean, who needs kills when you can just TP straight into the zone with a shield?
Exactly.
You know, no complaints from me. You know, they do what they do well. They play these compositions that probably annoy the hell out of every single team they're playing, but they work. And STMN, as you can see, advanced to day number 3. They beat Sector Division on day 1. They lost to Foot Esports and have risen again against Supermassive to make it to the 3rd day of Brawl Stars World Finals.
And of course, there was always meant to be stamina. NA's last hope. who's tribe? You know? Stamina made it through. They definitely deserve to be here this weekend. We see them here standing strong in Group D. Ark, these are our final groups, and the teams in green are the ones we're going to see once more tomorrow.
Yeah, absolute cinema. SK Gaming, Revenant, X-Spark, Crazy Raccoon, Humble, Loud, Reply Totem, Foot Esports, and STMN. One of those teams tomorrow will be crowned our 2025 World Champions. And here is
That's one
the
way
bracket.
to start. That's one way to start, I'll tell you that right now. SK versus Reply Totem to kick things off. Crazy Raccoon will take on STMN. Loud will be Revenant X-Spark in Game 3. And Foot Esports versus Humble, yet another European derby.
Now, for everybody watching at home or here live in Stockholm, make sure to lock in your predictions for tomorrow. Event.brawlstars.com. And if you have everything correct, just up to this point now, I kind of doubt there's a single person that has. You still have a chance to win 10,000 gems if you get all predictions correct. Tomorrow, there's no more second chances. This is your playoff bracket, and these are the last few matches of this year's World Finals. Now, gentlemen, we had another very chaotic day, a few upsets along the way. What stood out to you as the most exciting one?
I mean, I think for us, it's got to be the one before last that we just got so down to the wire. 1% to see Reply Totem go all the way through. It is genuinely incredible to see that happen. That was probably my highlight of the day.
I think for me, STMN continuing this run, I'm really so impressed. A team that I had down just as being grouped on day one, they're still alive in this competition. And not only that, but they are the last remaining contender in the North American region. Can you imagine now how much more additional support they're going to have on top of everything else?
If we learned anything this weekend, then that everything is possible. So maybe next year, you are going to be playing in the World Finals, and these two gentlemen are going to cast your matches. My fingers crossed for you. If you want to watch real pros play tomorrow once more, make sure to tune in. Make sure to lock in your predictions over at event.brawlstars.com and tune in again. It's day 3 of the World Finals 2025.
Changing of the season, reaching out, trying to find the reason, holding on for something to believe in. I bury the doubt and hold on to the feeling that keeps me around, like the air that I'm breathing. I'm done looking down, keep my eyes up to the ceiling. I've been walking on air. I'm feeling alive, even if I've been stuck in the dark. I'm facing the light, never surprised by all that this life can hold. I'll never let go. celebration. My light stays on, burning so bright like a star, seen from wherever you are. I'll let these dreams take me far. Reach out and I'll show you how. Even though it's been hard to get here, ever since I've been walking on air. Feeling alive, even if I've been stuck in the dark. I'm the light. I'm never surprised by all that this life can hold.